A class action lawsuit has been filed against PlayStation for nearly $6 billion by a consumer champion named Alex Neal. Now, I'm not Saul Goodman, but if I was, I'd start planting cocaine right now because this is a huge lawsuit that's going to need a miracle to win, I think. I'm not an expert here, but it does seem like this lawsuit's got teeth, and they're coming at Sony's throat. 6 billion clams. 6 billion barnacles. You know how much I love wackiness. I love wackiness more than Bubble Bass loves Krabby Patties, and this lawsuit's got me hyped. Now, this lawsuit is proudly brought to you by PlayStationYouOweUs.co.uk, which is a beautiful website name. Like, that's pretty aggressive. It reminds me of like a Roblox petition to get their V-Bucks back or something. But this was a site where people would sign up who felt wronged by Sony, and Alex Neal is the class representative. And on the site, there's a 5-point breakdown that talks about why they're trying to steam PlayStation's ham. So the first point being that Sony has a near monopoly on the sale of digital games and add-on content through its control of the PlayStation Store. Sony uses this dominance to enforce strict terms and conditions on game developers and publishers. These terms allow Sony to set the price of digital games and in-game content and charge a 30% commission on every purchase of digital games and in-game content from the PlayStation Store. This results in excessive and unfair prices to consumers for their digital games and in-game content. And these prices are all out of proportion to the costs of Sony providing these services to its consumers. So basically they're saying that Sony has used its dominant position in the market to unfairly overcharge consumers. Now, for reference, this was filed in the UK, and a brand new PS5 game in the UK will cost you about £70, which is the equivalent to 82 US dollars. So I do think they're getting fucked in the ass a bit here. It's quite an overcharge if you ask me. And I'd love to see them win this lawsuit, you know, power to the players, as PlayStation says. But the more I read into it, the less confident I feel that they'll be able to Fortnite dance on the grave of Sony with this lawsuit. I don't really think they're going to get a big W from it. And let me just explain why I think that. I'd love to be proven wrong. Like I said, I think it would be great if they actually did win this lawsuit because I do believe they're being overcharged. But I don't think they have the strongest case here. Just looking at these first 5 points, the first one just stands out as factually incorrect. They're claiming that Sony has a near monopoly on the sale of digital games and add-on content, which is just blatantly wrong. I would slap you with a fat F on your report card if you submitted this to me. Like, that is just not true. There's Xbox, Nintendo, Steam, there's so many other digital games vendors out there. It's not just Sony. Now, if you're talking about PlayStation exclusives, then yes, Sony has a monopoly on the digital sale of the PlayStation exclusives. But if that is the claim, it needs to be a lot more clear because with the wording here, it just makes it sound like you think Sony is the only console to exist and the only platform for digital games, which it isn't. The other thing that was confusing my little reptile brain was that 30% commission they mentioned, talking about how the Sony demands 30% cut of digital game and in-game purchase sales from the developers. That's not exclusive to just Sony. Xbox, Nintendo eShop, pretty much every digital game vendor has some kind of commission that they force. It's not just Sony, so I don't understand why they would target them specifically, since it's the industry norm. But I decided to spread the cheeks a little further, dig a bit deeper, and listen to what the UK consumers were saying. And it seems to be that in the competitors' shops, like the Nintendo eShop, for example, they adjust their prices so that way the conversion makes sense and they're not being overcharged. Like a new Nintendo Switch game is £50, which when converted to like US dollars is about what we're paying in the States. However, when it comes to the PlayStation Store, that's not the case. So a new PlayStation 5 game in the States is $70, and in the UK, it's £70. However, that converts to a lot more. That's 82 US dollars. They are just blatantly paying more. Instead of adjusting that price down to like £60 or whatever, they just keep it at that 70 and thus they're being overcharged. At least that's what I was reading from the UK consumers, which again, at the end of the day, it's blatantly obvious that they are paying a lot more for games than we are in the States. And I totally do agree that it is a ripoff. And Alex Neal, the class representative, has 14 years of experience as a consumer rights advocate. So it's not some joke of a lawsuit that was haphazardly thrown together by a faceless nobody. This isn't like that situation on Twitch where that guy tried to sue Twitch for like $100 million because he couldn't stop watching female streamers and ejaculating, and he tried to blame Twitch for a porn addiction. This isn't that case. This is a real legitimate case that Alex Neal has put together. but I just don't know if it's focused enough to actually win. It seems way too generalized and broad, and you can look no further than their own website, where at the very end of these 5 points, they made this statement that just seems a bit misguided to me. This just seems like another desperate effort to throw something at the wall and see what sticks. The business model of gaming has changed dramatically over recent years. The move from games sold as physical discs to games sold digitally has seen the introduction of in-game content, where players must now also pay to progress, unlock more features, or customize their experience with new characters or weapons. Games are now designed to incentivize players to spend as much money as possible, including children. We believe that customers are paying too much for these digital products and that they deserve to be treated better by Sony and compensated. Our legal action is the first of its kind against Sony in the UK. Now, I am never a fan of the think of the children argument. I don't see why they put this here at all, because this doesn't even really run in line with what the lawsuit's aiming for. This is talking about how predatory microtransactions have become the norm, which they have, and it's a huge issue. But that's not what this lawsuit's really about. It's about being overcharged by the PlayStation Store. Talking about predatory and greedy marketing practices from these games that are preying on children, or like fucking massive dopamine hits, dopamine fiends to spend more money, is an issue, yes, but it's not the issue that you're really aiming at here. You're not putting that in the crosshairs. And it's also not like Sony is the puppet master forcing all these developers to be greedy and put these microtransactions in the game. Like, let's say Diablo Immortal's on PS5. Sony has no say-so in what way they monetize that game. It's on their platform, sure, but it was Blizzard that decided to put all of those terrible, terrible microtransactions in there that are preying on, you know, people with a spending problem or children or whatever, not Sony. Now, if the argument Sony keeps those prices too high, then yes, I suppose there's a real argument to be made there that the price is still too high. But the way this is framed makes it sound like it was Sony that decided to put all of those there when it wasn't. It wasn't their decision to have all of those predatory business practices baked into those games. That was the developers. I just don't really get why it's mentioned here. Because let's say Sony brings the price down so that way it's more fair across the board, where, you know, if you're buying a microtransaction in a game in the UK, it costs exactly the same as what it costs me to buy it in the States. It still doesn't solve the core issue that you're bringing up here with the games being predatory, right? Like, this whole paragraph here is like almost like fear-mongering. Like, games have become really greedy, and it's partly Sony's fault to some degree, which is why we believe you need to be compensated fairly, and we believe you need to be treated better. Like, what exactly do you mean? Again, getting the price down on microtransactions doesn't solve the problem you just highlighted of them being greedy and intrusive. That's still going to exist. Even if you win every single bit of this case, those microtransactions are still going to be there from the developers because it wasn't Sony that put them there. And just one last thing, in the press release, Neil wrote, "The game is up for Sony PlayStation. With this legal action, I am standing up for the millions of UK people who have been unwittingly overcharged. We believe Sony has abused its position and ripped off its customers." Alex Neil hits us with an anime protagonist line saying, "The game's up, Sony. I caught you with your pants down red-handed. It's time to face the music." And then in the press release, they also kind of frame it like the consumers didn't know they were being overcharged. But I just don't know how true that is. They kind of hint that it's Sony's fault that the consumers didn't know they were being overcharged. Like Sony was doing underhanded business tactics, when I just don't know if I believe that, because Sony doesn't really do anything besides just have a platform with a game and the price next to it. And you choose whether or not to buy it. Now, if you're not comparing that to the rest of the world's prices, then yeah, you would have no idea you're paying more than I am, for example. But it's not like it was Sony that was doing anything to mislead them, at least not that I've ever seen. They just put the games on their service with how much they cost, and it's up to the consumer if they find it to be a reasonable price or not. Now, if they do any research, they'll realize that they're paying more, and Australia especially is paying more than I am. Which is fucked up because there's no reason for it, but I don't think Sony has done anything to try and lead them down some false belief or anything. I think it's just a matter of they've been charging more and no one's really been questioning it, so they haven't changed it. And that's it. They haven't really been doing any kind of like propaganda to try and fool people into thinking that, you know, everyone's paying the same thing. And now that people are waking up to them being exploited, I think it's great that they're, you know, upset about it, because I don't think it's right. I don't think they should be paying more for no reason for the same game. It doesn't make any sense. but I just don't really like the way they talk about it in the press release because they're putting that onus on Sony. That it was, them keeping people in the dark when it wasn't. They just put the games up and that was it. But anyway, overall, I really do hope they win this class action lawsuit and hopefully the prices do change because, like I said, it's a whole bunch of baloney that you're paying significantly more money for the same game in the UK, Australia, wherever else. It doesn't make any sense. There's no reason for that. So hopefully this does bring about positive change and wishing them the best of luck. I just wanted to bring this up because this is a big lawsuit. That's about it. So yeah. It's been 2 years. I'm finally blowing the lid on this. I can no longer keep my lips sealed shut on it. You can only keep the genie in the lamp for so long before someone comes along and rubs him out. I posted a video 2 years ago called I Just Lost a Major Partnership. In this video, I was pretty upset and whining and crying like a baby whose mother denied him a titty about the fact that a partnership that I had been working on for a long time and was very excited about had recently just been blown up by them for the silliest reason imaginable. Actual dream partnership. It's a company that I literally have grown up with my whole life and have always wanted to work with in a big capacity, and finally we had a big thing in the works. And I never named that company. I tiptoed around it, treated it like Voldemort's name, but today I am going to name that company. It was PlayStation. We had a huge deal in the works with PlayStation to do a lot with them, with Dead Space and Final Fantasy. And then I released the music video Filthy. It's a song from Troy and I of The Gentle Men, and it's a joke song that's just over the top, gross, and yucky. And the corporate suits over there at the Sony Games division were left aghast at this music video, shocked. They reacted to it the same way people used to react to Two Girls, One Cup or One Guy, One Jar. They fucking flew back in their chair, hand over their mouth, gasping, and they then canceled all of our partnerships, not only with Dead Space and Final Fantasy, but every future deal was now off the table. And over the course of 2 years, I assumed that they'd come to their senses and realize how fucking stupid that is, all just because of this music video that most people probably don't even remember. And it's not even that bad. It's just, overly sexual to a, ridiculous degree as a satirical take on, it's not even that big of a deal. I'm not in there just spamming slurs or anything. I don't fucking show my whole asshole and flop my meat around, fire hosing the camera or anything. It's not a big deal. It's really not. I will say, some of the lines, some of the bars, fire. Some of the most well-written, thought-provoking pieces of lyricism that have ever come out. Putting the pen to the paper for some of these lines, the paper was catching on fire. Especially those first couple of lines. That is the whole reason we learned to read and write in the first place. That was the apotheosis of written words. The shit I spit is grimy, I make her pussy slimy, I know she got a boyfriend but that bitch will never find me, remind me what's on my mind, see, this girl's got me screaming like a hemorrhoid in my hiney. That's Shakespearean. Come the fuck on. They're Eminem, Kendrick, all of the top tier lyricists that you see on those top 10 lists, they could never. They couldn't. They shan't. Yet I did. And got punished in a big way for it by PlayStation. It's been 2 fucking years and I'm still blacklisted. We almost had another deal go through with a PlayStation property. That one I won't name, but we almost had another one go through, and at the last possible stage of that deal, Sony PlayStation came in and smited it. They said you cannot work with them. Am I on crazy pills? Am I the only one that this is extremely ridiculous to? It was a song 2 years ago, and they hated it so much that now they got my fucking face on a dartboard at the Sony HQ throwing darts at it. They hate me there for it now. I wasn't shit talking PlayStation property in the song. It wasn't even bad. I don't get it. I really don't get it. But it's still, to this day, has prevented them from ever wanting to work with me in any capacity. And it sucks because, as I mentioned in that last video, this is a company who's got a lot of property that I am a huge fan of. A lot of games and a lot of things that spin off of the games, like shows and shit. A lot of stuff they have under their umbrella that I am a big fan of and would love to work with them in some capacity, but I cannot at all. They refuse. I am a pariah at the Sony headquarters over there. All because of a completely unrelated music video 2 years ago. Now, I know you're probably asking, how do I know it's the music video specifically? They fucking told us! They literally told us why. Because we were actually only 2 or 3 days away from doing a Dead Space thing. A big Dead Space partnership. And then I dropped the music video, and like the day after that came out, we got the notice that it was all completely canned. And when Matt was talking to them about like, hey, what happened, they just told us why. They said it was because of the music video. They weren't shy about it. Like, we're not speculating that that's why. They fucking told us that that's why. Like, maybe the person that we were communicating with over there really hated that music video, and he like sabotaged this internally because he didn't like it, and maybe like the Sony Games division has no idea. I don't know, but maybe that's just me with the fucking tinfoil condom on with the conspiracies. I don't know. All I know for sure is that we were told the reason that we will never be allowed to work with PlayStation ever is because of that music video. I think it's silly. Like, the songs, like, that's the sex anthem. That song, Filthy, it invented sex too. And they're gonna disrespect Troy and I like that? Showing no respect to the gentle men? What kind of world are we living in, huh? I decided to finally let the cat out of the bag on this because it's just so clear now that they're never going to work with me in any capacity. So what's the point in bottling this in? It's such a silly story, I wanted to share it in more detail. Because when I first talked about it, I had to talk around it because I was hoping that maybe the relationship between us would be mended and repaired over time. But that day I just don't believe will ever come. Not even the book from It Takes Two could bring this relationship back together in a healthy manner. Oh, also, I definitely want to put this in here. It's not directly PlayStation themselves here, but the butterfly effect that kind of spanned from it. So after the relationship with PlayStation folded like fucking origami, after they put the kibosh on us, well, our longest running partnership with a company, G Fuel, we were with G Fuel at the time, we had been with them for years at this point. Well, the head of G Fuel comes to us after all this, and it was around the time where our contract was set to auto-renew, and he wanted to have this big call. And he came to us and he said, look, we know about Filthy. Okay, and it's not the Manhattan Project. It's not some kind of secret experiment. It's a music video that is still on my channel. And then he goes on about, like, we know about Filthy, and we know what it's done. We know about the lost partnerships because of it, and we also recognize we're taking a huge risk keeping you on board. And this douchebag went on and on for a little while, eventually getting to the point where he brings up the contract, saying, like, your contract is coming up, and to account for the risk we're taking, we're going to need to make some big alterations here. And the changes were, make it significantly worse, make it complete dog shit. Turn that contract into a piece of toilet paper, basically, where it was everything in G Fuel's favor. Like, they get the whole kit and caboodle, and all of our, like, previous terms basically meant nothing. All because he was trying to now use the Filthy music video and lost PlayStation partnership as leverage in his contract negotiation with us to fuck me in the face. Just preposterous, really. I have no doubt he never even watched the music video or anything like that. The song was not even, like, super popular, so it's not like a huge risk. It's not like everyone was talking about Filthy, like, wow, this song is, this is some bad stuff. Like, let's just say Filthy did get so much popularity to the level of, like, Party in the USA or something. Like, if it was to that level of popularity, I still don't think there would have been any fucking brand risk issue. Like I don't think, like, there's ever anything in that song or music video to warrant PlayStation getting all bent out of shape about it and fucking blacklisting me for it, or G Fuel trying to use that as leverage in a contract negotiation because it's such a huge risk for them. Like, it's just so absurd, all from, like, one quick joke music video and song. So yeah, I really wanted to share this in detail since it's been 2 years now, and it's very clear that I will probably forever remain blacklisted at the PlayStation HQ. Also, I've well moved on from G Fuel. Gamer Supps is significantly better. Goof Juice is the best beverage this world has ever constructed. It is the perfect elixir. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about the legacy of the Filthy music video and everything that happened from it. That's about it. So yeah. The PS5 Pro has just been revealed, and it's not going swimmingly. For a lot of people, it's very underwhelming. I've seen many people are super disappointed, feeling the same way I felt when I found out I wasn't going to be growing taller than 5'6", just inconsolable and outraged. And that's mainly because the PS5 Pro's pricing. It's 700 clams for the new console that doesn't have a disk drive, also doesn't include the stand, and for the upgrades that they showcased, does not feel warranted for 700 doubloons.
We want to give players the graphics that the game creators aspire to, at the high frame rates that players typically prefer. To do that, PS5 Pro substantially improves over PlayStation 5 in 3 ways. Here's what we call the Big 3.
These are improvements, no doubt, and they even give some of the numbers about like how much faster or more powerful the PS5 Pro is compared to the normal PS5. But when you actually see side-by-side comparisons, it feels less like a big 3 and more like a moderate trio. But there is one category that I think there is a substantial difference, and it's this one right here.
Here's The Last of Us Part 2 running on PS5 Pro. It has huge amounts of detail and targets a super smooth 60 frames per second. Let's compare this to the fidelity mode on PS5, which is only running at 30 frames per second and is therefore much choppier.
Don't stop!
Clearly there is a big difference there under these settings. However, I don't think that makes it worth the $700 price tag. If you try and argue that it does, I would just slap the crack pipe out of your hands.
Another way to compare the two consoles is to look at PS5 Pro versus Performance mode on PS5, both of which target 60 frames per second. What we see here is a difference in detail. PS5 Pro is much sharper and crisper than PS5.
Where? Are we looking at the same thing? They just copy and pasted the image and thought we wouldn't notice? This is not a $700 difference here. I'm not exaggerating when I say I stared at this image for close to about 10 minutes and I could not pick up on a single difference between the two here. The only thing that I could maybe speculate is that in the distance there, like on the tower, the text looks a little darker. Who gives a fuck? I've seen a lot of cope about this too, like, oh, you can't judge it because it's compressed YouTube footage. Obviously, in the actual PS5 Pro, which of course I have 10 of already, the difference is night and day. I can't even go back to the original PS5. It feels like I'm playing a Nintendo 64 compared to the PS5 Pro. Like, yeah, it's probably sharper and more crisp outside of a YouTube video, but even still, this is a very weak showcase of the PS5's power and justification for the $700 price tag.
For this, my favorite is the parade scene from Ratchet & Clank. Distant details are much clearer.
Where? Is there an individual pixel buried back there somewhere that's a bit more saturated than the others on the PS5? Am I trying to look for someone in the stands here? Like on the PS5 Pro, can I zoom into one of those audience members standing up and see like a bulge there with so much detail that their dick print starts to show through? Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to be focusing on here because they are identical. The only tiny change I can see is on the PS5 Pro, you can see a bit more of that fucking floating tomato or whatever that is, like the basketball surrounded by leaves in the top right. But I think the only reason you can see that a little bit better is because the angle is a bit more to the right on the PS5 Pro than it is on the left. Though, I guess the leaves pop a little bit more. So, for $700, you get to see some more leaves in the background. Yeehaw. Imagine trying to convince yourself that it was worth it for something like that. Like your buddy comes over and he's like, this is kind of a waste of money. You're like, oh, why, I never. I can't help but laugh at the absurdity of that claim. This is $700 well spent, my friend. Please take a seat and I'll show you, you simpleton. You pause the game and like zoom in on the background in like camera mode. Do you see that right there? Tomato. Bet you didn't notice it. In fact, you couldn't notice it on your poverty machine. No, the PS5 Pro, it's got all of the bells and whistles.
And here we can see Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is noticeably higher resolution throughout the scene, including the trees and procedural cars.
Is it? I can't tell. I don't think Superman with X-ray vision could spot any difference here. Honestly, maybe it's me on crazy pills. I thought the PS5 one on the left was the PS5 Pro for a moment because I actually thought that one looked a lot more crisp initially. But now that they're side by side, they just look the same. Like I'm looking at the leaves on the tree, I don't see any difference between them. The cars look exactly the same. The trash can on the sidewalk, there is no difference in. Like, where is this noticeable difference that he is referring to? Behold the power of the PS5 Pro. On the left, you can see Charles rendered on a standard PS5 model. Disgusting. Makes you want to close your eyes. but on the right you can see him rendered using the new and improved PS5 Pro. Extraordinary detail with a picture so sharp it might slit your throat. Charles has never looked better. This is the power of the PS5 Pro. Play has no limits, and neither does money. Everyone's got infinite money, and it's time to play. So fork over $700 or $800 if you want that stand and that pesky disk drive, and then buckle your seatbelt to enjoy some PS4 games. Only possible with the PlayStation 5. I will never get tired of seeing them showing PS4 games during PS5 presentations. Like, yes, I know Last of Us 2 has been remastered for the PS5, but come on. It's been 4 years. Surely there has to be some PlayStation 5 titles that they can be showcasing at these events. I still think Demon's Souls Remake is the best looking game on the PlayStation 5, yet I never see shit from it. I don't know why Sony has like this hate boner for From Software. Like, I just saw that headline, a week ago, where they're like, we don't have any IP, boo-hoo, give me some fucking French cries. All our IPs, we don't have enough. Meanwhile, they're still sitting on Bloodborne. They haven't even bothered to port Bloodborne to the PC. They still don't even have like a 60 FPS version of Bloodborne. That is still just stranded, left out to die, and it is one of the biggest fucking IPs that they just squat on doing nothing with. And then you see these showcase events and they're still showing PS4 games at it. Like, wake up. Come back to reality. $700 for this doesn't make any sense. I completely agree with people shitting on this for that price point. It is an upgrade. Like, this is, no matter how you spin it, an upgrade to the existing PS5s, but it's not a $700 one. That is an entirely new console, and this is... it's barely even like a 1.5 of the current PS5. It's just not worth that amount of money. If this came out with a more reasonable price point, I don't think people would be as upset about it. I still think it's super silly to not just include the vertical stand for it. Like, you couldn't have just slid in that tiny piece of plastic. They probably have that lying around in the millions somewhere tucked in their warehouse. They can't just throw that into the box. Like, that's absurd. And you couldn't at least put like the disk drive in it to make a little bit more value behind this. It's just absolute lunacy, really. It is a delusional price point to be charging for what they're offering with the PS5 Pro. I do fully agree that this will probably look better outside of the YouTube videos, like the contrast and all of that they were trying to showcase here, and the sharpness and everything. I do think, yes, it will look better outside of this, but even if it looks exceptional, it's still just not worth the $700. We're not getting any new games with it or anything. We're also not even getting a stand or disk drive with it. You're getting like a graphical upgrade and a bit of a performance boost. And that's really nice. But it's not $700 nice. That is just the brass tacks of it. I just don't see any compelling arguments that justify that amount of money. Unless you just don't have a PS5 already and you have 700 clams lying around, then maybe this would be worth it for you. But if you already have a PS5, I don't see why you would spend this money to upgrade it. I just don't get it. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. So I couldn't find a place to pre-order the PS5. That shit sold out instantly. So instead I had to sit in hiding and wait until a scalper posted on the Facebook marketplace with an acceptable price that wasn't like 20 grand for it. So I found one for like 800, which is still an absurd markup, but it was literally all I could find, so I got it today. Because I need to play Demon's Souls. I'm gonna open this up and it's gonna be empty. It's just 5 bricks. This is also the first time I've ever... oh, there that goes. This is the first time I've ever purchased something from the Facebook Marketplace. Was this like a coaster? Good shit. Step 1 complete. Here, so you can see the unboxing process. No, this isn't a pre-order. This came from a scalper. So it's covered in grease. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at her with her clothes off. Woo! That's nice. Alright. So do you... alright, here. Do you stand it up? Or is this like a lay down? Well, I can't turn my computer anymore. Or is it a lay down kind of console? Judging by the logo, I'm gonna guess this is a stand-up kind of boy. This does not have a disc drive. This was the digital edition. This controller does feel kind of nice. Already an improvement over the PS4's controller. A lot more girth to it. I can grip it harder during intense gaming. The circle is the stand. Wait a minute, I see. Do I need to use it? Do we have any engineers in here? Do I need to use it? Is this really just the power cable? There's no, like, huge power unit? We're all set, baby. Oh, she's looking real good here. Look at her on the desk. Oh, yeah. That is a wonderful machine right there. So I don't feel like going downstairs to get a screwdriver, so we'll use a pair of scissors instead. I used to do this all the time. You can get pretty much the same performance on a flathead like this. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, she's tightening up real good now. Anyone who reads the manual is a certified loser. Like an actual fucking pussy. I don't remember the last time I read a manual for anything. Oh, listen to her turn on. Ooh, she's nasty. That's a real slutty girl right there. Well, don't, you're gonna break it.
All I did was unplug it and plug it back in. How?
It.
I was not being aggressive with it.
If they could have seen you, they would have called you a barbarian woman. Is Charlie standing up right now? Yeah. Yeah, I have a standing desk. So, yeah. Alright, we're in. Oh my god, this is nuts.
Looks really nice, though. You didn't even look at all of it.
Oh, look at the online ID suggestions. Ingrown Violin 2, Meaning Proof, Floodlit Brown 4,
Scratchy Crate.
Scratchy Crate 3, and Fledged 71. These names are nuts. Sharp Ripple 3, Proud Curve 4, Coplanar Surtax 9. Alright, that's gonna be my new online ID. I will be Coplanar Surtax 9 from now on. Or should I be Coplanar Quaver 5?
Oh, wait, Coplanar Pup, Basics, Tomato.
No, we're going Coplanar Surtax. What a cool goddamn name. Ooh, look how clean that is. Oh.
I do, but...
Whoa. Can you handle it? That's next gen, Tiana. He said you can feel footsteps in the controller.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, we'll see. Feel this. This is pretty cool. Can you feel that power?
Wow, me as a kid.
This is.
Did I ever tell you about one of my first?
Feel that. That's 25 years of gamer souls right there.
Would have been embarrassing before, but.
God, this is nuts. Oh, 1-to-1. Oh, that's big.
Can I tell you my embarrassing story now?
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Or like you're just gonna keep cutting me off?
I'm like a caveman finding fire right now. This shit is nuts.
So my first experience with any sort of, vibrator. This was a controller. And I kept replaying the scene where it just kept vibrating for like a minute and a half straight, over and over.
What game has a 1 minute of vibrating?
Kingdom Hearts 1.
Oh.
Yep, when you go to Agrabah. Yeah. I mean, like, I didn't, like, put it in me or anything, but yeah, that was my first,
I
just felt good.
I feel that. I sat on a controller when it was vibrating once just to feel it, and it was pretty cool. Made my ass cheeks jiggle and stuff and felt nice.
Yeah.
This feels next gen. Apparently the bots with like a blue hat are PlayStation references, and Jackson wants me to figure it out. Tiana, you're not picking up the PlayStation schmeckles? Thank you.
I didn't see them at first, okay?
No. Oh, talk to that guy. He's gonna quiz you on PlayStation trivia. That's Kratos over there. I don't know if you recognize him. Like a Funko Pop.
He even has boy.
Oh, yeah. I've already mastered the mechanics. How's the haptic feedback? It rumbles on my hands and make hands feel good. I don't use words like haptic feedback. Does Xbox have anything like this? Like a little introductory game, or is it just Assassin's Creed? Knowing Xbox, their Astro's Playroom equivalent, like little tutorial game, probably got delayed indefinitely. I get the reference. Metal Gear. Oh, cool. All right. Oh, that was big. Does Demon Souls have any blowjob mechanics, or just Astro's Playroom, you think? Have they fully utilized all of the PS5's capabilities for the remake? Is this Time Crisis? I don't get it. Resident Evil. What scene in Resident Evil is this? Resident Evil 3. I believe Demon Souls and Astro's Playroom actually take place in the same universe. So no, Demon Souls and Dark Souls don't take place in the same lore, right? There's just references to Demon Souls and Dark Souls. The game looks great, but I feel like they're not utilizing the PS5's capability. I should be able to smell the dragon's breath through my controller. Well, I'm excited though. I can't wait. I'm gonna take a piss real quick, just that way I don't pee-pee in my trousers, blown away by next gen, so I'll be back in just 1 second. Officer Greg's here to instill peace throughout the wasteland. So I don't remember shit about Demon Souls. So I don't know what's best. What kind of build should we go for? Let's do something totally wacky. Something that no one's ever done. A magician. What fits Officer Greg? I think Officer Greg would be best as a barbarian. With like pierced nipples, maybe. I'm definitely thinking barbarian. Yeah, not super in-depth. I think Dark Souls still had the best character creator of the Souls games. So I'm gonna make Officer Greg like a reptilian here. He looks like a reptilian if he got really fucking high. I just don't think this works for Officer Greg. Like, he doesn't have a meth addiction or anything, so these teeth don't make any sense. Oh, that looks pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. Okay, I'm ready. Well, let's punch it. Here he comes. The long dick of the law, Officer Greg. Let's get it, baby. Oh, outmaneuvered. Kill every NPC. Caveman don't need friends. It's not a bad point. That would fit thematically into the playthrough. Oh, here we go. Let's go, baby. Oh. I rolled into the wall. That's tough. We'll get him next time, Officer Greg. Is it only Appraisal in here with me? Christ. Or is that not the guy's name? I feel like I thought this was the person's name, but I don't think so. I think that's just what's there. Yeah, I see now. I thought it was just the guy's name. How smooth is the frames? Oh, it's real smooth. It's silk. Yeah, I mean, the game looks beautiful. But I mean, I think everyone expected it to look great. The controller is cool as fuck. Pretty much every action you feel through the controller. Which is, it's pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was just gonna be a little gimmicky, but it's nice. How can you get your PP sucked? Do you tell women that you're subbed to my Twitch? They usually love that. Which console do I think is better so far? It's really not even a contest though, right? Like, Xbox hasn't had any of its exclusives come out. So it's really just a game to play Assassin's Creed, or a console to play Assassin's Creed Valhalla on. I don't think you can really judge which one's better right now, because Xbox doesn't have anything yet. Can we judge it for not having anything? Oh yeah. We did on the Moist Meter. Halo was a disaster. That game looked completely trash. Like, so far beyond unfinished. I don't know what went wrong. I can feel the shit coming on. This game is so next gen, it's actually affecting me. Like on a physical level. Oh, baby. Please fucking tell me you could hear that on stream. Please, tell me you could hear that. My ass just fucking exploded. My whole asshole just erupted. That was the loudest shit I have ever taken in my life. That's the kind of shit where you go to like a movie theater bathroom and you hear some guy just like actually fucking dying in the toilet. That's what just happened. I've never had that happen until well, that's not true. I've had some crazy ones, but that was nuts. God, you could barely fucking hear it. Are you kidding me? What? God damn it. This fucking mic can pick up a conversation I have with Tiana on the other side of, like, the fucking house, and it can't hear me just explode my asshole in the next room? Son of a bitch. That was like an actual earth-rattling ass explosion right there. Ugh. Every day we inch closer and closer to the bleak future where nobody owns anything. Even the idea of ownership is looking like a foreign concept of a long-forgotten age, as every corporate vampire zombie husk worm person is scrambling to try and shove this idea down your throat that you will be happier owning nothing. You will own nothing and be happy. I know I've yapped about this a lot over the last 2 or 3 years, but that's because it's been accelerating at such an alarming pace. Look at this newest development here. You can now lease a PlayStation 5. Zoinks! Certified turbo zoinks moment if I've ever seen one. This is all fart, no poop. This shit is fucking foul. You have a plethora of really enticing options here to choose from €10 a month up to 17 depending on the model and I guess the duration of the lease. This is fucking outlandish. This is some hogwash. I cannot believe that we are just seeing this now just out in the open, out in the wild, unashamedly. Now, I was reading through things and it seems like 36-month contract is what you would sign for this agreement here. And you don't ever own it. It doesn't seem like you pay for X amount of time, X amount of dollars, in this case like 10 clams, until eventually you pay it off and it's yours. That doesn't seem to happen. I don't know this company, but I was looking into them and it seems like they do this for a lot of tech. And what happens is when you're done with the contract, you send it back. So you end up just paying significantly more over time. It also doesn't even make a mention of PS Plus being included. So presumably if you want to have the PS Plus service, which I imagine most people would want if they're buying a console in the first place, you're then paying even more on top of that over a long period of time and never actually even own the motherfucker in the first place. And then they just ask you to like send it back politely. What an incredible deal if you've been hit in the head with a sledgehammer, I suppose. But I think a lot of people might just see, oh, as low as 10 a month. Jiminy Christmas, that's a great deal. That's very cheap. That's better than just, saving up and buying it. And I haven't seen too many people defending it, but I have seen a few brainless goob-soomers that are always latching on to terrible fucking business practices and defending them as if it's their fucking job to do so, fighting PR battles for these billion-dollar megacorps for no reason, no gain, aside from just being treated like a fleshlight by these companies. So there definitely has been some chirping here from these addicts that must consume the goob at all times, no matter what, so they're defending this to a certain extent, but most people are rightfully pushing back on this, calling out how outrageous it is. It's a bunch of horseradish. This is not good. And it's a symptom of the direction most of the world is going, where the weasels at the top of the food chain are trying to get you comfy with the idea that you don't own shit. You will own nothing and be happy. You don't question it. Just endlessly subscribe. Rent, lease, subscribe. You have nothing. Just suckling on their teat forever. And the beauty in the case of the PS5 here, once you're done suckling, you've had your fill of milk, you have to spit it all back up. You no longer even get to keep the console you've been paying for 36 fucking months. You have to send it back. And like, imagine that you're late on sending it back, by the way, and fucking Raylo sicks the Pinkertons on you to repo your PS5 from the lease. It's so ridiculous, man. And the fact that there's anyone that thinks that this is a good idea really shocks me. I understand that renting consoles, renting TVs, renting from all kinds of different places has been a thing for a while, and a variety of different things. It's just that now every company is up in your face and just blatantly obvious about their new push to get everyone comfortable switching to the lease everything model, you will own nothing and be happy model. And in the case of Raylo, with the very limited research I've done on them, it seems like they primarily target low-income households. And in the case of the PlayStation 5, it seems like the goal is to get these families spending money that they ordinarily wouldn't be on a PlayStation 5. A low-income household probably isn't super gung-ho and comfortable dropping hundreds of dollars on a PlayStation 5. But Raylo having an offering as low as 10 doubloons a month, well, now all of a sudden, maybe that family does start spending. And they're spending it on something that they ordinarily wouldn't be purchasing, and Raylo's getting a piece of that pie now. So Raylo's getting paid $10 a month from this family, and at the end of the 36-month contract, that family is paid pretty close to what the normal retail cost is for the device, except now they have nothing to show for it because they have to send the device back to Raylo, who then gets to repeat this process, rinse and repeat. Meanwhile, the family that is now paid $10 a month over the course of this contract gets fucking squat. It's a terrible deal. And it's a smart business move from Raylo because what they are doing is they are incentivizing the low-income households that they're, what I believe, targeting on purpose to start spending on things that ordinarily they wouldn't be purchasing, and Raylo gets to facilitate that and make money off of that. And then that family gets nothing. They end up with nothing. They're just out a bunch of money over the course of those months. And now another thing I saw a lot of people bringing up, I guess is part of like a strategy, is like, you know, you rent the PlayStation 5 right before GTA 6 drops, and you only rent it for like a month at $10 and then cancel the lease there and send it back. So you get to play through the game that you're interested in on a PlayStation 5 for $10. I don't know if that's permissible by the Raylo contract. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It seems like you can cancel it at any time, so I'm guessing it is. So I guess if you're someone that wants to just play a PlayStation 5 for like a day, a month, 2 months, 3 months, and then instantly cancel it, so I guess in that case you do end up saving a lot of money if you're someone who only wants to play the PlayStation 5 for a very brief period of time. You could do that strategy if it's allowed in their contract. I don't know if it is or not. Maybe they'll get the Pinkertons back on the horn for you or something. Couldn't tell you. But I feel like the norm with consoles is you get a console under the idea that you will own it long term because presumably there's more games coming out over time that you might have an interest in. Thus, you would need the console to play them. So it'd be pretty silly to keep renting the PlayStation 5 every time a new game comes out. Then it would end up costing you money in the long term. But if you're someone that just wants to play a PlayStation for like a month or two, then I guess that strategy would make sense. I just don't think that's the typical procedure. Most people, when they move to get a console, they're probably looking to have it very long term and actually own it, which this does not allow you to do. I'm not just going to regurgitate everything I've said across countless videos now about this whole subscription-based economy and this whole you will own nothing and be happy territory we've entered across the board. I think as it's beaten time and time again by these corporations, people will just come to accept it, and something like leasing a PlayStation 5 will no longer be like a weird, wacky, wild thing that's outrageous. People will just accept it as totally standard business practice. Like, cause think, not too long ago, Klarna was advertising how you can put fucking burritos on Klarna. You can lease burritos, and now you can lease your goddamn PlayStation 5, soon to be everything else in your life. The idea of ownership dying. Not just dying, being murdered, executed in cold blood, defiled, the corpse being dragged through the streets, paraded, mutilated, and taking the place of ownership becomes the idea, imagination of having something that's yours when it's not and never will be. And I shudder to picture that future where you're the weirdo for not wanting to lease your fucking Five Guys burger. People will look at you like some kind of circus freak because you want to actually, like, own something. Get a load of this guy. This geriatric fossil tried to buy a PlayStation 7 instead of just putting it on fucking Klarna. And this push that the whole world has made to everything going subscription based and like lease instead of own, rent instead of buy, it's trash. Which is why I've become such like a big advocate for the consumer rights wiki. This is something that I've only recently become aware of, but this seems like a truly valuable service, which is just a platform that solely aims to educate consumers on anti-consumer practices that are being integrated into products. Seems like a very simple mission to just give you as much information as possible about what a lot of these shady companies are doing with their services and their products. So I really do appreciate what's been going on over there. I'll put a link to it in the description if anyone's curious about it or want to check anything out there. This is not like a sponsored segment or anything. I want to make that clear. I have just talked about this a lot and only recently had this put on my radar as something that's aiming to help in the fight against this you will own nothing and be happy future. So I've been all for it and just something I wanted to mention here. It is not sponsored or anything like that. Anyway, just another video yapping about this topic. I hope people continue to reject the notion of you will own nothing and be happy. It should not be something that people are just okay with. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're hopping back in the Crucible and looking at the second new next generation console, the PlayStation 5. The one I was highly anticipating to blow the shit out of Xbox Series X, just given the last generation's history. And we have the expert here to see if this was the case. We have the illustrious Jackson Clark.
Hey, exciting times, Charlie. Exciting times. It feels like all of mankind history has led us to this point. We're finally able to take the PlayStation 5 out of the box and see what it's all about.
Yeah, since the discovery of fire by the cavemen, it was always leading up to this moment. We were always born to evolve into gamers as our final form, the apotheosis of our species.
Yeah, it's truly beautiful. About the machine, though, Charlie, what do you actually think about the look of the machine? Because that's actually one of my, I guess, main qualms with the PlayStation. I know we're kind of stepping off into negative territory almost immediately, but it's a huge machine. It's giant.
I like it. It's like a monolith. Someone said it looks like Seto Kaiba's jacket from Yu-Gi-Oh, and I cannot unsee that. It looks exactly like that, and I think it's beautiful.
Well, I guess this is where we're going to have to disagree a little bit. I think I prefer the more subtle, bricky nature of the Xbox Series X just because it's way easier to fit into my entertainment cabinet. So if you have space concerns, then yeah, you're going to have to put a little effort into figuring out where the PlayStation 5 is going to fit into your life. But apart from that, Charlie, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth finding a place to fit this beautiful machine because, good lord, there's so much here.
I agree. There is a lot here, Jackson. And why don't you take your clothes off and tell us what's underneath?
Take my clothes off?
No, it's an expression like, break down the hardware, Jackson.
I thought you were coming on to me because of my passionate celebration of the machine. So to start off, I think I want to talk about the clearest improvement over the last console, and I think that's the controller. As soon as you take the controller into your hands, I think you'll know what I mean. It just feels so much better in your hands than the old DualShock 4. And the improvements only continue once you actually get into the games and feel it come to life in your hands. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, I agree. I was blown away by the controller. I always thought that shit was going to be like super gimmicky, like this controller is going to improve your hand-eye coordination, massage you, make you more attractive, this and that, all these huge claims about a controller. I thought it was just going to be forgettable, but it actually is like some pretty high-tech shit. You said you can pretty much feel every footstep, and that's not an exaggeration. You feel like every action done in the game in the controller.
Not just each footstep, but like they're localized to different parts of your hands, so you can really feel where you're stepping as well, if that makes sense, and what material you're stepping on in the game world. Like, there's so much depth there. It's insane. You can feel arrows whizzing by your head in Demon Souls remake just based off like the vibrations in the controller. And then there's also haptic feedback on the triggers, so you can feel the tension in your bowstring when you pull back the bow. Developers have a lot of like tools here to really immerse players in the future, and I really hope that it's supported as much as I think it will be.
Yeah, I could definitely say, like, with certainty, the controller lives up to the hype. It is actually pretty innovative stuff.
Yeah, and it's something that you really won't understand until you take it into your own hands and get a feel for it. Because I agree with you, Charlie. Like, reading the articles up to release, like hearing other people's impressions on the controller, you just get off thinking, this just sounds super gimmicky. You know, this just sounds like a fad, just something like the touchpad that'll be maybe in a few of the first party games at launch, but then never used again.
Yeah, like, your brain isn't ready for it until you feel it. Like, you can't wrap your head around it. It's like trying to process the duration of forever. It's just incomprehensible until you actually hold the bad boy.
I also want to add on here about the controller. I tested it. It has a pretty decent battery life as well, even with all this new fucking space age technology strapped to it. It lasts around 8 hours, so that's pretty decent.
Well, I'm glad that you stress tested it. I think it really is something pretty remarkable what they're able to achieve there. So moving on from the controller, how do you feel about the actual hardware of the PlayStation 5, Jackson? Are the specifications up to what you would expect in a 2020 next generation console?
With any of the next generational consoles, like the Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5, they have pretty similar hardware inside. And it does what it says on the box. It delivers that 4K 60 experience, same as the Xbox Series X. And it does have that revolutionary SSD up in it, offering the lightning fast load times that they've been bragging about. And it does. Spider-Man Miles Morales loads to the main menu, I think, in about 5 seconds. And then you're in the game from the main menu in 3 seconds. I timed it. That's about 8 seconds if I'm doing my math correctly.
I think you're on, yeah.
That's about 8 seconds of loading time. That's super impressive. But then I also have another issue. I don't want to bring up too many negative points, but I want to be fair here. Even though we're really loving the machine, this is a pretty clear negative to me. It only has 600 gigabytes of storage space, and you're going to use that up extremely quickly.
Yes.
With how large these next generational games are getting, like Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, I think it's called, is about 130 gigabytes. So you're using up 1/6 of your storage space almost immediately with one game. So that is a problem to me, and there doesn't seem to be any path to upgrade that at the moment. Xbox at least offers an additional drive that you can buy to add more storage. PlayStation doesn't seem to have that yet. And also on Xbox, you can store and move games onto like a traditional USB drive or whatever to then move over when you want to use them. That functionality does not seem to be on the PlayStation 5 yet from what I've seen either. So you're kind of stuck with that super fast 600 gigabyte drive. Hopefully they add further ways to, increase that in the future. But I think that is a downside in my opinion.
Hopefully the games can be the ones that change with the times. I think 150 gigabytes for a single game is fucking ludicrous. There has to be a way to get that size down. Like, that shit is nutty. I hate that.
Yeah, but until then, that
Yeah.
drive is going to be used up extremely quickly. So that's just a bit of warning. I think we can move on to the UI, Charlie. What do you think?
The UI is pretty much exactly what I expected. It's very reminiscent of PlayStation 3 and 4's UI. It's not super different. It's not trying to reinvent the condom or anything. It's all just very standard, what you would expect stuff. It's functional. The only difference I'm not a huge fan of is when I press and hold the home button, I expect to go to the home page as opposed to get a bunch of different other options. So I don't know. I guess I was just used to it being hold home and you immediately just go right back to the start of everything. Now there's one more step before you do that, which isn't a big deal, but just something different, and maybe I'm opposed to change.
I think if you do hold that PlayStation button, you do go home. You do go to the main UI. Is it double tap maybe?
Here, hold on. I'm actually
Try
sitting in front of my PlayStation right now. We'll do some live testing here.
I'll edit it down anyway. We want to get the facts in just to make sure we're not that's easily easily debunked.
I've got some big news, Jackson.
Is it surprising?
I wasn't holding it long enough.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, it does go back home. Well, this is kind of destroys our credibility a little bit.
Okay, so the change must have been you hold it longer than you did on the PlayStation 4. Yeah, big
So that
complaint.
functionality is still there then, Charlie. So I guess
Yeah,
I guess you can go immediately home.
Yeah,
The
that myth
only
has been
you're right
busted.
though. The UI is pretty, pretty standard, pretty great though. I think all your games are there laid out in front of you, so they're one click away, which I really like. That's good. That's what I want from a video game console. That new game bar edition that you were briefly talking about, I've fucked around with it a little bit. It seems like you can use it to get directly into certain missions in games, like at one click of the button. So I quite like that. Coupled with a fast loading time, that's pretty good. But yeah, it's a pretty standard UI. It works. It does the job. I like it.
Yeah,
The
I
PS
agree.
Store isn't fucking ass this time, which I like. It's I read that it's built directly into the operating system, so it's not a separate app. It's just one click and then you're right in there. So you're able to buy $70 games now at the click of a button. So that's good.
I just really
Yeah,
like how fast everything is. That's the main thing I noticed. Is there is
Definitely.
almost zero downtime doing anything on it. Well, I think one of our big complaints, like our main complaint about Xbox, is it having no games to really justify choosing an Xbox over PlayStation 5. PlayStation 5 has 3 exclusive games, all of which look fucking great. There's the Spider-Man Miles Morales, there's Demon Souls Remake, and there's, of course, Bug Snacks, which you and I have been counting down the days for the last
Yeah.
year. So I think that's just a huge selling point of the PlayStation 5 is when you get it, there's these 3 games immediately right there at your fingertips that you could get into and just start to enjoy.
Your credibility is yet again destroyed because there's more than 3. There's also Astro's Playroom. That's 4.
Jesus. That's a fucking showcase of what the game
No.
PlayStation can
Jesus,
do.
Charlie, you've played 2 seconds of it. You really need to play it. It is actually a full game, 4 hours worth of content there. It's great for free, built into the system. It's an actual platformer. I love it. So yeah, I highly recommend anyone out there who gets a PlayStation 5 jump immediately into Astro's Playroom.
While you wait for
It-
Demon Souls to download.
Yeah. What I got from it was just admiration for Sony because they really seem, or PlayStation, I guess, because they really seem to care about their brand and the brand's history more so than I think Xbox does. With Astro's Playroom, I like all the little references and you get to collect PlayStation artifacts from the past. It just shows that PlayStation is really all about the games, and I like that.
It is a very cute experience. Granted, I'm not far at all. I was just using it as like a way to pass time till Demon Souls was done, but it is cute.
I urge you to reconsider your time and go back and finish it. It's beautiful. And then we've also got Sackboy: A Big Adventure. So from that count, I think there's 5 exclusives on launch,
Wait,
which is
Sackboy's out?
fantastic. Yeah, Sackboy: A Big Adventure, another platformer. So yes, definitely out of the box, you're getting a whole bunch of software to jump into and play. And then you also have those AAA experiences like Assassin's Creed Valhalla and Call of Duty. So you still have those same experiences that you could. It's great. You've got a lot of content out of the box, basically, is what we're saying.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of value there.
And as a final note, I think I'll just touch briefly on the fact that the console is super quiet again. You don't hear the fan at all, not like the PlayStation 4. Every time you loaded up a game, it sounded like a jet was taking off. No longer. It's super silent and it doesn't overheat at all. But I was really impressed with both of the consoles being able to achieve that with all the power that they demand. It's good.
Yeah, I just look forward to when Xbox actually has games to have a more like apt comparison because we don't see everything the Xbox Series X can do because there's nothing like built around that kind of technology. Whereas PlayStation 5 has like Demon Souls now and stuff like that to really showcase a lot of the improvements.
Demon Souls and Spider-Man Miles Morales in particular really feel like next generational games because they're built around this entire, PlayStation's power, the power in the machine. They're built with that in mind, so they can really take advantage of it. And they really do a good job at that. Demon Souls Remake and Spider-Man Miles Morales both perform at 4K 60 with ray tracing, I believe, in Spider-Man Miles Morales, so you get some real next gen features out of the box, and it's really good, really beautiful. Nothing like anything on previous generations, really. So super good.
Is there anything else that we should mention with the PlayStation 5? Because I really think that about covers it. Just super solid console that you get a whole lot of bang for your buck with right away. And you don't have to like wait 4 or 5 months in the future to maybe hear about Master Chief's wet fart coming.
I mean, I do want to end this off with a bit of positivity. I think the next generation of video games is going to be really good because it's no longer shackled really by underpowered consoles. I mean, we're seeing that with Demon's Souls Remake alone. Like, that game looks gorgeous. So I can't wait to see what both consoles are able to deliver in the next generation. I mean, either way, if you're playing on Xbox or PlayStation at the moment, you're kind of winning. You've got a good machine. You've got a powerful machine. That's all.
I completely agree.
Yeah, so all up, I think we're going to give the PlayStation 5 a 90.
That sounds right to me. And the reason why it's so much higher than the Series X, even though like we don't have too many bad things to say about either, is just because there is so much that you can do with the PlayStation 5 right out of the box, whereas Xbox is going to be a lot of waiting for those next gen titles to come out to it. So
I also just appreciate PlayStation went for more of a next generational feeling. Like, straight out of the box, you get a pretty new sleek UI. You get a brand new controller built around the system. The system itself looks new, which some would say is a flaw because it's quite ostentatious, but it still feels like a next generational console. I really appreciate that they're sticking to that, whereas I guess Xbox went for a more not traditional, but sticking closer to what they've already accomplished with their UI and their controller. So you kind of get that wow factor with the PlayStation 5 that I think is lost on the Xbox.
yeah, I mean, I was definitely giddy to start this bad boy up.
Yeah, so 90 out of 100. Again, the only downsides I can think of are the lack of storage and maybe the size of the machine. But those are pretty minor in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I haven't spent as much time with it as you have, and I haven't taken it on as many dates or anything, so I really don't have anything negative to say about it. So I'm just fucking loving it.
Alrighty, that
Alright.
concludes our presentation.
Bye, everyone.
I love to see gamers win. It puts a smile on this old Scrooge's face. I just woke up. I am extremely tired, but this was such great news that I stumbled out of bed while still foggy and groggy and crawled my way over to this chair to talk about it, jubilated. I had a great dream, forgot most of it, but woke up to this news, which is even better than that dream I was having. The official PlayStation Twitter account posted this little zinger. Hey, divers. Nope, that's not what that says. Oh my fucking god. I'm so tired, it's got me struggling to read at a 3rd grade level. Helldivers fans, we've heard your feedback on the Helldivers 2 account linking update. The May 6 update, which would have required Steam and PlayStation Network account linking for new players and for current players beginning May 30th, will not be moving forward. We're still learning what is best for PC players, and your feedback has been invaluable. Thanks again for your continued support of Helldivers 2, and we'll keep you updated on future plans. They actually walked back that dog shit decision they made that was tanking the reputation of Helldivers 2. I am shocked. I made a video on this yesterday and I predicted that it was probably already too late and Sony would dig their feet into the ground and just lat spread and take it. And I was wrong. They admitted defeat and gave up. Super Earth is saved. Now, there is something I want to say about this statement that I couldn't help but kind of raise an eyebrow at. They said that they're still trying to figure out what's best for PC players. What do you mean, goofballs? Like, what's best for them is just you guys staying in your chairs with fucking suit and tie looking all stupid and don't touch the game. Clearly, that's the recipe for success with Helldivers 2. You, Sony, leave it alone. That is the best course of action, as this has very much proven. The only winning move for you, Sony, is not to play. Like, you need to be like Luigi here and just do nothing and win. I don't know why that's such a hard formula to crack here. It's not exactly like they're trying to craft the Krabby Patty. They've already got it. You just don't meddle with it again. Like, the last little sentence there in their statement almost reads like a threat. Somehow, Sony returned with another dogshit stupid idea on what they should do with Helldivers 2. even though all they need to do is just sit back, relax, and let the game continue to flourish and pop off. Because it has been an absolute staple in gaming for the last couple months it's been out. And I don't know why they're doing all they can to try and find creative ways of ruining that. So I'm a little concerned they're going to try something again with it in the future, because it really sounds like they want to do something to it. And it's probably going to be equally as dumb as this idea they hatched that almost ruined the game forever. I really hope those future plans they allude to are plans of just how to give the Helldivers 2 team more creative freedom without input from Sony. Because they clearly have the cheese touch when it comes to this one. Just stay off of it. Stay out of it. Scram. Get out of town and don't do this again. I'm very happy that the community seems very receptive to this walkback. The reviews on Helldivers 2 are already starting to improve. It's starting to heal, which is very nice. And people that were going to lose access to this game when this change went through now will no longer lose access to it. All around, a very happy ending with people cheering, like that final scene in Star Wars when they burn Qui-Gon Jinn's body. That right now is Sony's body. Right now it's being burned as everyone is celebrating in a big way. So it's not just the community that's happy, by the way. Arrowhead themselves is very, very happy, because this does not seem like a decision they really wanted to be behind. So the CEO of Arrowhead made this statement. Firstly, I'm impressed by the willpower of the Helldivers 2 community and your ability to collaborate. Secondly, I want to thank our partners and friends at PlayStation for quickly and effectively making the decision to leave PSN linking optional. That one just sounds like he was held at gunpoint for it. Our partners and friends at PlayStation that did their best to sink 7 years worth of hard work. Really appreciate it. Thanks, guys. All things considered, though, they did move pretty quick on getting rid of this decision. Usually when it comes to a massive corporation like this, they don't move quick. Like, this was a matter of days. Usually it's a matter of weeks. So PlayStation did see that this was apocalyptic, like an absolutely catastrophic, awful decision, and they did reverse it pretty quickly. So that I do admit, which is nice. That is good to see. We together want to set a new standard for what a live game is and how developers and community can support each other to create the best game experiences. And Helldivers 2 has shown time and time again since its release that they really do want to set a new standard for live games. As I said in the last video, they have done everything right with the game itself. Like, it was nothing but W's until Sony decided to try and hand the biggest L to the game and the community possible. So now with Sony out of the picture with that decision, I'm excited to see where Helldivers 2 continues to go. It is a game that really deserves its success. It is so fucking impressive, like the passion behind it and just the very clear drive to want to make something special. So I'm happy that the game is recovering in the reviews. I'm happy people will continue to be able to play it without the fear of losing access to it because of the PSN linking debacle. All in all, a happy conclusion to this. There's also something cool that might be added to the game as a result of this that the CEO was joking about, and it's this accidental cape design, which is just basically the recent negative reviews that drove the graph really far down, like straight to hell. Like, that shit was looking like phase stock. And if you just isolate the negative reviews, you get something that resembles a cape by pure coincidence. And he was making light of it, saying that they might put it in the game. They're just thinking of a good name for it. So it shows that they're moving forward from this without trying to, like, bury it. This is something to commemorate this community effort and their stand against Sony. So a lot of people were pretty excited about that. I don't know if it's actually being added to the game or not. It sounds like it kind of is, but I guess we'll see. He made a quip about it costing $1,000 and then confirmed it'd be free. It was just a much lighter atmosphere once Sony took their foot off of their fucking face here and let the community breathe a sigh of relief. Now, a very pressing concern is, as I mentioned yesterday, the game was pulled from Steam in over 100 countries. Now, since Sony has reversed their decision, the game can realistically be re-added to those countries on Steam.
but it's not something that's happening yet, at least not fully. I'm getting mixed reports. Some people are saying that it's been relisted in their regions, others are saying it hasn't in theirs. So I'm guessing it's just a process that takes quite a bit of time. It's probably not something that happens instantly. Probably can't flip a switch on and off to like relist and delist. You probably have to wait for Steam and Sony to work together to confirm all the details and iron it out before it gets re-added to those regions. But I imagine over the next few days it will. I don't think it'll stay delisted in those areas since they've backtracked. So I think it's just a matter of waiting for that to finalize, which is great. So that way all those regions can once again have no worries and have access to this fucking fantastic game. This was an entirely avoidable catastrophe here. And hopefully Sony has learned a lesson here. I imagine they haven't. That's my guess. I imagine they will still try something again in the future. I just don't know what. I can only hope that it's not nearly as stupid and detrimental as this decision was. But yeah, anyway, for now, it's good news, clear skies, wonderful stuff. That's really about it. So yeah. Sometimes what you need to hear isn't what you want to hear. Like the time in high school when I told a girl I liked her and she said, "Ew." Did I want to hear that? No. Did it make me stronger and did I learn from it? No. Absolutely not. That was like the meanest possible response. But point is, sometimes you gotta get the cold water. And that's what I'm doing today. I'm splashing you with that cold water. Bloodborne is never getting a remake, a remaster, or a PC port, and especially not a sequel. I'm putting my foot down. Every single video game conference and every single year, everyone in chat is spamming Bloodborne announcements coming. This is the one. Finally, Bloodborne. We're going to get Bloodborne port news, this and that. And now the big cope is Bloodborne's 10-year anniversary is coming up. They're finally going to say something about it. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not coming. The closest we will ever get to anything new Bloodborne related is from the fans who are working diligently to bring it to PC with improved visuals and improved frame rate. They are doing the Lord's work, and I think that'll be the last chapter in the Bloodborne legacy when that's finally completed and brought to PC. I don't think Sony will ever do anything with Bloodborne again. They will let it fester and rot away, collecting cobwebs in their bin of forgotten toys they don't feel like playing with. It doesn't make me happy to say these things. I am a massive Bloodborne fan. It's tied with Elden Ring for my favorite Souls game ever made. And that's the entire genre of Souls, Soulsborne, Souls-like, whatever terminology you want to use. Bloodborne and Elden Ring are tied for me at the #1 spot. I think the game is legitimately a masterpiece, and I would love to see more from it. But unfortunately, I think the only way I'll see more from it is if I close my eyes and just fucking imagine it. Put myself in a box like SpongeBob and Patrick and pretend I'm playing Bloodborne 2 or Bloodborne on PC. I don't think it will ever actually come. I do think, though, that someone will probably license the Bloodborne IP and maybe do like some kind of big show out of it. I could see that happening. I believe Sony would be more willing to license it out for like a show production than they would to make another game out of it. So that I do think could be on the table. I just don't think there's going to be any more Bloodborne games or a Bloodborne port or remaster, whatever. I don't think that's coming. But I could see a world where it at least has a show out of it, because everything's getting shows nowadays, and this is still a hot property that people talk about every day for the last fucking 9 years. So there is meat behind it, and I think that they might try and capitalize off that at some point. Fucking Concord has a whole episode dedicated to it in that upcoming Secret Level show, and that game died in 2 weeks. That game actually just got pulled off life support in 2 weeks. So games to shows pipeline is hot right now, and I think that could definitely happen for Bloodborne, but I don't think there's going to be a game for it. Even though Miyazaki and the team seem to really still love Bloodborne, he has gone on record to say that they don't own that IP. Unfortunately, and I've said this in other interviews, it's not my place to talk about Bloodborne specifically. We simply don't own the IP at From Software. Sony owns it. And it's very important to mention this, that Sony's first-party developer, Japan Studio, which is defunct, had a major role in the development of Bloodborne. So a big speculation is that because Japan Studio is in the Shadow Realm now, that's been fucking vaporized, that kind of took Bloodborne with it. But we can sit around in a circle till the cows come home and speculate, articulate, gyrate, ejaculate, all brainstorming about why Sony is sitting on a gold mine like Bloodborne and never really know the full answer. I have my own theories that I'll share with you. I think the Japan studio shutdown is probably a big component of it, but I personally just believe that Sony doesn't have a lot of faith in the IP. And in the modern AAA gaming landscape, if there's even an iota of doubt, companies don't pull the trigger on it because it's very expensive, especially for something as big as Bloodborne. I talked about this on stream, and people brought up Armored Core 6. Armored Core 6 sold, I think it was 3 million copies, which was actually a big success for them because they didn't put, the $100 million budget behind that title, and it still fucking crushed it. Bloodborne, that would be a chunky financial development cycle. Like, that would cost a lot, and the first Bloodborne sold 7 million copies, which is really good, don't get me wrong, that's great by any metric, except Sony's. I am of the firm belief that Sony only thinks in $100+ million. So, take for example Concord. Absolute catastrophe, complete disaster. I already mentioned Voldemort's name earlier in this video already. That is the biggest flop in entertainment history. But that was a flop that cost hundreds of millions of dollars to Sony, because they put all their eggs in that basket of Concord thinking that it could have the same kind of power as the juggernauts in the industry. Completely delusional, but the point is, I feel like they only put their elbow grease in hundreds of millions of dollars worth of development time and games that they are confident could somehow compete at that level. And I don't think they feel that way about Bloodborne. Let's take, for example, Horizon. Horizon is already getting a remake despite only being 7 years old, but that's because Horizon sold over 20 million copies. Now, of course, I've said this before, and many others have as well. You could very easily make the argument that Horizon sales numbers are inflated, they're really boosted. It's almost like fucking Viewbots to a certain extent, where Horizon was just bundled with every fucking PlayStation for so long that obviously those sales numbers are going to be heavily boosted for it. So, I still think the game is extraordinarily popular and sold many, many millions of copies, but I think the 20 million plus that it sold is definitely helped by it being part of the bundle. But regardless, to Sony's eyes, the corporate vampires at the top, the goddamn fucking husks in the suits, they're just seeing the numbers. Horizon, huge numbers. This must mean that it's a slam dunk guarantee anytime we touch this property. So that's why they put so much behind it. You got Lego Horizon coming out. You've got Horizon out the wazoo. Horizon being shoved in every orifice on the human body for gamers. It is because Sony has seen huge numbers and huge returns, so they keep doing more with it. With Bloodborne, there is a single game that sold very well, but it's also been a long time, so maybe they're just skeptical that, this very vocal group might not go out and buy it. Because that is a very real possibility too, with things, and I mentioned this on stream, like the new Prince of Persia Lost Crown. People have been begging for a good Prince of Persia game for God knows how long, and begging for a good Ubisoft game for Lord knows how long. And finally, a great Prince of Persia game came out from Ubisoft, and it flopped. Nobody bought it. But the people that did really liked it. I've heard it's one of the best games of the year. I actually haven't played it myself yet because I'm still playing through 9 Souls, but the people I've seen glazing this game are people whose tastes usually align with mine when it comes to games, so I do think that they're probably right that the game slaps. And even though the game came out and was very well received, it highly underperformed for them. And that happens from time to time, where something is highly requested, people are really wanting something, fucking foaming at the mouth, saying like, we need this is like this is a home run, this is a layup if they just deliver it. Then the thing comes out and it doesn't translate to success. That does happen from time to time. You can never really be sure based on like the people that are very vocal about it. You never really know for sure. And I think that's something that Sony might think for Bloodborne, but I feel like Bloodborne is at a point where it is so well known and comes from a developer that has so much prestige that shouldn't be a thought that crosses their mind. I'm just saying that it is a possibility that it is something they consider. I can't even pretend to be in Sony's shoes, because if it was me,
this would be a no-brainer to do something with Bloodborne. At least a PC port that would have come out many years ago with me at the helm. Like, that feels like it should be so obvious, and that's such a small lift, like a small investment to just port to PC. Like, I know I'm kind of downplaying like what the work that goes into it, but comparatively to a full-blown AAA title being developed, like, that one is significantly easier for them to have done, and it would have just been pure profit, because the word of this game is spread for so long, so wide. I think so many people probably would have just gotten it to be part of the crew, part of the ship, you know what I mean? Like, oh, Bloodborne's finally here on PC, I can do that, I can play that now. And I think it would have just popped off for it. But I'm just saying, like, even though, like, there's a very vocal group that wants something to come out, it doesn't always mean it's going to be super successful. But in the case of Bloodborne, I really feel like it probably would. FromSoft is just one of the most beloved developers in the world right now. Everything they touch turns to gold. It's so stupid to not use Bloodborne, but Sony is choosing to just squat on it. I saw someone make a really good point as well in the comments section a little while ago about, like, Sony's apprehension to do anything with Bloodborne being even more confusing when you consider that one of their big titles for the PS5, like their next gen, like, super system seller type title, was Demon's Souls Remake. Demon's Souls was, when it came out, a under the radar game. Like, that wasn't a household name by any means. The original Demon's Souls, I think, eventually pushed over 2 million once Dark Souls popped off and people wanted to go back and experience, like, the first of the Souls series. But it was not a widely popular game. Demon's Souls Remake, though, they went hard with and put a lot behind. However, it's also not performed, like, amazingly for them based on what I can tell. The most recent sales figures I can find put it at just over 2 million copies of Demon's Souls Remake, which I don't think is entirely on Demon's Souls' shoulders here. I think it's because of the scarcity of the PS5 initially. You were more likely to find a fucking Chaos Emerald than you were to find a PS5 for the first couple years. So obviously it's not going to have spectacular sales numbers, but maybe that plays a role in FromSoft being so apprehensive to use the Bloodborne IP for even, like, a remake. I don't know, but it is very odd that they chose to remake Demon's Souls, which did not perform very well, instead of doing Bloodborne, which did. Even when Bloodborne came out, it was massive. It was a huge success. It's not like it just retroactively became a big success. Demon's Souls did, but not Bloodborne. Bloodborne was always a success. Yet they haven't touched it. They haven't done anything with it. The closest thing we've had to anything new Bloodborne related is from fucking Astrobot with a costume for Bloodborne. It's so weird. I don't know why they wouldn't have chose Bloodborne for the PS5 remake. That would have made so much more sense. I really like Demon's Souls Remake. I had a great time with it. But just really looking at it, I don't know what Sony has against Bloodborne. Like, the more I break it down, I just cannot fathom this hate boner they have for Bloodborne. I don't get it. I really don't. There's gotta be something more behind the scenes that's leading to them not doing anything with it. I've thrown out so many silly theories and thought processes they might have that leads to them not touching it, but at the end of the day, I don't get it. I think it would have been very simple to do the bare minimum of just giving it an update for a PC port, a remaster, so that way you can go over 30 FPS, because the game is still 30 FPS. Like, it would have been the easiest thing in the world just to do a small scale project with it. Instead of, if you don't want to cannonball into the pool, whatever, I guess, it would have just been so easy for Sony to test the waters and see how it would, like, how the community would respond, if it would be successful or not. And it just doesn't make sense that they haven't. They do this for so many games that are significantly less popular than Bloodborne, and I don't get it. While I may not understand the real motive or reason why Bloodborne is so stagnant and Sony prefers to just let it get stale and collect dust, I do know for sure that they're not going to change. Sony has proven to me time and time again that they are a creature of habit. If they have decided they don't want to use the Bloodborne IP, they're just not going to use it ever. I think Sony as a company will probably wither and die and fucking dissolve before they ever do anything with Bloodborne again. I do think they could make a show out of it. Like I said earlier, I think they will eventually start licensing it
for shows and all of that, but I do not think there will ever be another Bloodborne game, like an official one, a sequel or a remaster. And I just want to throw this Hail Mary out there because I know it goes against what a lot of people believe, that eventually we'll see more from Bloodborne because we have to. It's so popular, it doesn't make sense why we wouldn't. I just truly think Sony is going to play hardball with it and, out of spite maybe, never use Bloodborne again. That's my theory, and I just wanted to put it out there. I think people got to stop getting their hopes up at every single video game conference to see Bloodborne-related news, because I don't think it's ever coming. Now, I do have a track record of being very wrong, where I make these predictions, and then within like a month, it's completely washed. I made a similar prediction for Halo Infinite, though I will say I was partially correct, because what I talked about with Halo Infinite is that the game they showed would never come out, and it never did. What we got with Halo Infinite was a much more half-baked version of what they used to show. So I'm gonna stick to my guns on that a little bit. I was kind of half right with Halo Infinite. I was super wrong with Elden Ring, though. I said Elden Ring probably wouldn't be coming out for like another 5 or so years, if it even existed at the current moment, and then it came out like the following year. So, I don't have the best track record with this, so this could serve a really noble purpose of like kind of jinxing it into existence, where I'm saying Bloodborne's never coming, like a new Bloodborne, and then we'll get it in like a month or two. So, it's kind of a win-win. I'm either right that they never use Bloodborne again, or I'm wrong and we get more Bloodborne, which is a win for everybody. So, I just want to talk about it a little bit. That's about it. See ya. When you think of hero, you probably don't think of the same thing I think of. Because I think of a movie and game reviewer when I think of a fucking hero. Because that is one of the bravest things you can do on the internet, is giving your opinion of a movie or game and review it. Like, that is a recipe for disaster, because no matter what you do, you lose. If you give a review that's less than perfect, the people that love that product are going to fuck you in the ass. They're going to spread your asshole real wide. If you say you like something that other people didn't like, your asshole's getting blasted again by that crowd. Because people are professional fans of products and full-time warriors going to battle for the things that they liked, or things they didn't like, attacking people that liked things that they didn't. So no matter what you do, your asshole's getting dilated. That being said, I am constantly blown away by some of the dog shit movie and game reviews that I see pop up. Now again, I understand that movie and game reviewers get more shit than a gas station toilet, but god damn it, sometimes these reviews just hurt to read and are just genuinely insulting to people that are literate. It's absolute trash. Today, Kotaku, one of the biggest culprits of the worst journalism on the internet, released yet another hugely dog shit diarrhea diaper of an article, this one about the PlayStation 5. Now, the whole review itself isn't the worst thing I've ever read in my life, but there's one part in particular of the review that is the worst thing I've ever read in my life. It makes my immortal fan fiction look incredible in comparison. It's just, I'll show you. So in the middle of their PlayStation 5 review, the reviewer goes on to say, "But I'd be remiss to ignore all the reasons not to be excited for the PlayStation 5. The world is still reeling under the weight of the COVID-19 pandemic. There are more Americans out of work right now than at any point in the country's history, with no relief in sight. Our healthcare system is an inherently evil institution that forces people to ration life-saving medication like insulin and choose suicide over suffering with untreated mental illness." What the fuck does any of this have to do with anything regarding the PlayStation 5? Were they expecting readers just to get to this point and be like, wow, I was really excited for the PlayStation 5 until this asshole reminded me there's bad things in the world. Now I don't want a PlayStation 5. They continue. "As I'm writing this, it looks very likely that Joe Biden will be our next president, but it's clear that the worst people aren't going away just because a new old white man is sitting behind the resolute desk. Well, at least not this old white man. Our government is fundamentally broken in a way that necessitates radical change rather than incremental electoralism." Right. This is all the stuff I wanted to be reading about when it came to getting information about how the PlayStation 5 is. This is exactly what I was hoping for, so great work here, Kotaku. The harsh truth is that, for the reasons listed above and more, a lot of people simply won't be able to buy a PlayStation 5, regardless of supply, or, if they can, concerns over increasing austerity in the United States and growing threat of widespread political violence supersede any enthusiasm about a console's SSD or how ray tracing makes reflections more realistic. That's not to say you can't be excited for those things. I certainly am, on some level. but there's an irrefutable level of privilege attached to the ability to simply tune out the world as it burns around you. This is basically like going into a restaurant and reminding everyone that there's people starving in the world, and then getting a seat at that restaurant. This genuinely gives me no hope for the future of games journalism, and I actually think it should be a crime to even be a games journalist past this review. It is so bad. Kotaku is like a septic tank. You know exactly what you're getting when you look inside of it, but you're still constantly disgusted. This is like the millionth awful article they've made. Anyone remember like a year or two ago when the Joker DLC for Smash Bros. Came out and Kotaku made that article calling into question Nintendo's ethics because they thought they heard the word retarded in the background music? They just misheard a lyric and started throwing shit at Nintendo for their inability to listen. You remember that? Who is still reading this garbage? I don't get it. 50 Shades of Grey has better writing than Kotaku. This is just so awful and weird. So the thing here is, don't be excited about PlayStation 5 because there's bad things going on in the world. Well, for a lot of people, a console like the PlayStation 5 is a form of escapism, and those things that this guy lists here are things they want to escape from. That's a good thing. For just a little while, just enjoy yourself. Turn yourself off from all the terrible things going on in the world. And he makes it seem like it's a bad thing. Not everyone needs to be 100% miserable all the time like this guy, who then in the next paragraph goes on to talk about how he spends hours lying awake at night in his bed, scrolling through terrible news just to stay mad. Not everyone wants to do that. This is a reason to be excited. There's bad things in the world, yes, and now there's the PlayStation 5 where, for maybe an hour or two a day, you can just enjoy yourself and just kind of push that aside for at least a little while and have some fun, which I think is important. Games journalism is so fucking weird these days. You have like reviewers that can't separate reality from fiction, where they're talking about how they're afraid players are going to go on a real-world murderous rampage because they ran over 3 fire hydrants in Grand Theft Auto 5. And you'll have other game reviewers talking about how they're now suffering from PTSD because they watched Crash Bandicoot die once during their Crash 4 playthrough. Then you'll read a review from Polygon on Cuphead talking about how the reviewer can no longer sleep at night because they're just playing through these flashbacks of all the cartoon characters they killed on their journey to the end screen of Cuphead and give it a bad score for it. It's so weird. There's so many reviewers that can't separate reality from fiction, video games from the real world. And then on the other end of that spectrum, there's people like this guy who are so hyper-indulged in reality that they will not allow themselves to enjoy anything. Until the world is a complete utopia with no problems at all and free ice cream delivered to the Kotaku offices every Tuesday, this guy will not focus on anything besides the bad shit in the world. He feels guilty if he starts to enjoy something because of everything bad going on in the world. That's how it comes across. He can't even, for one review, focus on what was actually being reviewed, the PlayStation 5. He goes off on this long tangent reminding everyone that the world's not in great shape at the moment. Why? What is the fucking point? This whole review is like asking your friend their opinion on something and they just start talking about shit totally unrelated to the question. Hey man, how was that new Harry Potter movie? I know you just saw it. What did you think? Well, Charlie, as you know, I was recently laid off this week, and things have just been kind of hard recently. I've been finding myself crying a lot at night, and, it doesn't help that my girlfriend was recently cheating on me, and I found out, but that's really not even the worst part, Charlie. The worst part is, she was cheating on me with my own father, the man who gave birth to me. The ultimate form of betrayal, Charlie, so it hasn't been a great week for me. It's been rough. Oh, okay, well, yeah, that's all, like, bad shit, but how was the movie? The thing I actually asked about. It's just a stupid fucking review. I don't understand what is going on with the state of gaming journalism. It's terrible. And yeah, that's really about it. Just wanted to rant about that. That's it. See ya. Here, I'll check this out when I fill up my water and take a piss. I love the quote on that. I'll smack you, tit boy. What does that mean? There's a lot of layers in that onion to peel apart. Let's see what this is. I don't know who Wes Watson is, but I'm very curious to see what he does to Tit Boy.
How did I find success?
How do you define success? What does that mean for you?
Success is, being free, being able to do what I want to do every day when I wake up.
Wrong. Success is how much pussy you get. Duh, idiot. Where's Wes Watson? Set everyone straight here. Is this him?
No vices. That means no drugs, no alcohol, no bullshit. don't have to hide behind nothing. I mean, what's rich? I mean, you get to do what the fuck you want. I don't.
Is this Wes Watson? Is this the right guy? Let me see. Or is this Tit Boy? Who's who here? Okay, that is Wes Watson. Didn't he just say no drugs? Brother, gear is a drug too, you know that, right? No drugs, except for the ones I do. No vices, except for the ones I do. This guy probably actually did have gynecomastia at some point. So he is literally Tit Boy.
Ash, dude. Pull your fucking shirt
Because
off.
I've been-
Tell me you're fucking proud
Because
of yourself.
I've been to fucking...
Oh, well, I gotta rewind. I always love that. Pull your shirt off! Show me your body! And let me touch it a little bit. Because you're probably not proud of it.
Are
Let
you
me
proud?
quit.
If you look in the mirror, would you guys say this motherfucker's proud of who the fuck he is? That's a bag of trash, dude. Pull your fucking shirt
Because
off.
I've been-
Tell me you're fucking proud
Because
of yourself.
I've been to fucking prison?
Jesus Christ,
Because
look
I've been
at
to
you,
prison?
bro. You got 10-inch arms and tits. Men don't have tits.
No,
you
they
guys.
go to prison where they get fucking...
Fuck yeah,
where
they
get
do.
raped up the ass.
You've never been to prison. Look,
That's
you're
what
talking about shit you
happens.
don't know.
They go to prison.
This is a
fucking-
crazy
You
argument.
get your ass
Hold on,
beat
hold
in
on,
front
hold
of
on.
You think that
everybody.
that's better?
Guys,
You think
guys.
that that's
Okay,
better?
let's let him. Yeah.
Titties.
Anyway,
Who do you think would
That's
win?
where I was
In what?
Boobs.
yeah. Okay.
A fight? This guy would probably win. He's got that roid rage psychopath energy. This guy would get snapped in half, no doubt. But if we're talking about like a lactation contest, this guy he's harping on the titties of would not win. It would be this guy. This guy's got so much gear in his body, his tits probably lactate all the time by pure accident. This guy's probably got a pump in his fridge. So it just depends on what kind of fight they're having. If you want to be a true alpha male, not this embarrassing caricature of one, then you have to get yourself the new Gamer Supps Waifu Cup of Me that just dropped. That's right, it's finally here. The Moist Waifu Cup has finally arrived. It's available right now at gamersups.gg. I'll put a link to it in the description. It's guaranteed to be the best possible cup you've ever had in your life. Big thanks to Gamersupps for making this chalice here. I am honored to be represented as a big-tittied waifu. It's been long overdue, and I think it came out extraordinary.
But anyway, if you want...
Fuck yeah.
If you want to follow the successful mantra of a man who tells you he's reformed from prison, understand why they might have gone there to begin with. And
To take care
yes,
of a
I
family.
do think
What did he go to prison for? To take care of his family? Isn't that the opposite? You were not there for your family if you were in prison. I went to prison because I was such a good dad. That's why I went. He went undercover. Oh, wow, he spent a decade in prison. Holy shit. I thought it was going to be like a, I don't know, like 6-month stint in prison. No, this guy went to jail for 10 years. What did he do? That must have been heinous. During his 10 years in a... and he actually uses this as a selling point for himself. During his 10 years in California prison, West began building an Instagram presence while behind bars. Well, what did he go to jail for? Then he talks about becoming a millionaire within 18 months after being released. Is that it? It was 10 years in prison for robbery, burglary, assault, and battery. Oh, what? Tough Guy's got his Instagram account privated? What's going on with that? He's got 1.2 million followers, though. Why is his Instagram private, though? That's not ripped, rare, and rich. I'm sure all the followers are real people, too, and not bots. I have no doubt. No, it's definitely not a purchased account. If anyone's curious, though, for how he became a millionaire within 18 months of being released from prison, he did it because he exploited you. The desperate, gullible men that are purchasing his shit and saying that it's worthwhile. You think this guy somehow found the ways to make money in jail for 10 years for beating people and robbing them? Yeah, I'm sure he's got a fucking fountain of knowledge to bestow upon you. He just found the easiest way of making money in the modern age, which is telling desperate men that they're losers, and the only way they'll stop being a loser is if they give him money. That's it. That's the shocking secret to how he became a millionaire. Charlie, he invented docking and copyrighted it. True, actually, maybe that is what it is. He brought docking into the mainstream.
true wealth is having a wife, and true wealth, that is what I think it is. And that is what I think truly success is being able to go home and look your family in the face and know that you're doing everything you can to support them. That's
Then
what I
when you
think
go to the
success
beach
is.
with your family, they're like, "There's my stud dad right there, standing there."
Do you have
That's literally his whole life. Holy shit, that is so sad. His whole life is his body. which is going to give out within the next 15 years from his overusage of gear. That's so sad. That is so fucking sad. This guy is 10x the insecurity of this man. Oof. That is actually all he can say. What an absolute fucking weenie. Yeah.
A stud right there with his shirt off.
Do you have children?
Look at that stud.
Do you have children?
I do have children.
How many?
I have 2.
You have 2. So, are you saying that your Bugatti and your money and everything
If
else
they
is
saw me
worth more
standing
than your
there, they'd be
children?
like, my dad's a superhero. Look what he brought to the table. Look how hard this guy works. He came from nothing to this.
Yeah.
He's, God damn it.
You're still whining. Stop whining
That
and
is
just
a
make an
product.
argument.
I will smack your fat ass.
So you're gonna.
Dude,
All right.
look
Let's
at
just.
your goddamn self.
Guys,
Oh man, this is much worse than I thought it would be for this guy. Yikes. Eek. Eek. I'm sure his children are so proud. My dad's a superstar. Look at him melt down on this fucking podcast about this guy. All because his body isn't as exploited with gear as my dad's. I'm so happy. My pop is the best. Oh, he only spent the first 10 years of my life in jail. What do you mean? He's a great dad.
This is not what men look like.
Let's let him
What do they
finish
look
his
like?
point.
Fucking shit.
What do they look like? Bald prisoners? Is that what they look like?
This is the problem in society. If you're like this, think they could talk to someone like me like that.
You started it, goofball. Oh my god, he's getting. This is why he privated his Instagram account now. I see. Oh my, he's getting destroyed.
That's what the show's supposed to be about. I like this shit. So personally,
So do I.
enjoy it.
Yeah, it looks like you enjoy
can agree to
it. Private
disagree.
account.
Yeah, we can
We
have
can move on, but
we can-
Jesus
yeah.
Christ, men don't have tits.
Thanks, Resub Jan.
That physically,
Men usually have
he has-
hair. We can
he has-
agree on that too.
He has
Physically.
crossed over gender barriers.
Right.
That guy actually only has a single thought in his mind at any given time. My body versus that body. My body better. My body use all kind of HGH substances. Thus I win. And he can't process anything else.
Need some other little fucking lame douche over there.
Oh man.
I'll
Come
still
on,
answer the
man.
question. Is giving
Would-
someone an
would- would you-
expensive watch?
Would any of you guys really hang out with these guys?
This is not an
This guy is having. This guy. This guy's fucking awesome. What an effective clown. I've never heard of Wes Watson before. I need to look more into this. Master your mind and body. Meanwhile, this guy just throws a temper tantrum like a child who can only say one thing, like, your body's yucky. I went to jail for 10 years, so what? Would you hang out with these guys? Oh, this is cute. On his website, he had a little bit of hair. Oh, so here we go. He used to be a marijuana dealer. And it looks like he was sentenced to jail for what Chatter mentioned earlier with like the robbery, assault, burglary, whatever, all of that. But he used to be a dealer. So I'm guessing... I still haven't seen exactly what the case was. But I'm guessing it was something about like a deal gone bad, maybe? I don't really know. I thought so. Okay. So the... This is so crazy. I think this is right. So, the person he's currently dating is the woman who had that very viral plane meltdown and then got offered a porn deal. So, his current girlfriend is this lady, I'm pretty sure. At least according to the articles that I was coming up and reading about this lady.
I did nothing wrong. I said shut up. No, you shut the up. You shut the up and your bitch. Goodbye. You shut the... Film me. I'm Instagram famous, you bum. Shut the up.
It's crazy. That's a perfect match. That is a perfect match. Two insufferable people dating each other. You couldn't script that any better. Did she take the porn deal too? That would be the cherry on top of the Wes Watson shit cake. This is so interesting. Hold on, one more thing I want to look up that I saw pop up briefly when looking into Wes Watson. Just sorry. And then we'll get back to him screaming about whatever the fuck he's melting down about, shaking his fist at the clouds. Your body isn't as ripped as mine, clouds. You have no right here. Okay. So what I saw come up is that he also has a podcast, but that doesn't seem correct. It looks like he was a guest on a podcast, and it was called How to Date a Bad Bitch. And it's him talking about dating that plane lady that was melting down. Alright, sorry, I'll stop looking up shit on the side here for side quests. Let's see what else he has to say.
Jesus Jesus Christ.
They're skilled at
you.
some things.
Whoever fucking said that.
Hang on, that bass
Kick
guy
you in
right
your
there just
fucking
said, "Hell
face,
yes,
little
shut up."
faggot.
That's fucking hilarious. You're awesome.
Different guys on the
this
panel.
is why most people don't invite me places.
Guys. Different guys
Yeah,
on
we
the panel
That's so sad.
No.
have different skills.
Yeah, that is so sad. Why would you say that? This is why I don't have any friends. Man, I don't have any friends. Look how quiet he gets after saying that, too.
We could tell his tits are all jiggling. He's
God,
got
that's
a
actually
half
all he's
fucking
got.
Jelly donut
Hey,
or
bro,
one.
your toupee, it's still back there in the back. Go get it.
I shaved my head, you little faggot.
Are you
Shut
sure
the
they...
fuck
Oh,
you
boy.
shave your head, or-
Uh-oh.
Guys.
I want to see these guys women. Let's put these trolls back here.
Women are not objects in our world because we're not
guys.
Hey, Wes, I don't think you want to play that game, brother. Your woman went viral for being an insufferable asshole that everyone clowned on, and she got offered to do porn. Like, brother, you don't want to play that game. You really don't. This guy super sucks. He talks about how he used to be a huge drug-dealing kingpin who lived in big mansions, but the reality is he sold a little bit of weed and slept on his friend's couch. No, that's the propaganda that they're feeding you. He really was... No, dude, this guy, Wes Watson, he really did live in the biggest mansions, fuck the baddest bitches, sell the dopest weed. You got your facts mixed up.
We're gonna
make
move on.
You cry if you want.
We're gonna move on.
That's all
We're
you
gonna
got.
move on.
He's still going. He's so hurt.
We're gonna move on.
That's all you got is threats. And
We're gonna
brute
move on,
strength.
guys. We're gonna
I'm
move
a great
on.
speaker.
We're gonna move on, guys. We're gonna move on.
Listen, Rich, gonna be proud.
No, it looks like they calmed him down is the wrong word. It looks like he ran out of words in his head. So then he blue screened in his brain. What an interesting guy. He's like if you tried to have someone do their best to be Dan Bilzerian, but without the actual money. Just taking like core personality traits and rolling them up into one guy who's battling his inner demons of insecurity. He's trying so fucking hard to put on the persona. He's more like a D-list Liver King. Liver King tries to be like wholesome. Like Liver King, he's just a scammer. This guy is both a scammer and an insufferable asshole who projects his insecurities onto every single living being with a pulse, it seems. And then privates his Instagram account when people tell him that he's a loser. That was interesting. That did lead to a new discovery here of the Wes Watson rabbit hole. I looked more into his arrest. He basically got arrested for beating up and robbing a low-level weed dealer at a random motel. Brother, that's not what happened. I don't know what kind of fucking woke news sources you're reading. Wes Watson, he marched out into Gotham by himself and took on Penguin's entire gang, upturned that bitch, and stole all their product, and eventually Commissioner Gordon had him thrown behind bars. That's what happened. And he did it for his family. That was pretty cool. That was pretty fucking awesome. One of my favorite new lol cows, the gadoosh god Wes Watson, has just had a crazy development in his lore as he continues to spiral. He has become an impressive clown. Now, I made a video a little over a month ago kind of bringing you all up to speed on the story, the anime arc of Wes Watson. The sensitive Sigma Watson does your standard guru scamming tactics where he sells these garbage classes and courses on how to be a multi-millionaire who gets more ass than a toilet seat, and he sells this invaluable knowledge for thousands upon thousands of dollars, preying upon gullible, desperate men who look at videos of Wes Watson's fake lifestyle and rented mansion with stars in their eyes, thinking they're only one Zoom meeting away from achieving that for themselves. So they toss their wallet at the computer screen, hoping to latch on to Wes Watson's juiced-out bosom to suckle a bit of success from it, and he drains their piggy bank, and they say thank you for it. They get nothing in return, but Wes Watson gets very rich off of his little pay piggies. That's the whole scam. We all know how it works. But what makes Wes Watson so special is that he's not afraid to show his sensitive side. He is constantly arguing with Redditors and people on Instagram, so he directly messages pretty much everyone who makes fun of him, and it's what makes him such an entertaining clown. So the video I made talking about gadooshing, well, that came from him, because he was talking about how Redditors were gadooshing him. It's just so entertaining listening to him bitch and moan and rant and spiral into lunacy, But he did recently find himself in a serious situation, which is what we're here to talk about today. He has some charges filed against him, if you can believe that. He already spent 10 years in the slammer before, where he'd brag about how flexible his asshole was, hooping his paperwork, and Wes, it's looking like you might need to start getting back on those Kegels. You might need to start working out that sphincter again, because these charges are serious. It's always the people you least expect, huh?
Where's the police report? Are there charges being pressed, right? Well, I have it all, and I'm gonna show it to you, and I'm gonna go over it with you. This is an open case. I'm working on the full footage, censoring it in a way so I don't get in legal trouble, and I'm gonna put it out on here, and then later, when I can actually release the whole thing, I'm gonna put it on X uncensored. When I'm allowed to.
Last time I was goofing on Whiny Watson, I also briefly mentioned John Bravo. John Bravo has a channel that has done extremely good coverage on Wes Watson's embarrassing descent into madness. And John Bravo has a great video here where he is going over the footage to the best of his ability, as well as the police report from Wes Watson and his group of lobotomites assault on someone that actually took up Wes Watson's common challenge of fighting him. So, let me go ahead and tell you how we got here, the context. About a week ago, maybe a little over a week ago, there was footage, as well as Wes Watson's testimonials about this, that someone had confronted him at the gym. A 7-foot monster is what he was referred to as, and Wes Watson beat his ass. And there was like some stills that floated around, but no one had like the full picture, and some people were calling it fake. Well, John Bravo did some digging, and he got all of the footage, which he is saying he's going to release the full uncensored version once he's able to make sure that he's not going to get in trouble for it, and also has the police report, which he goes over in this video, which we will also go over as well.
The first thing I want you guys to see, I have to obviously black out the person's name, the police report number. See where it says disposition pending? That means the case is open, all right? And the other thing I'm going to tell you ahead of time is I'm going to go to the bottom and read you one part, then I'm going to go back to the start, okay? Because I know a lot of people are impatient. They want to watch 3 seconds and leave, okay? When the victim was asked if he wanted to press charges, the victim stated yes. And he was jumped by multiple people and was not just a 1-versus-1 battle.
Now, the gist of it is, the reason the 7-foot monster was there in the first place is because he went there to actually take up Wes Watson on his challenge. Wes Watson has been wishing for hair for many, many moons now, but the only wish that's actually being granted is someone actually taking him up on this. So the 7-foot monster shows up, and Wes Watson doesn't actually fight him one-on-one. So he actually just gets ganged up on by Wes and 3 of his buddies who are hitting him with dumbbells, weight belts, and it's just brutal. And imagine being that pathetic worm that flexes about this, because Wes Watson was making it sound like he was some kind of hero and this was all self-defense. He made it sound like he fought this guy with the Knight's Code of Honor. Like a 1v1 pugilistic fisticuffs, the old-fashioned way. That's a load of fucking barnacles right there. That's just fanfic, because what actually happened is Wes Watson got to hide behind his friends and they just ganged up on this guy. Imagine being such a pitiful fucking vermin that you challenge someone to a fight and then bring 3 other dudes with you to help fight that guy with you. It's so cringe, which is Wes Watson in a nutshell.
The suspect stated the victim walked up to him stating he wanted to fight. The suspect stated they began to fight verbally and then escalated to physical. The victim stated he doesn't know who the victim is and he never seen him before. When asked if he wanted to press charges, he said no, this is Wes Watson. They asked him if he wants to press charges. Wes Watson says no, and he never seen him before. Units then spoke to the victim, the 7-foot monster, who stated he was told by the suspect to come fight him via Instagram. We know how Wes challenges all of us on Instagram. He did it to me, the piece of shit, but I knew not to go in because his goons, security, and his bullshit weapons pulling out the shit out of the purse.
I love the way John Bravo calls him a piece of shit all the time. He also calls him Pegged Watson pretty often, and it just always makes me giggle just listening to him always slide in, you piece of shit, to Wes Watson. But anyway, what he is describing here was Wes Watson saying, like, he didn't know the suspect he was working out. This guy came over and said he wants to fight him. Well, the reason he came over and said he wants to fight him is because Wes Watson had challenged him, and he actually showed the Instagram messages that confirmed, yep, this was like a prearranged thing where Wes does the standard Wes thing of saying, come fight me. And the guy showed up, he said, bet, I'm here to fight. So he walked over to him. They had like a really brief verbal back and forth, and the victim did give him like a little shove, but to me it looks like he backed off, looking to try and de-escalate things. I think he wasn't really there to fight. I think he was there more just to confront a bully. I think that's what he was doing, because it doesn't look like he went over there to try and just beat Wes Watson's ass out of nowhere. Like, he didn't throw any sucker punches or anything from the footage that's been released. He goes over there, it's a verbal back and forth, and then he gives him like a little shove and then steps away. And then after he does that, that's when Wes Watson and his boys just go ballistic on him. Wes Watson strikes him in the face with a weight belt multiple times, and then all hell breaks loose.
When units looked at the victim's phone, it shows the victim messaging the suspect to fight him. The victim then stated he went to the gym to confront the suspect. So now we have the motive. So he wanted to go to the gym and fight Wes, because Wes has been challenging all of us to come there. So he went to fight him. But I don't think he knew it wasn't a one-on-one battle with Mr. Pegged Watson.
It wasn't even a battle at all. It was checkmate before the game even started, because Wes was traveling with 3 of his friends that were using weapons to defend Wes Watson, even though there wasn't really a threat to defend him from, at least not in my eyes. So like that initial shove, that is instigating for sure. I get that. They're in a verbal argument, but after the shove, he backs off. And it doesn't look like he ever planned on like striking at Wes until the weight belt hits him in the head twice. They then get into a verbal argument, and then he kind of like falls forward at Wes Watson. Maybe he's kind of lunging at him, but it also looks like his friend hit him with a dumbbell and it sent him forward, so it's kind of hard to tell. But what is irrefutable is that after that lunge, he falls to the ground, and then Wes and his friends hit him with dumbbells and weight belts for a very long period of time, and it ends with the victim kind of hunched over like this on the ground, all bloodied and bruised, and Wes Watson comes out of nowhere with a soccer kick to the fucking skull. That is a move that kills people. That is oftentimes fatal. And according to John Bravo in the full footage, there are 4 or 5 soccer kicks to the head of this guy.
Wes Watson, the victim, stated they got in a verbal fight, which escalated to physical. The victim was stating that he was hit by a belt and then jumped by multiple people and hit by weights. When asked if he wanted to press charges, the victim stated yes. He was jumped by multiple people and it wasn't versus one. After reviewing CCTV footage of the incident, so the cops watched the CCTV footage, the victim places his phone down next to a weight machine as if he was attempting to record the encounter.
So he obviously recorded this knowing full well that he wanted to film his confronting of Wes Watson. So now we know why it was being recorded. It wasn't like a staged thing, which is what a lot of people thought it might have been when this initially started to float around. It's all very real and all confirmed in the police report here.
The suspect then swings the belt towards the victim's head, appearing to hit him. The suspect and victim continue to argue verbal. The suspect then turns around and starts to walk away from the victim with his back towards the victim. The victim then rushes towards the suspect and attempts to strike the suspect in the head with his fist, but appears to miss. All right, so that portion of the footage I'm going to show you guys. So after Wes hit him with that belt 2 times, right, that asshole with the dumbbell, his butt buddy, was behind him. And I can't tell if he hit him with it or not, but it lunged him forward, and then he went back to get Wes, but he didn't even make it like a foot or 2, and Wes took him down.
It's just kind of hard to tell. He does have a dumbbell, and he does go off camera, and I can kind of see like the dumbbell on the back of the guy's shirt. So it looks like he got struck by the dumbbell, but it's hard to tell because it's censored here, and I don't have the full thing yet, but that's kind of what it looks like to me. I can kind of see arguments for like, oh, the 7-foot monster started it. This is kind of on him. Wes Watson was well within his right to defend himself. That would almost work if the rest of the video footage wasn't there, which is why when Wes Watson was talking about it, he made sure you didn't see the whole picture, because the guy is on the ground, covered up, fetal position, just trying to like protect his head, and Wes and his friends punch, kick, and strike him with weapons for an extremely long period of time, even though it's very clear this fight is over. Also, it's a fight Wes Watson himself fucking agreed to, it seems. A one-on-one. But it actually was never one-on-one, because Wes, you can't 1v1. He'll never meet you on Rust. He's always going to bring his whole crew with him. So the guy showed up for the fight with Wes, but got gangbanged instead.
The suspect instantly reacts and gets the victim on the ground and begins to strike the victim in the head and face numerous times with his hands. Yeah, I counted 45 fucking times. After the victim being hit numerous times, all you can see is the victim on his knees, protecting his face and not fighting back. His eyes were being gouged, his ponytails were being pulled. Dirty shit. He's being held down by his butt buddies. They're all taking a little lick in, a kick here, a kick there. The suspect then stopped hitting the victim, and the victim stopped protecting his face. That's that part with the kick, and attempted to stand up. The suspect then walked over and kicked the victim in the face with force. That's that soccer kick. But prior to that soccer kick, there was 4 soccer kicks, 3 or 4 hard ones to his face.
No exaggeration, that kind of kick kills people. Straight up. That has put people in the dirt thousands of times over. And this fight is clearly done. There's no more threat to Wes or his group of goofballs. There's no threat there at all. It's done. And Wes Watson comes back like a post-credit scene to deliver one more soccer kick to this man's skull, which literally could have just killed him. But I've still seen people just try and say that everything that happened here is justifiable as self-defense for Wes Watson because the guy came up to him and started it. But I just don't fully agree with that because I feel like the fight is over when 4 people are collectively beating a man with weapons on the ground. Like, I think the fight's done. There's not really a threat to defend yourself from. Also, you were the one that agreed to a 1v1 fight, and then it wasn't 1v1. And also, the guy never actually even struck Wes. There's that brief moment where he kind of like lunges at him, but that's also possible he was falling after getting hit by that dumbbell. It's hard to tell. But no matter how hard you try and justify it, there's no amount of mental gymnastics that could possibly justify that final kick from Wes. Because again, he crawls away on his fucking hands and knees. This is clearly over. Wes Watson's fucking friends have even left at this point, but he still comes back around like a jump scare to deliver that soccer kick, which could have just been fatal. So there's just no way anyone, not even Saul fucking Goodman, could make a convincing argument that that still falls under self-defense. Even Wes Watson's own friends have left. And he has crawled away on his hands and knees, not even looking at you. You come back to attack him.
While he was already done, and they didn't say it in here. I'm going to show it to you guys in the footage. The victim stated at the hospital that he wants to press charges. When he was first put on the ground and stated he was telling the suspect to stop. Victim had the left side of his face very swollen lips, and was bleeding from the nose and mouth. Charges are being pressed. The case is open. I have the body cam footage coming. I have the full fight footage coming.
John Bravo goes on to explain why he's releasing all of this to the public, explaining that he believes that it's a good service to allow people to form their own opinions on something like this. And I think he's absolutely right. Though I don't know how anyone could form the opinion that Wes Watson was in the right here. Again, if the whole footage didn't exist, you could maybe say that there was self-defense at play. Wes Watson feared for his life after someone accepted his challenge of fighting him one-on-one, thus they had to gangbang the guy. Okay, maybe you could stretch for something there, but I think having the rest of the footage, at least for me, has 100% solidified Wes Watson as a big bitch. He issues these challenges. Someone finally accepted it, and then Wes Watson has his 3 friends help him beat that guy's ass. And that guy never even struck Wes, at least not in any of the footage that's been released. There's that one tiny shove, and then he kind of lunges at Wes Watson, but doesn't land any punches or anything at all, immediately covers up because 4 people are now attacking him. And 4 people immediately get ready to attack him the second that he tells Wes Watson that he's up to actually take that fight. So yeah, what a piece of shit. Big old piece of shit. Classic Wes Watson. That's really about it. So yeah. My favorite lolcow, the goober of gadoosh, Wes Watson, has been arrested. It happened last night while I was streaming, so it was a beautiful little present that we got to engage with and go down the rabbit hole on. And today, the rare super specimen alpha male was negotiating a bail with his lawyer to the judge. John Bravo covered it, and I want to show you a little bit of that bond hearing before showing you about the arrest. This is all tying back to that brutal assault he had on the 7-foot monster who accepted Wes Watson's challenge to fight him. The 7-foot monster went there expecting a 1v1. It was not a 1v1. Wes Watson was surrounded by the goof troop, who beat him mercilessly with weight belts, dumbbells, and striking him in the head numerous times, upwards of 40 times, while he was down on the ground. And when the 7-foot monster was crawling away after everything was said and done, even though this had already been done and dusted, Wes Watson came back with a soccer kick that absolutely could have killed him, and it led to a facial fracture and concussion. Now, he has been arrested for felony battery.
Wes Watson, the piece of shit. He was in court this morning. They fuck up everywhere. They don't even see the guy has a prior, okay? But again, this is not a trial. This is just him begging and pleading with his bitch lawyer to try to get a bail for it.
I believe Mr. Watson has numerous defenses, including stand your ground, self-defense, and consent to this charge. I understand the state's theory. However, this individual came to Mr. Watson for the specific purpose of challenging him in a street fight.
Objection! I'm gonna hit you with that Phoenix right, because that's just not the whole truth, nothing but the truth. That's a fucking fib. Wes Watson has a history of challenging everyone who gadooches him to fight him. He openly challenges tons and tons of people to come to his gym to fight him. And the 7-foot monster was one of those people that accepted the challenge. Yes, he filmed it. Yes, he was the one that pushed Wes Watson first, but he didn't strike Wes Watson. He approached him. They got into a verbal argument. He shoved Wes, and then that was the end of him attacking Wes. Then it was Wes and his 3 friends hitting him with dumbbells, weight belts, getting him to the floor and striking him in the head as many times as possible in like 2 minutes, and then Wes coming back after it was all over to soccer kick him in the head again. I truly don't believe that you can make a sound argument for self-defense when you watch the entirety of that footage. Now, this is not a trial, I recognize that. This is him just trying to get bail so he can post it. But they really do fuck up. They didn't know he had a prior? How? Wes Watson brags about his prior, the 7 years he spent in jail. He brags about that more than someone who peaked in high school who can't stop recounting the glory days of being the high school quarterback like 40 years ago. He will not stop talking about how much time he spent in jail, yet somehow they didn't know he had a prior?
Baron, I don't see any local or out-of-county priors here. I would defer to the court and just simply ask for the stay-away order.
The victim suffered a face fracture, concussion, and 2 black eyes, but it looks like you have a very valid legal argument, Mr. Gottlieb.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask for an ROR.
$2,500 count 1, $2,500 count 2 with the stay-away order.
Okay, I just want to, just real quick.
Mr. Watson, please don't make any statements. You and I can talk about it. Thank you, sir.
Sorry about that.
No problem. No problem. I'll make sure your bond is arranged. Thank you, Your Honor.
Wes just couldn't help himself. He wanted to yap so badly. I bet he was offended that they didn't see his prior. He was probably going to correct them like, excuse me, Your Honor. This is a load of bullshit. I am a rich stud. I spent 7 years in the slammer, and now look at me. I'm driving 10 Bugattis, and I'm teaching men how to be like me, damn it. The super stud. I went to jail for 7 years. Don't you forget it. I mean this with no exaggeration. Him being in jail for 7 years is probably his proudest achievement. He does not shut the fuck up about it. He is always mentioning how he was in jail for 7 years. So I actually think he was hurt that they didn't see his prior. Now, this again was just for bail. I'm sure he's very happy with how this went down, but I'm hoping that when this does go to trial, they won't be making fuck-ups like this. They won't be making errors like overlooking the 7 years he had already spent locked up. Anyway, though, let's go over his actual arrest here. We did a nice dive into it on stream, so enjoy. It really is just a wonderful thing watching Wes Watson get arrested. Alright. Wes Watson lolcow update. Apparently he's getting arrested. Wes Watson has been allegedly arrested by Miami PD an hour ago. Witnesses confirmed he was put in the back of the car. Reason unknown. Probably has something to do with the blatant assault that was on camera. With Wes Watson, it could be a number of things. Maybe it isn't the assault that we watched. Maybe he was, I don't know, hooping paperwork in the bathroom of the gym and someone reported him for it. It really could be anything. The police gadooshing him. Yeah, he just can't stop. He's a gadoosh magnet. And what's really sad and almost poetically beautiful, Wes Watson isn't really a known name, so there's not a single article written about his arrest. It just comes from Ball Busters with 20 likes. You gotta check the county, you have to check the county mugshot to see his charges. Okay. Oh, here we go. Yep, they got it here already. They did all the hard work. Alright. So they got him on battery and aggravated assault, which is what we saw in that footage where he beat that man with weight belts, and then his friends were also beating him, and he was soccer kicking his head when he was on the ground. What an alpha male, Wes. What an alpha male. But he's back at home. He spent, what, 10 years in jail, and he talked about how much he loved it. Talked about how he'd always, like, show his butthole around or whatever. Whatever he liked to brag about. How good he was at hooping his paperwork. I'm sure he's happy. I bet he is going to be more comfortable in that cell than in his $90,000 or $900,000 a month rented mansion or whatever it is. I already forgot. Numbers always change. 5'8", lol. I mean, everyone knew he was short. Did he pretend he wasn't? That's not surprising. You can literally see him next to people and recognize he's not tall. He's taller than you. Yeah, barely. And I'm short. He used to say he was 6 foot. Oh, Wes. That's so sad. You want to know something even more sad? He's probably not actually 5'8". He's probably closer to my height at 5'6". They probably had him in his fucking clown shoes, giving him an extra 2 inches. Kind of like what they do for basketball stats, where they just put your height like a little inch or two taller. Oh, the mugshot! Oh, see, he looks happy. He looks at peace. This is actually the happiest I've seen him look in, what, months? Because usually he's red in the face, melting down, talking about getting gadooshed by Redditors. He's just perpetually on edge. Even when he's talking to his girl that he rents, he's always, like, mad. And he's always trying to, like, prove something. But here, he looks, like, so serene. He's in his happy place again. He's back in jail, baby! I'm excited to see what they set his bond at. This is fresh, too. This is straight off the press. We got boots on the ground right now for this. How'd they get him? Well, it was filmed. They have multiple angles of him beating the shit out of a man, soccer kicking his head while he's already on the ground and hitting him with weight belts. John Bravo counted it. What was it? 48 hits to the head? From Wes alone? It was something like that. God, it is crazy how he replies to every single person in text messages. I want to be able to identify men by their assholes easier. Nice. That is something Wes said. In Wes's own words, he said people used to identify him not by his face, but his asshole when he was locked up. He would brag about that. He really is a lol cow. He is. He responds to every single DM, every single text message, everything. And then when someone finally takes him up on his infamous, come fight me, bro, he has his friends jump him and they hit him with weapons, dumbbells and weight belts, and then kicking his head while he's on the ground for like 45 seconds, delivering well north of 40 plus blows to the head and 4 soccer kicks. Also, he literally did say that verbatim. They even played the clip. Okay, here. I got him again from my same phone number I pranked him on a month ago. I'm interested in coaching. Let me know and you can go over more details. What's up, bro? What's your main focal point? I'm 5'5", 240. I eat cupcakes, chips all day. I beat my stick 8 times a day. Sometimes I even drink it because it tastes good and I'm a freak, but I want to break that habit. Are you messing with me or do you really do that last part you texted me? Don't waste my time. I really do it. Oh my god, I'm not reading all this. Jesus. $5,999 a month. Or, great deal, $15K for 3 months. Whoa. Wait, I gotta stop the music for that. That's a steal. That's an incredible deal. He's just giving he's giving his juice away. He's getting this Krabby Patty secret formula into the hands of desperate men for such a low cost, only $6,000 a month? Holy. Okay, I'll do the 12 months for 40K. Great! You need it! Okay. Oh, is this where the leaf blower meme comes from? Is this the genesis? Do I need a leaf blower to start? Do I need to rent escorts? Do I need to rent supercars? Do I need to rent a mansion? Do I need to beef with Reddit users daily? Do I need to scream at people on Instagram? Do I need to drive around my rental in circles? Does every body part need to be tatted? Do I need to use Metal Gear Solid exclamation points, basically, after every sentence? Do I need to turn gay? Do I need to link up with Lados and Nick and circle jerk with him at Elevation? Also, will Diddy be there? I knew you were a troll. You're nothing but a beta bitch. Fuck off and keep being a pussy. You'll never be anything in life. And then a picture of a leaf blower. This is not real. Nope, it is. Wes Watson, if he wasn't in jail right now, you could test it yourself. If you DM'd him saying like, hey, I'm looking for coaching, he would respond being like, yes, for only $6,000 a month. What do you want? And if you just like hit him with anything like you're a bitch, you'd be like, all right, well, and then he'll go on like Instagram and post a story. So I had this bitch come at a stud like me. Can you believe this? Oh my god. Daily. Actually, I'm gonna check his Instagram right now. I'm gonna wager a guess he has nothing shy of 30 stories just today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Just shy. We just missed it. It's crazy. But here he is. I don't know wonder what he's complaining about.
You'll understand there's a fucking point there. And I know the answer to all of this shit, but you guys don't seem to. You guys keep falling.
It's just because you're a galaxy brain, Wes. No one goes to jail more effectively than you, brother. Yeah, he does that like 30 times a day, at least. Unfortunately, his arrest is going to make it so he's going to fall short of his quota of stories on Instagram, unfortunately. But, you know, it is what it is. When you're a stud like Wes, sometimes you gotta go into the slammer every now and then. It would be over 30 if he wasn't in jail for the past 2 hours. Yeah. Yeah. He got felony charges, lol. Yep. I know. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Wonder how many people send him the 6K. I don't know how many people send him the 6K, but there's a lot of dudes that try and suck on his meat and try and do exactly what he does. So there's like an old guy that this subreddit was clowning on for a while. I forgot his name. I'm sure if I scrolled down far enough I could just come across him. But there's a couple dudes that do literally what Wes Watson does one-to-one, even mimicking the way he speaks. Like his voice intonation, everything. One-to-one to try and carbon copy his success. Did you go outside today? Did you notice that the air maybe felt a little bit better? Maybe energized you a little bit more? It just felt a little lighter. Well, that's because Wes Watson, the gadoosh god, is no longer breathing any of that free air, and it's looking like this might be curtains for his time outside of a prison cell. 'Cause boy, howdy, I gotta tell you, this guy is addicted to criminal charges. He collects them like Pokemon cards. It's a pathetic existence, and I don't want to just regurgitate the lore, because I've covered Wes Watson a lot on this channel, but he is one of the more entertainingly pathetic alpha male gurus out there. And now Wesley's facing even more charges on top of the previous charges from the assault case a few months back that I covered. And it looks like he's going to be going home. It looks like he's going to be going back to hooping that paperwork. If you don't know the breakdown, Wes Watson is actually a mutant. He's an X-Men. He studied at Charles Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. His mutation is his asshole's ability to stretch to unnatural lengths. He used to preach about just how adept he was at sticking papers up his butt. Even told a compelling, riveting story about how the other inmates didn't even recognize him by his face, but only by his asshole, because he was always showing off his chocolate starfish, apparently. Honestly, no one's happier about Wes Watson going to jail than Wes Watson. I bet he's got the biggest smile on his face right now, sitting behind bars, fingers crossed, praying that he gets life, so that way he can return to paradise here. And honestly, that's the best for everyone. That's where he belongs, and the rest of society is safest with him there. and I bet he will be much happier. They did him a nice kindness here. They listed him at 6 feet. He's not 6 feet. The top comment kind of goes crazy. He accepted the full sentence in exchange for being listed at 6 feet. I think he just missed prison, because he is currently still out on bond, I'm pretty sure. So he picked up these 5 additional charges, assuming all of this is true. I still need to watch this video covering it, while on bond for other charges. This guy actually just wants to go home. He said, I don't like it out of jail. It's scary. People are mean to me. Doesn't he have a micro? Yeah, they call him Shrimp Dick. In one of those videos he made with his ex-girlfriend, she was like going upstairs naked and he was naked following her, but the goober fucking had his camera pointed at the glass on the stairs so you could see his wiener and it barely peeked over his ball sack. Yeah. Yeah, he's got Nerf dart wiener. Yeah. I know we're like 4 minutes into this video and I still haven't gotten to those charges, but that's because when you talk about Wesley Watson, it is irresistible to just talk about everything Wes Watson related, because all of it is, it's unfathomably pathetic. Like, it is just, you can't help but just vomit out all the Wes lore. He is just that much of a clown. Truly irresistible. The only thing more irresistible is good hygiene. All of you should be practicing good hygiene, so make sure when you take a shower you're using Cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. Go to usecheeky.com right now. Get yourself some of the best soap out there.
A woman, the same one that he proposed to just the other day. He beat her down. He held her captive. So you guys remember just the other day, I showed you Peggy putting a ring on this girl like an asshole, only knowing the girl for only a month, right? Well, that same girl that he got down on his knees and put the ring on is the same girl just a couple days later may be the one to put Peggy in prison for a really long time when I tell you this story.
Yeah, it's not an exaggeration either. The new information here is extremely heavy. What he's done is completely unforgivable, and hopefully justice will prevail. I think this should be a life sentence for Wes Watson. We're going to dive in here. John Bravo went through the specifics of the case. There are 5 felony charges that he is now facing, in addition to everything that is still ongoing from the assault, and they are horrifying.
Peggy Watson, that woman beating piece of shit, was charged with 5 felonies in the state of Florida for beating the shit out of a girl like the coward we all know he is. And the next day, he was in court thinking he's going to get out on bail, $115,000, right? Well, what happened was, the piece of shit, I think he paid it, thinking he's going to get out. But then, the judge from the other case with the monster revoked his bail, so I'm hoping that asshole wasted his money and he's still sitting there.
Now, I know I talk about Wes Watson like he's some harmless bozo loser, and he is a bozo loser, but he's far from harmless, actually. He is genuinely just an evil piece of shit. He is a woman beater. He is just an unhinged lunatic. So, John Bravo is covering the Wes Watson case, the ongoing charges right now. So, he's reporting that Wes Watson maybe tried to pay the $115K to get out on bail, but the judge from the previous case with the assault came in and revoked the bail. So there's a chance he is still just sitting in jail at the moment, which would definitely be for the best.
The defendant confronted her about her whereabouts, as she had not disclosed. She had gone to the game with her friend. The defendant, which is Peggy, began yelling at the victim, explaining he paid for her boob job, that she was disrespectful for having her boobs out, and that those are my boobs, also accusing her of cheating on him.
So this is where it all started in this new case. A woman that he's been seeing went to a basketball game without Wes's permission. He didn't know she was going to a basketball game with her friend, and she wore a top that showed too much cleavage for Wes Watson's liking. So he then blew a gasket, had a fucking conniption saying, like, I paid for those boobs. Apparently he had, like, paid for her to get a boob job, and he's like, those are my boobs. You're showing my melons. Those are my honkers. This is disrespectful. So he starts fucking freaking out and going ballistic about it. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Wes Watson, this is actually a very common thing. This is his mentality. the women around him, he tries to literally buy them. So he like gets them expensive gifts, and when he does that, he believes it's a transactional exchange, and now he tries to like claim ownership of the women. He is a genuine piece of shit. He buys them things and then says that they're his property now. Basically, the woman is. It's scary.
The defendant began to rattle and shake her by grabbing both of her arms forcefully. He continued to push, grab her by her hair, and slam her on the floor. The defendant then dragged the victim by her hair on the floor and later pinned her up against the kitchen table. He pushed and grabbed, manhandling the victim's face, causing a scratch to the victim's right cheek. The victim stated the defendant forcefully pinned her back against the table, causing her back to bend and hurt. The defendant began yelling at the victim, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you and your whole family." He continued to push the victim back down on the floor with force, picked her back up, and forcefully against her will sat the victim down in a chair. While holding a plate, the defendant threatened to break the plate on top of her head, told her he would grab a bottle and slash it across her face, break it on her head, and then told her he would kick her face in.
I'm skipping around a little bit here because it is pretty hard to listen to. It is disturbing. The violence is brutal. And it's not the first time Wes has had allegations like this.
The third witness was the defendant's security guard, who told the victim to take accountability for her actions of wearing a shirt which exposed her breasts. So this asshole security guard is sitting there and telling her she shouldn't be going out to a basketball game showing her tits. What kind of world is this? When I have a girl and I'm with her, I want her to look as sexy as she can, so people look at me and be like, that's a lucky mother. What's wrong with these assholes?
Wes Watson is a pile of dog shit that surrounds itself with flies. Everyone that associates with this guy and everyone he keeps in his circle is just as much of a scumbag as he is. So the security guard is now blaming her for Wes Watson brutalizing her. He's saying, well, you should have thought about what you were wearing to that basketball game. You brought this on yourself. What a fucking deplorable freak. This security guard here, by the way. How many times do you think he showed Wes Watson his asshole? Maybe that's part of the initiation process, and he feels like a strong brotherhood connection to Wes that he has to suck his small cock at every opportunity. Like, it's unbelievable to me how anyone could witness what happened here. There are witnesses, he is one of them, and then say like, well, Wes was in the right. You did wear clothing that Wes didn't really deem appropriate. So, did you think about how this is actually on you?
The defendant did not allow the victim to utilize her cell phone or to call anyone. The victim was forced by the defendant to tell her cousin she got the scratch on her cheek from derma peeling. Further, the defendant told her if the police were to have arrived at the residence, she needed to tell police she slipped on the rug at the residence. Throughout the altercation, the victim stated the defendant held her hostage and would not let her leave. The victim tried to leave the residence, but the defendant feared she would contact police, and due to being on parole, he could not allow it. The defendant continued to verbally abuse and yell at her. The defendant further stated, if I go to jail, something bad is going to happen to you, all your friends, and your family. The defendant further implied he would have girls jump the victim in order to ruin her reputation. The defendant further told the security guard, make sure she doesn't run, and had him stand by the door in an effort to keep the victim from leaving the residence.
This is called false imprisonment. This is another charge that he's facing as a result of this. As mentioned by John Bravo at the beginning, he is facing 5 new charges. These are very serious charges, and as you're hearing from this case here, extremely brutal ones. This is an absolute menace. Like, this is someone who should not be back into society at any point. Again, all of this is while he still has that assault case that's going on, which, in case you don't remember, was also extremely brutal. He ran over and soccer kicked a man who was already on his hands and knees hunched over. That could have killed him. And I believe his intent was to kill him right then and there. I bet he thought he was going to go over there with like a Mortal Kombat fatality, like he's kicking a fucking field goal on this guy's skull. Luckily, the guy didn't die, but I think it's pretty clear that Wes Watson has no problem with the idea of killing someone. And now he is beating this woman and threatening to kill her, and is now even having his security guard make sure she stays locked up here so that way she can't contact anyone. So that way he doesn't get in trouble while on parole. This is a complete madman who is out of control.
So that asshole security guard and Jose both took part in this shit. They should be getting charged too, those pieces of shit.
I completely agree. They should also be facing some charges, and I hope they're in the process of cooking that up. They're not just complicit in it. From what I'm gathering here, they were enthusiastic participants in all of this. Again, the security guard is even blaming the woman here for everything that's unfolding, so I bet that vile rat was jumping up and down celebrating when Wes gave him the task of making sure she stays locked up in there. I bet he was just sitting up there, giddy, just waiting for Wes to get home to give him a little kiss on the forehead, a little peck right there. A little good boy from Wes and a pat on his tush. Like these guys should also be facing charges.
While the victim was seated in a chair, he lifted the chair with such force, he dropped the victim on the floor. The incident of physical abuse lasted approximately 40 minutes, but led into the following day. 2 days of this hell? During this time, the victim was scared and afraid of the defendant. She believed he was capable of killing her, and then himself, as he said such to her. The victim stated the defendant does have firearms in the residence, but was unsure how many. And then they show here, wow, so it's listing all the different injuries she had. And like I said, I seen the ones on her face, but I didn't see all this shit. This mother, he's a monster. Look at this shit.
Wes Watson is a monster. He always has been. And yes, I make fun of him a lot, and I clown on him a lot. I call him the Gadoosh God because this guy was addicted to reading every single DM anyone ever sent him. He would get trolled all the time. The word Gadoosh comes from a comment on Reddit that he was like really honing in on, saying like, they say I'm getting gadooshed. Ha! Me? Gadooshed? I think not. Like, I make fun of him for all of these things. Because it is like entertainingly embarrassing for this guy, but it is important to remember he is genuinely an evil worm, and he deserves to be in jail. He has done heinous shit. He beats women. He attacks anyone. He is unhinged, and he needs to be in jail. It lists numerous injuries that she suffered at the hands of Wes Watson's abuse. He beat her violently and then trapped her. He didn't want anyone to see any of her bruises or her cuts or anything, so then falsely imprisoned her in the residence and didn't allow her to contact anyone. There's also a section in here about how he would actually even impersonate her on her devices, saying like, oh, I'm okay, I'm just going to sleep, that kind of thing. It's genuinely evil. Like, this is someone that needs to be facing life in jail. 100%. So I wanted to give you the little Wes Watson update here. It is a very serious case, and I truly hope this is the last time Wes will be out in free society. He needs to be in the slammer. Anyway, that's really about it. Great coverage from John Bravo on this whole case here, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Hope you've got your smiles ready, partner, because I've got some great news for you right now. The Gadoosh God, Wes the Pest Watson, Wesley, go fast, putting papers in my ass Watson, has pled guilty to the brutal beating of a man in a gym in 2024. Also, the putting papers in his ass reference I made there is talking about how he'd brag about how talented he was about hooping his paperwork when he was previously incarcerated. And that means putting paperwork in his asshole. So he was talking about how, like he's an X-Men, his mutation being his superhuman anus, his butthole, unlike anything you've ever experienced, you beta male. This man could hoop paperwork with the best of them. He's like the Michael Jordan of hooping paperwork. And now, Wes Watson, it's looking like he's going to be spending some time behind bars yet again. And I think no one's happier about that than the Gadoosh God himself, Wes Watson. It seems like the entire time he's been free, he has just been desperate to try and get back in there. That is his real home, and outside he feels like an alien. Like, he just feels uncomfortable. So he tried to, like, be this alpha tough guy, and he sold all these courses and milked a bunch of desperate losers, these suckers, for their clams, and would flex on them, insult them. And the whole time he had a shrimp dick, by the way. He is a micro penis haver. That's not even a meme. When he was filming his girlfriend naked to flex about his hot babe, he accidentally caught his reflection. It was like a fucking Sasquatch photo, but if Sasquatch had a 2-inch penis, his peebness is literally like the size of this. Like when you do the I got your nose thing and you make this, that's his entire wiener. And Wes, I have made fun of this guy endlessly for years, clowned on him. And now, finally, he is going back to jail. And I clown on him not because he's just an entertaining douchebag to insult, but he's also just a dangerous, violent maniac. He is a menace to society. And he is facing multiple charges, and right now, in one of his cases, he is pleading guilty. And it is looking very serious.
Well, South Florida fitness social media influencer has pleaded guilty to beating a New Jersey man inside a Miami gym. Today, the influencer accepted a plea deal that includes more than just prison time.
I covered that case back in 2024 as it was unfolding. John Bravo, I think, did the best coverage of it. He extensively went through it thoroughly. It was just blatant assault on this man, beating him within an inch of his life, and it's actually a miracle the guy didn't die. Wes really did try to kill this man. He got his whole crew, his goof troop there to just wail on him. And then after the fact, after it was all over and he was hunched over, bruised and bloodied, Wes came back with a soccer kick to the guy's skull from out of nowhere, which could have been fatal. And it's lucky that the guy didn't die from it. And it's important context that it all started because Wes Watson has a history of constantly challenging people to come fight him. And this guy finally took him up on that request and went to go fight him, only for Wes to hide behind his fucking meatballs there that jumped the guy, and then he would go and get the sucker punches in, and then that soccer kick at the end. So he would routinely challenge people to fight him, but if anyone made the mistake of accepting the offer, he just had his goons just beat on him. And that's what happened here.
Nothing matters but what we have to do today.
On social media, convicted felon Wesley Watson, known online as Wes, promotes himself as a motivational speaker and fitness influencer. Now he has another conviction on his record.
You would be adjudicated guilty, which is a criminal conviction on your record. You would be sentenced to 21 months state prison with credit for all time served, which would be followed by 7 years of probation.
Watson pleaded guilty to beating a man from New Jersey inside a Miami gym in December of 2024.
I always can't help but giggle that anyone would call Wes Watson a motivational speaker. Maybe like 5 years ago, no, more than that. A while ago, maybe, when he talked about like his regrets and like what prison did, like what happened in prison and what he did. Maybe that could be viewed as motivational to keep you out of the pen. But he completely changed along the way, and the motivation was just trying to egg people on to give him money for the secrets to success and how to get pussy. That's it. This is how you get a lot of vagina, guys. Follow me. Here's my watch and here's my car. And look at this hot babe. You see the fucking honkers on her? You want that? I need thousands of dollars for my personal coaching and my training. Like, he's not a motivational speaker or anything like that. He's also not a fitness influencer, because all he did was fucking boof as much gear as possible, get on a crazy stack, and that's it. He never gave real, legitimate, good workout advice or anything inspirational to help you on your weightlifting journey. That, like, he is neither of those things. He is just one of those con men, just a snake oil salesman that is trying to convince like really gullible, desperate men that if they give tons of clams to him, he'll unlock their third eye, enlighten them, the secrets to finding infinite money glitch somewhere in the world, and that women will be attracted to them instantly overnight. They'll sniff that you gave money to Wes Watson and they won't be able to stay away from you. It's just all a bunch of fucking horse hockey. Actual garbage.
Police say the victim confronted Watson. The two argued, and after the victim pushed him, investigators say Watson responded by repeatedly striking him with a weightlifting belt.
I don't think there was any dispute at the beginning of this that Wes was initially able to use force. The tricky part of this case is when does that force need to be exercised and stopped?
I mean, kind of, but Wes is the one that challenged people to come fight him. This guy walked up to him, accepting the challenge, making it known that, Wes, I am taking you up on your offer of fighting you. So then he did push him, and then Wes and all of his buddies there just jump him. So he gets hit with the weightlifting belt. One of his other friends had a fucking dumbbell in his hands, and they just continue to just beat the shit out of him while he's outnumbered, and they're using improvised weapons.
And perhaps, at this point, he went a bit too far.
Watson failed to prove he acted in self-defense. Records show the victim suffered a face fracture, a concussion, and 2 black eyes. As part of the plea deal, Watson must go to counseling and avoid drugs and alcohol.
One is we need to serve a restraining order on you.
What's a restraining order?
What's that?
What's a restraining order? What's a restraining order? Everything will be
domestic violence restraining order.
Nothing domestic violence will ever happen.
What's that?
Nothing like that ever happened.
But Watson's legal troubles are not over. In Broward County, he's accused of severely beating a woman, leaving her momentarily blacked out, according to records. This case remains open.
Yep, like I said, this is just one case, and he still has another entire one ongoing. So in this one, he's been gadooshed, and he is facing 21 months behind bars in the slammer, and he still has a whole separate one that's ongoing as well. And he shouldn't ever be outside of a prison again, period. He has proven that he is not capable of existing in a civilized society. He is a violent, evil monster.
And there was a development this past week where Peggy was caught on the jail phone, because you guys know how he never shuts the fuck up. Well, they caught him saying incriminating shit again. So I think Peggy knew he was fucked. So he took the deal.
According to John Bravo's coverage here, Wes Watson, in typical Wesley fashion, can't help but be addicted to the gadooshing. So in this case, he had apparently used the jail phone and disclosed more incriminating evidence, which made a not guilty fight seem impossible, which helped make his decision to accept the plea deal and go with guilty.
Remember, he has a civil case going on with him. He's suing the shit out of Peggy. And when you plead guilty in a criminal case, it affects the civil case. But keep in mind, you guys remember my last video I showed you guys, Peggy was trying to hide all the money, spend all the money so nobody gets shit. Well, we're going to see what happens.
So from what I heard, they are trying to have the civil case dismissed, but since he pled guilty here, I would be very surprised if they'd accept that, because how could he be found criminally responsible for the aggravated battery, but not like that wouldn't make sense, right? Like if he's pled guilty, he is guilty of the aggravated battery. How the fuck could they make a strong argument that the civil case should be dismissed? So he's seeking quite a bit of money. The victim here in this case is seeking quite a bit of money after the injuries that he suffered at the hands of Wes and his entourage of idiots, the fucking imbecile unit. So I imagine now that he pled guilty, he will lose that civil case, I would think. Now, according to John Bravo, Wes has been trying to hide and spend all of his money so that way he doesn't have to part with even a single doubloon. And he also has a video going over how Wes made his money in the first place. John Bravo's done like extensive investigations on Wes Watson, as well as many other really awful fucking degenerates. So if you're interested in that, I'd recommend checking out how Wes got all of the money that he did. And I don't know if he actually has successfully hidden all of his assets and spent every dime that he's made. I would be surprised if he did. I think he will end up parting with a pretty penny in the civil case as well. And in the ongoing legal matters, I have to imagine it's probably not looking good there either.
Watson is a convicted felon and is also facing multiple unrelated criminal charges in Broward County, including charges of felony battery, aggravated assault, witness tampering, and allegations related to domestic violence involving his girlfriend. Watson is scheduled to return to court on July 27th for sentencing in the Miami-Dade case. So, like I said earlier, Peggy, the piece of shit, he's lucky. 21 months he got.
I agree. He was lucky to get 21 months, especially after he, once again, put on the red nose and, squeezed a little bit, made some wacky sounds being the clown that Wes is, and gadooshed himself on the prison phone. Like, he was very lucky to get only 21 months here, but he still has another very, very serious ongoing set of charges that he is facing in addition to this. Anyway, I wanted to give you the update here. It is good news. Wes Watson is going to be going back to jail, and I'm sure he is thrilled. Unironically, I bet he is very excited because he fucking loves jail. So yeah, congratulations to Wes, and yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Do you even realize how lucky you are to be able to just sit here in peace while there's others out there struggling by getting gadooshed every day? Huh? You ever stop to think about those people? And by people, I mean that one guy, Wes Watson. I've made a video on Wes Watson in the past, like 6 months ago, where he got absolutely embarrassed on this podcast panel where he looked like the most insecure little bitch of all time. And since then, he's only continued to self-sabotage, melt down, and just devolve into this slug person who is constantly arguing with Reddit every day.
Message. There is really a person who wrote me bragging about how big of a Reddit page they have talking shit about me. Like, that's a bad thing. There's that many people that are so worried about me that I'm famous as a motherfucker. I have that many haters. That's how amazing I am at doing what I do. I trigger that many lames. The guy used the word gadooshing. The guy said that they're on there gadooshing me.
A pathetic monologue trying to put on a strong face, but it's clear that this is affecting him on a deep personal level. He's trying to cope with the biblical gadooshing that he's been receiving for the last couple months. So Wes Watson is your generic ChatGPT AI spit out life coach where he doesn't actually do anything. He just asks people to give him money and he tells them that they're going to be successful for doing it. That's his whole life. He just takes money from people and buys cars with it and then yells in his cars about why he needs more money to teach more people to become millionaires. He has a whole channel dedicated to just whining to his followers about giving him money, how he needs more money. He is literally just a dominatrix that desperate dudes will pay and think that somehow they're going to make money from it or he's going to impart wisdom on them. Meanwhile, Wes doesn't actually have a business. His business is looking for pay piggies that will pay him under the ruse that he's going to give them life advice, but he openly mocks them for doing it too. It's this like crazy cycle.
These are the people who make the videos calling studs like me fake alphas. Oh my God!
Wes Watson has become a full-blown special grade lol cow over the last few months, and I have been tuned into the soap opera. I check in on the lore with Wes Watson every couple weeks, so I watch his newest rants, and I also watch content creators that cover him like Too Lazy to Try or John Bravo, and it's just such a joyful frolic through unhinged delusion with this maniac. He loves to brag about being in jail. Like, in every video you'll see of his, he'll mention jail at least 3 or 4 times pretty much. That's his bread and butter. Yeah, when I was locked up, I learned to put toothpicks on my nipples. Like, it's just the most out of nowhere shit. And somehow that makes him qualified as a life coach. And one thing he's always really proud of when he mentions jail is like how flexible his anus is. So he's constantly talking about like hooping his paperwork and sticking things in his butt and like showing his butt to other people in jail. Like, he even said that people wouldn't even recognize him by his face sometimes. They recognized him by his brown balloon knot, by his fucking asshole. Like, it's so fascinating. It's so interesting.
You know they love to see them buttholes. They want you to wink at them the whole nine. So I gotta show them. They want to see. They only know you by your butthole in there. They see my face and they're like, oh, who are you again? And then I just bend over. I show them the. Oh, Wes Watson, how you doing, bro? What's up? Nice to meet you again.
So the man was talking about, you know, how much gaboofing he used to do, and now he's out here complaining about getting gadooshed. You know, it's so weird. I feel like he'd be, like, honored to be gadooshed as much as he is, but he keeps going, like, steam out of his ears, furious about it. And it is always amazing to hear him talk about it. I swear, every time Wes Watson says gadoosh, an angel gets its wings.
Imagine this stud, this ringleader of Reddit reviewers who gadoosh me. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. No, bro. I was too busy making millions of dollars and not knowing who you are at all while you were gadooshing yourself about me.
I just love it. I absolutely love it. It kind of reminds me of like that old cartoon gag that they do all the time where a character will step on a rake and it hits him in the face. They turn around, step on another rake, it hits him in the face, and it just goes back and forth a couple times. That's Wes Watson with gadooshing. He is just constantly getting big time gadooshed. And he pretends to play it off like he doesn't care, but he's the guy who cares the most in the world about everything. He argues with everyone, even through text messages, even through Instagram DMs, on Reddit. He is constantly arguing with anybody that doesn't like him, yet pretends like, I don't even know who you are. I'm too busy making millions of dollars and having six-sums with all supermodels. By the way, there's even lore behind that. So, like, he has a girlfriend that he shows in content, but apparently it's actually an escort that he rents to be in the videos. Like, it goes crazy. I haven't dove too deep into all of that. But there's just so much there to the Wes Watson cinematic universe. You know what I mean? It's so easy to get wrapped up in the craziness of it, which is why I check in so frequently.
When you see someone as amazing as Wes Watson on your screen, you couldn't fathom how it could be real. It's gotta be all fake. Because I could never even understand how the fuck someone would pay $95,000 a month in rent. So I'm just gonna talk shit that he rents his pad, and I'm gonna fully just skip over the understanding that I don't have $95,000 a month, and I'm in his comments all buck-toothed and cross-eyed, he fucking rents his pad. But he leaves out the whole point that he rents it for $95,000 a month and writes that $95,000 a month off to where it's a massive tool for building his business, an expense that brings in profit.
So when he's not yelling about Reddit gadooshing and yelling to his followers about how they're pathetic brokies who can't afford $3,000 for a life-changing course that he offers, he's sometimes giving this kind of speech, and this is like the standard playbook for life coaches, the no-nonsense, tough guy, tough love approach. You're broke, you're pathetic. You're insulting me for renting my place, you just don't understand it. And I guess it can work on shaming some people into it, but I think that is so fucking sad. So what he's saying here is a bunch of baloney. This is actual fish paste. So he's renting this extremely expensive place, all to look cool on camera. He's paying $95,000 a month to rent this place just to flex it on the people that are paying for it, for him to live there. It's so fucking weird. So there are... If anyone here has a functioning frontal lobe, you'll know why it's a super stupid idea to pay $95,000 in rent. And he desperately tries to reach into that chocolate starfish of his to try and find some kind of explanation for why he's doing it, and he comes up with this, where you guys don't even fathom the $95,000 that it takes to rent this place. You don't have it. You're more pathetic because you can't afford to waste $95,000 on this kind of place. Meanwhile, even if everyone in the world had that kind of disposable income, most people are sane enough to not do this because you are pissing it away. You're not even building equity. You have nothing to show for it. You are flushing it down the shitter, Wes. And he's trying to say like, no, it's good for the business. It's good for the business. It's going to turn profit. No, it's not. It's not doing that. I guess you can almost make an argument for Wes specifically because his followers see flashy thing and it's like caveman brain, like neuron activate. Wes have flashy thing. I want flashy thing. He say I only need to spend $3,000 to maybe get it. Okay. Like I guess it can kind of work in his line there, but it's the stupidest shit ever. Paying $95,000 to rent a mansion just to look cool on camera is so pitiful. Like, it's actually sickening. And I'll go ahead and show you another quick Wes Watson montage clip here where he's just melting down at his followers for being too broke and they shouldn't be complaining about how expensive his courses are.
The fact that there's so many fucking grown men and women who don't have 20 fucking grand. Oh my God, that would be lame. Holy shit. Do you know most people I know got millions? Like, and we're not special. Like, we're at the bottom. Like, having some M's is whatever. And you motherfuckers don't have 20 grand and say it's expensive. And the program doesn't even start at, it starts at $3,000. You guys.
$3,000? He's basically giving it away for free. Wow, Wes. $3,000 to just get berated in like daily uploads from Wes, freaking out about nothing because he is perpetually livid. This man only has one emotion, and it's anger. That's it. I don't think I've ever seen him calm at all. Even when he's living like his super successful, happy life, he's mad about it. He's mad at somebody. He's arguing with some ghost. It's so weird. But man, it is captivating, which is why I tune in every couple of weeks. I have only made one video on Wes, but I've talked about him on stream a few times, just, going through the exposition and the new stuff in the Wes Watson lore. And I just had to talk about it today because I caught up today and I could not stop giggling at this new arc we find ourselves in the Wes Watson anime, the Gadooshing arc. This is probably my favorite so far. The Gadooshing is actual top tier content. So, just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's it. See ya. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a massive treat today. My father has finally granted me permission to film his top secret hobby. Now that may not sound too impressive to you, but you don't understand the magnitude, the gravity of this. This would be as if the government all of a sudden said, you know what, you guys can come take a peek in Area 51. This is huge. So my father has a hobby that he's recently been indulging in, and he has absolutely mastered his craft. Everything you're about to see, he has built with his own two hands. His blood, his sweat, his tears, his testosterone has been poured into this passion project. It's incredible. It makes Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet look like a simple fucking Lego set to be put together. It puts it to shame. Now, on the surface, his hobby may seem childish. However, he's taken it to a level that makes it nothing shy of art, ethereal art. If aliens invaded our planet and they had hostile intentions, if they stumbled across my father's creation, they would immediately turn around and say, you know what, this planet does deserve to be left alone and saved. It's just that beautiful. It is with great pleasure, nay, it is an honor to be able to show you my father's top secret, sacred dojo. Alright, well, take us on a tour of your holy grounds here, your sanctuary. Talk about your design process like you were bragging about earlier.
It's a fucking slot car track. What's so fucking crazy about that?
Just, it's quite the hobbying.
Well, what do you want me to do? I mean, there's all my cars.
Yeah.
So you want me to, like, get one? Or two?
What would the Slot Car Enthusiast Society expect you to do for, like, a showcasing video?
I'll put on the Superbird and then an old jalopy stock car. How about that?
Alright.
That's like the coolest shit. I mean, that's like a 1970 Plymouth Superbird, old jalopy like they used to run on the dirt tracks. Like years ago in the 40s and 50s.
You gonna dual wield them out here?
Well, it hauls ass, as you can see. It's freaking fast. I built that car from scratch.
So what are your future plans then? Go ahead and enlighten us. Do you want like a working submarine perhaps? Like a Navy battleship bay? Like what's coming next for the track?
Now here's the interesting thing. I can do whatever the fuck I want to do. And I can build whatever the hell I want to build.
You're a man.
Okay.
I can build as many toys as I want.
If anybody knows it, Charlie, you know it. Okay? You want me to build a freaking car? I'll build a car. I'll build whatever the fuck you want me to build.
Move over, Legos. There's a new master builder.
This bitch has got headlights on it. Tail lights. Whoa!
You didn't make that one though.
You just killed all the people in the grandstands. Right?
Walk us through how you design these over here. Because you made all the paper shit.
I made everything.
Most people would like to know how, the process.
There ain't no process, I just dream up shit and build it. My question is this. Who the fuck's got one of these in their upstairs?
Anyone that played with slot cars is probably 6 feet under for the last 40 years.
They don't have one of these, motherfucker. I dare anybody to outrun me, including you. Charlie, on my track, you can't.
Tell all the slot car enthusiasts that haven't crumbled to dust. It's an open challenge, I guess.
deal. You held the track record at 6.0 from my timer right there.
That's right.
But I beat you, bitch. It's 5.8.
5.8 seconds, and science said it couldn't be done. They said slot cars couldn't be pushed to that level. And yet the mad scientist of slot carring, Charles Sr., has pulled it off on a homemade homebrew course. Is there anything else that you want to put on the course, or is this probably going to be about its limits?
No, I don't quit. I'll build something else. When I get maxed out up here, we'll build a third level and we'll just build more freaking track. How about that?
You buy a house just for slot cars, yeah. It's fucking cool, Dad.
Alright, bro. Slot Car Central, signing off.
Beautiful. My dad doesn't really like to be photographed or videoed or anything, so getting a photo or video of him is like getting a photo or video of Sasquatch. It's fucking rare, and sometimes people just don't believe it. But the last time I showed you my father, I was showing you his slot car track, his top secret experiment in the upstairs of his house, and you guys loved him and his track. So I thought, you know what? Let's team up with my dad again and build something else equally as incredible. So I thought it would be a lot of fun to take the Lightning McQueen toy car that I've used in videos before, such as when I showed off Tetra when we first got her as a puppy. No, this video is not in slow motion. This was the old top speed of the Lightning McQueen mobile. Also, the one I just released with Kata and Tetra, and I thought, let's take this Lightning McQueen car, turn it from a toy into a street-legal vehicle. Or if we can't ever really get it street-legal, at least fast enough to compete in like some Twisted Metal games or something, outfit it with like machine guns on the side, and like a fucking pie thrower, Spy Kids 3D style. I just wanted to turn this Lightning McQueen into a fucking speed demon, and my dad thought it was a fun idea, so he agreed to be on camera, showing the process of us turning this car into something fucking unholy.
What do you want me to...
Well, explain the process here. So we're turning Lightning McQueen into a really fucking fast car, so how are we doing it?
Well, we're replacing a 6-volt battery with a 12-volt battery to start. See how fast it is. And then we'll hook two 12-volt batteries together and put 24 volts to it, and it'll probably burn it up. You'll probably crash and burn in flames, but we're gonna see what happens, so...
If it does work according to Dr. Frankenstein's mad plan here, how fast will it go?
I don't know. We're gonna find out.
Well, if you had to guess.
Maybe 15, I don't know.
Well, that's pretty fucking pathetic.
Well, what did you expect? We're gonna do fucking 90 miles an hour? We ain't doing that.
Right.
I don't know what's gonna happen here, but we're fixing to find out, buddy.
Alright, so we've just performed surgery on Lightning McQueen, the first 12 volts in.
We got power.
That's a significant improvement from the other sluggish speed.
Okay. That's twice as fast as it was before.
That's a lot faster than it was, but I want my hair blowing back and eyes rolling into my skull. Oh yeah, listen to that. Listen to that raw power.
Whoa! I think we just blew the bitch up.
No, did you?
No, it's still got power. Turn that thing off. All right, here we go.
Thank God Lightning McQueen survived. Thought I just lost both my car and my father.
I don't know what the hell that was, but you're gonna put your ass in this seat. And you're gonna frickin'.
I hope I don't.
Holy shit!
I hope I don't get electrocuted.
All right.
All
right. Ready for a test run?
Rev her up.
Let's
see those wheels
hey, it's
spin.
Smoking. Whoa.
Oh yeah.
Holy crap.
Now that's power.
Whatever that is. There's the part that it blew off. I don't know what the heck that is.
That's probably some safety regulations.
That's a piece of Lightning McQueen that exploded.
It's intestines.
We'll just put it back in the car. All right, here we go. Okay.
You on?
Turn her on.
This is fucking terrifying. I hope. Is it gonna explode?
I don't know. If it does, just bail out. Holy crap.
So where's the smoke coming from, if you had to guess?
Fucking burning up wires is where the smoke's coming from. Jesus Christ. We put 24 volts to a 6-volt system. No wonder it made it down the driveway and back. I say you get in and run the bitch till it explodes.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Run number 2. Go, go, go!
That's fucking hauling now, doing Lightning McQueen proud, about to travel through time with that. Like a DeLorean.
God, it stinks.
Yeah.
Look at that rig.
Looking good.
Hey, it lived for 2 runs.
Yeah, I don't think it would make it. Either it would die on the 3rd or I would die on the 3rd.
That was fun.
That was a lot of fun, yeah. Now I'll have to put a new system in there to get ready for a gas-powered system.
Yeah, the next thing we'll do is we'll put a 5-horse Briggs & Stratton on it.
Yeah, I don't know what any of that means at all. I only know toy car volt batteries. I've had this chair since I was a teenager. It's approaching 10 years old, and it's actually held together by socks with pillow feathers stuffed underneath them for cushions because the cushions rotted away about 5 or 6 years ago. This chair is a fucking time bomb of filth, and it feels like shit. It feels like I have 2 cactuses constantly on both my ass cheeks. Oftentimes I'll stand up and my ass cheeks are cramped, mainly because the chair is uncomfortable, and I figured it was time to upgrade. And I'm an elite gamer, as most of you know, a gamer barbarian, assassin, guru, so I decided to get a gaming chair, but I didn't want any gaming chair. I'm not all too familiar with gaming chairs in general, and I knew PewDiePie had one, and I trust Felix, so I got his gaming chair. And I thought to myself, well, that's kind of boring, just a chair. Why not take that shit to the next level? So I recruited the East Coast top engineer, my father, and my dad and I built a historic machine, a fucking weaponized gaming chair on wheels. It's like a goddamn twisted metal contraption gizmo. It looks like a Mad Max style dinghy, like a dinghy that would be used in a Mad Max universe. It's fucking awesome, and I'm gonna show you the process of how we built it and how fast it goes. This bitch pumps up to 40 miles an hour. This shit hauls. This is a world first, baby. Alright, so what are we doing today, Dad?
Well, we gotta put this chair together first, which I think you're gonna do.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And then we're gonna try to mount this chair on this hot rod.
Yeah, you very specifically wanted me to record you bringing a toolbox.
So I had to go get a Phillips screwdriver. This is your toolbox. Really? This is your toolbox?
So you wanted me to record you insulting me the toolbox you gave me.
Why don't you have like a real toolbox?
You gave me that toolbox.
That's because I know you won't do nothing. It is pretty nice.
Yep, chair's all done. Now we just have to take the crazy cooler off and then mount the chair to this. Which shouldn't be too hard. How do you like the gaming throne?
Go ahead, I'll just watch you do it. Fine. Alright, here she comes.
Fuck yeah, baby.
Cooler's off.
That's how we do it. Bare naked frame.
Let's just look at something here. Oh yeah.
That fits beautifully, like it was made for it.
Oh yeah. Well, the only problem is your feet are going to hang out the front with no place to put them.
Nah, I'm 5'6". My feet probably won't even come near the end of the cushion.
Now we could build something out here, a bar to put your feet on. That might be kind of cool.
Outfit it with a nitrous oxide booster and shit. Yeah, I see what you're getting at. Alright, what's the sit rep? What problem have we just experienced?
Your crazy idea to do this in the first place. That's the freaking problem. So, what the situation is we got it stripped apart. The chair's too big this way and hits the tires, so we got to get the chair up off of the tires, and then we're going to take the foot pegs that originally were here to put your feet on with the cooler, and we're going to mount them out here.
Mm-hmm.
So you can rest your feet on there so when you steer, but the chair's got to get up off of the tires, so we're going to have to build a bracket here to raise the chair up.
Now, what the fuck is a bracket? I obviously know, being the son of
See this black thing?
Yeah.
That's a fucking bracket.
Well, I knew that. It's for the people at home that may not.
The people at home know, believe me. Are you serious?
You are way out of touch with the internet.
Oh my God. All right, well, we just gonna have to do some engineering here. That's the whole deal.
Our specialty.
Yeah, our specialty, right.
So we've encountered a new boss. The most caveman. It's such a caveman approach. The bolts don't line up. Hit it with the hammer.
Go ahead, hit it.
You know, I gotta be honest. I don't think hitting it with the hammer is doing anything.
Yeah, it is. Hit it. You gotta pull it while you're hitting it. It ain't doing no good just hitting it.
Fuck!
Come on, hit it with the hammer. So, something flew up and hit me in the nose.
We fucking bleed for this craft.
I think it was your fucked up hammer.
No, it definitely wasn't. My hammering was precise, like a surgeon.
It's really funny because I hammered the first one, nothing happened. And all of a sudden, I stick my head down here and I'm bleeding in the nose. So,
yeah.
All right,
it's all worth it. All right, hold on. Can you go over the whole situation again? It's been a little while. You've come back from the ER after a huge injury sustained about an hour ago. Where are we at in the build?
Well, I had to saw some 4x4s to mount the seat. I broke my saw blade, so I had to saw the. I won't say it.
Say what?
Bitches by hand.
Oh no! You didn't just say that.
Suck on this.
Yeah,
hold
baby.
On, hold on.
Oh fuck yeah! You feel like a gamer?
Low rider.
That block of wood shit worked real well.
Faster.
Hold it. What do you mean hold it? Are you sabotaging me? Making me look like a fucking idiot?
There you go.
Oh, and I got the table right now.
Morning, gamers.
He has like a James Bond ejector seat in it. Parachute too.
It's so cool.
It is so fucking cool.
It looks goofy, but it's actually super comfortable.
Yeah. Here he comes with a kickflip. Originally a week or so ago, and my dad and I broke the record for the world's fastest gaming chair. It was originally intended to be a chair to replace my old ratty one that was literally falling apart and probably giving me a disease. But the problem is, the chair was gas powered. So I can't just have a gas-powered chair as my primary chair in my room, because I'll just be constantly huffing the gas fumes until I'm stupid enough to think the earth is flat, vaccines cause autism, and that ear rape loud meme videos are good comedy. So I needed to come up with an alternate solution. Thus, an electric-powered chair was the correct idea. However, after finally completing the motherfucker, I realized it's too high up. This really cheap throne here is not comfortable at all. It's like sitting on broken glass in my asshole. And the problem is the desk is too low compared to the chair's height. So instead, I'm just, like, anytime I want to get close to my laptop or anything here on my desk, my knees are just rubbing against the glass, and it doesn't feel very nice. Anyway, let me show you how my dad and I put this bitch together. I'll show you the secrets in engineering. Well, this is internet superstar sensation Papa Charles. What are we making today, Dad?
Can't tell you.
Wow.
Big secret.
Well, very wise words.
Well, obviously it involves a chair. You can see that, right?
Yeah.
Which is, I guess, kind of our, I don't know. The last one involved a chair, so I guess this one involves a chair, but...
Well, I'll spoil the surprise for you. By the time this footage is shown, I will have already scooted in on the chair. So you can reveal the Area 51 secrets here.
Yeah, but nobody knows how this thing is going to work, so including me. We got to figure it out as we go.
Alright, we'll have to defy science and build it.
Yeah. I can't give away my secrets.
Well, it's too late. I've already started recording this.
Well, I can't give away my secrets on how I'm going to do this. No, but this is top secret stuff. I can't just be telling all my engineering secrets and stuff that I do, you know. I mean, when I do stuff, I just have to think about it as I go, you know. So that's kind of the deal. But I got a plan worked out. Don't worry, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be good.
You don't want to reveal your creative process?
No, hell no. I can't be telling people my thought process. That's shit. You just gotta know, you know. So.
Sorry.
We'll see the finished product here in a little bit.
Well, I'm sorry. I guess we're not giving away the Krabby Patty secret formula.
No, we can't. We can't give it away.
Alright, punch it.
Oh, fuck. What's with this thing?
It's just you gotta get used to the technique. You gotta put both feet on at the same time.
Nothing's bolted down yet. I'm gonna bust my ass.
It'll be fine. Let me show you how a real pilot does it.
Oh, well, there you go. Now back up.
Well, let's not get too wild here. See? Smooth. It's easy.
Yeah, now that I fixed it.
Yeah, now that you've bug tested it. The purple throne chair was bundled with a little Halloween costume for a king cosplay that my dad wanted to wear because he thought it was symbolic for the work he put into the project. So this is him putting that uniform on and taking it for its first trip.
Taking the maiden voyage.
The royal first flight. Watch it.
Carry on, peasants.
Jesus. You look like a NPC giving a side quest in a video game.
What's that?
Punch it. It's been a little while since my father created something new with his bare, meaty, manly paws, and I'm happy to say he's gone back into the secret laboratory like Dexter and has come up with something beautiful. He's like Q from James Bond, just a fucking entire garage full of gadgets and toys, and I'm really excited to share the newest one with you. It is a 1911 Harley Davidson motorcycle that he built with no instructions, just absolutely freestyled that shit. He played that on hard mode, expert mode, no build path or anything, and he put it together and it is magnificent. Here's a little sneak peek of my dad's workshop right here. No elves at this Santa's factory, just my dad making some old cars and now an old bike. A motorcycle, rather, but it's kind of just like a normal bike with gas.
This is flowing.
So what does the number 25 represent? Is that special?
My corporation, baby. It's our old race car, don't you know that?
That's cute.
Huh?
So walk us through it. What was the process?
Okay, so what we did is we ordered a 1911 Harley Davidson board track racer replica kit. Comes in a big box with thousands of parts, no instructions.
Yeah.
So you're on your own putting this thing together. There's nothing out there to tell you how. The people, you can only contact them on the internet. So it's been quite a project, but I don't know, we're gonna find out if it's gonna run or not.
I'm excited.
Been working on this about a month, so let's see what happens, won't you?
Yeah, get on there.
All right.
You just gonna take off?
Well, you gotta pedal it and then you gotta pop the clutch and see if the engine will start. So
That's good technique.
rolls and turn over.
Hey, tramp.
Oh, tramp's out. All right, ready? Here we go.
You're making me concerned you're gonna kill yourself out here. It's
Yeah, impressive, it won't run.
yeah, the world's slowest bicycle.
All right, I gotta check some stuff.
It's a gas-powered wet fart of a bicycle. Drew, what went wrong on the maiden voyage?
I don't know, I'm not getting no spark. So I'm gonna try it one more time, and then if that doesn't work, we gotta go back to the drawing board.
Sounds like a lawnmower dying. Do you think that's maybe as fast as they could get it in 1911?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Probably
Maybe
so.
it's running as intended.
No, it's not running at all.
I heard something in there. It sounded like, I don't know, a garbage disposal in a sink.
Just the engine turning over, it's not sparking. We gotta take it apart.
You have
All
to,
right, stay tuned for part 2.
you have to redo it.
All right, I'll find out why it's not firing. I'm gonna have to watch the internet. There's a video on the internet of somebody having one of these and wiring it up, and I used what he did.
Ah, you plagiarized. What are you smelling it for?
I'm getting gas.
So how much of that engine block did you build?
The whole upper end.
How confident are you in your fix?
We got spark, we know that. All we need is gas and it'll run.
All right, pump it. She sounds beautiful.
Oh, still not firing.
I was half expecting you to fucking take off there.
Oh, that's what I'm expecting too, but it's not.
It sounded pretty good, like a swamp monster. I wouldn't say nothing, it's trying. Sounds angry.
I'm sounding angry.
Yeah. A month worth of work.
Oh, shit. Break time.
All right.
Fuck.
Yeah, I wish I could be more help. I just don't know shit about it. Would you like my opinion, though? You gotta pedal hard as fuck, maybe. Really gotta get after it. What's your strat? You riding it without the condom on or whatever that is? This seems like a dangerous move. I don't want to see it go up in flames or something.
Come on over here, you're gonna help me. You're gonna get your hands dirty.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that.
Huh?
What are you gonna do? Just bathe it in gasoline and light a match?
That's what I'm gonna do.
What a strategy.
Alright, what you're gonna have to do, you wanna pick the rear end up a little bit for me?
Yeah, I can do that. Now that I've got my hands dirty, I have a good feeling about this one. Ah. That's the one.
Trying to run.
It's giving it all she's got. Whoa! It sounded like it went for a minute.
Ran a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Not getting much gas.
Are you just gonna apply it directly? Now that you've waterboarded it with the
I'm
gasoline.
gonna make you push me this time.
I don't want to fucking push you on that. It's gonna shoot flames out of the back with the way you've got it set up right now. You've got the goddamn gas wide open.
Go big or go home.
I like it. Oh, there it is. There it is, baby. The madman. Oh, baby. Is that a land speed record? The mad scientist of 1911 motorcycles. Look at that speed. God, it smells like shit coming by. Good shit. Now that was a big ride. Yeah.
Woo! Victory!
That's how we do it.
That's how we do it.
Never
brother.
say never. I mean, it's basically just a fucking gas can on wheels at this point. Got it stripped down to its bare bones.
Hey, it's fast too.
Yeah, it looked fast. Sounded fast. It smells like shit.
Victory.
It smells like victory.
I like it. That was fun.
Yeah, it smells like if 4th of July fireworks took a shit.
Hey, we got it going.
Hey, that's what counts.
That's all that counts.
Yeah, that's a month's work of work right there, and you ended up taking half of it apart just to pour gas on it.
Yeah, but I tell you what, how fast do you think I was going?
Well, it had to be at least 25, I'd say.
Shit. It felt like it was 100.
Travel through time.
Thing vibrates like a bitch. Oh, that was fun.
That looked fun.
You gonna ride it?
I'm not trying to die, no. I'll probably pass today.
Shit, come on.
Maybe when we get the safety parameters in place, I'll give it a spin.
That takes all the fun out of it, the safety parameters.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right.
You're lucky no one was out here lighting a cigar within like a mile radius.
I know.
The air would have got set on fire.
That was fun. Okay, maiden voyage over.
Good shit. Congrats. With quarantine still in full effect, esports are growing more than ever. Professional video gaming and just video gaming in general has become much more mainstream and reached an even larger audience from people that are just looking for activities to fill the time they have on their hands. My dad is one of those people. As esports have grown, I'm telling you, my father's about to shut the entire fucking thing down. He is about to light that entire industry on fire by becoming the world's premier esports athlete. For the last 2 weeks, my father has been in the laboratory constructing the ultimate gaming setup with a little bit of my help, which isn't a whole lot of help because I myself am not a very computer savvy person, so it's kind of just like my dad would ask me questions, but it'd be like asking him to a fucking brick wall because I don't know it either. It'd be like, Charlie, how do I set this up? And I just give him basic shit, like, have you tried turning the HDMI off and on? Just shit that didn't help. But he eventually got it done, figured it out by himself and with the help of Andrew, and he's got an incredible setup going now that he has been putting actual, real, hardcore, elite gaming barbarian hours into, going at least 4 hours a day of practicing on the tracks and fine-tuning his vehicle. I'm telling you right now, my father is going to be to racing what Faker is to League of Legends. My dad is probably going to be the best iRacer in the world. Let me show you a little footage from his recent practice session this afternoon. My dad's like a shark, smelling blood in the water. He's thirsty. So he just moves right on past number 25 here, coming up on turn number 2. Easy, casual. Just blows right by him like he wasn't even there. Just throws that shit in the garbage and says, get the fuck off of my track. You're not welcome here. Not even worthy to share the road with me. It's just so easy for him. Look at that. No sweat. Nothing. It's as if he's playing this game with his eyes closed, and he very well may be. Who knows? It's just he's truly a master of his craft. And that steering wheel, I can only imagine, is made out of pure adamantium because that's the only material that would be strong enough to withstand the grip strength of my father behind the wheel.
I'll wait for somebody.
Did you catch that statement? I'll wait for somebody. My father finds this game so easy that the only way he can even give himself an iota of a challenge is by slowing down to their level just to give himself even a little bit of a thrill. He's like the anime supervillain that just wants somebody to match his power. Casually avoids an amateur who's wrecked, and at this point he's just saying, you know what, these rookies can't match my thunder, just get the fuck away from me, you're not welcome here. Takes him out like an assassin, says that's enough of that shit. Gives him a bit of a taunt. If this was Mario Kart, probably would have tossed a banana back there just to fuck him up even a bit more. But wrecking him is an understatement. What my father did was annihilate him. Absolutely eviscerate him. I wouldn't be surprised if his opponent just outright quit iRacing after that. There was no sportsmanship on display right there from my dad, nor did there need to be. They didn't earn his good sportsmanship. This is just too casual. It's too easy.
Getting tired.
Needs to make a pit stop after blasting through those tires. I have expected my dad to grab 2 Bud Lights and slam them together and chug them like Stone Cold Steve Austin here, but he's all business. He says, let's just get this pit stop over with, I'm gonna focus, win this race easily. As the bloodbath continues, my dad is still driving with a purpose, and that purpose is to be the very best. 2 cars ahead of him here, but that's not gonna be for long. Passes 1 and he's still greasing his way to the top here, just ready for that champagne shower in the championship circle. And it's just a, highly aggressive, highly effective style of driving. Unfortunately though, there must have been a bit of an oil slick on the course. Someone must have sabotaged it because something threw my dad's car way out of control. And it's a real shame what happened there. But it is what it is. The only way they could beat my father is by cheating, and you hate to see it. But I think it goes to show you just the kind of potential my dad has behind the wheel of iRacing. As you can see, just a bit of miscalculation, throwing the asshole of the car out there, just throws the entire ass out, spins out. But he doesn't go down alone, he takes out at least 3 other cars with him, so pretty decent, I'd say, all things considered. Now, I was lucky enough to get an interview with this particular race car driver here, the champion, and I got to ask him a few questions just about where he sees himself in the future of esports racing.
So I went with the basic setup, and it didn't handle too well, so I called Mike Cope, and I said, look, I've got a 200-pound left front spring, a 225-pound right front spring, a 225 left rear spring, and a 425 right rear spring. And I said, the car turns pretty good with a 2-inch sway bar, but it's pushing in the center of the corner. And he says, CW, you got too much left rear spring, put in a 175-pound spring. So I put in a 175 and the bitch turns good.
That's great. Yeah, I don't know what any of that shit means, but it sounds very complicated.
We got a little inside scoop here. Little advantage on some of these other guys.
Do you think you're going to be the biggest name in the iRacing scene pretty soon?
Shit, no. Hell no.
That's what every grand champion says.
There's some guys on there that have won thousands of races, and plus you got all those NASCAR guys that they I mean, there's a couple of them guys that have run 1 in 2,000 races. You know, I've been on it for 2 days. That's about it. I mean, it took me 2 weeks to build it, and then I've been on it for a couple of days, like pretty hard, just to try to figure all this stuff out. And you know me, I'm not no computer whiz, but you know, I'll race with the best of them. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I think so too. Is there anything you want to say to the up and coming other drivers out there? Any like WWE words of intimidation?
Yeah, look out, bitch, I'm coming for you.
It's beautiful. Well, you heard it here first. I imagine Team Solo, Mid, Cloud9, all of the big gaming organizations are going to be knocking on my dad's door, shoving 8-figure contracts onto his plate. But only time will tell if he's even interested in pursuing the professional gaming organization route. But yeah, I just wanted to share all this with you and let you all know if you are an iRacing enthusiast, there's almost no reason to go professional anymore now that my dad's tearing up those tracks. He's going to take it by storm, I'm telling you. That's about it. So yeah. The magical world of esports continues to grow. Now please join me as we take a peek into my crystal ball and I show you the future of this sport. And that future has a name. It's Charles White Sr. It's been only a few weeks since I showed you my dad's setup and his rise to the top of iRacing, and since that last video he's only continued to evolve at a rate some scientists may argue is unnatural, perhaps even impossible, supernatural even. He has become the raid boss of racing. They're calling him the Talladega Titan, the NASCAR ass bar. He goes by many names now, and all of them are feared across iRacing. He's won a ton of shit recently. He's beaten fucking pro drivers. He saved some of his replays from a few of his wins, and he'll send me them at 10 o'clock at night, be like, Charlie, check this shit out. This is nuts. And then it's like this chaotic accident, this cataclysmic doomsday that he had happen on the final lap that gave him the win. Some chaotic shit, and he's like, yeah, pretty wild, right? And it's like he wants to make a montage out of some of this so he can be scouted by Team Liquid. Here's the most recent dubski that he got at a major race at Talladega. This one was actually against a professional driver named Townsend Bell. My dad drives the number 69. I don't know why. He's not like a memer or anything. He can hardly understand the internet as is. He types with one finger, clicking one key at a time. But I guess he just likes the number. Avoids an accident there from number 5, who must have been drunk driving. He loses control of the vehicle, but gives my dad a head of steam, takes out Townsend Bell and the leader, and then squeaks out the win and gets himself into the championship circle for the champagne shower. Just beautifully done there. A double pit maneuver there. He was like a fucking police officer chasing down someone who had an ounce of weed in their car. It was an absolutely brutal wreck towards the end that my dad orchestrated to give himself the win, and what incredible timing. Right at the fucking finish line. You couldn't have drawn it up any better. Here's the results right here. You can see he actually did place over the real Townsend Bell, so huge congratulations to my dad. I don't know what the 3 at the end of his name means, and neither does he. He accidentally pressed it while creating his account. I'm pretty sure he's changed it since here. I'm not quite sure. Either that or he's got another account that he's smurfing on. I have no fucking clue. The command center.
Check the furniture.
Yeah. It's nice. I recently went over to my father's command center to get a little behind the scenes action here in an interview with the future esports iRacing champion. I also got to see his new iteration of the slot car track. It's been like a year and a half since I first showed his slot car track, and he's made a lot of different adjustments to it and changed it a lot of different times. I think this is the design he's settled on. He's also got this giant fucking power box to make the cars go extremely fast if you run it wide open. And that fucking power box is hardcore. That bad boy's probably using 80% of the city's total power grid.
So I don't want to rush these guys. That guy in the middle is going to make he's a weapon. There he goes.
Oh shit.
That's what I'm saying.
The barbarian.
These guys are dangerous. All right, now we got to register for the race.
Yeah, I see that. They're calling you up to the big league. So why are you number 69?
I just like it.
You just like the number 69?
Nice.
Yeah, so I was surprised at just how loud that game is. When he's in the middle of a race, it actually sounds like you're in a race car. Sounds like you fucking stuck your head into a jet engine. It is deafeningly loud, which I guess sells the atmosphere of it pretty well, I suppose. But it was like rattling the house. I don't know how my mom and grandma, like on the first floor, are able to like talk to each other when he's in the middle of a race. It's like vibrates the entire fucking house like an earthquake. So before doing any race, you have to qualify, naturally, where you get placed in the race. So my dad was running as qualifiers, and it felt like I was among the presence of greatness. It felt like in Bleach, where one of the captains was first introduced and the spiritual pressure was enough to make people fall to the floor. That's what it was like when my dad was qualifying. Focused, overwhelming. It made the air thicker with power and masculinity. Where are you racing at?
Talladega.
Ah. Do you think there'll be any more pro NASCAR drivers for you to fuck up?
I doubt it tonight.
You probably scared him away after the last one.
Alright, so there I am right there.
Yep.
Alright, so let's see. Alright, first of all, there's the entries. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the results. Oh, second, baby.
You've qualified second the last, like, 3 races you've done, huh?
Yeah, I've never been out of the top 3. So
pretty good stat.
The problem with second is I'm starting on the outside. In 2 minutes, we got to be on the grid to start.
Okay, how do you feel about Scott Nation? What do you know about him?
Who's Scott Nation?
The one who qualified right ahead of you.
I hope Scott Nation can stay in his own lane.
So why is your name Charles White 3?
I don't know.
What happens if you pass the guy right now?
The pace car?
Well, the pace car or Scott.
Well, nothing will happen if I pass Scott.
Well, isn't that cheating?
No, because we haven't taken the green flag yet. So when he goes, I go.
Oh shit! Immediately past Scott. Poor Scott must have just thought a lightning bolt crossed his screen. A video game glitch. My dad passed him in record time. He was in second place for probably less than 4 seconds total.
I'm surprised they haven't wrecked behind us yet.
They seem to know what they're doing. Oh shit! The madman! Arrest that man! How often does that happen?
All the fucking time. Dickhead wrecked me.
So now, do you just go right back to it?
Yeah, but it ain't gonna run good.
Is there any chance you can still win this, or probably not?
No, fuck no.
Well, I mean, if they wreck the front again.
Well, see all these cars?
Yeah.
That's all the guys that have wrecked so far.
Yeah. That's a shame.
I'm always up front, and I'm always leading or in the top 2 or 3, and then some idiot runs over you.
Well, to be fair, that's how you beat the pro NASCAR driver last night.
So?
It's alright, it's only cool when you do it.
Yeah, but it was on the last lap. This was one of the first 5 laps. I mean, seriously?
It's true.
All you had to do is ride back there, and, you know, at the end, yeah, then, you know, we'll do what we gotta do.
Break out into chaos.
Right.
Mutiny. You really got a handle on a lot of this computer shit.
Scary, huh?
Yeah, this is impressive. The fuck happened to that guy?
I don't know.
Vanished into oblivion? Dr. Manhattan vaporized him?
When that guy goes in the grass, I hit the wall.
Oh, god damn it. Is that something they could fix in the pit crew?
That would be a no.
So were you out of the race with that?
Uh-huh. I just quit.
So my dad was showing me a few other wreck highlights that happened when he was either in the lead or close to it. It seems to be a very common occurrence in iRacing, so my dad takes it well, just takes it on the chin and moves on. It is a shame though to see him running first so convincingly. That looked like it was just going to be another casual win for my dad. But then the guy behind him just dialed in, focused, and just fucking homing missiled right into my dad, took him out of the race, and there's really not a whole lot you can do in that position. But it's still a very impressive showing nonetheless, just how easy it was for my dad to qualify second and again take first so quickly. Nothing shy of best in the business level moves, no doubt. Now I wanted to give it a try to see what it was like, so my dad set me up with a sprint car track to give it a whirl. Am I gonna need to be clutch shifting and all that?
No, just let me adjust the...
I can reach it. See? This is my driving posture. I think I'm ready for the race. Jesus.
That wasn't pretty.
Needless to say, there's still a little bit of training I'll need to do before I'm ready for any amount of iRacing, especially in my dad's command center chair. Again, my father is 6'5", 6'6", with good posture, so his driving specifications for where the pedals need to be in relation to the chair is very different than how it would fit a 5'6" man like myself, so I had to fucking get up in there like I was already in the middle of a car crash, pushed against the steering wheel. It was very uncomfortable, so I blame a lot of what happened there with the sprint car disaster on just the pedal position. But anyway, it's really, really fun to see my dad enjoying games like this so much, and he's really putting a lot of time into getting super fucking good at the game, so I genuinely do believe he might be one of the best iRacers in a few months from now. My dad has always loved cars and racing. I swear to God, I bet my dad was born and came out of the womb in a car. He's built cars from fucking scratch since the time he was a kid. He's always built cars and loves building things, but mainly cars is his passion, building cars. He's also raced for most of his life, not professional racing, but street racing. You know, that kind of shit that you saw in the first Fast and Furious, that kind of shit is what my dad had always done from when he was really young. So I have no doubt he will go far in iRacing. I'm excited to see it. That's it. So yeah. During a recent stream, I made the mistake of saying I don't know how to drive a stick shift, and I was flooded with messages from the chat questioning my manhood and just general disgust at me as a human being. If you had the stream turned on but the video wasn't loading and all you could see was chat, you'd think that the chat just witnessed a fucking murder. It was absolutely wild. It was intense. And then I doubled down on my lack of car knowledge by revealing that I just don't know a single fucking thing about automobiles. I can tell a golf cart apart from a pickup truck. That's about the extent of my car knowledge. It's just not something I'm super interested in, but since the chat was saying I was too stupid to know how to drive a stick shift, I did what I always do. I put my dirty asshole in their face, so I learned how to drive a stick shift. And who better to teach me than my father? My dad is the grand master of anything involving cars. My dad built a fucking 32 Ford with his eyes closed using only a handsaw, some WD-40, and 15 toothpicks, and that car won street races. My dad has always been a huge car guy. He's like a real-life Dominic Toretto from Fast and Furious. He's been building cars since he was 16 years old. I just never had much of an interest in cars, which has probably always been disappointing to him. But when I told him yesterday that I want him to teach me how to drive a stick shift, his fucking eyes lit up. There's little stars in them, like something out of a cartoon. He was elated. I'm surprised he didn't have a speech prepared or something, like some kind of monologue that he just whipped out of his back pocket I've been waiting for this day, son. The day you become a man. So I began looking for rental stick shift cars, which is a really hard thing to find these days because it seems no one gives a fuck about stick shifts anymore, because when I was asking for rentals that had stick, they were treating me like I was a crazy person that just escaped Arkham Asylum. Stick what? Fucking hang up on me thinking it's a prank call. And then I finally found one place that had a Mustang stick shift, so we went out to the place and we took a little spin as my father gave me his lesson.
All right, first gear, right?
Right.
All right, let's clutch out. First. Second.
Yeah, right.
Third. Fourth.
It's like a fucking video game cheat code.
Third. Second. And you're up.
That's the whole lesson.
That's the whole lesson, bud.
Nice. Good.
Yeah, you're gonna have to figure it out.
What a professor, alright. Now I want to explain why the video is going to be so bumpy. It's because I didn't want to learn how to drive a stick shift on the highway, where there's like fucking high stakes where I could kill my whole family trying to learn this shit. Like, that's pretty intense. That's some extreme learning. So instead we went to this little lot where we got the stick shift, which was basically just like a lot of broken glass and shattered rocks. It was like driving over landmines, but it was a lot safer than doing it on actual populated roads. Okay, hold on, I gotta bring my seat up a little bit. I'm not 6'5". I need like a little booster chair here. Okay. Now how hard do I push it in? Because I don't want to like fucking
Push
break
it into the floor. You're not gonna break it.
Jesus. Oh god, that goes the... Okay, hold on. I need a little more leverage.
You gotta push it with your left foot, not your right foot. Your right foot's for the freaking brake.
So I need to use both feet here?
Yeah, hell yeah. All right, so push it in. Put it in neutral.
Is it in neutral?
Well, you tell me.
All right. I think I'm ready. So first.
You think you're ready? I don't think I'm ready. All right. So see, here's the problem. You gotta let it out really slow, because you already killed the motor. All right. So push the clutch in and start it up again. All right, now
she's purring.
All right, now let it out really slow.
Okay.
All right.
Oh yeah. There.
Push.
There. Oh. She was chugging along there for a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, but you got to give it a little bit of gas, or else. Push it in.
I was giving her all she could handle and more.
Yeah, go ahead. Are you for push the clutch in? Jesus Christ. You're not even in first gear, you're in fourth gear.
Well, that's because I was ready to
push the clutch in and start it.
Throttle.
Start it.
Okay.
You ain't going full throttle, not with my ass in here.
First gear.
First gear, let it out slow.
Get up.
Get us moving.
We got a B here, little passenger. Okay.
All right, now.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Hold on. Go ahead. All right.
So when am I shifting?
You're gonna shift it. Push clutch in and shift a second.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, you got this down pat.
Well, I've already mastered it. I'm gonna start hitting the fucking drift around the corner here.
Oh yeah, shit, you got this. All right, now go and then go left. Now shift it to third. Oh shit, yeah. All right, now downshift it to second.
You're using big words, but I followed along, I think.
Oh yeah, you got this figured out. Shit, you learned that quick, dude.
That was overhyped. I thought it was supposed to be like really complicated.
All right, shift it to third. Oh. You're in fourth.
This is fourth.
Push clutch in.
All right. I'm going back to first.
Go back to first.
Hold on, I've killed this streak. Hold on.
All right, so when you come to a stop, you got to push the clutch in to keep the motor running.
So, okay.
All right, go straight.
Oh, there it is.
Third.
I'm getting a special bond between man and machine. Hold on. I want to make sure I'm going straight so I can focus.
You're in neutral. Why are you trying to put it in goddamn fifth gear? Put it in second.
Hold on. There we go.
All right, now shift it to third.
I had to find her sweet spot. All right.
It ain't no fun driving in this lot. It's freaking rough as shit. What gear are you? Quit revving it up. Jesus Christ.
Well, I feel safe. Hold on. I feel safe in second gear.
Well, you can't drive down the highway in second gear.
Well, you'd be surprised.
I shift to third.
Hold on. I gotta work up the confidence again. Easy.
Let's see the hand movement. That's good. You killed it.
It's okay.
All right.
It's just
try it again.
We're getting warmed up. Hands got a little cold there.
All right, let her go. First gear.
Easy.
All right, let's watch this masterful driving skill. Second.
Oh, that was smooth. What a transition. Oh yeah, baby. Vin Diesel would be very proud. I'm part of the family now. Did I hear you say third?
Third!
Bang!
Look at that, look at that, look at that, third gear.
That's so easy. Oh my God, I'm becoming a real man now. This is where men are made. I swear to God, I will get out of this car and be like 5 inches taller. Easily. What the fuck did you just say? Fourth gear?
Fourth!
You're insane! Woo! What did I hear? Did I hear a downshift to
Downshift, downshift, downshift.
Oh.
Downshift to second.
Oh God, now we're getting crazy.
Look at that, look at that, look at that.
Back to third, all right, if you say so.
And you missed it.
Hold on.
Hell of a job, you missed it. Put her in there, bud.
There it is.
All right, there it is.
We found her.
All right, stop the car. Let's see if you can stop it without killing
Clutch, brake.
Clutch, brake, and...
Easy.
Victory.
That's easy. Yeah, driving stick shift was easier than I could have possibly ever imagined. I think that is one of the most overhyped activities there is. Now that I've become the avatar master of all 4 gears here, I can say with a high degree of certainty that driving a stick shift is fun, but if you use a stick shift as your primary transportation automobile, you've made a mistake. It is a headache if you're going to use this for your daily commute all the time, going from point A to point B, having to shift gears and shit. That's just a nuisance. That becomes tedious. But on a weekend drive, if you just want to have a little fun with a stick shift, I can totally understand that because it is enjoyable, it feels nice, but I would never want to make this like my primary form of transportation using a stick shift. It just becomes a headache. And especially when it's just some daily tedious chore driving from point A to point B, why would you want to make it take more effort than it needs to, you know what I mean? But I could totally see the appeal of stick shifts as long as it's only for like some weekend warrior type shit where you're just having some fun. But yeah, it was a lot easier than I thought, so I think stick shifting is a little overhyped, but it was still worth learning, so that was fun. That's about it. So yeah. As many of you have learned by now, my father is a prolific inventor. Some experts say there's nothing he can't build. He's like a real-life Tony Stark. He could probably create a faster-than-light traveling device if he was motivated enough to crack the code. And he's channeled his talents today to create something I think we've all had wet dreams about. An automated ass-wiping device. A completely hands-free instrument that'll leave your asshole cleaner than a whistle. Not a speck of grime after a shit, make your butthole look like it's factory new mint condition. Now I know some people in the comments will be quick to point out, well, Charlie, this has already been done before, it's called the bidet. And to that I would say, well, fuck you, you disgusting slut. A bidet is suboptimal compared to my father's innovative invention here today. A bidet leaves your ass very soggy. My father's invention does not suffer this drawback.
Oh man, because I'm not ready.
You have like a whole Shark Tank pitch?
Yeah, I got like a whole pitch. Roto Wipe. The newest innovation in automated ass wiping.
That'll rip your asshole right off.
All right.
That's nice. That's huge. It's like Mach 3.
So in today's world, as we know, we're always looking for a better way to do things. That's the American way. Look for an easier, better, and more efficient way. So when it comes to your toilet in your bathroom, okay, you have some options as far as wiping goes. You can use the old hand method, or you can use
3 seashells.
Yeah, you can use 3 seashells, or you can use the long reach comfort wiper. If you want to upgrade from manual, which has an ejector button, by the way, well, you wrap your toilet paper and then you use it and then you eject.
Of course.
So if you want to upgrade from the long reach comfort wiper, the next upgrade is my shiny hiney.
Naturally.
Which comes with attachments as well. So this is unused and I'm going to leave it for you at the end of this session.
That is fantastic.
So
what a gift.
That's all manual things to clean your butt with after you do your business. But now we have the latest, designed and developed by yours truly, Roto Wipe.
That's right, baby.
Automated wiping machine. You just install it on your toilet, hit the switch, and away you go. So with Roto Wipe, we have accessories. We have a larger brush for those larger rear ends. We have a small bristle brush, depending on the consistency of what happens. And we have the large bristle brush, all interchangeable in the Roto Wipe.
God, those brushes look deadly. That'll absolutely eviscerate your rectum.
But that's not all. Okay, included, if you order now, is the handheld portable model, good for travel, games, anything you want to do. You can take this with you in your handy carrying case anywhere you travel.
Now walk us through your design philosophy with that. I want to see that a little closer.
Oh.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, see? You just hit the switch.
Now, how did you make this?
Oh, this is a patented design. I can't discuss that right now. Okay, I'm sorry.
It looks like a toothbrush that has a little bit of cloth glued to it.
It does have that appearance, but there is some very, very, very new technology in the design in here. So
that's what
multi-speed, multi-directional, little carrying, very versatile. I don't even know. Okay.
The top secret arc reactor technology powers it, obviously.
Okay, now, you have to install the RotoWipe.
Well, before we do that, why don't you show us a little about it and how you made it. So, for a little background, the RotoWipe was initially thought to be impossible, a joke product, right?
Yes.
But you said, with you being the mad scientist of creation, the Alexander Graham Bell of ass wiping, you said I could make that.
I said, you know what? I can build this.
Mm-hmm.
This will be the only prototype available on the market.
Yeah. So real quick, I just want to jump in here and explain. This entire thing was my dad's idea. He called me out of the blue one day. He's like, Charlie, I built an automated ass wiping machine. And I was like, Dad, it's about fucking time. I've been waiting for this phone call. So what it was my dad was on the internet and he saw this RotoWipe thing, and it was a joke gift. So basically it's just a box that is this automated ass wiper. It's supposed to be like a gag Christmas gift where you get it for your friend. They're opening it like, oh, cool. But then they actually open it up and it's the real gift. It's not a real thing. The RotoWipe didn't exist until my father actually made it. So he's like, well, that's a fucking dumb gag gift. What if I just made an automatic ass wiping machine? And so he did. It took him like a week of like tinkering around in the garage before he actually got all the wiring and everything correct. And it's a fantastic device, so I'll just let it play out now. I just want people to know that the RotoWipe did not actually exist. It was just a gag gift that my dad made real. Now let's take a look at it in the real world.
So, powered by AAA batteries.
The strongest. Mm-hmm.
The strongest. A 3rd horsepower motor. We have a shaft here in the wheel, free spinning. And you hit the switch, and away she goes.
Oh, yeah. Now tell us about all the shrink tubing and just everything that went into it, because it's no simple creation here.
Well, we've got 3 different battery packs wired in series. Okay, all safety wired with shrink tubing. So it's for safety as well.
Of
comfort and safety.
Wouldn't want to be electrocuted wiping your ass.
So you just specifically install it on your toilet after your business, like so. Voila.
Yeah, well, it's a little forward. You just be knocking your nutsack with it, but yeah, I get you.
Well, it's adjustable. It's fully adjustable. Fully adjustable.
Of course.
Now we hit the switch, and you're ready to clean.
Oh, that is fantastic.
See? And it's got a little vibration action, too, just for your enjoyment. Oh, she's moving around there.
It sounds like a lawnmower.
Beautiful.
Yeah, oh, it's
Who
wonderful.
wouldn't want an automated RotoWipe?
That's what I've been saying.
There you go.
That is.
So I'm going to leave this for you.
Of course.
You're welcome to use this as much as you want with your interchangeable pads and your interchangeable brushes.
Mm-hmm.
Try it. See what you think. Please go on our website and leave us your feedback, and we'll keep developing. Thank you.
There is no website. My dad treated this like it was some kind of high school class presentation, and he fucking killed it. I wanted to invest right then and there in some RotoWipe technology. But yeah, I just thought this was a fucking awesome invention. My dad really had a lot of fun making it, so yeah, that's about it. So yeah. I'm fucking selling Watto. What do you mean? What do you mean keep Watto? I'm not fucking... I'm keeping...
A lot of people want you to keep Watto.
Watto is auctioned.
More people want you to keep Watto than the Moby Huge Mobile.
Don't care. Someone can take Watto. I don't know. It's for charity, and it does me a fucking favor.
You don't like Watto?
I love Watto, but I have actually nowhere for him. He haunts my upstairs.
Put him in the upstairs bathroom. No one uses that.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'll just keep him there.
Yeah, put him in the shower. Dude, I don't know. I'm trying to help Watto.
What did I pay for Watto? Do you remember?
You haggled it. I remember that.
I haggled
you
hard.
Haggled it.
Because the guy's like, I bring him here every year. No one wants him.
Yeah, and he even was like, I'll let it go for this much, and you were like, can you knock this much off? And he said, just fucking take it.
I don't remember what it was.
So shocking, no one wants a like 200-pound statue of Watto.
I can't believe that.
I know.
That has lore too. You remember that guy accused me of being like a Zionist shill and like pointed out my Watto statue as proof.
Oh yeah.
There's like real lore behind that.
You're right.
Thanks to Resub Reborn.
I forgot all about that. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Should I switch it to just art if no one's here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to use actual techniques from my figure drawing course. You can also put the mic up here.
Yep, good idea.
So, in figure drawing course, you're supposed to close one eye and use your thumb and the pencil to make measurements. And you're supposed to look at every single thing as a letter. So for Andrew's like ear here, it's a C and it's a U. So it'd be like C. I don't think I got the measurements right. God, it's been fucking years since I used these techniques.
Yeah, just have them close it. Just have them close it. Make sure they close the Moby one.
Okay.
Like entirely, like wipe it clean, and then we'll put Watto in there. Watto's gonna sell for $10.
Nobody bids.
I'll
It's just
buy
me
one.
having to bid on him again. Andrew?
Yeah.
This may be one of my finest pieces.
I'm excited.
It's
I'm excited.
well, it's looking real good. Oh Jesus Christ.
Andrew should shave only one eyebrow.
I was thinking about
I don't think nobody should ever shave an eyebrow if they don't have to.
Yeah. Your left eyebrow and the right half of your beard. I should give myself a yin yang.
Yeah. I don't know yet. Chest or beard?
He's doing his face. You don't have any chest.
The only way to save this is with charcoal.
I could do my back.
He has
Someone would have to
chest
do
hair.
that
really.
for me.
Chest
You
hair?
don't want your beard shaved, so you're gonna shave your beard. Because I don't want my chest shaved.
Charlie somehow gets to just shave his legs.
Wait, Danny, you don't want to shave your chest?
No, of course not.
I'll trade. I'll shave my chest.
I don't wanna
shave
shave
my
my
eyebrow
Danny's
either.
chest. That's why.
Nobody shave their eyebrows. They never grow back the same. You'll look weird forever.
That's why a lot of people who like overly plucked their eyebrows in like the early 2000s, they still have wonky eyebrows.
Yep.
What are you trying to say about my eyebrows, man?
Damn, son.
It's like I'm not even looking at you. What the fuck am I doing?
Yeah, what is happening?
I
It
don't know.
looks
Can
like
you even
those
see that?
boards with the, you drag the magnetic dust around to make hair, and you accidentally just dragged it to weird parts of the face.
Oh, the fucking hairy thing.
Yeah.
This is the dumbest shit of all time. I have your fucking nose off to the side, but your face, like your mouth.
Wait,
is
why is that's his nose?
Yeah.
Why?
He changed his pose. That's what happened.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
It's in his
because-
forehead.
Look more to your.
If you wait,
Welcome to figure drawing.
point with your finger where you think his eyeballs would be right now, and tell me that his nose isn't above it.
Yeah, it's because his pose has changed.
No.
Was he looking
I
up?
have a
Yes.
specific-
Oh,
I have a
okay.
specific spot in the ceiling I've been looking at the whole time.
We'll do it that way to get the brighter camera up there.
I am gonna have to change this.
Showed a random child.
Yeah.
You're an artist.
Those
so
videos
you
are
can
so
compensate
sweet.
For anything.
I can make it work.
Yeah.
I might be one of the finest portrait artists of our
Did you
generation.
sneeze on the charcoal?
Matt, please, you don't understand fine
I am going to say
It's part of my technique.
Are we done?
it looks like you.
It doesn't look like. It kind of looks like my podcast picture.
So wait, we're done?
No.
Oh.
I had to shake off a little excess juice. Oh, okay, and I ruined this in the process.
A little excess juice. Charcoal juice.
My juice was coming through.
Dead eyes. No. The
He's
eyes are great. They're just not done.
He's not done yet.
Yeah.
Justifying.
They look a little anime-ish, the eyes. Well, the eye.
It's a bit inspired by anime.
Right.
I want to be like I'm looking in the mirror.
Andrew Chill.
I think you'll be very pleased.
This is where it all comes together.
Yes. Oh, baby.
This is when I do my.
Is that the mouth or the mustache?
Well, I haven't done the mouth yet.
Okay. I'm just making sure.
I like how his nose, there's like 10 feet between his nose and his mustache.
G-Punk, thank you for the dono, and Cranksock, thank you for the
No, keep it going.
$1.50.
It looks good, keep it going.
Yeah, you don't get dimensions yet.
We're nearing on $125,000 donated in a day. The really cool thing about Charlie's kind of streams is if we want to hit a goal, we just will never stop the stream. That's our secret sauce. Real artist hours? Yes, this is when Charlie awakens.
This is when I do my best work.
Can we all do portraits of each other? Because I've never made a portrait.
I haven't either. Oh, we're all doing? Oh, fuck.
I think I'm going to be ass.
Man,
Like,
mine's gonna be worse. You have no concept of how embarrassing.
Well, I'm actually trained in it, so
you can you can tell. So that's what scares me is this is trained and I'm not trained.
Andrew, did you have to do like an art elective in college?
No.
I took 2 years of art classes. For some reason, I have this trend, like, if you pull out my old sketch pad and you look at me, I look like I drew a picture of Michael Jordan. I have this trend of making everyone I do a portrait of look like a basketball player.
It's because you draw their heads, like their facial proportions, huge.
Yeah.
Like, look how Neanderthalic he looks
Damn,
because
your
of
neck is thick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say this, but I'm not joking. This is 2,000 times better than anything.
I need my
can
parents
do.
to sit.
I would agree. Yeah.
I need my parents to send you the picture.
Hey,
of the
GB
drawing
rated.
classes. It's nuts. It's nuts.
Yeah. I think maybe Charlie should just draw all of us.
I think you're right.
Like one of each of us.
I kind of feel like he is in one.
Okay, the rest is
This
implied
insane.
gray. Andrew, come take a peek and tell me what you think. I haven't
Well,
shaded.
right.
I haven't shaded you yet. All right. But I want you to at least see the progress. So I'm looking into a mirror. Am I right? I was really off to a good start with the ear.
Why did you give me sheep hair?
Well, there was a lot of nuance that I was trying to capture.
My mouth is so small.
Why? What is this shirt? It kind of feels like it's out of Black Panther.
No, it's so this. Imagine this is all gray.
Oh,
it's
okay.
implied.
I
This
look
looks
like young
a-
LeBron James.
This looks like medieval Christian art.
Yeah.
Like this is supposed to be like one of the 12 disciples, painted in like 1200 AD.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, that's so good.
Jeez.
I would pay 10,000 for that. No
We're at
less.
120.
I need to show you what I actually look like when I used to do that.
Do you want to sketch somebody else, or do you
Yeah.
want somebody to sketch?
Wait,
No,
you're
I'll
not done yet, are you?
Yeah, it's not gonna. I can't save it. I can do a lot of magic when it comes to art, but
All
this
right,
is
do
too
Mad
much.
next.
What's the pain in his
Perfect.
voice?
Do
I want to know the difference between that and me.
yeah, do Mad next.
You expertly captured my miracle mile, which is the gap between my nose and mustache.
Do you want props or no props? Are you a props kind of
Yeah,
artist?
yeah. Please bring a prop.
Holy shit.
We can. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
It's on there.
It's in a slot, but we can change that into the headshot if you want.
It's really up to whatever chat wants. If you want Andrew's portrait, that's fine. If not, that's.
I'd say
also-
let's change number 10 to the personal
Yeah.
headshot portrait.
Yeah, that's probably a better.
So
I'm trying. My mom's gonna send a picture because I actually like when I did those. I was pretty good. I did a self-portrait of myself that is nutty.
Yeah.
It's like actually nutty. Unironically, I thought I was gonna come in here and draw Andrew like photorealistic. I seem to have forgotten that I don't do that anymore.
I look more like you than myself.
Yeah. It's gonna be cool.
It's gonna just leave like
a dot
spot.
of color,
Yeah.
Or if we don't reinforce it
All right.
correctly, it's gonna blend.
Look at how good this self-portrait was towards the end. This is when I had short hair.
Ooh,
I got
look at
nutty.
those eyes.
Whoa, yeah.
I I captured a whole feeling of Charles' mysterious anime arc.
There we go.
Oh, look at that.
The way it's blown out on the screen.
Does it not look good on the screen?
Charlie, I don't think you've lost your touch at all. I mean, my portrait, your portrait, it's like night and day. It's the same shit, you know?
I like to go to the very top of the page so I have no room for the hair. I used to have to draw on naked people. And then I ended up making my parents send her an email saying I was too religious to be seeing penis, so I didn't have to keep drawing naked.
Wait, really?
Can you imagine?
Can't confirm that story. Charlie's dad told it to me the other day.
Oh my
What?
god.
Did he?
And you were in college at the time?
Why did that come up?
We were talking about art.
They were naked.
Can you imagine if you walked into a class though and I was your naked model?
Well, I wouldn't have quit.
I'd feel
What would
so
you, would you just be like, oh my god, Matt?
I'd be like, wow, this is weird.
Wait,
I'd
Charlie,
come over and
you
be like, Charlie, it's been so long.
I'd be
and
like,
give you
why
a
didn't
hug.
they get the like most manly man ever to come stand naked?
Danny's so good for my compliments.
You did that while you were in college?
Yeah, I just didn't want to keep drawing
Oh
dick.
my lord.
I was like, there's a lot of fucking dick to keep drawing here.
I mean, when I was in figure drawing, I just wouldn't draw their dicks. I just kind of drew a square and like left it blank.
You just put a question mark.
I would make their whole body the dick. And
Oh
then
yeah,
their
put the little
and
face where the
instead of
crotch is.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I looked away.
It just wasn't blended.
You look like a samurai,
You look
man.
like Jimmy Neutron.
Well, one of us is right.
I think
Andrew
my
was the
chin is my
prototype.
weakest feature.
Really?
That was the
strongest feature?
Cro-Magnon man.
What's your strongest feature?
Matt's modern
My height.
Homo sapien.
Oh, I was gonna say your ass.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, for Danny's portrait, just draw his butt cheeks.
Yeah, just show me your ass.
Make sure it looks green though, because it is still green.
I broke my chin in half when I was young though. Ooh. Straight down the middle. It's not a butt chin, it just stopped kind of going to a point, so I got a weak chin.
What'd you break it on?
Floor.
Ooh.
I got home and my older sister had just learned to play Scooby-Doo on the piano and I was fucking amped. So I ran into So she said, I'm gonna go play it for you. So I ran into the living room, I still picture it, and I jumped on a chair, but like jumped onto my knees on the chair, and the chair slid across the wood floor, hit the end of like a area rug we had. I flew off of it, hit my head on the floor, my chin split open in half, and my tooth went through my lip.
Ooh.
I got so many stitches.
That
How old
sounds
were you?
awful.
8 or 9 probably. Charlie somehow has no recollection. I couldn't speak for almost 2 months. I had to live off shakes, and he just doesn't remember it. There was 2 months of our lives where we spent almost every day together, and I couldn't speak, and he doesn't remember it.
Yeah, I think you're just making it up.
Charlie, this is a good comment. It's not you. You just need better art supplies.
Yeah, I'm working with children's tools.
Yeah, cheap shit.
Looking good. Sorry. I'd say just wait till I'm done shooting. That's how we have longer.
This needs to be more straight on. I can't know. This is glorious.
I'm loving the reaction.
It's because it's not shooting.
It is like
it's like a video game missing its texture.
It is like a fifth grader's honest, hardest attempt to draw someone they've ever done.
They just don't understand what art
It's
is.
so
I
good.
just don't get it.
Yeah. I'll buy this from you.
Oh fuck! It's so funny.
I'm good at pretty much everything except fingers. So this is where it could get messy.
You want me to change? Or
No.
Oh, here with the man himself. Hang on.
Hey.
Oh, hey!
Pausing the programming. You want him to stand there and hold it up?
Oh,
Yeah, show them a real portrait.
I can.
Can you make
Wow.
this big, Andrew?
What do you?
Yeah, I got it.
You think this is like?
He didn't have a beard back then, so it might be a little hard to recognize him.
Do you think this is like a classic?
Right.
Looks like Maykill.
It's the best thing Charlie's ever drawn.
Oh, now I feel bad for saying that.
When he first brought that up in the video, I was in absolute tears.
Here,
watching it.
I'm gonna have to part with it pretty soon. I know you.
Oh, I hate that.
I know.
Hang on, I gotta put
Stand there
the.
like that.
Which camera do we want?
Yep.
So,
I told you it was good.
Ooh, we got some more
Mr. White, who's that drawing of?
I think
We just had a lot more bids come in.
I don't know. It's not Charlie.
We're up to
Well, that's hang on.
530.
What's the start?
I'm not sure.
I assume.
That's an injury. That's supposed to be me.
That's not good. That's not good at all.
Well, you gotta remember, he's using charcoal, you know, his colors are limited.
My supplies aren't good.
Who the hell painted that?
Andrew did a self-portrait.
Yeah, that was Andrew.
That sucks.
No, Charlie drew me.
That's
sucks.
Charlie drawing me.
Hey, how much did the movie Huge sell for?
Took it
He
off.
took it off the
There was a
market.
bunch of just fake bids on it. Don't uncover it, you madman. I thought you were gonna walk over and just take it off.
I'll pay 20 grand for it.
No. You built it. You're not paying 20 grand. For
I
your
built
own
that bitch. Come on.
You're not paying 20 grand for your own invention. That's not how negotiating works.
I already own this. Here, take $20,000.
Yeah, that's how you negotiate. It's, I'll pay 20. No? Okay, 25. 30. I do appreciate how much effort he's putting in.
How does he simultaneously look skinny, overweight, and athletic at the same time?
That's the Charlie art style.
I won't shade it yet till you okay the basic design.
Oh, I'm looking at Andrew.
You know, I'd say Charlie should draw me, but I
am.
think I'd be a little offended by the way it looked.
Yeah, I think you'll appreciate it.
It's style.
What is I look like the slug from Monsters Inc. with my own.
Well, you should have had a better post. That's on you. I only draw what I see.
Chubby arm.
Oh,
That
Is
was
this
really
the
good.
separation of my waist?
Yeah.
Because I don't have legs. It's like
Well,
I
not
wore.
yeah.
He's wearing a
I'd
dress.
let you draw me.
Holy
Holy shit.
I love the man bun.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the proportions in the face are great though.
Oh, yeah.
I really
I
look-
measured those out.
I look sluggish, like I just crawled out of a sewer. It's like a pile of goo and sprouted a head and arms. I also love the baseball bat not lighting on me.
No, it's just such a heavy bat. It's starting to bend a little bit. Huge boy.
Oh.
Can we pan the camera up a little? We can't see all of it.
Yeah,
it's pretty-
it's pretty big.
There you go.
Huge boy.
Huge boy!
My favorite part is when I made a request, can you write Super Spicy Man? And he wrote artistic rendition of Huge Boy.
I thought it worked better as a comic.
I can change my Twitch name, right?
Yeah, well, this is your manga adaptation.
I love it. That is actually so good.
I'll turn this off for you. A couple years ago, I made a video showing you all my dad's iRacing setup that he made for himself and his journey to become the finest iRacing competitor this world has ever seen. And I'm often asked what he's up to now. Is he still racing? Gaming in general? What's the deal? Is Papa Charles still out on the Sigma Male grind set? And I'm happy to report that he is. I'm going to take you on a tour of my dad's latest in gaming, and this is going to kind of be like the 100 Thieves compound walkthrough, because what my dad's built is nothing shy of beautiful. He's completely redone his racing room, and it almost looks like a museum. It's filled with things that you'd probably see on an episode of American Pickers from the History Channel, but all of it has meaning, and I think it all comes together and looks great. I love the old slot machines and old pinball machines, and the jukebox ties everything together. Walking into this man cave is like walking into a greaser's hangout spot. His actual racing simulator setup is about the same as it was, only with a couple of minor tweaks and upgrades, but overall largely the same. Now, of course, this isn't the only thing my dad's been cooking up recently. He's like Jimmy Neutron with inventing shit, and he's always coming up with new wacky ideas, but in particular, he's been focused more on gaming recently in general. But before I show you his like gaming setup, I want to talk about his iRacing career, because it's been a couple years now since he became like an active athlete out there on the track, and he's been hitting him with that fucking shake and bake. So he hasn't been racing for rank too much these days. He mainly just races with like a group of friends that they all have fun racing with, and he'll sometimes hop into other lobbies as well. But he saves most of his wins, and he has over like 200 of them now, which is pretty impressive. He's a fiend out there, like the boogeyman. He has a strategy that he always employs where he just kind of hangs back for most of the race to like the last 3 laps. And his logic behind it is he's pretty sure other people are going to crash in front of him, so he just waits it out, and then towards the end, just fucking books it and just slaps them around. And the strategy clearly does seem to be effective. But he's not just iRacing now. Like I said, he wanted to branch out into other forms of gaming, so he's been getting into things like World of Warships and all of that. So he set up his own gaming headquarters, a battle station that brings a tear to my eye. It's so wonderful. Now, what if your personal battle station is getting a little old and stinky, PC's a little grimy, not as great as it used to be, and it's time for an upgrade? Well, why not go to Starforge Systems and get a Starforge PC? I'd personally recommend the Horizon 2 PC and the Horizon 2 Pro. Just absolutely amazing systems and some of the best price to performance around. Now, if you watch my streams, you'll know that Starforge Systems is a company that I'm personally involved in as one of the owners, as well as OTK, and I want to squash this right now. The logo is not cock and balls. I know Linus Tech Tips speculated that it was a penis rocket, but that's just a happy little accident. It only appears to be a penis rocket under certain lighting. But anyway, I do honestly recommend Starforge Systems to anyone that needs a PC upgrade and doesn't want to build it themselves. It's what we all use at the warehouse. They're absolutely amazing, and right now we're releasing the Voyager Creator Pro, which features the newly released NVIDIA 4080. The supply is a bit limited, so absolutely hurry up if you're interested. But if it's sold out, you can select Notify Me when available, so you can be notified the second that it gets restocked, and the restocks do happen often. How many kills do you have so far?
I don't know a lot. Sometimes I just stalk them until I blow them up. Aha!
Was that you or a teammate that got him?
I think it was him.
Yeah. So how many weapons do you have?
Just these guns. I haven't even got any more weapons yet.
Oh, I see, okay.
I'm just too into blowing them up.
Man, that guy sucks.
A lot of them suck.
Do they even fight back?
Well, they can't aim. That's the problem. Like, most of them can't shoot.
Is that even like a battleship? It seems more like a civilian transport vehicle.
It's a cruiser.
Okay.
Enemy cruiser foundered. Aha.
Yeah, I haven't even seen anyone shoot at you yet. Are you sure you're even in like a battle? You're just killing like fishermen or something. They're not even fighting.
No, this is a battle. Of course they're shooting. See, sometimes they'll stop and they want you to go blowing by them so they can get you, but I always stop with them and then just shoot it out. Ah, got his ass.
Yeah, it looks like they're about to run out.
They are.
576 to 56.
That's all me, brother.
I was blown away. I watched like 3 matches from my dad. He was dropping like 6 or 7 kills a game, which for that game seems pretty high. But I also got a little suspicious. Was he actually playing against human beings, like sentient organisms with a pulse? Because my god, they were shit. And my dad is good, not to take anything away from them, but half the time they're just crashing into each other, like crashing into the island. So it got me thinking, is the World of Warships community like at that level just really bad? Or are there also bots in there? And it turns out, and my dad confirmed, there are bots as well as real players that populate these matches. But according to the community, the bots are actually better than most of the players. So the people my dad was going wild on, just popping off on, weren't bots. They were people. The astute observers among you may have noticed that he also has a flight stick as well as some kind of throttle booster device that seems like something out of Back to the Future to fucking travel through time, which are gamer accessories he uses for other games, specifically War Thunder. Now, his setup's been coming along nicely. He's only recently been getting into these other games. I imagine a month from now he'll have a setup that looks like he's gonna pilot a fucking mech. It's alright though, it just takes practice.
Yeah, but these guys are good. I'm good at this. I haven't done it enough. That's the problem. Okay.
Alright, give him hell.
Here's my pitching, y'all.
Looks good. Can you do any cool acrobatics? Oh yeah, he's fucked. You got him. No! Yeah, you got him right where you want him now.
Guns are jammed! Ram his ass!
Oh yeah, that's what we need. There you go. You got a hit.
Shit. That's so freaking hard.
No!
Almost stalled it.
Oh shit!
It's hard.
No!
See? I think that's the longest I've listened.
I thought it was a valiant effort here. My dad went out there and gave it his best. Unfortunately, the player base for War Thunder does seem a little more experienced than he is, but he's learning, and I have no doubt he'll be top of the food chain pretty soon. As you can see, my dad's been mainly focused on like simulator-style games, but he says he's open to try pretty much everything. So I've been trying to come up with games I think he might enjoy. I also even tinkered around with the idea of showing him RuneScape if I wanted to absolutely ruin all of his free time, but I thought that'd just be a little too evil for right now. I'll probably ease him into some good starter games. I legitimately do think he'd enjoy Doom, so I'm going to try and get him on that Doom hype train, get him experiencing some wild FPS action. He just strikes me as more of an action-oriented gamer, so those are the games I've been mainly looking at. But anyway, I just wanted to share this little update since a lot of people keep asking, does my dad still continue to game? The answer is a resounding yes, and he is only getting more and more into gaming as a hobby. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Every now and then I like to provide an update on my dad's journey to becoming the ultimate gamer, and I tell you, he's making extreme progress. Right now, he's looking like if Shroud and Faker did a fusion dance. He's got that raw gamer gene harnessed, and he's tapping into it going Super Saiyan. So, I've made a lot of videos showcasing my dad in the gaming space. He built himself a racing simulator a few years ago for competitive iRacing, and he has been absolutely clapping cheeks on there. But he also showed an interest in just general PC gaming. So the racing simulator acted like a gateway drug, and I've been helping find games that I think he'd enjoy. And one of them that he has very much gotten into is World of Warships. I already showed you guys some of his raw talent there. But what I didn't realize until recently is just how dominant he is on that fucking game. He is more feared in World of Warships than Davy Jones. Like, this man is out here on the fucking Black Pearl just taking scalps. Look at this win rate. A 99% win rate in 700-something games. Now, I don't know if he's playing like bots or if they're people. I don't even know if there are bots in the game, but he swears that they're real people because he has like text chat with them. But a 99% win rate is nothing to shake your finger at or spit upon. That is unreal. That is unholy. What he is doing to them is downright demonic. He is brutalizing the seas out there. Dad's probably going to find the One Piece soon. It's crazy just how destructive he is in that game. But he's also been playing more than that. I got him on that Forza grind, and he loves it. His only criticism of the game is he says it's too easy, at least compared to the realistic racing simulator experience that he's used to. So he said Forza's a little too easy to win, so he just kind of goes back there to casually collect W's and just have some fun just drinking and driving in Forza and just absolutely being ruthless out there. And another game series, really, that I put him onto that he's been captivated with is Halo. Growing up, I used to play games with my dad. We played like 007 GoldenEye and the N64, and we played games together all the way up until the original Xbox with Halo. And we grinded Halo a little bit together, but after that he kind of stopped playing games altogether, but he'd always had a fascination with it. So I got him the Master Chief Collection on Steam, and he's trying to get back in the saddle there, and it's proving to be a little more difficult than the racing games that he's used to in World of Warships. So I want to show you how it's going. He's not doing like multiplayer yet, he's just going through the campaigns, but I was able to capture a little bit of his campaign journey, and it is fascinating to see someone who's not used to like a controller try and work that fucking thing. They treat it like it's a piece of alien technology, like this artifact that is incomprehensible. It's adorable. Yeah, this whole, there you go. They're just getting killed up there.
I can't go through there, right?
Right.
I can go through there.
Yeah.
I got no weapon.
Yeah, so you can pick one up from where you came from. Oh, actually, no, you can't yet.
I was just gonna.
Well, you're gonna die in there. You're burning yourself alive.
Well, how do you get out of here?
You just move.
Well, I can't go through these guys.
They're your friends.
Yeah, I'm stuck though. Where do I go? Like, go down there.
Yeah. So jump over them, hit A, and then just go over them. There you go.
I did this already, I think.
Oh, I mean, 20 years ago when you and I used to play, yeah.
See, I don't have any weapons.
Not yet. You have to go visit Captain Keys.
Yeah, there you go. What do you think?
You're looking.
Oh, you're filming it? You little shit.
You're looking good.
All right, I'm done. I'm done.
The Let's Play will have to wait for another day, I guess.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he got a little shy. You know, it's like a Planet Earth documentary here, and I was David Attenborough. I got a little too close, and I startled the wildlife here, so he didn't want to continue playing after he realized I was filming. But as you can see, he's still learning how the controller works. Like I said, he's used to now all of the racing simulator type games, so trying to get a handle on a controller again is proving to be a little more difficult, but he's still having a good time. Since recording this video, he's well past this mission now, so that's good, and it's becoming easier and easier for him, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him release like a Halo 2 montage pretty soon. You know, come out of retirement here, you know, put Walshy's OG classic to shame. It's just so fun and wholesome to watch my dad play games, and he'll text me or call me and ask me tips on like Halo and shit like that. It's just great. So yeah, I just wanted to give a little update. I do these occasionally since my dad started his gamer journey over the last few years. So that's where he's at. He's really getting a handle on competitive games, but still getting his land legs together for shooters and any game that uses like a controller. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Contrary to popular belief, I wasn't created in a lab. I am not the product of science. I am the product of nature. I was created in a sack, much like many of you watching this. And over the years, I've introduced you to my father, the person responsible for me being alive. God bless. And I wanted to give you a little update on my dad because recently the two of us have embarked on a new journey here. It's one of my father's dreams. It's something he's talked about for as long as I can remember, when I was still just an infant, soiling my diapers and huffing glue, when I didn't even have the ability to process cringe and couldn't even play video games because my stupid little cringe-ass baby fingers couldn't grab a controller. From the time I was born, basically, my father bestowed upon me an overarching quest, like something out of an MMO, like a long-term quest. And now, the two of us are finally going to try and complete it. My father's dream, that he's had for so many decades now, is to build a 32 Ford. That's a car, for those of you that don't know vehicles, which is typically me, but I'm very familiar with this car because my father's talked about it so much for so long. It's a car that holds extreme sentimental value to him for two big reasons. One, it's part of his favorite movie, American Graffiti. And two, he and his father actually built a 32 Ford back in the 70s because of American Graffiti. And I'll let him tell the story of what the 32 Ford and the building of it means to him, also what happened to it, and then I want to tell you what we're doing.
You ready?
Ready.
All right. So, Charlie wanted me to do this video. We got a new project started with Senior Moist Critical here. So...
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I know, right? How stupid is that? So, way back when in the 70s, when I was a teenager, the movie American Graffiti came out. I think it was 1973. Okay, so we went and saw American Graffiti in 1973. All of us who were car guys growing up, as teenagers, you know, we loved that yellow 32 Ford, as most of America did. It was one of those movies that it was a low-budget movie, never expected to do anything, became a cult, kind of like Napoleon Dynamite, I guess, you know. So I set out on a quest to find a 1932 Ford Coupe. And I was looking, at that time you looked through the newspaper and looked at the classified ads, and I found one and I went and bought it for like $300. So I brought it home and to my mom and dad's house, and this is what it looked like. It was a piece of crap, okay? So my dad said, what the hell are you gonna do with that? And I said, we're gonna build this yellow 32 Ford Coupe. So we were not car builders at that time. We just decided that we were going to do it. So I'd go to the junkyard, I'd get parts, we'd make them work, we'd fabricate, we'd do all this stuff. There's your grandfather with the chassis and everything. There's the chassis when we put the motor in it. There's the A-frame we built to put the motor in it. You know, this was way before the internet. This is the chassis with the motor in it, body. This is the first time I drove it. There's me when I was like a teenager. We built it from pictures. This is the car when I was at a car show in mid-70s. So I was in quite a few car shows around Florida. What happened was, of course, I was a young teenager with no money, right? Mowing yards to try to buy anything I could buy, right? With making money. And a guy came up to me at the car show and wanted my home phone number. So, of course, back then, you didn't think nothing of it. You just gave it to him. Oh, yeah, here's my phone number. Well, can I call you? Well, yeah, you can call me. So a few days later, this guy calls me, and he wants to come look at the car at my house. He says, is it for sale? At my parents' house. And I said, no, it's not for sale. So this guy comes. He's a fireman. And he's got $5,000 cash.
Oh, they said it was $7,000.
Well, $7,000 cash. I think it was 5 or 7. I can't remember. I think it was 7. No, he had $7,000 cash. That's what it was. So all of a sudden, he whips out this stack of $100 bills, and I'm like, are you serious? That's the most money I've ever seen in my life. And he says, I want to buy your car. And I said, you just bought it. So he pays me the $7,000. He takes the car and he leaves. Now, my mom and dad are gone shopping, doing something. And they come home, and my dad's like, where's the 32 Ford? And I said, walk in the kitchen and look on the table. And I had taken this $7,000 cash and spread it out all over our kitchen table.
Yeah, you did the money spread.
And they walked in and saw it and said, holy shit. I don't think they'd ever seen that much money either. So that's what happened to the 32 Ford, and of course, it was gone. I recently found another 32 Ford all-steel coupe in Georgia and went and bought it, and we're going to build the American Graffiti coupe once again. It's a bucket list thing, but that's my project for this year.
Fuck yeah.
And that's it.
And it's going to look great.
Yeah, that's it. So, we'll see ya.
Beautiful story. Just in time for the holiday season, too. So that's the lore breakdown of the 32 Ford and its importance to my father. Thus, its importance to me. I've always encouraged my dad to really try and find, a way of working on a 32 Ford again, because I know how much it means to him. And he's just never really been able to find it. It's not exactly an easy thing to come across, especially like an authentic 32 Ford. And also, he doesn't have like a facility to build cars in or anything anymore. He'd have to do it like out of his garage. So it's just been really difficult. But he found just a unicorn with this 32 Ford, which I'm going to show you videos of. And he said, fuck it, we'll do it live. He pulled the trigger on it, got the 32, and contacted a friend of his named Joe, who does have a facility to work on cars. He has a place called Joe's Paint and Body. And he said, hey, listen here, brother, you can come work on the car here as long as I get to help as well. So the two spit on their hands, shook on it, and now He's got a place to work on the car. He's also got someone to help him, and I will also be pitching in when appropriate. I don't want to ruin the build or anything, but I know for my dad, him building the 32 Ford with his dad was really special to him. So I want to make sure that I can do the same for him on this 32.
All right, hey everybody, here I am at the world famous Joe's Paint and Body, Ocoee, Florida. This is Joe. Say hi, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
So here's the project that we're taking on, this 32 5-window coupe, and it's going to be a yellow American Graffiti 32 Ford. So the car is 100% real steel body. It's uncut, never been touched. Car's in fantastic shape. We're gonna really do a number on this thing. So, all right. So we're just standing here, Joe and I, trying to decide how we're gonna approach this project and what we've decided. Joe, why don't you tell them what you just told me about this car?
Well, somebody's cut the front frame horns off. They're supposed to be hanging out. So I say we find those and put it on, and we got to put the spread bar in it. And then we got a 4-deuce setup carburetor and intake's going to go on it. We are going to paint the car yellow. We're going to do a frame off on it. We're going to change the headers. So we're going to take off. It's got a Melodon racing oil pan that don't belong there. We're going to take that off and put a regular 327 pan. The motor's a 66 327, 275 horse, and originally was a 4-barrel motor with a Power Glide transmission is what it coded out as. They got a turbo 350 transmission in it with a 3-speed manual valve body. We're not so sure if we like that.
Joe's speech about the engine there felt like something out of the first Fast and Furious movie. I half expected him to talk about granny shifting, not double clutching like you should, nearly blew the welds off the intake. Like, he is clearly a savant. They were going over all of the alterations they're going to make as well as what they're going to keep. The big thing is they don't want to chop on the body because it would be quite sinful to do that. The car's like 90 fucking years old, and that would be a bit of a waste. So basically, they've gone over a game plan on how they want to approach this build.
We've built a dozen cars together or more. So in the past, and so we're back together again, and we're going to build this one. This is going to be next year's project, and we'll get her done.
Yep, and we'll keep making these videos and sending them in and putting them in the can, and then we'll just show you the progress as we're going. Thanks.
Such an unbelievably wholesome sign-off from my dad right there. It almost seems like it was a hostage situation with the way he, like, ended the video. Just like a wide-eyed 1,000-yard stare. Thanks. Like he was being held at gunpoint for it. I promise you I'm not forcing them to film or document it. It's my dad thought it would be fun to do that together with me and Joe because this is such a meaningful project to him. Plus, a lot of people always ask what my dad's up to because he lives a very interesting life. So I thought it'd be fun to also do this and film it with them so that way I could give you updates on it. I think it's a really fun project. I am always excited when my dad takes on something big like this. I haven't seen him build a car in probably close to 15 years now. He just hasn't had the time nor the facility to do it, so it's going to be really cool to see him dust the cobwebs off, shake it off, lubricate the gears again, and get out there and make cars, which is something he's always loved to do. So I just wanted to share this with all of you. I thought maybe some of you would think it was cool, especially those of you that like seeing the updates to my dad's wacky adventures. And I'll give you a little bonus Easter egg here. I talk about this on stream, but my dad also got really big into building models. So he is huge into making miniatures now, so I'll just show you like some of the collection of things he's made. He makes pretty much all of them from scratch, literally eyeballing it, and it's so fucking cool.
Look.
Oh yeah. The dueling top fuel dragsters, eh?
Built from scratch.
Built from pictures, right?
Built from pictures, yeah.
No directions, that's for pussies. You build based on Google Images. Like a real man. I didn't just spawn into this world a gamer out of nowhere. I wasn't born with some kind of gene mutation that led to me being this pinnacle of gaming that I am today. I actually got it from my father. It was hereditary. My dad is quite the gamer, and I've been updating you periodically on his journey through gaming with his racing simulator where he goes and just becomes an absolute boogeyman on the tracks. and also World of Warships, which is his like main game. The name Charles White is more feared in World of Warships than the name Davy Jones ever was. Pretty impressive stats. What's the commander got to say about it?
Let's woof my shit here, buddy.
Let's woof my shit. What the fuck does that mean?
Woo, 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 woo.
All right, he's got a little loopy on the C's here. My dad just collects skulls like Pokemon cards out here in World of Warships. He is farming the player base, a 99% win rate. It's very impressive. And I play with him from time to time, but mainly just watch as he unleashes chaos and pandemonium out there. So, when World of Warships reached out and asked if I'd be interested in being a commander in the game, I said, abso-fucking-lutely, because I love the idea of my dad playing World of Warships with my commander and my ship skin. So, huge thanks to World of Warships for sponsoring this and making that possible. I got to be extremely involved, hands-on with the design of the ship, as well as all of the voice lines that are in the game and all of that. And it was just so fun. And World of Warships is a fun game to begin with. There's 40 unique maps, a ton of different ships, destroyers, cruisers, which is my dad's main. My dad is a cruiser main. Fucking battleships, just everything that you could imagine for naval combat this game has. And it's just a joy to play. There's also dynamic weather that changes the way things play out as well. So I think the game is a lot of fun, and being able to be a part of it for this custom skin has just been amazing. So I'm the commander Chuck Blast, and the name of my ship is the Blast Master. Our flag is the Chuck's flag, our Jolly Roger. So yeah, I highly recommend checking out World of Warships. If you haven't yet, it's free to play. You can download it from the link in the description. It's 12v12, just thrilling combat, and there's always new content being added to it all the time. So it's very, very active. And yeah, if you want to get the Chuck Blast Commander and the Blast Master skin, you can use the invite code Penguinz0 to start that quest in-game to unlock it. You also get some other goodies such as a 7-day premium account pass, 1.5 million credits, 500 doubloons, and the battleship Bayern. So that's invite code Penguinz0, and you can download the game for free in the description.
What co-op battle?
We need you getting a challenge, though.
Well, let me try a co-op battle, and then I'll get in the challenge. Damn, get your shit out of the way here.
Does this count as you bullying him?
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is my world now, buddy.
No,
that's what I've told you. He's out of range.
He might be out of range.
I'm starting to believe him.
God, this mouse is terrible.
You and your complaints. A real captain would be able to adapt to his
A real captain with these kind of tools would run and his ass turn around and run the other way.
This guy's giving you the loop-de-loop and pull. Oh, there you go. You get it. Well.
Yeah, but see, I'm getting blown up though.
Yeah, don't worry. Skipper's out here and fucking seeing red. He's not. Your crew's gonna hate you for this. You gotta start fucking healing.
This frickin'
To your right.
I know. Shut up.
Not the Annapolis, Dad.
You're gonna be sent to the not you. You're going against your captain. You gotta go down.
Well, the captain's about to fucking smash into this guy.
You gotta do what you gotta do before.
Yeah, die. Yeah, I guess just die.
I hate this polar battle.
Yeah, this is what got the Titanic. Also, where are you heading? The enemy's on the left. See him over here?
Well, do you want to play or do you want me to use my strategy?
Hey, you're right. You're right.
Huh?
You're so right. I don't know what I was thinking.
I have a method about this stuff, you know.
Alright, show us the Charles method. Also, I see now why you usually do so well with Tier 1, because you only play against other Tier 1 ships.
So? It makes me happy. Who gives a shit?
Why did you say he does?
So I didn't know this. It looks like when you pick your tier ships, you only play against other ships of that tier.
Okay, so the last battle really threw him into the...
Like the veterans.
There, blew his ass up.
Enemy cruisers sunk.
The people that invented this game are nice enough to give you all these tools to be able to play with
to make yourself happy, not giving you orders like you're doing. Like, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. What the fuck you doing, Dad? Jesus Christ.
We're off.
Yep, show him what the J. Humphrey can do, Chief.
I don't think I've shot torpedoes. I've dropped bombs from airplanes before.
Well, today's the day you learn.
I've taken them off airplanes from carriers.
So, are you the captain in this relationship right now?
No, I'm just like that really enthusiastic co-pilot.
I see. You're like...
No, he's that really annoying first officer is what he is. trying to tell the captain what to do because he's a wannabe. That's why.
He's running the show.
Right.
Well, if that's what you call heroes, then I suppose.
Go get your own ship.
Yeah, we're just,
Oh, that's gonna hit.
we're downloading info.
Nice, that's some hits.
direct hit.
That's some fucking hits.
Oh, he's quaking in his boots over
Give it
there.
to him, Captain.
Our,
You best start
I'll hit the island.
stories.
I'll blow the island up and it'll fall on him.
oh, that was like a little sneak shot over there.
Yeah, that was a trick shot.
So when you play as a carrier, do you have to control planes?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
Which is gonna be really good for me. I've always been good at that.
Yeah. You're a big plane guy.
Yeah, well, I'm a big United States guy, so
That's
when I
true.
saw the name, I knew what needed to be done.
You've got a whole country on that ship.
Well, how are you a big plane guy when you're afraid to fly?
Well, that's exactly why. It hones my senses.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be a disaster for
Oh,
me.
yeah, okay.
I've got this.
Yeah.
Why don't you give it a little forward thrust and get the ship moving there, buddy?
Well, there's no reason to do that if I'm controlling planes. I need to keep it out of the line of fire.
You gotta head the ship into the wind to frickin' take the planes off the carrier deck.
Oh, we'll see about that.
Don't you know that?
Here I come.
Oh my God, look at this.
See, that was fine.
Sure. Who are you, Pappy Boyington and those Corsairs there? Black Sheep Squadron? Is that you?
What is it? Pappy Boyington?
Black Sheep Squadron, that's you.
I'm taking.
Stay the course.
I'm taking heavy damage.
Stay the course.
You're
I am.
flying Corsairs in the South Pacific, that's who you are.
Did you hit him?
No, he didn't hit nothing.
Nope. we only lost 4
Corsairs.
good men there.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. I have to.
And I think actually the ones you lost were the worst of them.
Yeah.
They weren't great men.
Okay, here we go.
These are the good men here.
These are the good men.
He is just spraying it.
I've got it. I got him.
Oh, I think you.
Come on, baby. Come on!
Oh, geez.
Jesus Christ.
You missed. How do you miss that?
He's got incredible maneuvers.
Come back around, you know.
Oh, there goes another one.
Yeah, that was Jim. We didn't like him either.
No!
Jim couldn't fly shit.
Oh God, you blew up the cone. Great work.
Hold on, we got one lone patriot left. No!
Oh no.
Okay.
They got like. Oh wait.
Yep, that's gonna hit.
Wait. Oh, that was huge.
That's our first confirmed hit there without dying.
That was crazy.
Also, I'm not gonna make it much longer. I flew right into all of them.
No,
But I led that charge on that guy.
Yeah, they didn't expect what's coming.
It's about to be though when I'm done with it. There we go. That's finally a hit.
That's a huge hit. What?
It is dead.
Yeah, it's already.
You're right. You're right. It was dead.
You know what? He's super dead now.
Yeah.
I heard.
He's twice as dead.
I heard there were a few survivors. On that.
Yeah. I made sure there was no one left to tell the tale.
There were 4 people like, oh my God, I can't believe we lived.
I get to go home and see my family.
And then 8 torpedoes came in. All right, well, this guy's here. We're gonna slow down and go into the smoke screen,
Yeah,
and then I'm gonna lead him a little bit here.
Oh, he's trying to go home.
We're still reloading.
He wants to see his family. Don't let him.
You gotta lead him more than that.
I put on my anti-aircraft gun crew. Is he dead?
Yeah, somebody just blew him up.
All right, great work. This is my guy now.
He led the
Great
charge. Oh, that'll be a hit.
Come on.
That's a hit.
I want that guy.
Oh, you got all 3 to hit.
Oh, that's huge.
Wait, just keep peppering him.
Yeah.
Oh, we're reloading. We're
The
reloading.
problem is it reloads really slow.
All right, depth
Depth
charge.
charge.
I don't know how long this takes, so we're gonna lead a little bit.
Yeah, that's probably smart. Oh, looks like you can do. Oh, you can do
Oh.
multiple.
Oh, you think you're gonna go
Yeah,
this way?
shoot a spread, yeah.
Oh, this guy's gonna hate me. He's about to get ruined.
You got torpedo? No, you don't have torpedo.
Oh, jeez.
Somebody
Am I fine?
just blew him up, I think.
No, he's still alive. Switch guns.
I'm trying.
Captain!
All right, we're reloaded. It's time to go. Sorry, bub.
Now he has got some turbojets on him.
Too low.
Oh, get ruined. All right, switching guns over.
No, that's a 21-second.
These are my first two guns, so reloading.
I see.
Oh, ship's on fire? Not anymore. All right, watch this. I'm hitting the brakes like Maverick when he slams the wings up. Oh, jeez. Let's heal.
4 seconds.
All right.
Throw on the brakes and let him fly by.
Oh, here we go.
he's sitting duck.
You
He
dumbass.
ran it right into the frickin' island.
That's
He
a
beached
rock.
it. Nice.
Blow him up.
He's getting ruined now.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Wait, his goose is cooked.
Shoot right for his smokestack there.
All right, and then we're gonna.
Depth charge him. Yep. Insult to injury.
And then we gotta.
Oh, he just figured out how to put it, how to back up now.
More depth charges. I like that.
I'm trying to switch to gun one.
That's my commander.
Oh, I taught Chuck Blast everything he knows. All right, full starboard, Captain. Get skinny.
Starboard, amen.
Oh, jeez, we got torpedoes.
Someone get
Let
the
me.
fly swatter.
Uh-oh.
I turned on my ship
Uh-oh,
radar.
it's a direct hit.
Oh, jeez, we're flooding.
Yeah, he just...
But you know what? The crew knows what to do about this.
Dude,
Return
Blow him
fire.
up before you sink.
Yeah, you trained for this.
Are you firing,
Nice,
man?
he is. He's just he's hitting him big actually in the rear end there. Port side.
All right, wait. Do I have depth charges?
Depth charges.
Depth charge out. All right, heal. Give me some guns, men. They're not giving me anything.
We need stronger men on deck.
Just go ram his ass.
Yeah.
You know what?
I like
Desperate times.
Ram him.
All right. Full.
Drifted.
What's that called on the right side?
That's the
Poop deck. Full poop deck.
That's the poop deck.
Oh, that was a huge hit.
With 18,000.
That's what happens when you mess with the USA. All right.
Oh,
Yes!
he got lucky because he was so fucked.
Oh, look at that. I'm dropping another bomb on him.
It's getting close to a year since I told you all that my dad has embarked on his ultimate quest. That makes it sound like he's going to fight in some kind of climactic final battle for the fate of Middle-earth. What I mean is, my dad has had a bucket list item for a long time that he has wanted to do, for as long as I've been alive, and even longer. He's wanted to build a 32 Ford, often considered the Holy Grail of old school hot rods, at least according to my dad and Joe. I don't know any better. I'm like a sponge just taking in all that information and just accepting it as true. If you asked me what the Holy Grail of hot rods would be, I'd say probably Lightning McQueen or some shit. If you could build Lightning McQueen and bring that to life or something, I'd say that's probably the most impressive feat that any car builder could ever accomplish. You all know me, I'm a goddamn Neanderthal when it comes to cars. All I know is if it's got 4 wheels, I can drive it. And if it's got an exhaust pipe, I could fuck it, but I won't. Point is, I'm not a huge car guy. That gene wasn't passed down to me. But I do have a big interest in watching my dad fulfill this dream. And I do think the car is badass. So, I have been doing my best to try and help him with that. And as I told you all about a year ago, he was able to locate one, we purchased it, and they began stripping it down to its bare bones in order to rebuild it better than ever to match his favorite car from his favorite movie, American Graffiti. So I wanted to give you like the almost year update here because I went over to the shop with my father to check in on all the progress and kind of just talk about it. I also want to mention it's not just solely my dad and Joe. Joe has a whole team there that is also helping with this project, and they're all doing an incredible job with it.
Well, good morning.
That's good.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. We're doing pretty good with this thing. We got the motor dyno tuned at Rob at Central Florida Machine and Speed. Him and Gene over there.
4 2-barrel carburetors.
So what the fuck does that mean?
It means it's going to be haul ass, is what it means.
Love that.
It's the exact same intake manifold that was on the American Graffiti movie car.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So I found it in California, shipped it, bought it, shipped it here.
Yep, and we're switching it from automatic to a 4-speed. And so we've rounded up the flywheel, the right flywheel and clutch for it. And we got the new belt housing, because I had another belt housing, but I cleaned it and found a crack in it. We don't do that. And then the 4-speed's right here. It's an M21 close ratio, 1968.
My dad and Joe have built so many cars together over the course of about 35 years, but they've been on a bit of a hiatus, at least as a tag team duo here. It's like Simon and Garfunkel getting back together for them to tackle this project and build this 32 Ford together. It's a thing of beauty to behold. It's kind of like building those Gundams from the kits, but bigger scale. And, well, actually, it's nothing like that, actually. The only thing they have in common is that both get assembled here in very different ways. But the thing is, it's very interesting seeing this come together, because my dad sent me videos and pictures throughout this entire process, and it started with them completely stripping that car down in order to build it exactly how they wanted to, with all of the material and all the parts, as well as building new parts, ordering new parts, and just really compiling the masterpiece 32 Ford that they both really want to build. And it's super cool to see how far they are. Apparently they're about halfway done with it.
So as you kind of go along, you make what you need and improvise. You know,
A lot of improvising.
A lot of improvising. So we had to switch from a single pedal to a double. So we had to cut all this out and re-weld it all back in. And then Charlie and I had to put the firewall back here and had to recut the firewall for 2 pedals. So we got the clearance done on it.
So that firewall, Charlie, sits right here.
Yeah,
it's
right behind the
It's
motor.
the very front of the body right here.
I gotcha.
So this is what separates the motor from the body, that firewall.
So you put it in behind the pedals?
Right. So it actually bolts on right here.
Slides in, yeah.
Right, like right here. It bolts on. It's your protection from if something blew up or something happened.
When they first started explaining the progress to me, it was like a completely different language. They did not dumb it down for an idiot like me, so that was jargon I was not picking up on. There was a couple of words I could recognize as being English, like they were words I'd heard a couple times before, like carburetor, or a couple other terms from Fast and Furious movies. Granny shifting, not double clutching like you should. Lucky you didn't blow the welds off the intake. But overall, once they realized that my eyes were glazing over because I didn't know what they were talking about, my dad then started really putting it into like the plainest terms for a simpleton like me. Like, Charlie, that big firewall piece goes right here and protects you in case of something blowing up. And then I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I know that. I know cars, obviously. I get it, for sure. Now, they understandably wanted to get a little work done while I was there filming. I was just a fly on the wall. But then disaster struck in the Forged in Fire Thunderdome.
We gotta loosen these carburetors to pull it off.
Oh yeah.
That's why, because we got those thick gaskets.
Yeah. What do you want to do?
We'll probably have to change them. You know it?
Yep.
Because I got no way to compress this gasket.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Improvising in the day.
So what we've got is
That's what we're gonna
we've
do.
got thick valve cover gaskets on here. So this threaded shaft is not long enough. It's bottoming out right on that edge. When I try to start it where that threads go into the block. So what we'll do is we'll cut this off and we'll drill and tap it, and then we'll put a longer bolt, screw it in there, and then we'll have the length of the threads where it'll fit to tighten down the valve cover. But that'll take a while to do that, so we're not going to do that today.
Basically, the gaskets were too thick, so they couldn't actually put the valve cover on securely. There was one that wouldn't fit to the engine block because the shaft wasn't long enough. If I only had a nickel for every time I heard that. And that wasn't exactly an easy thing to solve, so instead they decided to just, save that for a rainy day and instead work on something else today.
Here we go, Joe. He just wants to make fun of me now because we got our old man chairs. See?
Don't go too making fun of us now.
See how that works? He gives a shit because I told him that we're getting old and we can't get up and down that good, lay on the ground and everything. And I said, when you get old, you're going to have the same fucking problem.
Hey, it'll be here before you know it.
I just turned 30. I'm starting to feel it.
So we have these roll around chairs where we can roll around this thing.
Yeah.
So he makes fun of us.
I don't make... I just said it's an interesting technique is all.
But you see why now?
Yeah, oh, no, I see it. Oh, I see it.
Oh, yeah.
Joe, does he ever talk to you about the aliens?
No, we haven't had that subject.
Okay.
Well, what's going on with the alien?
No,
Oh,
he gives me shit. You know, you realize we're about one thread from frickin' touching that thing?
I know.
Huh?
I wasn't making fun of them for using chairs. I actually think it's really efficient since they have it propped up. Obviously, if, like, you don't want to just be crouching the whole time, just roll around on some chairs. Like, I think that's super efficient. I don't know why my dad thinks I was making fun of him. Hey, that wasn't me. He's out there fighting a ghost with that. I giggled the first time I heard about his, like, rolling techniques because the way he portrayed it was comedic. I wasn't laughing at the actual subject matter. I think it's a very good idea. And I was extremely curious if my dad ever talks to Joe about aliens, because my father fucking loves aliens. Anytime I go over to eat, that is one of the first subjects we talk about. It'll either be the food that built America, where he's giving me a lore update on Oreos or the history of Pop-Tarts, and then it's immediately into, yeah, so have you finally seen the light about the aliens building those pyramids? Do you get it now? And I'm always like, nah, Dad, I still don't think the aliens built the pyramids. So I was just wondering if you ever talked to Joe about it, that's all.
We have a Summit catalog. We can buy everything off of Summit.com, SummitRacing.com. There's your plug, Summit Racing. We won't charge you for that, right?
Yeah, that's right. Next time it's going to cost you.
They recognized they were going to need some additional braided cords, so they turned to a catalog. And let me tell you, the way that they handled that catalog made it seem like they were looking at a Playboy magazine. I'm pretty sure they were both salivating at the car parts in there.
Let's talk about the body ready to go into paint.
All right.
So how long have we been body working on this thing?
Months.
This car was really nice when we got it. The floors are in it. I mean, it was a really solid steel body, all steel. Just it had been drag raced in the 50s, but it hadn't been all cut up. Well,
It had a bunch of old paint on it, a lot of old paint.
Last time this car was painted was 1950. No, 59. 59.
They
right.
say it was painted 59. So we had the body sandblasted. That removes all the paint and all the old primers and stuff. And it had like 32s are known for having stress cracks in here for the body flexing. So we welded all those up.
So it wasn't just the frame and everything. They did a lot of body work as well to make it legitimately as perfect as a 32 Ford could ever be. So they spent a sizable chunk of time on the body too. And today they also picked out the yellow that it would all be painted, because the American Graffiti 32 is yellow. And that's actually a pretty big process too, finding the right shade of yellow, because there's so many different yellows. So they're getting that puppy painted. I think that'll be done in the next couple days. I'm not exactly sure when. But this right here is like the almost year mark of the work being done on the 32, and it's coming along really fast. So I imagine in another year it'll be fully done, and my dad's going to be doing fucking donuts in a Winn-Dixie parking lot in that puppy. He'll probably be drag racing that son of a bitch down some kind of deserted highway in Tampa somewhere just for fun. Maybe even racing for pink slips. But it was fun today going out there to see all the progress that's been made on it, and I'm really excited for them to finish the project, because I know it's something that they're both looking forward to, and I'm very much looking forward to as well. I'll take it for a spin. I, of course, probably won't do it justice. It'll probably be me, like, laying on the gas and then off the gas and, like, braking a lot, because I can't really drive stick shift anymore. My dad taught me a while ago, and I've completely forgotten, because it's not like riding a bike. If you're not driving stick, I think most people are just going to forget. Like, you don't retain that. At least I didn't. But anyway, there's one other thing I want to briefly mention here, because I know Joe really wanted to talk about his pink tape measurer. Apparently everyone in the car building world uses yellow tape measurers. That's the gold standard. That is what everybody uses except Joe. Joe uses a pink tape measurer because he said over the course of 30 plus years of building vehicles, he would notice oftentimes people would take his tape measurer. And he had a hunch that if he switched to a pink tape measurer, they might view it as not manly enough and not take it. And it's been about 20 years now, and it's not getting stolen, so I guess this hypothesis was correct, and it's not like it bothers Joe at all. On camera it looks more red, but in person it's like a vibrant pink.
Now tell us about, Joe, tell us about your pink tape measure.
All right, pink tape measure. There's an interesting subject. Years ago, I had people, and my measuring tapes kept disappearing around here. One reason or another, people take them, steal them, lose them, whatever. So I bought a pink one. And I've had this thing 20 years. Nobody has stolen my pink measure tape. I'm cool with it.
So yeah, that is the update on the 32 Ford project. That's about it. See ya. Father, Papa, Papa, Dad. All words you might be familiar with to describe the man who helped carry you into this world. Not in his tummy, but in his sack. I call this man Charles Sr. That's my dad. And my father, for the last 2 years, has been working on a car project that I made a video about almost 2 years ago now. A 32 Ford, which is a very special car to him. He built it when he was 16 years old with his dad, but ended up getting an offer he couldn't refuse and sold it. Since then, he's regretted it because it's a very hard thing to find all of the components for to build it again. 2 years ago, he did happen to stumble across a unicorn out there with a 32 that they could restore and basically build, not from the ground up, but, somewhat close to it. Basically, what he wanted to do is recreate that build that he did when he was 16 years old, which was modeled after the American Graffiti 32 Ford. So for 2 years, my dad's been in the shop like fucking Frankenstein here, bringing back to life a monster. This 32 Ford Coupe. He teamed up with his buddy Joe, who has a shop in Orlando, and the two of them together have been working every single week for 2 years now to build the perfect 32 Ford Coupe from the American Graffiti movie. And it's finally complete, and they're very excited to show me, and I'm excited to show you 2 years of work with this 32 Ford.
Well, here we are, Joe. After 2 years, here's our masterpiece. What do you think?
I love it.
Huh?
I'm gonna take you on a tour of it in a moment, but yeah, my dad wanted the garage door reveal. I think he was probably expecting me to do some cinematic edits. He has far too much faith in my editing prowess, so the best you get is just the raw dump here. It looks so good, though. They did an amazing job, and my father was keeping me updated on all of the things him and Joe were doing every step of the way. They really did fundamentally rebuild the car. The only thing that kind of stayed the same from what we initially purchased was the body of the vehicle, but even that got some changes as well. The body is one of the hardest parts to find, as I understand it. I think the body and the chassis were the two things that had the least changes to them, but this was a huge undertaking and they did an amazing job. So it's loud. This puppy zooms too. This will get you around the block, point A to point B lickety split, but it is louder than a motherfucker. And apparently in the version 1.0 they had, it was 10 times as loud, to the point where it probably wouldn't even be street legal because it'd be blowing up eardrums and assholes. So they had to change even more about it, some alterations to quiet it up a little bit so it could actually be driven without just ruining everybody else's day. I don't think I have any footage of that one, but I do have 2 quick videos of it, zooming around and how it sounds after they've changed it. You guys did a great job.
We love it.
We got the mana-free intake and the 4 2-barrel carburetors. What is it, Joe? 1968, 327?
68, 327.
So the only thing we didn't do to this 32 Ford, it's all original steel. The only thing we didn't do is chop the top 3 inches like the American Graffiti car, because Joe said, hell no, we ain't touching that car. That body's too nice. Isn't that right,
You're
Joe?
too tall.
Walk over here, Joe.
You're too tall.
My dad is too tall, it makes me sick. He kept all the height for himself and selfishly refused to share any with his only son. Isn't that fucked up? He's 6'5", and look at me.
Joe, show him the interior. Show him what we got.
Well, we moved it. That's my pillow because I'm so short. I can't reach the clutch. But you got to understand, Charlie's 6'5", so we're building a car for a giant. And so we had to have headroom, and we have to have leg room for him. So this is I think it's an original bench seat.
It's the original 1932 Ford bench seat.
And we took the package tray's been removed, and we moved the seat as far back as we can get it so Charlie can feel comfortable. And then we ordered an offset shifter So it moves the shifter towards the center of the car, basically. And we got blinkers and brake lights and stereo and electric fuel pumps. And
we got a completely powder-coated undercarriage front end. We got old finned brake drums from an old 53 Buick on the front, just like old nostalgia hot rod.
It's got a Ford 9-inch rear end.
Ford 9-inch in it.
It numbered out as a 71 station wagon, which is a heavy-duty Ford rear end.
And we changed the rear gear to 373, so she's got some giddy up.
Yeah.
But this is the finished product right here. So we just wanted to show everybody what
all the gauges work, right, Charlie? Even the fuel gauge works.
Everything's new, wiring harness is new, everything in the car is brand new. And it did take us, what, 2 years?
Right at 2 years.
Right at 2 years. Yeah, we got a, trunk sole upholster. We got a big old built-in fuel tank right here we made. And car's done now, we're just going to drive it, right, Joe?
Mm-hmm. Have some fun with it.
Yeah, that's a mean looking car right there.
Tell you what.
So the next project is Joe has a 1932 Ford sedan, a chop sedan that we built. Get over here, Joe.
We built it in 99.
We built that car in 1999. It was a 427 blower motor in that car, and it was so fast it was scary, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I lost control of it twice. So I finally pulled the motor out of it. Then I sold the body, and then I got the body rolling chassis back 13 years later.
Yep.
I sold it 13 years ago, it was gone.
Yep.
And so now we're going to put a small block in it and not make it so deadly. We got plans to put it back on the road. It's like this, but it's a sedan. It's a 4-seater instead of a 2-seater.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And it's painted purple.
So that's it. The 32 project's done. That's the update. We'll move on to the next one.
Well, what was the hardest part of the build?
What do you think, Joe? Really, nothing much for me. One of the hardest.
What slowed us down was wiring.
Wiring?
Because him and I are just not good at wiring.
And we haven't done it in so long.
And my brother used to do it, my older brother, but he had some health problems and couldn't do it. So it ended up, my oldest son stepped forward, Dylan, and he wired it from front to back.
The other thing was we took our time, and I was doing a lot of searching on the internet trying to find the original parts that was on the American Graffiti movie car.
Like the bumper.
Like the bumper.
That's cool.
The bumper that's on this car is an original 1973 Alfa Romeo front bumper guard, and that's what was on the American Graffiti coupe that was in the movie. So I actually found one from a guy in Michigan who had one brand new that he never put on his Alfa Romeo that he bought in 1973. And I bought it from him and he shipped it to me. So it's just shit like that we didn't want to rush into it, and we wanted to make it, as cool as we could with all the original.
And then we did a few changes, like the exhaust. We first started it, God, it was loud. And Charlie's like, this thing's never going to go in my neighborhood. So we came up with a stainless exhaust idea. If you want to bring that over here, look. And we went through the bottom of the header and brought it in for the exhaust that goes underneath. This is underneath where his shoes are.
These are actually 12-inch muffler turnouts that has a baffle in it.
Yeah.
But it was even so loud with the baffles exhausting right here that I said to Joe, we gotta quieten this thing up. So what we did is we cut a hole in the bottom of the header. We got this crossover pipe going out under the car on each side. And we've got Flowmaster mufflers in the back, and it's actually exhausting out the side, but it looks like it's exhausting right here on the side. It's exhausting out the back. And what we did is we welded a plug inside of this muffler, so it's capped the exhaust off, so it's exhausting out the back. Now, if I ever want to really make noise and really upset everybody,
we can slide them off.
We just pull this exhaust piece right off, and then it's open header from here right on back.
So I said 3 inches, and Charlie said 1 inch, and we settled on 2 inches.
So they're 2 inches.
It's 2 inches out from there.
So we
figured out.
We just took our time.
Kind of compromised and took our time.
Talked about stuff and what we wanted.
Make sure we got everything the way we wanted. Put all new glass and rubber.
Everything.
Sandblasted the body.
But it's a real steel car. It's not a plastic car. So, and that's it. That's the update.
What about I remember you told me American Graffiti had motorcycle fenders or some shit?
In the front.
Yeah. You guys did the same thing.
Yeah. So we found those fenders Joe found them at a motorcycle shop. And we made brackets for them, and it's exactly the same.
Yeah, we got pictures of the original car, and Charlie and I were talking about the brackets. I wanted to paint the brackets black, and Charlie's like, no, the originals were yellow. And so I was like, and so he sends me a picture of the original American Graffiti car, and the brackets are yellow. So we painted them yellow. You know, we're trying to go, and we did not cut down the grill shell. We didn't like that look either.
No, when they chopped the top 3 inches, they chopped the grill shell
3 inches.
If this is their steel grill shell, original grill shell, we're not going to cut that either. So that's why the car's at legal height. And I'm tall, I need the headroom anyway, so it's like,
Well, yeah,
it's more comfortable to drive, you know.
Yeah, you wouldn't have fit in it if you chopped the top at all.
No,
we
real tight.
built a Model A years ago, 31, and we chopped the top on it, and it was yellow. Charlie pulls up at a car show like this. It's miserable. He's like, I hate this car. It's so small, I can't drive it. He sold it.
Yeah.
And so then we knew then that there's no way he could drive in a chopped top car and be comfortable.
No,
You know?
so anyway.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, Joe.
Good.
On to the next one, brother.
That's right.
Say bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
It's really cool to see the 2 years of work paying off here with something very special and so meaningful, not only to my dad, but to Joe. As I mentioned in one of the other videos with the 32 Progress, Joe has a business called Joe's Paint and Body in Ocoee that's been there for 42 years, and he is still working every single day, hard as fuck, but would still find time every week to spend hours on this 32 with my dad. The two of them just back in the saddle again, back in the mega mix, because it is something that meant so much to them both. And they were both very excited by it. So I'm really happy, and they really were excited to show all of you that it's complete and how it looks. I don't have a ton of videos of it running, but I think it's going to be getting quite a workout here in the hands of my dad here. He is so happy to have this 32 back. I think it's just super cool, and I just wanted to share all of this with you now that the project is complete and they're on to the next one. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. You ever watch a video that just makes you feel nostalgic? It feels like you transport back in time. That's what happened to me today. It felt like Jimmy Neutron had built a time travel device that took me back to the most embarrassing era of my life. My first year and a half of college. This was the real goofy goober era of my life where I tried to emulate a mysterious anime character and was just genuinely creepy and uncomfortable to be around. I have no doubt my fellow peers were reporting me to the student body as just someone to be aware of as a potential threat. It was scary. Like, it was such a bad idea. I was built on awful Reddit advice and delusion of anime characters. I thought it'd be a good idea. I've talked about it at length before. And today I watched a video that served as a reminder of my shame. And this had to do with a couple of times I went to parties, which I've talked about a little bit. During this period, I did try and socialize to the best of my ability, and I'd argue I was the life of parties when I went out. And by that I mean I made people scared for their lives when I went out to parties. Let me show you a little clip of the video and then dive deep into what I mean. Yeah, so this lady's really busting it wide open on the dance floor here of this local dive bar. She's just going hog wild. I don't know if it's drug related or just the spirit of music has taken over, but she is transformed into the demon of dance. Her eyes are like glossed over, and thanks to the camera, they're like glow in the dark, so it's really intense. And she's throwing out all kinds of advanced maneuvers right there. That's like 1,000,000 dance moves in 10 seconds. It's like she's trying to go for a high score combo in Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 here. But what it reminded me of is how I used to act at like bars and parties back in the early college days, because there was a couple bars near our campus that didn't ID check, so we would go there and I'd try and do shit like this because I thought by trying to be the center of attention it would be good in helping me get laid. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. But I'd go fucking wild. I'd start popping and locking. It was like I was doing Wing Chun on invisible enemies, because I didn't really know how to dance super well, but I kept trying. I'd hit like sloppy body waves and shit, and I made a video a while ago talking about how I tried to learn to breakdance to impress girls. So, you know, I dropped to the floor and hit him with like the 6-step shuffle or whatever, and of course, you know me, I'm famous for the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse dance hot dog, but I dropped to the floor and just like get after it. Like this. Give him some of that shit. It's just, yep. A little out of breath already. It's been a while since I busted that bad boy out. But yeah, you know, I'd just fucking serve it out on the dance floor there, and no one stopped me. Like my friends that I'd go with, and they never told me it was a bad idea, because I think they just liked laughing at it. So it's been like an hour doing this shit on the dance floor, looking like I was on bath salts, and I never learned my lesson. So when I saw this video today, seeing her go after it like this, I was like, damn, it's like looking in a mirror 8 years ago. Watching her dance is like watching a dog with the zoomies, where they just start like running in circles and going crazy. I mean, hats off to her. Like the confidence to do this and really just go wild at it, I think is fantastic. I always enjoyed doing it back in college, even though I know it made me look very odd to most people, but I still did find it to be enjoyable at the very least. But goddamn, the people next to her are gonna be leaving this bar with scars. The way she's whipping her hair like that shit is an actual weapon. That's some like actual Bayonetta shit, using her hair for offensive attacks. This right here is my favorite moment in the routine. I definitely think this would win, So You Think You Can Dance. She hits him with like the praying mantis up here, and then into like a T-Rex arm combo. It's very rare you see a move like that executed so fluidly. So I thought she did a wonderful job there, and I really think it just helped put a nice bow on the entire choreography here. Unfortunately, that's where the video ends, but I'm sure the dancing continued for a couple hours there. She was definitely just getting started. This was only Act 1 of the performance. I think it's great all around. It seemed like she was having a good time. The people around her also seemed to enjoy the show. And I just wanted to talk about it because it reminded me of a silly time during my college days that I thought would be fun to share. That's really about it. I still think I'm one of the best dancers on the East Coast. And yeah, so yeah. When you look at me, the first thing you probably think to yourself is, man, this guy likes to party. This looks like a guy who's not only super tall, but also breathes life into any hootenanny that he attends. And you'd be right to a certain extent. I used to enjoy the old shindig back in college. I'd go out pretty often. And I saw a video today that reminded me of an extremely sad and embarrassing tale that I haven't thought of in a long time. So I'd like to show you the video that brought about this Winter Soldier episode within me, and then go over the video as well as this story that I'd like to tell.
Joe Burrow, Joe Burrow. You didn't even come close.
That's where the video ends, but I imagine he ran down the stairs, ran behind the house, started crying, and then just buried himself. Just fucking died there. It was so sad to see a man super excited to be getting tossed a beer. The local frat dudes were like, hey, this guy needs a fucking brewski. So they, you know, fucking Amazon primed one. Now, it wasn't a great throw. That was definitely not a Joe Burrow caliber toss. And it nearly killed the guy. Fucking sent him over the rails for it. Because that guy was thirsty, right? And the only thing that quenched that thirst was butt chugging a Miller Lite across the street. So yeah, dude went ass over face, falling off the balcony, then hitting the deck and flopping like a fish down below. I'm gonna go ahead and toss this instant replay up on the Jumbotron, because I'm pretty sure this man exploded midair, like Mr. Potato Head. Just bits and pieces flying all over the place. His hat just got blasted off. I'm pretty sure he lost both of his shoes there. The G-forces damn near tore his clothes off as well. He was almost butt-ass naked by the time he hit the ground. Like, I don't know what went wrong, but there's just like so many clothing items that get lost on the small fall. But anyway, this brought out a repressed memory deep within me. It's something I haven't thought about in a while, and it made me very yucky feeling. I just cringed and thought it'd be something worth sharing with all of you before I once again locked that away forever, never to think about it again. This happened back in college before I retired from partying. I now no longer believe in fun at social gatherings, I guess. I just don't really party or anything anymore. And it was one of the first parties I had went to after getting to college. And I didn't really know anyone, of course, and I had already established myself as the weird, mysterious anime character, so I'm sure people had recognized me as a fucking psychopath before going to this party. So the fact that I showed up there probably already made people uncomfortable. I would have been in my sophomore year here, I imagine. I can't quite remember, but it was one of the first parties I went to, and that was like the only time I started going out. So I'm at this party, it's a house party, and there's a pool. They have a keg, they even have like a live band performing inside. It was just some like butt rock band that I'm assuming the members were students at the school. It was you know, going all out, and as the night continued, I didn't really interact with many people, pretty much anyone aside from Andrew, who I went with. And, you know, wasn't getting a whole lot done, wasn't drinking that much or anything, but towards the end of the night, as people started getting a bit sloppy, they started doing beer-catching trick shots. And it was cool. And I, at this point, thought, this is my chance. This is my time to shine. I can stand out and make friends by being the guy that makes a cool beer catch. Even though I'd never, like, caught a fucking Mach 5 thrown beer, because they were going hard. They're doing like behind the back tosses, behind the back catches, and just fucking throwing that shit as hard as they possibly can and seeing if someone can catch it. And I was like, this is it. This is how I finally make a name for myself here. And one of the tricks that they did that I thought would be, you know, my time to hop in is they were doing it over the pool. So they were doing like cool between the leg tosses over the pool, and someone would go in, do like a 360 and catch it before hitting the water. Then they'd come out, pop it open, and chug it like Stone Cold. They didn't shotgun it, so kind of pussy shit, if I do say so myself now. You know, hindsight's 20/20. But anyway, I thought, this is it. I know I can front flip into this pool. I knew I could do it, and I thought it'd be the coolest thing those eyes had ever seen. I thought everyone would be like uproariously cheering me, going wild, like, holy fuck, this dude just front flipped into the pool and caught a beer. I was running through this fantasy in my head. I was like, yep. This is how I do it. I'm gonna be the coolest fucking dude on campus. So I teed up at the end of the pool, you know. I'm queuing up, I'm ready. Everyone's still around the pool, cheering on cool catches, booing misses, and I knew that this was my time to shine. No one's paid any attention to me up until this point. No one is looking at me on the end of the pool there. So in order to get their attention, I start like clapping, you know, like, hey, I'm ready. Toss me the pigskin. Give me the rock. I'm ready. Feed me. So I'm clapping, trying to get like their attention. The dudes that are tossing the beers, like setting up the trick shots. And then eventually one of them does look at me. And without a second thought, the second we lock eyes, I just do a front flip into the pool. Barely, mind you. And I have my arms straight up and I don't finish the whole rotation. So I end up on my ass with my hands up in the air and no one throws a beer. So I just fucking shittily front flip into the pool. It looks like I'm probably drowning, like a ship going down as the sail slowly keeps sinking because my arms are above the water. I've already failed my front flip, so now I'm just sinking in shame. I pop up, there's no beer, and no one's even looking at me. I don't even get a boo. Nobody cared at all. It was the saddest fucking moment of my life. Like, if someone had just given me like a pity, woohoo, or like, aw, something, I would have been like, okay, not all is lost. But I got literally nothing. Straight up crickets. And then some other dude did a trick shot into the pool and they loved that. Meanwhile, the fucking socially inept turbo virgin on the other side gets fucking nothing. And I don't remember exactly what happened next, but I can't imagine we stayed much longer. Because I do remember getting into the taxi soaking wet. So I didn't have a whole lot of time to air dry. I imagine what happened is Andrew felt my pain and was like, Charlie, let's get the fuck out. But I guess I just blacked out from cringe at that point because I can't complete the story. I just remember that, and man, it was sad. So yeah, this video really brought that demon back, brought that evil out of me, and I just wanted to share it with all of you because, you know, I don't want to think about it again past this point. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. It's been a little while since the last time I sat you down at the fireplace with my bathrobe slightly ajar to tell you an embarrassing story from the period in my life where I've LARPed as a fucking mysterious anime character. This was around the time I was like 18, 19 years old, so like freshman, early sophomore year of college, and I've told many a pathetic story from this sad compendium of miserable social ineptitude, and there's one I haven't shared with you that I thought I'd share today. This was actually the first date I ever went on, like first official date. I'll just give you a brief lore update for those that haven't seen any of the other videos. Back in early college years, I thought it'd be great to reinvent myself as a mysterious anime character in real life. It worked for the anime characters. Girls were always trying to constantly like gobble on their meat. And so I thought, well, if it worked for them, it could work for me. So I wanted to be like super unique. I wanted to wear a chain with my favorite video game disc on it, Psychonauts. So just be like a fucking chain with Psychonauts on it. I also refused to talk to people. So if people talked to me or asked me questions, I'd respond with like moans and grunts instead of words. And it was really goofy shit. Like talking to me would be like talking to an NPC in Banjo-Kazooie where they just respond with that's how I would pretty much respond to shit, or just complete silence. I have no doubt a lot of people on campus probably reported me to authorities as a potential threat to the university in those early year and a half, however long I spent doing that. But I eventually grew out of it. But during this time, I actually did get a date. My first real official date. Now, while this was my first date, it wasn't like I was a completely kissless virgin. I was a virgin who had been kissed once. It was a dare. A girl was once dared to kiss me because that was seen as such a punishment that in a truth or dare game, they made it a dare to kiss me. And I was like, fuck yeah, this is my time to shine. Probably pre-came and shit my pants at the same time. But anyway, I managed to get this date because a friend of mine from high school actually invited me to a party. We hadn't seen each other in quite some time, and they invited me out to go drink with them. At the time, I was completely straight edge. I didn't want to touch drugs. I didn't want to touch beer. I also wasn't even sure I ever wanted to lose my virginity. I was starting to think it might even be best if I didn't. But they invited me to this party, and I was still in this mysterious anime phase, and he invited me to play beer pong with him, and I was like, well, as long as I don't drink. And he's like, fuck it, Charlie, I'll just drink for you. Just fucking play with me. And I was like, sure, let's go. So we were playing, and then eventually his friends called him to do like a keg stand or something, so I needed a partner, and a girl hopped in to play with me. And I didn't say a fucking word to her. And I guess that must have been cool enough because she started talking to me, and then I eventually like mumbled out like, do you want to go to the beach? And she said yes. She gave me her number, and we set up a beach date for the next day. And my God, I don't even think I slept that night. I remember that night after the party, I went back to the dorm and I was just busting out hundreds of crunches and like bicycle crunches and shit, trying to sculpt out my abs speedrun style. I didn't eat. I only drank a ton of water, just trying desperately to get my six-pack to pop out a bit more. I was a lot leaner back then because all I focused on was being like ripped, but my arms were super skinny, so I just kind of looked like an actual poorly drawn anime character physique-wise. Nowadays, I'm just actually fucking jacked, but back then I was like, all I need is abs, and girls will want to fuck me real good. So I'm in my dorm for hours just fucking doing an impromptu P90X routine till the sun comes up, and I text her, she doesn't respond, I start to panic, I texted her again, still didn't respond. I'm fucking freaking out. I'm like, oh my God, I've ruined it. I fucking blew it. Holy shit, it's all over. She hates me. She probably reported me to the police because I was creepy. Oh my fucking God. I text her again. I fucking triple texted her. Literally the worst possible thing you could do. She finally responds just saying she was sleeping, and then I realized that that's probably about par for the course because it was like 9 a.m. I was like, it's fucking like Saturday, and I'm texting her at 9 a.m. like 1,000 times. It stands to reason that she might just be sleeping in. Fucking having a manic episode in the text messages there at 9 a.m. and then she still agrees to meet with me. She's like, yeah, we're still down for the beach, let's go. So we meet at my car. I play my boner jams, which was a real risk for me because the music I listened to then and the music I still listen to now isn't really popular. It's mainly like metal and shit like that. And luckily, she likes that music. In fact, she even knew some of the bands, like Cybreed. She liked Cybreed, which is still my favorite band right now. So that was cool, but I'd never done small talk or anything. So I didn't know how that was supposed to go. And I think she was picking up on that, so she took the initiative to talk to me. So she asked me, hey, did you have fun at the party last night? I said, nope. Which is a great response because, I mean, that's super cool. Like, hey, this guy is so goddamn badass. He didn't have any fun last night. But I do remember saying the only cool thing about the party was meeting you. I was like, that's kind of suave. So I hit her with that bit of smooth ass cheeks right there, to which she didn't really say anything. At least I don't remember her saying anything. Maybe she had just gotten completely sodden panties and, that's probably what happened. But she continues, standard stuff. What's your major? At the time it was digital arts. This was before I switched. Do you like digital arts? It sounds cool. What is that? And I was like, I fucking hate it. It's just making 3D animations. It sucks. So I'm just constantly doing my best to ruin any kind of positivity. That whole car ride was basically like condensed pessimism on wheels. And so she just keeps asking me these questions, to which I'm giving like the worst responses to imaginable, convinced, like the anime characters I've seen before, that being different or being negative is cool to women, which it's definitely not. But she eventually gets to the dagger. What do you do? Like, she probably assumed I had like a job or something, because she did. So she's like, well, what do you do for work? What do you do? And I was like, can't get into that. It's a secret. Which obviously piqued her interest, because like, what the fuck does that mean? Am I like a CIA spy? Am I a hitman? Assassin? Like, what the fuck is that? She's like, well, what do you mean it's a secret? It's like, I just can't get into that. I can't talk about it. So she keeps poking the sleeping bear. She's like, well, what do you mean? What do you do? Like, it's kind of weird. Like, what do you do? And eventually I'm like, I make videos on the internet. Keep in mind, this is 2013. The idea of being a YouTuber was a foreign concept back then. I'd also never told anyone about this. I never said out loud that I made videos online. I always kept that like my biggest top secret. I never ever talked about it, but in this instance, I was fucking desperate. I was pulling out all the stops. I was emptying my pockets of all the possible fucking spaghetti I could fill on the floor, vomiting anything that might help my chances of getting me laid. I would have told her I was Santa Claus if I thought it would help my chances of getting my cock wet. I was just going all out. Just this once. Just trying. So I told her I make videos on the internet, and she laughed at me, which just felt phenomenal. She thought I was just kidding because I had hyped it up so much to that grand wet fart of a reveal. She was probably just relieved more than anything, because she probably thought I was a psychopath with the way I was answering, but I dropped that nugget of truth on her, and at the time, like I said, this wasn't really anything anyone talked about. Like, YouTuber wasn't a thing back then. Most of the most popular shit was like Facebook pages that people knew, and when it came to YouTubers, most people only knew like the biggest ones. The big one back then that I remember most people talking about was Epic Mealtime, and I also remember even things like I'm Schmacked were kind of big back then, but other than that, there wasn't a ton else that college students would think of when they hear of internet content creator YouTuber. So she didn't really find that all that impressive, and I've never treated it like a job or anything, but I just thought it was going to be a good answer to that question, one that she probably hadn't heard before, and she probably never did hear it before because she just straight laughed at it, which didn't make me feel like my chances were being helped. She thought that I was just making like a joke out of it because I just made it like this hyped up thing, like, no, it's a big secret. It's a fucking government secret. I'm not allowed to say it. If I say it, the government's gonna come fucking kill me. And then I just reveal like I make fucking gameplay and commentary videos on YouTube. So she giggled at that, and then she asked what the channel was, so I showed it to her when we parked. I brought up the channel, and at the time, the channel video that would autoplay was my titty simulator game, which of course was a kind of weird look, so I bring that up. At the time I had like 800,000 subscribers, which is a fucking ton, and she was impressed by the number, but the content itself I don't think she was too fond of, because it was titty simulator, with me talking about fucking honkin' milkers being dragged around by their nipple, and then some of the other related ones were other weird games like don't shit your pants and things. So she didn't really want to stay on the channel that long, but she said congratulations to me, and I was like, well, okay, it didn't really work very well, now did it? So we finally arrive at the beach. Confidence is shot. I can tell that this mysterious anime character facade's not doing me any favors. So we end up just going to like a pretty crowded area on the beach at Clearwater, and just laying down and she played music with her earbuds in, and I just kind of laid there, pretending like this was productive. Like, yeah, I'd always wanted a tan. I'll just fucking lay here with my ass cheeks hanging out, I guess. Why not? And just fucking sit there doing nothing while she's listening to music at the beach. At the end of it, I just kind of felt like I was an Uber driver who stayed a little too long. Like, she requested a ride, but then I had nothing else to do, so I also just went to the same destination. So we just kind of stayed there for like an hour, and then she's like, all right, I'm ready to head back. I'm kind of hungry. I didn't even bother asking if she wanted to get food with me, because I could already just pick up on the vibe here that it wasn't really going anywhere. So we go back, and then she hugged me, and I was like, fuck, it was all worth it. I got a hug. Let's go. Woo! So I got a hug out of it, which means I was a champion that day, but we never talked again, surprisingly. And that's how my first date went. So overall, pretty successful. Got off to a great start, really, in the whole romance world. And yeah, I just wanted to share that with you. I also think it's a pretty interesting look at how things have changed recently, because back then, YouTuber wasn't even a word in anyone's vernacular. No one had ever really heard of that before. It wasn't really an explored concept, just kind of like this emerging hobby that some people would pick up on. But nowadays, I think it's like 60% of kids want to grow up to be like a YouTuber or internet creator, which is wild. So in less than a decade, it has completely changed. But back then, yeah, that shit was not looked at too positively. But anyway, I just wanted to share this story because I haven't done this one before, and I thought it was worth sharing. That's about it. See ya. I've told a lot of really embarrassing stories from my past. I'm not shy about it. I'm not afraid to spread my cheeks and let you all get deep in there into some really pathetic and shameful moments of my life. However, there's one moment, and it's really recent too, that has been so shameful I've debated making it public, because this is something I've talked about. I did something that I absolutely hate, but I did it for the sake of science. Not that that washes away the sin, and you'll see what I mean. It's TikTok. I've been shitting on TikTok for an extremely long time, before it was even born, back when it was still Musical.ly. I'm like the fucking T-1000 Terminator going back in time to kill John Connor before he was born. I did that with Musical.ly. I tried to fucking kill Musical.ly before it evolved into this even more deplorable platform called TikTok. And one thing I always make clear is that I think becoming famous on TikTok is the easiest shit in the world if you follow the main trends. And I still believe that, but when doing this experiment, my experiment was I was going to make a persona on TikTok and pursue the TikTok clout, climb my way to the top of the swamp, overthrow the greats like Charlie D'Amelio, so then I'd cement my place in next year's Super Bowl halftime performance, shaking my hairy ass right alongside Jennifer Lopez, all by just following and exactly copying what they do, what's popular on TikTok. But the problem was, it was too shameful, and I fucking quit. I wasn't going to even share this story just because I didn't complete it and it's just so goddamn embarrassing. But another YouTuber did the exact same experiment I did, but did it much better. This is from Scott. He was more successful at it and he had a much better approach and committed harder than I did, so props to him for that. He chose much easier things to emulate. He chose, the shit that's relatable, where you choose names at random and then people that have those names like your shit and it goes viral that way. I chose to directly copy Charlie D'Amelio, who's a dancer on TikTok that posts anywhere from 10 to 25 videos per day. Anytime she would do a dance, I would copy it exactly to the best of my ability, and my ability sucked some fat fucking asshole. My dogs probably could have done more impressive dance moves than I was able to muster. The only experience I have with dancing is in my high school years, where I used to try and learn to break dance and use it to impress girls, but it didn't work because I was so shitty at it. I just looked like a psychopath or some loose cannon that was missing his medication. So my dancing fucking sucked. It didn't take off for obvious reasons. But anyway, let me show you my TikTok. This is a tough pill to swallow, but yes, this is me, without any semblance of pride or shame. I came up with my alter ego Shade. I thought It's Shade here would be a hit with the younger demographic because the name is fucking raw, it's fucking dope. That shit just sounds lit for young people to say. Plus, I also created a little mystery. I covered my face for the most part. I had a little beanie on, and I had that, bandana across my face. I thought the mystery would be great. Like the masked magician, who's doing all these crazy tricks? Or Buckethead, the guitarist, who's shredding the guitar like a motherfucking angel? I thought that would be me on TikTok. And I think it could have been if I had chose something easier to emulate and, didn't feel any semblance of remorse from doing this awful, awful, awful garbage. Now, I did this in mid-December of 2019, and my New Year's resolution for 2020 was just to give the fuck up on this experiment because it's so embarrassing. So I haven't done it in a long time now, and I only did it for like maybe a week-ish. But anyway, hope you got a box of tissues out. You're going to need those bad boys. Let's check out my first TikTok here from Shade.
It's really you.
Pretty good content, I would say. I did not freestyle that. That was directly ripped from how Charlie D'Amelio did it at the time. I even tried to emulate the same way they talk on TikTok, so I had a little caption, "There's so much more than meets the eye." You know, I mean, who doesn't like Transformers, right? You know what I fucking mean? That's some like pseudo-intellectual deep shit for like a 13-year-old that goes on Reddit sometimes. I thought maybe they'd read that and be like, wow, you're right, maybe there is a lot more under that mask. Who is that? Could that be the legendary Dave Grohl? So anyway, I also used the hashtag So Misunderstood because it was popular at the time. It got 400 views, and doing absolutely nothing but copying. So really, the first dipping of my wiener tip here into the TikTok cesspool was pretty successful, I would say. It wasn't bad, it could have been better. I also did black and white for all of the videos to try and carve out my own little aesthetic for Shade, which I don't think did it any favors. I don't think people like anything at all that goes against the grain, so that was probably just a bit of a misstep on my part to make Shade a little more unique.
I don't wanna bop that beat. Hop up in the Jeep. Put a little bitch and drive. Fuck my 9 to 5. Disappear for weeks.
Yeah, those are the moves that'll make you want to kiss your mother just to thank her for giving birth to you so you could exist in a time period where I'm able to bust some ass like that. Yeah, for sure. Also, I should go ahead and say this. I apologize to all 20 of the Shade fans. I've played you like a fiddle. You had no idea you were simply numbers in a scientific experiment from a mastermind. Ha. You fools. Shade was made up all along. It was me. Fuck. It's so goddamn embarrassing. Even just going through this TikTok here is sad. Like, the amount of times I've debated with myself to delete it, but then I'm like, no, Charlie, you should come back to this at some point. Shade needs to ride again. And then, like the angel on my shoulder is like, no, Charlie, don't listen to the devil. You really don't want Shade to ride again. Nobody does. I mean, fucking Shade is like one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. If Shade's out here making TikToks, something has gone awry in the world.
I love you and I wish I never did. I swear to God, you stupid bitch.
Copywritten in all my decisions. This is not supposed to be where I live. Turn myself down into a prison. You're the only one I want by my side when I fall asleep.
I still bear the scars from the Shade experiment. Like Scott in his video, each TikTok only took a matter of 30 seconds to a minute to make. It wasn't a whole lot of effort, and it wasn't a total failure given how many I made and how much I put into it. I can chalk up the lack of explosion and the reason why Shade wasn't number 1. I can chalk it up to 3 key components. Number 1, I chose something that I suck asshole at, dancing. I chose an area that I have not the smallest bumblebee's pubic hairs worth of skill in. So that was a huge turnoff for a lot of people, I imagine, who are used to like really fluid moves and shit, where I come in there like the fucking Tin Man trying to rock and rumble with the youngins, so that already was the wrong choice. Number 2, I didn't show my face. On TikTok, that's probably one of the biggest components. Everyone's face is there, and they're used to seeing that, but so by covering it up, I feel like that only shot myself in the foot. There was no one else on the platform that I could see that had their shit covered. And number 3, and probably the most important now that I think about it, in fact, absolutely the most important, the number 1 thing that I fucked up on, I didn't stick my tongue out. That is the most important thing on TikTok. If you go to anyone's TikTok, any popular person's page, they're sticking their tongue out like they're performing cunnilingus on a ghost. It is all over the place, and it is fucking disturbing because it's like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds doing these weird lip bites and tongue out kind of shit. It's fucking gross, but you are not going anywhere on TikTok if you're not willing to stick that tongue out. And I wasn't able to do that because that would require me taking off part of the costume, which I wasn't going to part with. Those were the main things that I feel I failed at with Shade. So I noticed that emulating the dances wasn't working, so I tried coming up with my own dances to maybe start a trend in a certain way.
Girl with all that. What you doing with all that ass? Let me touch it. Let me. Girl.
Not hard like 88, make a bitch levitate, baby face that bitch. I don't play patty cake, charms in the carrot cake, carrots in the patty face, cop a new coupe, no top, this is Cadillac. Coming out like 88, make a bitch levitate, baby face that bitch. I don't play patty cake, charms in the carrot cake, carrots.
Pretty exciting stuff. If Dancing with the Stars is in need of a new choreographer on set, I'm available for the right price. So what you saw there, I'll go ahead and break the moves down. You saw some body waves. You saw a little arm action going on there into a jerk, which is footstep moves into the SpongeBob walking on the beach, which was all the rage when I was in middle school. So I really thought the SpongeBob might be my ticket to the big leagues in TikTok. It wasn't, though. But I'll tell you what was. When I realized that wasn't working, I did some other really low effort trends which also didn't work, but the number one thing that did work for me in my most viewed TikTok, magic tricks. I fucking called upon the spirit of Chris Angel and used some shit I learned from him on TikTok, and the fucking kids loved that. If any Hollywood celebrities are in need of a magician for a birthday party, I'm available for the right price. So that, while was more successful than the dancing, still wasn't quite what I was looking for. So I gave it one last ooh-rah with the most shameful video I ever made and decided to hang my hat up.
I miss my cocoa-butter kisses. Hope you smile when you listen. Ain't no competition, just competing for attention. Do you like?
And some real pitiful stuff, I know. That was Shade's last ooh-rah on TikTok, and let me tell you, I don't think he's coming out of retirement anytime soon. TikTok has confirmed, trying this experiment has confirmed everything I felt about TikTok. What a piece of shit. The amount of terrible content I looked through to just emulate these dances, because you click on a song and you see this fucking thousands and thousands, just awful, terrible, disturbing, gross, just shit, derivative shit. It's literally the same exact video and same dance moves repeated across thousands of accounts daily. And even Charlie D'Amelio, in her 25 videos per day, will post the exact same dance at 8 in the morning and then post it again at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. The same dance, the same moves, the same song. Like, I don't really get it. And, I just don't think I ever really will. But, hey, we gave it a fucking try with Shade, and I feel I could have done it if only I'd committed harder. That's about it. So yeah. I wasn't always this sex god you see before you, the apex of raw sexual energy. In fact, I actually came into this world a virgin. I was born with virginity. My father, he wasn't a virgin, and yet, embarrassingly, I was. And it stayed that way for 19 years, until in the spring break of my 19th year in this plane of existence, it all changed when my wiener nation landed on the shores of a vagina nation, consensually, of course. It was an invite for the wiener nation to make landfall. At 2013 years after the death of Christ, I had finally lost my virginity. Like a crab shedding its shell, I molted. But what did I do up until that point? Well, I've already shared with you a little bit of my freshman year of college where I pretended to be a mysterious anime character, but this arc doesn't stop there. I used to think it was cool and unique to be a virgin in college, so I used to wear it like a fucking Boy Scouts badge of honor. I would talk about my virginity to any female that made the mistake of listening. It was one of the first things I'd do. I'd basically fucking shake a hand and say, I'm a virgin. You're shaking a virgin's hand, which is probably the grossest hand you could ever shake. Because you know that shit is crusty. If these hands could talk, if this hand could talk, the stories it would tell you. So, but anyway, I thought because everyone else wasn't a virgin in college, at least none of my friends were, I was one of the I was the last one to lose their virginity in my group of friends, I thought it'd make me stand out. I thought it'd be like, wow, that guy's a virgin? Holy shit. I didn't even know this existed in this college anymore. Damn, that's exotic. I gotta get in there. It wasn't the case. In fact, it was just super creepy. But I wouldn't listen to my friends. One of my friends sat me down as like a fucking intervention. He was like, Charlie, look, you gotta stop telling people you're a virgin. It's weird and it's not gonna work. But I didn't believe him. I thought he was working with like the Illuminati trying to restrict my power. But today I look back on that and I see he was a fucking saint. He knew what I didn't. How creepy that was. I was like a fucking vegan. I wouldn't shut the fuck up about being a virgin. Like in parties and shit, if I'd been drinking, you know the virginity talk was coming. I was like a parent giving the birds and the bees talk to their children. And God help the poor women that talked to me when I was drunk and talking about virginity, because sometimes I'd talk about it in different accents. Sometimes I'd be an Irish virgin, other times a Russian virgin. I thought it would be something different and cool. And I acted like I was proud of it. You know, I've held on to my virginity this long. Fuck yeah, baby, this one's for Jesus Christ up there. But I wasn't proud of it, and I knew Jesus wasn't proud of my virginity either, nor my attempt to spit the game at the parties by talking about virginity. That was never going to work. But it didn't stop me. You see, this all took place around the time that I got my main lead acting role in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. I've already shared that story with you. So when I used to meet these women at parties and shit, I would have this 1-2 combo. Hey, I'm in the Hunger Games, and I'm a virgin. That's a fucking irresistible man right there. That right there is a recipe for an Adonis. And let me tell you what, that didn't help very much. But I used to have the Mockingjay trailer on my phone, and I'd show the trailer if they were unfamiliar and just pretend that I was in it, and I wouldn't go back to show them. I'd just be like, oh, there I am. Oh, I was quick, you missed it. I must have tried this combination move 100 times. Like a Japanese bladesmith, I'd keep folding it over, smashing it down, making it sharper, better, refining it, until finally it worked one time. I met a girl at a party, we talked, we made out, exchanged numbers, and we're going to get together for a date. Date comes around and you can already guess the conversational topics. Hey, what's your major? Where are you from? Are you a virgin? No? Why not? I am. Bang. Game over. There's no coming back from that kind of shit. I don't know why the fuck I just felt this compulsive desire to constantly talk about it. It's really not like it was a crowning achievement, and not even to me. I constantly wanted to lose my virginity, and yet I'd constantly hype it up like it was the best part of me. It's just wild shit, and you know, it taught me a hard lesson. That's pretty much when I learned the most important lesson. Stop bragging about virginity. This desire to be unique between being an anime character in college, a fucking mysterious anime character, to being a virgin fucking evangelist constantly preaching the good word of virginity. This desire to be unique really fucked me and hindered me very much in my early formative college years. Also, during this time I had a friend that was a female. I very much liked her. We were friends for like a year. The feelings weren't mutual. I was very into her. She had none of those same feelings for me, but it didn't stop me from telling her that I was saving my virginity for her. How noble. They say chivalry's dead, but yeah, I used to tell her that my virginity is going to be hers for the taking. That had to be the last fucking thing on her Christmas list every goddamn year. It must have been the scariest and most alarming thing someone could tell you like that. And it wasn't just like a 1 or 2 time fluke thing where I mentioned that by accident. No, I told her that shit like all the time. If we texted, it'd be like a lullaby for me. You know, I'm going to bed now. Do you want to kiss my virginity to sleep with your pussy lips? No? Alright, just keep in mind I'm a virgin when you go to sleep tonight. Have dreams about my virginity. It's something I mention frequently because I really thought, in my fucking delusion, that being a virgin and being unique like that was cool and not weird. You know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe nowadays things have changed and being a virgin's the coolest goddamn thing in the world next to pissing in your pants. But back then it certainly wasn't, and definitely not my approach of mentioning it all the fucking time. I think you could be the coolest man in the world, but if you keep mentioning the same shit over and over again, it's gonna make you look like a fucking weirdo. Actually, let me hit you with a fun trivia fact for when you play Critical Jeopardy with your family. The girl I'm talking about in this story here is actually the reason I kept the beard. You see, for the Hunger Games role I got, they asked that you grow out your facial hair, which I'd never even considered doing before. I'd always been clean-shaven. I looked like an 8th grader in debate club. But when I grew it out for that role, she said it looked good, so I kept it, and I never looked back. And now if I shaved it, I'm sure I'd look like a bag of assholes collided with another bag of assholes. So yeah, I guess gloating about virginity wasn't all bad. But trust me, it was all bad. If there's any lesson to take away here from my experience for all of you watching, it would be, don't use like a defining characteristic and shove it down people's throats. Don't try and force people into thinking you are special or unique. Just be yourself, and if they view you as special or unique, great. If they don't, who gives a shit? The two that come to mind right away are vegan and atheist, where people constantly mention those two things if they're associated with that. At least that's the big meme on the internet, and I've only seen it in real life a couple of times, so I don't know how prevalent that is. But just going around and saying things like, I'm a vegan, I'm an atheist, I'm a virgin, and constantly bringing those things up and calling attention to it just makes people not want to be around you. It's a pretty toxic social environment when you're just constantly talking about what you think makes you unique and special. That would be kind of the takeaway from this virginity bragging story, I'd say. Yeah, that's about it. See ya. It's been a little while since I told a story, so I figured it was about time that I sit you all down by the campfire and put some fear in your boners. I'm gonna tell you a really recent story, something that I think everyone can take a lesson away from and use it in their everyday lives. So before I really dig into the meat of this, I want to preface this by saying I have not pissed my pants in a very long time. Now that that's off the table, let's get into what the story is about. As you've probably surmised from that intro, it's about pee-peeing in the pants. It's about a time where I flirted with that devil. And this all takes place in the mythical year of 2019 AD on October 4th. It was literally 6 days ago as of recording this video. It was right before going to happy hour, and if you watch my streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical, you know that the streams are fucking bangers, and that I also pee a lot. I drink a lot of water, which means I'm constantly expelling a lot of urine from my body at jet stream-like pace. I really fucking pressure wash my toilet when I get in there to do that business, so if urinating is considered a game of chess, then I'm the goddamn grandmaster. Now, this was right before going to happy hour. I had just gotten all dressed up and spruced up, ready for action, and we needed to pick my friends up before going to the bars we were going to. But before going, I had the little inkling of a pee-pee coming on. It was still brewing, but it hadn't matured yet. So I figured there really wasn't any point to doing that. The bars weren't far, my friends weren't far. I'd just hold it till I got there and then just do my business out there in public. Just kind of to assert my dominance, like, hey, I'm not afraid to mark a urinal with my seal of approval. I'm not afraid to stamp this with my penis juice. So I just wanted to wait. I didn't see the point in going before heading over. That being said, on the journey to my friend's place, it was still very tame, very manageable, barely even noticed it. Got to my friend's place, didn't notice it. The second they got in my car, it's like they unleashed the piss demon. All of a sudden, all at once, it hit me like a fucking brick. Like a train had left the station, a bullet train, and it was hitting my bladder. There was no putting this genie back in the bottle. I was going to tinkle, it was just a matter of where. In my nice trousers, in a dirty bathroom somewhere on the way, or on the side of the road. The last two options weren't exactly options, because to get to the bar you had to go over this pretty long bridge, and there was no way I was going to be able to hold it through the duration of the bridge, so I'd be just trapped like a prisoner in its cell in the car, just urinating all over my friends. Or I'd have to hold it and literally cork my cock, and I'd probably fucking drown internally with urine pouring out of my mouth like I just swallowed a cyanide capsule of urine. It was just a nightmarish situation because I really had to go. So I informed Tiana, who was now driving, and I told my friends, look, I'm sorry to be an inconvenience, but we got to pull over somewhere to go to the bathroom because I'm going to literally ruin our happy hour and turn it into the not so happy hour by coating this entire car in piss. So they understood, but the problem was there really wasn't anywhere to stop. There was no real gas stations on the way to the bridge, so we'd have to go out of our way to find one for me, and my friends didn't really want to do that, so they're trying to encourage me to just go piss somewhere next to a dumpster around some of the dilapidated buildings, because the area on the way to the bar looks like it's been hit by a nuclear missile, but I didn't want to take that chance. Because a friend of mine got put on the sex offenders registry for public urination. He got caught while peeing next to a building, or on the side of a building, and I just didn't want to roll those dice at all. I bet if I had just went down to take a piss by a building, a fucking cop would have popped out of a bush in a ghillie suit and said, gotcha on me. I didn't want to, risk that at all. I'd drop trow for 1 second, just unzip, and all of a sudden a police car fucking drift in sideways, just sirens blaring, and then take me down just for public urination, and then all of a sudden, bang, I'm a sex offender. I just didn't want to risk that at all. I didn't want to take that chance at all, so that was not an option for me. We were going to go out of our way to one of the gas stations that I knew of, and it wasn't that far out of the way, so it wasn't a huge inconvenience, but I still felt bad. Unfortunately, the gas stations were of no help, and also the gas stations look like something straight out of the Fallout universe as well. But the first gas station we go to, everything looks okay. There's a bathroom there, which is a plus. It's one of the bathrooms that's on the outside, so you need a key to get into it. So all confidently, while I'm like basically grabbing my cock, just trying to keep everything where it needs to be before I explode with urine, I go in there waddling in and I say to the guy, hey, look, I've got to use your shitter. Can I get the key to that bad boy? And he's not all there. He sounds like he's one Xanax bar away from just total overdose and collapse. So I couldn't understand most of the words he said, but he kept mumbling about the hot dog man. I didn't know what that meant. I thought he was making like idle conversation. Maybe there was a hot dog vendor outside that he wanted me to go buy from before he gave me the key. I didn't know, so I asked him, what are you talking about? The hot dog man? Who's a hot dog man? I love hot dogs, even though I fucking hate hot dogs. Just anything to get that fucking key. Felt like it was a mission in a video game that I needed to get that key to complete the quest. But so I'm making this small talk, and his answers make no sense to me. He's like, no bathroom, hot dog man. So then I'm starting to connect these dots in my head. Okay, so the hot dog man, no bathroom. Hot dog man must have gone in there and wreaked havoc. He must have just fucking tore that bitch down and lit it on fire with an explosion from his ass or something. So this bathroom is decommissioned is what you're telling me, right? You know, bathroom is not working because of hot dog man. He just shakes his head, no. Hot dog man. I felt like I was in a goddamn horror movie, as if like the hot dog man was terrorizing this area like the fucking Slender Man. I didn't know what he was talking about, the hot dog man. All I knew was I was not getting that key from him. So I walked out all disappointed because I knew I wasn't getting the key, and it's all because of this menace, the hot dog man, who I'd never even fucking heard of in fairy tales. So I had to waddle back to the car disappointedly, and even in more of a rush, the sense of urgency was overwhelming. Felt like the entire universe was collapsing inside on me. Also, as a side, there was no hot dog vendor outside. There wasn't even the remnants of what could have been a hot dog vendor at any point in time. So I don't know who the fuck this hot dog man is. But anyway, we go up another maybe mile up the road where I know another gas station is, and it's just as decrepit as this one. And this one was like a goddamn orgy of weirdos. There was one guy who I am 100% sure was on spice, because he was just fucking fumbling around. Luckily, he had hit just enough spice so he wasn't totally nude and dragging his dick on the floor, but he was at that level of spice where he can't really stand up properly, and he has a football that he's throwing against a wall and hitting himself with in the face off the rebound. So that's the kind of place we were at looking for this bathroom, and I knew it was going to be gross, and I'm a bit of a germaphobe, but I was throwing that aside because I needed to be strong, because I didn't want to piss myself, because I hadn't pissed myself in at least a long time. I don't know, I was trying to think of like an exact time I pissed myself, but it's been a long fucking time. I have a pretty clean streak there, and I wasn't about to have that collapse on this night. So we get to this disgusting gas station, and it's another one where the bathroom's on the outside, so I need to go in to get the keys. There's a guy in there playing the lottery, and he's taking a long time scratching it off. That's fine, that's not his fault. He doesn't know that I'm about to explode behind him like an IED of urine. So I'm not mad at him at all. He was none the wiser, not his fault or anything. When he's finally done, I go up to the counter. I say, hey man, can I get the keys to that turbo shitter? I gotta go do some business over there. He's super cool about it, gives me the keys, and I'm on my way. The guy who's throwing the football now fixates his eyes on me, and he wants to get me involved in his game. I can tell because while he couldn't really get the words out properly, he was making motions like, I'm gonna hit you with this spiral real quick, Tom Brady style, and I just, I'm putting my hands up like, please, no, thank you, politely, I've got to use the restroom. Finally get around the corner to where the bathrooms are on the side of the place. There's a man asleep on the curb in front of the bathrooms. I don't know if he was passed out or just really tired. Maybe at one point he was the gate guardian of the bathrooms, but now that he found bath salts, now he just sleeps there. I really don't know. But, I go not over him because I was already on the side. I go around him, and then I finally put that key into the bathroom, and a sense of elation and jubilation just fills my whole body as I finally turn it, and I open it, and I'm greeted with the most unholy smell this world has ever concocted. It smelled like a fucking hate crime. It was the most repulsive, revolting smell I've ever smelled in my life, and I've smelled some shit. I've smelled some serious shit, but this was something else. This smelled like the hot dog man had gone there, killed somebody, and then took a shit all over the corpse. And it's really weird because the toilet itself was pristine. The toilet was clean enough to drink out of, eat off of. It was a fantastic looking toilet, not a speck of dirt or poopy in sight. But the bathroom itself was tainted with the remnants of 1,000 angry spirits that were all shitting in unison. It's no doubt the work of the hot dog man. There's not a single doubt in my mind. He must just be like a serial bathroom shitter. Just goes around shitting in all the bathrooms, fucking terrorizing them, ruining them for people that gotta pee like me. But I really don't know. Anyway, the smell was so overwhelming. For just a brief moment, I relaxed my penis sphincter, and a little bit of urine dripped onto my boxers. I don't count that as pissing my pants because it was just enough where it only dribbled out, and I was able to once again voluntarily collapse the muscle so it didn't squeak out anymore as I finally approached the toilet, and I finally released the sweet relief into the toilet, and I finally peed. I couldn't breathe. It was fucking hazardous to my health, no doubt, with all the shit particles floating around in the air, but god damn it, I finally peed. So the lesson to take away from here, just when you feel like even like the smallest amount of pee building inside of you, just piss. It's gonna get worse. You're gonna just need to pee. Don't try and hold it. Don't be a hero like I was, because you might find yourself in a similar situation where you dribble on yourself and you visit a really disgusting smelling bathroom that really just ruins your sense of smell for like a good 2 hours. But anyway, that's the story. The lesson to learn: pee when you feel like you have to, even a little bit. Don't try and hold it, because that is just absolutely devastating and leads to this domino effect of unfortunate circumstances and a lot of stress. That's it. So yeah. Hello, my friends. Happy afternoon to all of you. Christmas season is upon us, as I'm sure we all know, so please don't forget to leave out a joint and lighter and glass of milk for Santa Claus as he wiggles his fat ass down your chimney to deliver your Fortnite skins this year. Today, to get into the Christmas spirit, I thought I'd share a story. It's a story as old as time itself. I'm sure anyone out there can relate to it. It's a story of when I first tried to suck my own penis. All men have tried it. There's two types of men in this world: men who have tried to suck their own cock, and liars. So obviously I have tried before. And I'm pretty sure I've talked about this on the podcast, but I figured I'd make this entire video dedicated to it because I keep getting emails asking if I suck my own penis, and Twitch chat comments how I suck my own penis. So let's just tell the whole story start to finish the way it was written by Homer in the Odyssey. So to set the stage, I was probably around like 13 or 14, I'm not exactly sure when. And I was just starting to refine my palate and get a taste for what I liked from pornography and titties and stuff on the internet. And during this time I was very religious, so I was kind of fearful and ashamed of watching porn. I thought anytime I even touched my wiener, I was giving God the middle finger and he was ashamed of me and sad and he'd frown, so I didn't do it all that often. But occasionally the mood would strike me right and I'd Google image search for boobies and butts and vaginas, and, get very excited looking at these things, give it 2 thumbs up, and sometimes even save it to favorites on my folder. But anyway, one particular evening, I was extremely horny. I was Googling boobies left and right. I was like fucking Professor Xavier jacking into Cerebro. I was looking at boobies all over the place. I could see them all over the internet. And man, I was just really fucking feeling myself. I didn't jerk off or anything though, because like I said, I thought jerking off was a bit too far in the eyes of Christianity, and Google Images was tame enough where, I'd be forgiven. So I was looking at these images, and I eventually said, this is enough. I went into the bathroom. I was going to take my shower. I was still sailing full mast. I was hard as a fucking diamond. And man, I was just so horny. I would have fucked my own ass if I could. But anyway, I'm standing there super erect in front of my shower, and I look at my wiener, and I'm like, damn, that's my fucking winky doodle right there. It's going in my mouth. But I was never a flexible guy. I could never throw my legs behind my head and start nibbling on my ball sack or anything. I just was never flexible at any point in my life. But for some reason, I got the idea that I could absolutely accomplish the sucking of my own cock. So I attempted. I get like halfway down, and then I damn near need life alert because I thought I was going to snap my spine in half going for this advanced contortionist move. So I'm just locked in this fucking demonic pose, looking like Schmeagol admiring his precious in Lord of the Rings. And then I start to worry, like, damn, if I die here, the authorities are going to find my body looking like some type of sexual deviant. This is going to be the worst way of going out. I'm not even going to have like a cool going out story. It's just the obituary is going to read, yeah, he died doing what he loved, attempting to blow himself or something like that. He broke himself in half going for a self-blowjob. That's not like cool at all. But I still wanted to keep trying. I wasn't deterred. I really thought I could pull it off if I just kept giving it my all. I started to get like anime inspired, like with the power of friendship and by never giving up, resiliency, persistence. And if I get real angry, I'll go Super Saiyan and suck my own dick real quick. So I kept trying. I probably tried for in total maybe like a minute, but it felt like an hour. And it just wasn't happening. I knew it wasn't happening. And then I decided it's time to pee, but I never really adjusted myself. I was still looking at my dick as it was looking at me. We were making eye contact. I was staring down the hole of the one-eyed snake there. And I started to, fire on all cylinders to pee. And it's a little harder to pee with an erection. It takes a little bit longer to travel up the urethra. So I had a little bit of time here. And it wasn't until the pee was about to reach the point of no return where I'm like, damn, I'm about to golden shower myself. My face is looking right down the barrel of this loaded gun. So like a fucking Matrix move or like a superhero move, I start peeing and I dodge it. I lift my head back up and then I just start fountaining it over myself, and I'm safe, I'm dry, I don't get pee in my face or anything, but I almost did. The point I'm making is, yes, I've tried to suck my own dick. It did not go well. God did not bless me with the gift of being able to suck myself off. And I'm sure most men probably can't do it, but there are some select few champions out there that can. And don't let any man tell you they haven't tried. I promise you, nearly every single man on this planet has tried to suck their own penis at one point or another. You don't have to be embarrassed. There's so many of us out there. Come home. Tell your story of sucking your own penis to friends and family to let them know that yes, you're human. Yes, you've tried. Amen, brother. Take it easy, everyone. See ya. Occasionally during my live streams, people bring up Miami because I'm in Florida and everyone knows Miami, so they always want to know, have I been there? Do I like Miami? And I made it very clear that I have a very palpable disdain for that city, if you can even call it a city. I call it a scam. I almost just don't even believe in Miami. It's kind of like the fucking Tooth Fairy to me. If the Tooth Fairy was a huge asshole whose only purpose was to bite your nipples off while you were asleep, I really do hate Miami. So let's get really into the meat and semen of why I hate Miami. I've only been one time. It was my junior year of college, and my friends and I went for spring break. We were going to celebrate it there, just go fucking wild. Yeah, Miami Beach party. Oh, tits all over the place. Look at all that ass, and look at all these beers and alcohols. And that was the plan. But we severely underestimated just how expensive everything in Miami is. We knew it was going to be a bit pricier, but not even Jesus Christ himself could have convinced us it'd be as expensive as it turned out to be. There was only one thing in all of Miami we could afford, and that was the hotel, because we all pooled our money together to be able to afford that. Past that, we were left to die. The people in Miami wouldn't piss in your mouth if you were dying of thirst unless you had $1,000 to pay them for it. The prices there are out fucking rageous. We couldn't be left alone. We couldn't buy anything alone. We had to stay in a group and start budgeting our money. Hey man, look, I just ran out of soap and I need to get some at Walgreens. Can you spot me $50 so I can at least get halfway there and I'll cover the other 50? Because you can't afford anything. We couldn't buy a pack of almonds on our own without coming together as a group and budgeting that purchase. It's fucking insane how expensive everything there is. Let's go ahead and start from day one, because it hit us immediately when we got there. We planned the trip for 4 days. We stayed all 4 days, but on the first day, we knew we were in for a rude awakening. So day one, we were already, ready to rock and roll, ready for partying. Hey, it's spring break. It's time to go nuts to butts. Let's fucking hit it and shit it. So we got a taxi, which was extremely expensive, got stuck in Miami traffic for an hour, and then made it to this area where all the bars are. I can't even remember what it's called, but there's a bar there that's like the Frankliner, or maybe like the Frankie Doolittle or something. I don't remember, but it's a big bar there, and we paid $20 to get in, which is huge for us because in Tampa, it's free entry if you're over 21, so paying $20 just to get in, that was a real slap to the urethra, but we did it anyway because spring break, baby, woo! Shirt over your head and everything, about ready to go wild. And we made the mistake of ordering shots right upon getting there. Shots of Fireball, because in Tampa, a shot of Fireball is $3, and I'll never forget what it is in Miami at the Frankie Muniz Hotel or whatever. $18. $18 for a shot of Fireball. Fireball is the shittiest alcohol you can get in a shot, and it was $18 there. It was insulting. So after taking that shot, needless to say, it was basically like swallowing all of our money at the same time. We were already running out of money just from our first bar visit and first round of drinks. If I wanted to take that shot glass and dunk it into their pool, I'd probably have to pay $10 for their chlorinated pool water with pee all in it. It's unreal, the prices there. But it wasn't all lost upon going to that bar, because there was a homeless man, probably not actually homeless, but he dressed like a homeless man, and he was doing magic tricks, and we got a little private magic show from him. And it was all hat magic, so he'd be doing cool shit with his hat. And his grand finale was he pulled out a baggie of cocaine from his hat. It was really fucking cool, and we all gave him $5 because he fucking earned it like a motherfucker. That man should be going on Penn and Teller's Fool Us, or maybe America's Got Talent. It was a great routine, and he's even got a little something to get the crowd energized. Just start throwing coke out. I could see him being a big magician someday. Hopefully he's doing well. We called it a night right after that, because it certainly wasn't getting better than that magic show, and it certainly wasn't getting cheaper. So we went back to the hotel, and we started just drinking all of the alcohol we brought. That was a lot of fun. Just 5 guys in the hotel room getting absolutely shit-faced because they couldn't afford to elsewhere. And I got extremely drunk. Probably the drunkest I've ever been. And I blacked out. And then the next day, we all planned to go to the beach. But I was so incredibly fucked up that I needed to keep having the taxi driver pull over so I could puke. We finally got to the beach, and I still had to keep puking, but apparently all of the areas on the beach don't really have bathrooms. Miami doesn't believe in bathrooms, so I went to a Walgreens. They don't have a bathroom. I went to the next door business that I don't remember. They didn't have a bathroom. I went to the other business next door, which was probably like a cocaine supplier. I don't really know what it was, but it was a dilapidated little business. They didn't have a bathroom, so I ended up just puking on the road. I just figured, why not? I had nowhere else to go, and I'm sure it's pretty commonplace in Miami. I'm sure I'm about the 5th guy that morning to puke on that road. And I was feeling like shit for the rest of the entire day. The beach was underwhelming. It was just like every other beach in Florida. There was nothing super special about it except for some trivia, like Dexter Season 2 was filmed, or the Dexter intro was filmed on that beach. Like, who gives a fuck? It was so boring. At least right up until a Category 5 hurricane hit Miami that day. It wasn't an actual hurricane, but there was a goddamn monsoon that blew through and completely annihilated us. Apparently there was like a fucking news warning that went out, like, this is going to be the biggest storm we've had in 10 years. And we weren't listening to the news or anything, so we just went to the beach. There wasn't a whole lot of people there, but I can see why now. And it was just this incredibly disastrous storm that hit, with intense wind that was nearly knocking me over and my friends, and this hardest rain ever. It was like we were getting hit by baseballs. It was so miserable. Walked away bruised and bloody, but undeterred. Our spirits were still as high as they could be, you know, because come that night we were ready to try again. Bars were out of the question because we couldn't afford the drinks, so we thought, how about clubs? So we went to a club. I don't remember the name of it. It might have been Platinum or something to that degree. $300 to get into that club. That's excluding drinks. That's not included. $300 just to go in there. Unbelievable. Needless to say, we all didn't have $300 a person to pay to get into this shit-ass club on the side of the fucking road. So we didn't go to that club. I don't know why it was $300. Maybe Jay-Z, Post Malone, Lil Wayne, and Johnny Cash was revived and they were all playing that night. That might justify $300 to go in there. But we didn't do it, so that was another bust. And then we decided, how about a strip club? Miami's famous for their strip clubs, and we thought maybe King of Diamonds would be fun. But this time we wisened up before paying for the extremely expensive ride to the King of Diamonds or anywhere in Miami. We decided to look up how much it is at King of Diamonds. Way too expensive. In a nutshell, way too expensive. Strippers there probably wouldn't even look at you if you were throwing dollars at them. You'd have to be showering hundreds to even get them to look in your direction. So we didn't go to King of Diamonds or any other strip club either. That was day 2. Day 3, we gave up. Day 3, we took a day to just recoup. We hung out in the hotel. We walked around Miami just at like little mom and pop stores, I enjoyed that. That was kind of fun. We saw a little bit of the city. We went to some stores, couldn't afford anything there because you can't afford anything in Miami. That's the main lesson to take away from the experience. But we went to some little diners and stuff and tried a bunch of different foods that I'd never heard of before, which was kind of nice. But that was day 3. Spring break's really kicking in nice. Day 4, we tried one more time. We went to different bars. The prices were a little bit better than at the Frankie show, the Frankie Way, whatever that bar is. The prices were a little bit better. So we all chipped in and bought a pitcher, which was just kind of the most pathetic drinking experience I've ever had because we were all just defeated. Like, you know what, guys? How much money do we have left? 15 quarters? All right, let's just see if we can haggle a pitcher of beer off of this bar here. And miraculously we did get a pitcher. And we all just kind of drank away the spring break because it was bad. I would have had more fun spending spring break in a sensory deprivation tank than in Miami. It was an absolutely miserable experience. The worst spring break I've ever had, and definitely the worst spring break I think a college kid could have. We lost pretty much all of the money we brought with us and had nothing to show for it. But it was kind of a good-looking city. It was kind of pretty, and walking around trying a bunch of different foods was kind of fun. I would never recommend anyone ever go to Miami because you just can't afford to. Unless you're taking out a mortgage, taking out some loans or something to be able to afford anything at all there, you're just not going to be able to have any fun. There's also a huge drug problem there. From what I could tell, I don't really keep up with the Miami news or anything. But walking the beach and shit, there are so many people asking you if you want to buy drugs, which was really uncomfortable. But overall, hated Miami. I would never recommend you spend spring break in Miami. Anywhere else. Literally spring break anywhere else. Go to fucking Antarctica, you'll have more fun. I don't really care where you go, but you will not have fun in Miami. That's the gist of it. That's it. See ya. So you were an international baccalaureate? Oh, I saw you. I see that you saw the high school graduation photo that somehow made its way onto Reddit yesterday. Chat told me about it, but I thought it was just like one of the ones I posted a while ago. I don't know who the fuck found this, because I don't even have this photo. My parents don't even have this photo. This is one of those that I thought would absolutely be lost to time. And should be. But yeah, this was me and Matt back in high school. I don't know where you dug this up. Fucking whose grave you exhumed to find this. Must be Nardwar on the case. But yeah, this is this is why there's not a whole lot of photos of me from this time. Look at me. I look so sad. I didn't know how to pose for pictures or anything, so typically what I'd just do is I'd like mean mug it or just look like I got the worst news ever about my dog passing away or something. So any photo that exists of me from that period has pretty much that same 1,000-yard stare type shit. That's peak Hunger Games era picture right there. Yeah, it's important to remember, only a year after this photo was taken, I made my debut in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. What a glow up. Changed cinema forever, I know. It wasn't easy, but someone had to do it. Was this before or after your mysterious anime arc? This was right before my mysterious anime arc. I went from this to the cringe anime character walking around campus that people probably was concerned about. I have no doubt there were people in my freshman orientation class that probably thought I was a school shooter in the making. No doubt in my mind. The anime character arc was a complete failure from top to bottom. But that's college. Sometimes you gotta experiment. Try it again, it probably works now. Yeah, I can try my mysterious anime character phase again and see how that shit goes. What was your yearbook quote? I bet it was a bad joke. Oh, my yearbook quote was just whatever I could find on Google at the time. I think it was, I'm almost positive my yearbook quote was, "We build too many walls and not enough bridges." Whoever found it probably just looked up your graduating class and found your classmates' photos. I found plenty of photos of you through Ancestry.com. You look really goofy in them. What? Why would Ancestry.com have those photos? We gotta stop worrying about fucking TikTok and start putting our sites on Ancestry.com. How would they have that? Huh? And why are you on Ancestry.com looking at my lineage? Holy shit, Charlie, I went to an IB school too. Yeah, I hated it. I absolutely hated it. I've said this from the start. My high school was significantly harder than college. College was so easy compared to high school. Like academically. The fuck was your major? My major was exercise physiology. Human science is the degree, but the concentration was exercise physiology. I have Ancestry for personal use and got curious, so looked up and found your photos in public records and yearbooks. What? How would it have that? I've never used Ancestry.com for anything. How would they have any of that? You did use it years ago. No, didn't I do 23andMe? I'm pretty sure I used 23andMe, not Ancestry. Dude found your DNA from the trash. Oh, imagine. He grabs like a half-eaten Firehouse sub from me and starts running the data on it. Submits it to Ancestry. Ancestry owns yearbook companies. It wouldn't. I don't know if you're making a joke or not, but it wouldn't work for this because this school was so fucking small that there's no way. Ancestry wouldn't even know that this school existed. Our graduating class was 32 people. The only way they'd find that yearbook is if they pried it from one of our hands. If you have family who have used Ancestry and have uploaded images and listed as a family member, that's enough for you to turn up on the searches. But I don't. Actually, when I did the 23andMe, I had the kit at my house, and my dad came over, and he was like, "Charles, what is this?" And I was like, it's a 23andMe kit. They like run your DNA and shit to see where you come from. And he's like, are you stupid? And he started lecturing me about why it's a dangerous idea to be giving the government that kind of information. And I was like, Dad, it's okay. They've already got it. Check your phone. They've already got all our shit. So no, I know my family has not used Ancestry.com. It is true. No, I know he's right. I know he was absolutely right. So this okay. Well, that's definitely real. I can't pull it up on stream because obviously none of the other classmates are blocked out. But wow, this actually looks like a cult. So I don't know how Ancestry.com has this, but they're on some crazy shit. They got some sources down there. But that's me. It's like a photo of Sasquatch. God, now it's gone 8-bit. But yeah, pretty much the same pose. Terrible posture, frowning, sad, miserable. Looks like a random dude from Google Maps. Yeah, pretty much. I found a photo of you from 2010. Tweeted at me. Where are you guys finding these photos? What are you doing? Are you guys robbing my parents' house right now or something? Ripping photos off the walls? What do you mean you have a photo of me from 2010? You look like you were a preacher's kid that was super repressed. It's so specific. What do you mean? I was just sad. I was just a fucking loser. I was a reclusive loser. What do you want from me? Look how far we've come. Not in terms of height, but I don't look that sad anymore most of the time. They also have your dick pics. Like I said, I've only ever taken one dick pic in my life. It was in would have been 2016. And I sent it to my girlfriend at the time, and I was so ashamed. I took it lying down from my knees, looking up and cock out, and it looked terrible. It was the worst possible angle. It was like the world's worst kaiju. Like a chewed piece of bubblegum. I hated it. Fucking hated it. So I never took another one. And I will never take another one. Were you chubbed? Yeah. But it was even worse though because I was looking down at the phone. So I was like peeking over my boner and it was just so creepy. It was so weird. It was like a Max Headroom moment. It was so odd. If that photo ever sees the light of day, I wouldn't even be mad, actually. Actually, I don't even think I could be mad if that somehow ever surfaced. It's probably the worst dick pic ever taken. What was her response? Oh, I didn't send it. No, I felt so much shame just taking it. I never sent it. She would have broke up with me if I sent that. It's not like it was the first time she'd seen my cock, but she'd never seen it from that angle. She would have rethought everything. No, I didn't send it. Oh my god. Wait, who are you? Wait, who? How do you guys have these photos? Who are you? Who are these people? What? Where did you find this? I don't even know what this is. Where am I? Jesus, am I at Bohemian Grove? What is this? This isn't even prom or graduation. Who are you? Mom's Facebook page? No, my parents don't have anything like that. It's deep faked. It's definitely not, because I am positive this is me. I still have that tie. I don't understand where this is coming from. But yeah, look at striking that same sad ass pose. Lighting a candle. Maybe I'm at a funeral. It's your dad in the chat. Yeah, hey bud, check this one out. That looks like something church-esque. Yeah, it's like when they sing Silent Night at church and they give you the candles to light. Then you like drink wine and eat a cookie. But I don't... Who would have a picture of me from church? You know what I think it is? I actually think this is homecoming. I don't know what we were lighting candles for. Maybe like a Viking burial? I don't know. But I think it's homecoming. I feel like I would have worn this for homecoming. The CIA took these. Yeah, the NSA. You might be talking to time travelers. Oh yeah, the account, John Teeter. Fucking CERN sent him back in time to take photos of me in high school. Oh, hey, wait. This is one of my high school highlights. I don't know where you are finding these. This is me on the court. I was a menace. Wait, this is so fire. I'm pretty sure this is when I did the up and under layup. So I started up, brought it down, and went right around. I'm almost positive. I think it's that same game. How old are you in this pic? This would have been like sophomore year of high school-ish. But you see, I was balling out. Imagine if you did go to the NBA, you would have had to go up against LeBron and Kobe. And that was the only thing that stopped me. That and that damn collapsed lung. Could have gone pro. Hey, wait. This finally some vindication. I told you guys I used to be able to jump pretty high. Where are these photos coming from, though? Like, did you talk to my old high school basketball coach? I don't understand where you found these, but yeah, look. I used to be able to grab rim, and that was when I was still like 5'2", 5'3". I used to be able to jump really fucking high. This is me, well, it doesn't have my full extension here, but I used to be able to jump high as fuck. I had a really good vertical. No, they lowered it. Yeah. Yeah, they brought it down for the game. It was the Make-A-Wish. Charlie wants to play on 6 feet hoops for this one. 20 centimeters above ground is not super high. No, what are you talking about? Look where my hand is relative to the net here. I used to be able to grab rim back then. And again, I was 5'2" and 5'3" during this period. They edited the chair out. I'm gonna have to get my vertical back. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna start doing plyos again. Do you have any photos from college? Just my old Tinder photos. And I'm pretty sure I pulled them up on stream before. I took the worst Tinder photos ever. It was diabolical. I should have never been allowed to do that. But those are the only pictures of me from, like, early college. Then all the later pictures from college were just, like, normal ones. But I used to have mutton chops for a little bit. I had a whole mutton chops era, actually. Fun fact, when I lost my virginity, I had mutton chops at the time, which probably worst case scenario because it convinced me to stay with the mutton chops for far longer than any human being ever should. This is pretty cool. This is when I dislocated my pinky after a game of pickup basketball, but you can really see the mutton chops in all their glory. Girl fucked Abe Lincoln. Yeah. My pinky actually never fully recovered from that, by the way. I still can't fully extend it. I didn't get help in time, so it ended up kind of fusing all cattywampus. But the mutton chops, you know, they weren't bad. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, the mutton chops truly weren't the worst thing in the world. Oh, God. It's important to remember where you came from. This was around the same time. This was my Tinder profile pic for a while. But those mutton chops, baby, they were there to stay. Wolverine. There, here. This was right when I started losing... Well, actually, this is actually kind of deep into my weight loss. I used to be much more meatball-esque. I had the body of a bowling ball. Those eyes pierce my soul. Yeah, it's pretty sad. I'm giving a thumbs up, but my soul on the inside is giving a big thumbs down. I told you, you won't find a picture of me smiling from back then. It was impossible. Is this before time skip? Yeah, this was pre-time skip. How old are you? Here I would be about 15. This would have been around 15 or 16. You always get the most severe injuries when you least expect it. I was playing wiffle ball. I was in a wiffle ball tournament for school when I was a freshman in high school. And I was going to first base, just, you know, I'm a fucking 14-year-old kid just going to first base in a school wiffle ball tournament. And one of the kids' dads fucking squares up on first base, plants on it, and blasts me. Like you would have thought he was in the World Series stopping the last runner from the plate. He just fucking knocks me down as hard as he fucking could. And this is a big guy. This guy was like 260. And I broke my wrist on impact. I was so pissed. Like, Jesus Christ, man, it's wiffle ball. It's like that scene out of It's Always Sunny when they just beat up kids. Except this guy absolutely annihilated me. You must have disrespected his son. I don't know what I did, but man, did he defend first base with his life. No, I ran I had a good stride. I was fast. I was approaching first base and slowing down, and bang! I get hit with a fucking cannon. Did he say sorry? I don't know. That I don't remember. All I remember is trying to pretend it didn't hurt. So I didn't cry or anything. I was like, it's not a big deal. I tried real hard. And I legitimately didn't cry. I held that shit in. I was like, it's definitely broken. And I'd really like to go to the hospital. It wasn't compound fractured, but you could still see one of the bones trying to get through the skin. And I was like, it's not, no, it really doesn't hurt. I just know this is going to be a problem if I don't get it taken care of. So let's do something about it. I don't remember what his dad said or anything. I like to imagine he apologized, but knowing the way he defended first base, he probably went over and spit on me and said, O'Doyle rules. He teabagged you? Yeah, he walked up and teabagged me, and he said, are you sorry? Do you regret running so ferociously? I don't recall running ferociously. I was just running like normal jogging speed, and then I ran into the brick wall. That man was not to be trifled with on that day. He stood strong. I did not pass. That's probably like the biggest injury I've taken. Like actual injury. You run like an old man? Bro, I didn't used to. I used to be fast. I used to be fast as shit. When I was fat, I was so fast. The second I lost weight, I lost all coordination. I don't know what happened. Show pics. My parents have them. I'll ask for them at some point. I brought one or two up on stream. I know that at some point. Oh, actually, Caleb even... Hold on Caleb's Twitter, I think he posted a yearbook picture from when I was in middle school. Because my parents brought all that to the warehouse. Let me see. I can pull that up. This was 2008. This was not me at my heaviest, but here's 2008. Honestly, this yearbook quote goes so hard too, by the way. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Fucking patriotic. Jesus Christ. And then in 10 years, I was close. Graduating from USF, living in Tampa or LA, 6'1", a musician or sports player. Like, come on. I was a prophet. I was so close to 6'1". I still might get there too. We don't know. I'm still growing. The quote was just, they made you do a quote. I still remember why I chose this. They made you do a quote, so I just typed in famous quotes. That's all. I wasn't actually like a big JFK enthusiast, so much so that I wanted to include his quotes in my yearbook or anything, or live my life by his mantra. It was just one of the first quotes that came up. Did you go to USF? No. I didn't go to USF. I do live in Tampa. I didn't get to be 6'1". I do music. So I was right on two of the things I saw myself doing in the future. And my family has always been supportive. Why did you see yourself living in LA? I thought I'd have to move there when I was a professional sports player. Because, I mean, that's where, like, all of, like, celebrities live. So, like, when sports players aren't, like, competing, they're, like, out in LA doing shit. So I was like, damn, I guess I'll have to move out there. I don't know why. What's really sad is I was in high school at this point. I never actually practiced sports outside of just school-sanctioned events. I never even put in the time. And yet I really believed I would still have a chance. Didn't you play basketball? Yeah, not at a high level though, man. I would legitimately only play basketball, and I played a little football as well, but I would only ever play it during, like, school hours. Like, for our actual team practices. I never went home and practiced more. I never got, like, an outside... I mean, I did get an outside coach for, like, a semester when I started realizing I'm not good enough to make it in the NBA. Like, I started making that scramble to try and get, like, a scholarship offer to, like, a D2 or D3 school. And I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna need like, an extra coach for this. So I did at some point start to scramble for it, but I just never actually even put in the effort. Yet I still believed I'd make it. Yeah, it's that magical time again where Grandpa Charlie comes over, sets you on his lap, asks you what you want for Christmas, ignores it, and tells you old war stories. Today I wanted to take you on a journey, a spiritual quest through the content I posted online when I was 15 years old, when I was just a boy coming into his own, a coming-of-age story of Charles when I was still just coming to terms with the fact that I might not get any taller. And I found some of it today, which put a big smile on my face, and I wanted to share it. Now, as I've said, I've made a couple videos on this, and in those videos I told you all that I made this channel when I was 11. On this channel I had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos that I deleted, both out of embarrassment and out of fear, because a lot of the stuff I uploaded was like music from unsigned rappers like Soulja Boy. Before he had a label, I used to post his songs on my channel way back then. And stuff like that, and I made montages using really popular music, and I was worried about getting striked for the DMCA. So I lit the whole library on fire and pissed on the ashes. I removed hundreds of videos, and I still regret it to this day. I'm still shaking my fist, cursing the day that my prepubescent mind decided that this was the proper course when dealing with a potential threat of DMCA. When my video got picked up by Ray William Johnson, the Q-Op video, I panicked. I thought like all of a sudden my channel was going to be on the radar of like music industry hitmen. I thought there was going to be like assassins coming for me because I used a Breaking Benjamin song in one of my Gears of War montages, so I just fucking blasted all of those things out of existence. And to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if there are assassins that the music industry sends against 12 and 11-year-olds for music, but I really do wish I just privated the videos instead of just outright removing them, because I have still not found a way to get those back. Hopefully YouTube still has it somewhere, but I have no idea how to access it. But anyway, what I did find isn't those videos that I removed, but I found some of my old Justin TV live streams. That's how long I've been doing fucking content on the internet. I used to stream on Justin TV pretty often. I'd say like 3-4 times a week, and I was around 14, 15 at that time. And brother, let me tell you what, these are some of the finest live stream clips you'll ever see. As God is my witness, I make the claim that these are potentially the best live streaming clips to ever survive the Justin TV purge.
Shit, I'm the last one. Critical. We can do oh, shit. 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 Oh, shit. Shit. Ah! Damn it, I ran out of ammo. Ah! Split the defense. Split the defense. Hustle play. Go, critical. Buy something. Shit, I bought the same damn gun. I hate this fucking gun. Shit. I did it! Holy shit! Oh, Jesus. Alright, I'm back. Okay, what's going on here? Alright, who wants to tell me where to go?
Now that second clip, I know you're going to need to cool down after all that adrenaline coursing through your veins after such a high-octane Paper Mario stream there, asking the chat to just guide me through it. How naive I was to think the chat had any fucking idea how to play the game, or really any game they backseat on. So, this is the only 2 surviving clips I could find of my Justin TV streaming career. I only streamed for like the first half of 2010 and maybe late 2009, I don't quite remember, but I streamed like Luigi's Mansion, a whole bunch of old style, old school games. And I'd really love to see some more of those, but they don't exist anymore unless Justin himself somehow kept the records from my old channel there. But for those that don't know, Justin TV was the predecessor to Twitch. Before Twitch, there was Justin TV. I remember when I was streaming on there, the most popular streams were like 200 viewers for Angry Video Game Nerd 24/7 streams, and also a channel called 4Player Podcast. And other than that, it was mainly just channels like mine, where it was like 10, 15 viewers, just playing a bunch of games in almost unrecognizable quality, so you didn't even know what the fuck you were looking at. It looked like snuff films or footage of Bigfoot, but that was just kind of the fun of it. It was just a crazy, wild time for the entire internet when it came to content creation. Now we're in luck, because I got a fucking double whammy here. I'm coming in with both fists. I also found my old GameFAQs posts. Now, as I've said on the podcast, and I'm pretty sure I've talked about it in videos before, when I was first starting to create content using like my voice and narrating stuff, I came up with the series called Fun Tactics, and it was for Battlefield Bad Company 2 as well as other games, but Bad Company 2 is where it really started with making commentary videos. And I used to post every video from the Fun Tactics series on GameFAQs, because at the time, GameFAQs was the most popular forum for gamers. This was like the hub of gaming. Like if you had gamer gunk in your veins, if you were an ultimate turbo gaming warlord, you were on GameFAQs writing shitty guides and participating in arguments there. It was like Reddit, but without everyone pretending to be super genius MODOK masterminds, supreme intelligence overlords. And it was just such a nice trip down memory lane seeing all this, because I thought GameFAQs had wiped all of their old shit from their old unused boards, but I guess for some reason these fossils have survived, which is great to see. Nowadays, GameFAQs isn't as popular as it used to be. I think there's only like 4 or 5 active users anymore. I really don't know. I don't know who's still using GameFAQs or what for, maybe to buy and sell drugs, but I haven't really heard anyone talk about it in a long time. But I gotta tell you, going back and visiting it feels so good. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of these bad boys. Here they are in all their glory, all of these incredible Fun Tactics posts. Oh, goodness gracious, still the best fire to ever drop on the Bad Company 2 GameFAQs board, I would say. Now, I scrolled through a lot of these reading some of the comments because I was looking for one guy in particular, and I talked about it on the podcast. I had like an arch nemesis in here, like the Thanos to my Avengers. His name was Boney Tony. I'll never forget his name. He would insult the fuck out of me every time I posted one of these, but I couldn't find him in any of these threads. I don't know if like he removed his account to remove the post or something, but I couldn't find any of them anymore. So I don't know what happened there. I guess maybe there was like a truce at some point that I forgot about, but man, I still remember he would insult my voice, which is why in one of the videos I was talking about how it's my real voice, and I'm not afraid to be confident in the way that I sound. And then there's this post right here, episode 5. This was a very controversial one. So when I made this advanced spotting technique, people did not like it. I don't remember exactly what happened, but I know people were really upset because I wasn't actually helping the team at all. I was just kind of standing still and just making a mockery of it. And I gotta fucking tell you, they held my feet to the fire. I was thrown to the wolves, it felt like. They did not like the video, and I felt terrible. I felt horrible. I removed it and came up with a different fun tactic the next day. It was rough. They were eating my asshole for lunch. I wish I could see the video, because like I said, I don't actually remember what I did in it. If I had to guess, I imagine I was using like a tracker dart and shooting a teammate, maybe? Because at the time, I know I hated recon players that just camped in a bush sniping. So I guess probably what I would have done is just taken the tracker and shot my own teammate with it so the enemy could see them, which would make sense with the title, but I don't know for sure. I'm just spitballing because that sounds like something I would have done in Bad Company 2 back then. That would be my guess. But yeah, anyway, that was definitely the most controversial fun tactic video I ever made, and just seeing these posts again is such a fucking joy. It's just, man, what a crazy time on the internet back then. I think this is every surviving artifact from my early days on the internet that I could find. I really do hope at some point I can get access to the old deleted YouTube videos I had, because fuck, I want to see those so badly. I had AMVs and shit, I had montages, I had 1v1s, it was fuck, I really want to see all that shit again. And there were boner jams galore in those videos. I had boner jam after boner jam in those montages, and I don't remember a lot of those songs. So I'd like to hear those songs again too, like shit. I mean, hopefully those still exist somewhere on like some dusty old crusty ass YouTube server somewhere that I can eventually get access to, but for now can't find them, and I just wanted to share this shit with all of you because I thought it was a really cool trip down memory lane and just a little journey to the past. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah, I've got a secret, and I'm not afraid to share it right now. Much like Bruce Wayne keeping his Batman identity a secret, I've got something that I've been keeping from you. And you're not going to believe me when I tell you this, but it is the truth. I used to be a virgin. Not only did I used to be a virgin, I used to be a turbo virgin who was extremely proud of the fact that he was a virgin. In my early college years, I used to brag about being a virgin to anyone that would listen. I was like those dudes that stand on corners with the sign saying the end is near, just talking about doomsday. I was that with virginity. And every day was virginity day for me. I made a video talking about this a little while back, about how I used to brag about being a virgin. I really went hard on that being a core part of my identity in my early college years. When I did talk to girls, I would treat it like I was on Shark Tank and I was pitching my virginity to them like a business that they should invest in. It was very sad and pathetic. But I figured I'd share a few more stories from this era of my life, this arc in the Charlie anime, because there's some real golden nuggets in there that I think maybe a few of you could learn from. Though I don't imagine too many of you watching this right now think virginity is cool or something worth bragging about all the time, unless of course you're trying to be a pastor or teaching abstinence at a high school or some shit as like a sex ed teacher. But anyway, I wanted to share a couple of these stories. So the first tale from the compendium of Charles White's virginity stories is actually one that I shared on a stream recently. It was my sophomore year of college, 2014. Five Nights at Freddy's is the hottest shit, just came out. We've never seen anything like that. Our assholes blown wide open by Five Nights at Freddy's. It was a dark and stormy night, and my roommate had a girl over. It wasn't anyone romantic. They weren't together. They weren't, anything at all. It was a friend of his from high school who came down to party at the university. I did not go to a party that night. I stayed in the dorm room watching cartoons. After the partying had ceased and everyone had their fun, my roommate went to bed, but she didn't. She sat on the couch and watched whatever cartoon I was watching at the time. I think I was watching Justice League or some shit, so she was wet. And she just started talking about how much fun she had at the party and eventually asked me why I didn't go with them. And I tried to play it cool. I said, I had better things to do, and if I had a cigar, I would have lit it in that moment right there and just blew a big fucking puff. I was really trying to be suave about it, but the reality is the reason I didn't go was because I wasn't invited. It was a very low-key party, and this was when I still wasn't super familiar with my roommates. They were probably afraid I'd crawl on top of one of the tables and start trying to lead like a virginity chant, like, raise your hands if you're a virgin. Oh, just me? Even better, something weird. So they didn't ask me to go, which is why I wasn't there. But anyway, of course, me being this virginity evangelist that wouldn't shut the fuck up about virginity, we talked more about some shit, I don't remember what, but of course, me being the mysterious anime loser virgin extraordinaire back then, I eventually steered our conversation into a talk of virginity. And I started telling her about, how great it is being a virgin and how, maybe I'll lose it soon if I'm really feeling like it, as if I had, a ton of options, like my fucking cell phone was full of applicants to take my virginity. And she said something that still rings in my ears sometimes when I'm trying to go to bed. After telling her all of this about my virginity and telling it with a real smile on my face, really fucking saying it with my chest like I am a virgin, she hit 19-year-old Charles with a giggle and a wow, that's so sad. And she thought I was kidding, so she started making jokes about it, and I insisted that no, I was being serious, and I was like, damn. On the inside, I was like, damn, that was brutal, that shit hurt, but she's not wrong. The more I say it out loud, the more I realize how sad it is. And then she goes on to say, I'll suck your dick if you want. And I went into a full fucking meltdown mode. It was like something out of Tom and Jerry when like the stars are going around when they're like knocked out. I was having like a fucking meltdown. And I eventually just went into like full Redditor mode. I was like, oh gee, whoa. No, madame, I could never ask such a thing of you. Absolutely not. I would not have that. I'd like my virginity to stay, thank you very much, you harpy, you succubus. So I stood my ground and declined the blowjob, which was a more than generous offer from her, might I add. She was just gonna take one for the team, a real champion. Like, what a great friend my roommate had. And honestly, I probably saved her life by declining that blowjob because I don't think she quite knew what she was dealing with and getting into. She was about to bite off more than she could chew. She was like Icarus flying way too close to the sun. If she did give me that blowjob, I would have blasted an unholy cum shot at an unreal velocity that probably would have pierced the back of her throat and gone out the other side. It would have looked like she got hit by a fucking sniper. My wiener had never even been accidentally touched by a human female. The closest thing my cock ever got to a girl touching it back during that time was when a girl accidentally hit me in the balls with her criminology book when we were standing up from the table in the classroom. So if she blew me, I would have busted a nut of biblical proportion, a dangerous nut. So really, I made a noble decision and saved her life by declining that. And I think that incident right there where she said it was so sad that she was just going to offer me a blowjob really put it in perspective how sad it really was. Because it was so sad that not only did she tell me to my face how sad it was, but she tried to offer like consolation, as if she was trying to console someone who was grieving. Pretty wild stuff. And I figured I'll share one more story because this one's just as embarrassing. Probably not as embarrassing though. It's probably worse. Before my sophomore year of college, my high school had a reunion party at one of the girls' houses, and this is when I had just started drinking, and I was getting after it. I was fucking hitting that alcohol real hard. And one thing that I talked about this in the previous bragging about virginity video, but one thing I used to do is I would get drunk and start bragging about my virginity in different accents. Well, I remember at this high school reunion party with all my old high school classmates, I reached that level of drunk where it was time that Irish Charlie come out and start talking about his virginity. So For the whole night that I can remember before total blackout, I was talking in an Irish accent about how great it is being a virgin and how everyone who had lost their virginity had just failed to reach enlightenment. I was the happiest one being a virgin, all in an Irish accent, of course. And then I do remember one of the girls kissed me and I pre-came down my leg. I don't know if it was like a pity kiss or something, or like pent up feelings from high school, though I doubt it because I was a real fucking weirdo in high school. But I remember one of the girls kissing me and I pre-came down my leg. At least that's what I tell myself, that it was pre-cum. Honestly, it could have just been a full load that I blew down my leg. I really don't know. But I do know I wasn't invited to the follow-up high school reunion party the next year. So there's a very good chance that I might have just shit myself, honestly, down my leg. It could have been anything. It could have been any mystery fluid coming out of there. And couldn't tell you. But yeah, just a couple more tales from this time where I thought bragging about being a virgin was cool. Again, the lesson to take away. Bragging about virginity is a weird thing to do. So yeah, probably just avoid that. Don't do that. That's it. See ya. The title isn't clickbait. I actually left my house today. I left my sacred dojo of Greece today for the first time in a few months, and I hated it. It was an absolute fucking disaster. It's like when the groundhog pops out of his hole and sees his shadow signaling a couple more weeks of winter. That's what it was like for me. I came out of my little hole here and I saw something far more terrifying than a shadow, which means a couple more months of me staying inside. Now let me clarify, when I say first time leaving my house, I mean first time going somewhere. Like, I've stepped outside into my backyard with the dogs to take them out and shit, so I've been readjusted to the sun, kind of, so the sun and I are no longer enemies. It took like a month of work just to get to that point, though. Like, I didn't go outside at all, even the backyard, for a full month just because I'm a bit of a hypochondriac, and I wasn't entirely convinced I could trust the air outside. Could have virus particles in it, and I just wasn't taking the chance, but after a month, I did wander outside, and I swear to God, I thought I was going to die of vitamin D overdose. I felt like it was about to be that scene from Indiana Jones when they open the Ark of the Covenant and everyone's skin is melting off of their fucking bones. That's what it felt like first time seeing the sun, but since then, I've become reacclimated to it, so the sun and I are no longer enemies. So, going somewhere today, the sun wasn't the problem. It was just everything else about the adventure here. So my journey wasn't like a noble expedition or anything. I didn't leave my house to go put out a fire nearby or save a kitten from a tree. The reason I left my house was to go to a Walmart. And the reason I was going to a Walmart is because I wanted to look at their as seen on TV products, because I was hoping I could find some Nick Bolton originals, like the tack shaver, the tack lantern, and the tack glasses, and really put them to the test. I just kind of had that itch to try out more as seen on TV products because it's been a while since I've done that and I knew Walmart carried them. And you know, for as seen on TV products, I decided, you know what? It's worth the risk. I'll make this journey for this. Just like Moses, I decided I was going to climb this mountain and get the 10 Commandments and bring them back down for the people to enjoy. But instead of 10 Commandments, what I was getting from the top of the mountain was tactical shaving devices and tactical glasses and shit. So not quite as cool as 10 Commandments, but still something that I felt was very important. And now, I decided to look it up. The last time I even started my car was March 15th, and I know that because the last time I left my house to go somewhere was March 15th to go see the movie The Hunt. And from then until today, my car hadn't been started a single time. It's gotten no exercise, shit's getting out of shape, and it just overall not feeling very well. I'm actually surprised it even started today at all. It's just been waiting for over 2 months now just for any amount of action that wasn't coming. And then today I said, you know what, you're off the bench, let's get you in the starting lineup, and they answered the call. My car started up with no problems, I threw on my mask, and I was ready to rumble. The trip to Walmart was pretty odd because there were so many cars on the road. I was led to believe that it was going to be like a ghost town if I went outside, like fucking going through Chernobyl, but that wasn't the case. The traffic was the same as I remembered it so long ago the last time I ventured outside. So I feel like nothing has really changed outside in society except for me not being a part of it anymore, which made me feel kind of like an outcast, like that kid that sits alone at the middle school lunch table. But that was the first thing I noticed. When I actually got to Walmart, things were very different there. They had it like caution taped off as if it was a crime scene with a chalk outline on the ground from a murder that happened over Yu-Gi-Oh cards or something. It looked really intense and intimidating. They had like 5 kiosks outside. I don't know what the little stands were for. I didn't want to have any like actual close contact with a human being. I wanted to avoid my own species as much as possible, so I didn't investigate. I really can't imagine. Maybe they were selling like fucking lollipops or something, or maybe it was the Girl Scouts parents or some shit selling. I don't know. But there was a bunch of little kiosks outside that I have no idea what purpose they served. Almost everyone was wearing a mask, which made me feel like I was back in my college freshman year going to a rave where everyone used to wear these masks with little skulls on them. There's also just a really good handful of people that weren't wearing a mask, which I found odd because the people that weren't wearing a mask were the people that I felt really should, or most likely at least would consider, because they were all predominantly older people, and then a couple people that looked like they were on some kind of alcoholic binge and like stumbling over themselves. So I felt like the people that weren't wearing a mask were the people that really should have at least thought about it. But I mean, I'm not their parents. They can make their own decisions. I just thought that was something interesting. It was when I finally got into the Walmart where things really started to go south for this whole adventure here that I'd chosen to go on. So going inside is when things really opened up. I immediately made my way to the As Seen on TV products stand, I suppose, and I didn't find any tact devices. Not a single Nick Bolton certified tactical tool, and I searched multiple times. I even went to the kids department. Not that I think Nick Bolton's tactical devices should be in the kids department, because these are tactical tools for tactical guys. They aren't children's toys. They're extremely dangerous for tactical situations. I mean, I swear to God, Nick Bolton's probably going to be selling tactical C4 just in case. So they shouldn't be in the kids department, but I wanted to make sure no stone was left unturned. I wanted to make sure that I checked everywhere thoroughly to find Nick Bolton's tactical devices. And it was when I went to the kids department that I saw my first little skirmish. There was two mothers, neither of which were wearing a mask, and they were getting into it a little bit. There was a verbal argument, which I love to hear. I do love public freakouts, and I kind of had an expectation going out today that there was going to be something like that, just because everything I've seen online from it. And I was lucky enough to at least kind of encounter one. But in my head, it was a much bigger deal than it was. In reality, they were just kind of arguing about something. I don't know what. I don't know if they knew each other, but they were arguing. Maybe they were arguing about not being able to find Nick Bolton's devices. I have no idea. But since we were in the same aisle, I was right next to it. And to me, I was starting to panic. Like, my blood pressure was starting to skyrocket because I was like, fuck. They're arguing, there's going to be saliva flying all over the place. What if one of them's sick? Now I've put myself in between a bullet and a target because we're sharing the same row. So in my head, I'm hearing this argument and I'm just picturing like fight night, like in a boxing match, you know, in the movies where it's like a slow motion punch and their head turns and the sweat's flying all over the audience like it's SeaWorld in the splash zone. That's what I was picturing. So I was hurrying up my investigation because I started panicking, worried about this invisible enemy that could be coming my way down the aisle. And so I got the fuck out of there. I went back to the As Seen on TV stand. I didn't see anything, so eventually I just said, it's not here, and I got out. So as I left the glorious Walmart limp-dicked and sad, I walked back to my car, and that's when the actual fucking disaster of the day happened. I got fucking swarmed. Well, swarmed is an exaggeration. There was a single wasp that tracked me from the Walmart to my car. It was like fucking stalking me, waiting to make a move on my wallet. So this wasp fucking attacked me when I was about to get in the car, and when I say attacked, it landed on my head and freaked the shit out of me. So I was freaking out, like slapping at my head, and then I accidentally slapped my own fucking mask off onto the goddamn ground, which now that's ruined. I can't ever touch that again, so I left that there. And I'm fucking battling this fucking wasp, getting into my car. Now I'm exposed to the outside elements. I've lost my radiation suit because my mask is on the ground. This wasp will not leave me the fuck alone. I can't get my car open because I keep fucking fumbling the unlock on my keys. So it was just a true upsetting time that made me feel like I had just been brutalized. The wasp must have sensed my weakness, and it was shaking me down for my lunch money at the car. It was fucking mugging me right there in the Walmart parking lot. And that's when it really set in on me, like, this must have been a sign. Like, Charlie, you shouldn't be outside yet. Give it a little more time to marinate, and then you can go outside later. This is me telling you, stay inside for now. And I took that at face value, so I will be staying inside again, at least for a couple more weeks or something, because that wasp attack that fucking compromised my safety, that was enough for me to say, all right, that's probably enough. That's probably my one journey for the next month or so. So I'm back inside, and I just wanted to share with you my experience of my first time going back outside into society. And yeah, what a remarkable experience it was. I got nothing in return for it other than traumatized by a wasp. I really fucking hate wasps, always have. Wasps really suck ass, so fuck wasps. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Today, I was hit with a flood of nostalgia. During the official podcast episode we recorded today, Jackson brought up old stories he used to write with his friend about naked bananas that he'd draw cock and balls on. He called it Banana Family or some shit like that, but it was basically just bananas with their dicks out. And it reminded me that when I was younger, I used to write stories and shit like that too. So I asked my mom if she kept any of them because I remembered a few, and she found every single fucking story I wrote, and I'd like to come in here and share them with you because I could have very well have been the next Stephen King. Like, I got some real Alan Wake shit here. We'll start with the Unreal Events here. So, as you can see, Unreal Events, Chapter 1 is a question mark in and of itself. Like, even you can't even trust the author. I don't even know if it's Chapter 1, so what hope do you have? So, let's begin. Now, if you're interested in mystery books and scary situations in a book, then you are reading the right book. If you do not like books like that, then you might not like this book. Now, I must tell you the dreadful story about the orphans' mysteries and terrible situations. I can immediately smell a hint of a series of unfortunate events kind of emanating from the pages here. I was really channeling that energy. So the children were from the second richest family in the world. Their last names were Vondelay. They had 3 kids. Their first was Sydney. She was 15, and she loved to invent things. The next was Jack. He was 13, and had already read more books than a human might have read their entire life. Their youngest child was Marie. She was 1 year old and loved to eat a lot. You'll notice immediately some grammar mistakes. I'm using the wrong there almost every single time, so it's basically like reading a fucking Twitch chat. But I think I was like 6 or 7, 8 maybe, probably like 19 when I wrote this. So, I mean, it was an excusable mistake. One day they were at a beach, Sydney, just looking at the water, Jack reading a book and Marie eating some carrots, when an investigator came and said, "I'm very sorry to report this, but it seems that your home was burned down and your..." Never finished it. I know, that's a fucking shame. I really hooked you in there with that teaser for it, but I never got to finishing that one, unfortunately. Probably a cease and desist from the series of unfortunate events, guys. But I tell you, if I had finished that, that could have been a banger. Now this one, there's no title. I don't know what the fuck this is for, but I'll read it anyway. Every night in China, 8 ninjas rob a bank. The 8 ninjas knock the guard out, but one night 7 guards caught the ninjas, but the ninjas still won. I don't know how that happened. If the guards caught the ninjas, they lost, right? But somehow they must have snuck out using some ninjutsu stuff. Escapides, one more guard, saw the ninjas stealing, and he targeted to fight, but he lost, and the ninjas escaped. The next night, the 8 ninjas robbed the same bank, and this time they were greedy. The fight went. I had this bad habit of coming up with a great gripping introduction, but never following through on the actual meat, which is a goddamn shame. We're gonna get into some horror here. Here's my ghost book. As you can see, some pretty solid ghosts. Little clip art here. It looks better than half the shit on Tumblr, if I do say so myself. So let's dive in. Ghosts. A big ghost. A little ghost. Naturally, yes. A happy ghost. That is one ghost feeling some intense jubilation. That is a very happy ghost. I haven't read this yet. I wrote it, but I don't remember it from fucking 20 years ago. I'm gonna guess the next ghost is sad. We'll see. It's stuck together. Just accidentally like came on this or something. A sad ghost. What do you know? A scary ghost. I'm not trying to put the fear of God in you or anything. I'm not trying to scare anyone, but just be warned, it is a bit frightening. Boo. That's all she wrote. That's the end of the book by Charlie. So those are like 3 unstructured ones, but then we get to some actual fully fledged stories, finished top to bottom, inspected by some of the finest literary masterminds the world has ever seen. This one could have been the next Magic Treehouse series. This is Ducks Military Operation Takedown. The operation was so covert, I couldn't even write anything about it without going to jail. It's a blank introduction, because it is that fucking secretive. I'm half expecting to turn this page and have it all be like blacked out, like CIA's redacted, everything's just censored. But let's dive in here and see what kind of war crimes were committed by the Ducks military. Chapter 1. A long time ago, a scientist named Earl took 2,000 ducks and experimented on the ducks. At first it was a failed experiment, but now the experiment is a success. Why? Because I fucking say so, I guess. I don't know how it failed but then succeeded. I don't know what Earl did. Maybe CRISPR or something. Now they have their own military with a pig and some dogs. Now to our story. Honestly, this is better than Angry Birds movies. Like, this story makes more sense so far. It's like right in line with them, and it's got some good narrative plot lines I'm developing here. "Hey," said Earl, the pig, to Bob. Earl is the duck's special weapon, and Bob is the leader. "Yes, what do you want?" said Bob. "Man, do you like toast?" "Shut up. Now, ducks, we must win this war," Bob said. They all looked at him weirdly. "What war?" they asked. "Oh, I don't know. Oh yeah, the war against the penguins." Jesus, where did that come from? Little Deus Ex Machina coming in here. Bob said, "What do we need to go to war with the penguins?" they asked. "Because they kidnapped one of the members from the DOTS team. That is their SWAT team," said Bob. I wonder what DOTS stood for in my head. DOTS team. Dicks out, touchdown summer, maybe. I don't really know. "Now these penguins have well-trained soldiers. Their leader's name is Dunkin' Donut." I wasn't even sponsored by Dunkin' Donuts, I don't believe. Yeah, there's the chapter 1. It's like the beginning to a Harry Potter book, I know. God, imagine what I could have been today if I had only kept writing. I have so many of these fucking things. We have Cool Cow Adventures, chapter 1. We have so much shit here. Like, I have Moon Ninja. I have Moon Ninja 1 and 2. I have Moon Ninja and Moon Ninja Returns, naturally, because you can't beat Moon Ninja that easily in one book. I have an entire series of Nutty Noodle Man. Where's some Nutty Noodle Man? Yeah. We got Nutty Noodle Man versus Dr. Dummy. And we have Nutty Noodle Man versus a lot of other people as well. He fought a lot of enemies, but... See, there's Moon Ninja. I actually turned that in for a grade. The teacher said, "Wow, this is a great report. I see that you like action stories." Guarantee she didn't even read it. It's not all about action in Moon Ninja. It was about weaving some subtle narrative plot points in a relatable villain, like Thanos or some shit. And she said, "I just like action books." It's fucked up. But anyway, yeah, there's a ton of fucking stories here. I'll probably read most of them on the podcast because that was kind of a topic, and now I have a lot to bring to show and tell for the next time that comes up. So I just wanted to share with you a few things and let you all know I could have been a fucking prolific writer, but now we're here instead, which I'm fine with because maybe the world wasn't ready for Duck's military operation takedown. But yeah, that's about it. So yeah. I don't think I've ever shared a story about myself so embarrassing that it changes the way you look at me. I've shared a lot of embarrassing stories with girls and shit that I've had in the past, but nothing that's so goddamn game-changingly cringe-inducing that you vomit and think less of me until today. I was trying to think of a story that I wanted to talk about because I wanted to tell a really embarrassing one today, but I wanted to like amp this shit up to like the highest fucking level I could. So I was going to my past, of which there's a myriad of embarrassing stories to choose, but I wanted to find the perfect one. And then I remembered something that made me sick to my goddamn stomach, so I can't wait to share it with all of you. So to preface this happened in high school. The year is 2011. This was right after my third lung collapse. If you've been following me for a while, you know my lung collapsed 3 times. And the last time it happened was 2011. Well, in 2011, I got surgery to have it fixed. And before I went into surgery, there was a girl I had a crush on that had just added me back on Facebook. And I decided I'd send her like this goddamn scholarly "oorah, I love you" message to her. And we had never spoken. So this girl and I never spoke once in our lives, not even by accident. If I farted somewhere in school, there's no way she would ever fucking smell it because we were never even close to each other in any sense of the word. The only reason we even knew about each other, or rather the only reason I knew about her, was because she was a cheerleader and I played basketball. Other than that, no communication, literally not even eye contact. And yet, for some reason, in 2011, I sent this girl the most disgustingly embarrassing messages when I was in the hospital. I haven't read them. I screenshotted them today, and I sent them to myself so I could read them to you today, and we can experience this together as a lesson in how not to ever approach a woman in any way. So allow me, please. Pickup artist legend Charlie is going to guide you through the how don'ts, the do nots of women. So let's go ahead and get into these messages here. So ace pussy slang god Charles in 2011 leads with, I know you and I have never talked, but I just wanted to tell you that you are one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen. Now some of you might hear that and think I came on a little too strong. Looking back on it now, hindsight's 2020, I don't think I came on strong enough. I should have led with I love you. Signed, Charles, and then like a little kiss, and then, maybe go from there. So after I said this, she responds with a simple question mark. Nothing else, just one character, a question mark. I was already in the hospital, but if I wasn't, that right there would have sent me into the hospital with fucking cardiac arrest. That shit hurt so goddamn bad at the time. But I mean, what can you expect when someone leads with some shit like this? This is the kind of shit you see on Twitter with like a bad English associated with it, with a sin bobs and bitch lasagna, please, vagina look good with penis and stuff like that. It's a creepy message. Any girl should respond with a question mark or nothing at all. But anyway, my spirits weren't deterred. I continued. Yeah, I'm in the hospital and just said, fuck it. It's worth a try. You probably don't think the same. You probably don't think the same about me, but I just wanted to say that. That's some R nice guy shit right there. Jesus Christ. Well, this is pretty fucking bad. Let's keep going. To that she says, oh, I'm sorry, frowny face, but thanks, I guess. Why are you in the hospital? I'm surprised she even believed I was in the hospital, to be honest. You got a fucking stranger coming at you, pretending like he's going off to war and sending a love letter out there like it's some goddamn type of anime. If someone sent me shit like this, I'd be like, yeah, sure, buddy. I'm sure you're in the hospital. What do you have? Small dick syndrome going on? There's no cure. Get out of my DMs. I have recurrent pneumothorax in my left lung. It has collapsed 3 times, and tomorrow I have surgery to repair it. Sad violins playing, I'm sure, when I was typing this. I just wanted to tell you that before I had the surgery. I know that it is... Excuse me, I've got to scroll to the next one. It's a little out of order. 2019 Charlie clearly doesn't know how to fucking screenshot things in order. Here we go. I know that it is a weird way to start a conversation. I also know that I came on way too strong telling you that. Self-awareness, key. Even back then I had it. Even back then I'm like, Jesus, I'm sounding really fucking weird, but I'm still going for it. Didn't stop me. Should have stopped me, to be honest. Yeah, that's the lesson to take away here. Don't do this. You know, at this, when you're starting to recognize like, holy shit, this is too strong and I'm being very weird, just stop. Then she says something very odd. On behalf of all the YouTube comments, Charles, I hope you cut your hair. I'm not cutting my hair. She didn't say that. I'm just telling you, stop telling me to fucking cut my hair. I want to see what it looks like real long. I want to look like a goddamn lead singer in a mid-2000s emo band. Just let me fucking have this, alright? So anyway, she asks about the surgery and shit. Nothing to talk about there. But then, as we're starting to wrap up, I say, just wondering, do you know who I am? If you don't, I bet this is the most fucked up conversation you've ever been a part of. I mean, yeah, that's definitely a fucked up way of going about things, past Charles. Jesus Christ. I sound like some type of spoiled rich kid. Do you know who my father is? He invented Bing. I'm a big deal. Please, please love me, please. God damn it. I'm in a hospital. For God's sakes, do you know who I am? God, these are such embarrassing messages. She says, haha, no, I do know who you are. Like, I've seen you, but that's it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that sounds about right. I was a very odd guy, odd looking too. I had this really weird my hair looks like shit now, but back then I had an even weirder hairstyle where I shaved all, like the side, the back, and the top of my head, like it was a one with the clippers, but the front was about as long as it is now. So everything was pretty shaven except the bangs. So yeah, I was a fucking lunatic. It'd be hard to forget it'd be hard not to see me and make fun of me. I was one step shy of like a trench coat fedora wearing fucking loser in high school. I really was. So yeah, it makes sense that she at least remembered what I looked like, because I looked like a goddamn fucking psychopath. So to that I said, oh, sorry, I bet this is weird for you, huh? The only way to make things like this not weird is to keep saying, yeah, this is probably weird, right? That way it takes the tension off. It's like, oh, he's saying it's weird. It can't be weird if he keeps talking about how weird it is. All right, it makes sense. Like, pretty much every fucking line I say in here is about how weird it is, and yet I keep going. To that she says, I don't mind at all. So then in closing, this is my finisher. This is my Mortal Kombat fatality, my big grand finale here. All right, cool. Maybe when I get out of here, we can talk more so I can get to know you a little better. I'm not as weird as this conversation makes me seem. You know. Little pro tip to the ladies: don't take someone up on that offer. They most likely are pretty fucking socially inept. I certainly was, 100%. We never talked after this. I can't imagine why, but we never spoke or anything. Nothing ever came of this, unsurprisingly. However, I'm sure if we did, I would have been still just as socially inept talking in person as I was on the Facebook Messenger. So the lesson, ladies and gentlemen, don't be weird. That's always the advice I give to someone going into college and shit. Just don't be weird. Don't be super forward. Don't be super out there. Just be normal conversations. Let things, simmer, develop, sniff things out. Don't just come in there guns blazing, fucking jerking off. I love you. Do you love me? Like, come on. Come on, 2011 Charlie. I look back on shit like this and I'm like, Jesus Christ. I never recognized how bad I was until, like, you get older. So, it's a pretty embarrassing story. Maybe it's not as embarrassing for listening to it, but for me, recollecting on this, it's fucking bad, man. Like, Jesus Christ. That girl was probably scared for her fucking life, thinking I'd be tossing pebbles at her window late at night at like 2 a.m. Hey, did you think about me in the hospital? I'm alright now. You want to talk? Shit, man. Well, that's the end of the story. Another nice tale for the compendium of awful interactions I've had with women, all of which being my fault from my past. So yeah, fuck yeah. That's it. See ya.
So tell me again about how you almost ruined Christmas with that fat shit.
A classic Christmas tale as old as time itself. Well, this one goes out to all you Christmas enthusiasts out there. Gather around your fireplace, put on your best bathrobe, and just cuddle on up as I tell you this timeless tale. A tale Dr. Seuss would be afraid to tell you, but I'm not. I go where Dr. Seuss never would. So, I'm not a religious man by any means. I've seen Rick and Morty. I've been wubba-lubba-dub-dub to enlightenment. Rick Sanchez has opened my third fucking eye, But Tiana's family is moderately religious, so they go to church every Christmas Eve. And I was very hungry, so before then, Tiana had brought me I guess whatever the fuck she found in the dumpster on her way home. It was just like 2 pieces of burnt charcoal and mulch that was slapped between stale bread and covered in motor oil. But I ate it. I was so hungry I'd eat the asshole off of a farmer. Not that farmers have notoriously filthy buttholes or anything, but it just serves to illustrate that I was extremely hungry at that given time period. So I ate the sandwich. Upon finishing that unholy abomination of what some people would call food, I suppose, I could immediately feel a fat shit cooking deep within my rectum that was going to send 2018 out with a bang. I only wish I had more time to evacuate my ass before going to church, but we were cutting it close. We were down to the wire in the 4th quarter and I didn't have time. We needed to get to church because the service was at 4. It was like 3:35 when I finished eating whatever she pulled up from the soil on her way home. And I knew that this was probably going to be how I died. I thought it was going to be an absolute disaster. It felt as though God himself was exorcising my asshole. I was going to shit out all of my Christmas spirit. God himself would smell it, and he would frown upon what he had put on this earth. His creation disappointed him. My shit was going to be outrageous, biblical, and it was going to be in the house of the Lord, a holy place. But for just a moment, I let the devil into my colon, and it was rearing its ugly head. Lucifer was going to infiltrate that church, and his portal was my butthole. And so I was cooking up this hard stomach aching, big shit ready to rock and roll. And we got in the car. I was being a trooper like a champion. I hopped in the car, and Tiana's dad was fucking drifting around corners, which didn't help. I was just getting the juices flowing, fucking scooting in sideways to church right in the nick of time to make it to the service. And at that moment, that church wasn't a church. That was a fucking battlefield. That was a war zone right there, an active war zone. And I knew I was about to drop something the toilet would never forget. The church bathroom was the shores of Normandy, and my asshole was the ships carrying the soldiers, and it was about to be an all-out charge. And I knew I was probably going to ruin Christmas. I knew this wasn't going to be like a short shit. This was going to be like a overnight camping trip of shitting. I could feel it the whole way. I knew what I was dealing with. I'm a shit connoisseur. I've shit a lot in my life. And I knew what I had ready to rock and roll. And I didn't want to just disappear for the whole church service because it means a lot to Mr. and Mrs. Tiana parents. So I felt really bad, but there's nothing I could do about it. Anyway, I go in, and it's like a Christmas miracle out of a fairy tale. The second I sat down in the pews with the church manuscript or the schedule, whatever the fuck is going on, the basketball roster, whatever the fuck they talk about Christmas Eve for church, as soon as I started reading that, I didn't have to shit at all. The Lord pulled the shit from my colon for just that moment, and I made it through the entire service without taking a fat shit. And that's how Christmas of 2018 was spared in the Pennsylvania area.
And how many songs did you sing at church, Charlie?
0 songs. I'm surprised the church wasn't singing to me. Hey, he did it. He didn't fucking poop himself over there. Yeehaw! Holy night. Silent charting over there. Welcome to another riveting story time from my compendium of social ineptitude. Today's story takes place during high school when I thought breakdancing was the dopest shit. I used to think breakdancers were society's alpha males that couldn't walk 5 steps in public without falling penis first into a consenting vagina. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to learn to be a b-boy, an ultimate breakdancing Chad, to impress girls. Keep in mind, this was about a decade ago, so there was movies coming out that focused on breakdancing and how cool it was. The one that had the biggest impact on me was called You Got Served. That movie was like my eye of the tiger. I would throw that shit on religiously to get myself pumped up and motivated, start pumping testosterone into my dick like, yeah, alright, I'll start serving people soon, I can do this. So I'd watch a shitload of shitty Expert Village tutorials on breakdancing till I got to a point where I was like, I'm confident, I can do this in front of people now and it'll be really cool. Spoiler alert, I was never actually good at it and it was never cool, but that didn't stop me. Every single school dance function from probably freshman year of high school to senior year of high school, I would be that fucking sociopath on the dance floor during the first song busting it wide open. You know, like at all the dances like homecoming and shit, the first song nobody's on the dance floor because it's not cool? Well, I'd fucking cherish that moment. I would charge that dance floor like a football team storming the stadium field. I was all about that first song life. And this was during the time where the jerk was popular. Well, not really, it was kind of on its way out anyway, but I was still trying to hold on to that glory of the jerk. So I had this little routine that I would do at every dance function, every single fucking one of them. And unfortunately, I still remember kind of the beginning of it, so I'm going to give you a little sneak preview of what it looked like. Breakdancing. I know, ladies, just leave your sodden panties in the dirty clothes and wash them later. What you just saw right there, what you just bore witness to, was a body wave into a 6-step combination, a little groundwork that I tossed in there for flair, then the jerk tacked on at the end. A combination move only fit for the most elite b-boy gods out there. Now, at the time, this was 10 years ago, I was far more limber, so I could go from the kneeling position to the standing position without fucking blowing up my meniscus. Now is a different story. I can't exactly do it as well as I did back then, but in a nutshell, that's kind of what it looked like back then too, honestly. And let me tell you, it wasn't cool. I don't think that routine I came up with will ever be cool. If I'm wrong, please, some b-boys out there, make it better and send it to me. I'd love to see how that could possibly be improved, because in my eyes, that's as good as breakdancing gets. And they didn't appreciate it. So my high school just didn't really have a taste for the finer breakdancing things, because no girls ever thought that was cool, surprisingly. And let's fast forward, so I do that at all the dances. It never really got me anywhere or anything, and I never changed the routine. That was about the extent of it. That was my breakdancing prowess on full display. That was me sailing at full mast, full erection, red alert, and nobody gave a shit. It wasn't cool to them, and it clearly just objectively is not a very good routine. But let's fast forward to senior year. I'm still doing that routine, And I finally worked up the courage to ask a girl for her number, and she humored me by actually giving it to me. She was clearly not interested, but that didn't stop good old B-boy Charlie from trying. So in order to try and get her genuinely interested in at least like kissing me on the cheek or asking me to tie her shoes or something romantic like that, I would send her videos of me doing routines like that. But I didn't have any friends to videotape that because no one was that close to me. In fact, I don't think any of my friends would do that now because it's just embarrassing. So what I would do is I would have my dad take videos of me doing breakdancing like you just saw, except by senior year I was a little bit better. So I was able to do like kind of head spins. I couldn't do like a head spin without supporting myself with my hands. So I could kind of just like walk my head around very slowly. And I would have my dad videotape that. It'd be like a 2-minute video of me just walking my head around slowly like that on the floor. And I would send her that. And she was such a fucking sweetheart. She would send me things like, "That's so cool," or "Rad." Just, man, it was pathetic. Genuinely pathetic. So I'd continue to do this. And then she stopped replying. That's how that story ends. So, in a nutshell, I still think, power moves and breakdancing are cool as shit. I can't do them. My body just wasn't made for that type of activity. But I respect the men who can, and I still think that's cool. But the lesson here is, if you're not good at breakdancing, don't try. Don't use it to impress people. Definitely don't do it at parties or at bars or at school dance functions or anything. Just keep it to yourself. And definitely don't have your father videotape them, because that's equally as embarrassing. And trust me, I wasn't shy about telling her who videotaped that. I said, "Look at what my dad just filmed me doing," like it was some type of candid photo shoot or shot. So, the lesson here, just, don't be a fucking idiot, I guess. There's really no lesson here. I don't think there's a lot of people out there that are trying to breakdance to impress girls in 2018. Now it's all about your Fortnite wins. But even if there is still that splinter cell of dudes out there that are blood, sweat, and tears pouring cum into the breakdance art, make sure you're really good at it before you show anyone that shit. Trust me. It'll save you a lot of embarrassment. See ya. Anime is a word that inspires confusion, fear, and boners. On the surface, it's just another form of entertainment, but what it actually is a weapon. And like all weapons, there's the potential for misuse. This is the story of how I misused anime in my first year of college, and potentially led the entire student body to believe that I was some type of fucking lunatic who was one bad Naruto episode away from crashing his car into the side of the on-campus gym. It all started in high school. I was pretty reclusive, I didn't go out much, but I did watch a lot of anime, and it taught me 2 very important lessons. The first being, the power of friendship is the strongest force in the universe that not even God himself can compete with. Friendship probably led to the Big Bang creating our fucking universe. The second lesson being, the mysterious guy is always the coolest guy that big-titted girls want to fuck, and smaller-titted girls want to fuck. And I really took that lesson to heart, and I super shouldn't have. Absolutely not. But I did. And what happened is, as I graduated high school, I realized that college was my chance to really reinvent myself and change what people think about me, my perception, because no one knows about me. In high school, everyone knew me because I went to a small school, so I couldn't exactly just kick down the door one day sporting a leather jacket and riding a Harley Davidson and have everyone think I was super cool all of a sudden. They'd probably just think I was possessed by the spirit of a 40-year-old father going through his midlife crisis. But in college, nobody knew me, so I could be anything I wanted to be. And man, I wanted to be the anime mysterious guy. And holy shit did it lead to a very embarrassing and lonely first year of my college. So my college anime opened up with an incredible season opener, just a beautiful introduction. On move-in day, the literal first time setting foot in college soil, being an adult, a full-grown, full-hairy, penised adult on a college campus. On move-in day, I had my dad helping me. And going to my dorm, moving in the elevator, there was a girl and her father who were moving in. They're on the same floor, and my dad was talking to her dad and her a little bit. I didn't say a word. I was too cool to say a word, and my dad tried to throw me into the conversation. So he asked me a real softball question that even a toddler could fumble his way through. I don't remember exactly what he asked me, but it was something like, "Oh, are you excited to move into this dorm, Charlie?" And I'll never forget my response because I remember this verbatim. I said, "I can't talk about that, Dad." I don't know why I said that. I guess in my head I thought that she would think that was super fucking dope, like I was some type of super secret agent that can't talk about his opinions. But really it just came across like, wow, this is a guy that I should be afraid of. But I didn't, at the time, it didn't register with me like that was a weird thing to say. I went through the rest of that day being really proud of that, like, damn, fucking nailed it in the elevator. College is gonna be great. I just expected, like, if we saw each other in the hallway, she'd just be overcome with ecstasy and just charge me, like, Charlie's son, and then give me a smooch on my smoochers. But in reality, as you can imagine, that never happened. And that was really just setting the tone for the rest of that entire year for me. I wanted to, and luckily Kaya talked me out of it, I wanted to put an Xbox disc of Psychonauts around a chain on my neck, so that way people would know that I like Psychonauts. It's not exactly mysterious because I'm kind of beating you on the urethra with, you know, I like this, I'm clearly wearing it. But I was like, this is so different. This is totally what an anime guy would do, like the mysterious guy. Another thing that I wanted to do, and Kaya again talked me out of it, he really saved me from having an even more catastrophic freshman year of college, is I wanted to carry around a deck of cards and do magic tricks at house parties or just around campus to really make people be like, damn, that was cool. I need that guy's number. Who was that guy? That guy's super cool. Let's invite the magic deck guy back, the magic card trick guy. That super awesome and fun guy. I didn't end up doing that, but I did used to do some magic tricks at house parties, which is still embarrassing, but the cards were already there. I didn't bring them or like come up to people, hey, you want to see a fucking magic trick? They were at least there. It made sense at the time. But bringing them around like a mysterious guy, keeping them in like a Ziploc bag, there was no coming back from that. If I went down that destructive path, I'd probably be behind bars right now just from scaring the general populace. Like, what is this guy up to with this deck of cards? This is a maniac. Get him off the streets, this menace. But now let's talk about the things that the social savior Kaya wasn't able to prevent me from doing. One of the biggest ones that I can remember is I used to go to clubs because I obviously wasn't really getting invited to house parties. Because who's going to want to invite the guy who doesn't talk because he thinks it's cool not to? Like, I would blatantly just avoid answering questions in class. If I got called on, I'd just blow it off like, oh, yeah. I wouldn't even give like a yes or a no. I wouldn't be like no, I don't know the answer. I wouldn't even give the answer. I'd just be like, oh, yeah. Just like fucking mumble it out like I was fucking overdosing on Xanax. So obviously no one was going to come out of their way to invite me to a house party. No one got to know me my freshman year. So I would go to clubs by myself. And one time, it was New Year's, and I had these light up New Year's glasses. And they were some pretty fucking cool glasses, not going to lie. And I was wearing them around my neck because they were so bright I couldn't really see. I was basically just flashbanging myself when I was wearing them normally with the lights going on and shit. So I had them around my neck. And this girl came up to me and started talking to me about them. And instead of like answering any of your questions, I was playing it the same way I did everything else. I just didn't say a word. She said something about my glasses, but she fucked up and called them a necklace. She said something like, I like your necklace. That's a cool necklace. They're glasses. How dare you fuck that up? But anyway, I just disregarded it and I stared at her blankly. Like a fucking robot whose programming just malfunctioned or I just fell asleep standing up. But she kept trying to get me to talk to her, get me to open up. That goddamn hero, that trooper, she just kept really trying to pry me open, but it just wasn't happening. Getting me to talk and not be mysterious in my freshman year of college would be like trying to open up a dumpster and not have a wave of shit hit your nostrils. But she kept trying. She pulled out her shirt saying, do you like my shirt? And it said something like, short girls know how to have fun or something like that, or something to that extent. And I glanced at it and then I immediately went back to staring at her without commenting on the shirt or even saying a word. I didn't make a noise. I didn't even make like a caveman grunt, like a Tim Allen. I didn't do anything. I didn't make a single audible noise. So I was basically just a fucking statue there. She tried again. She said something else about my necklace, and this time it must have just struck a chord because I remember I pulled them off of my neck slowly and I put them on my eyes, and then I flicked them on the next setting, which was like this intense, glowing, like strobe light shit, like some blinding, banging strobe light shit. And then she walked away. I still didn't say anything because I just put them on my eyes and then turned that setting on and kept staring at her. So I don't blame her for walking away. And that was really when it hit me like, you know, maybe being the mysterious weirdo isn't going to pay off. But I still committed to it. I still kept going past that. That was New Year's, and we still had another 5 or so months of me being an odd, weird, anime-inspired, mysterious loser. There's really no other big events that really stick out to me. Just a bunch of small stuff that I kept doing throughout the entirety of my freshman year. Like if it was raining and everyone was like, oh fuck, it's raining and I forgot my umbrella, I'm just gonna wait it out. I'd walk right by them, just kind of like wiggle my way through them, and then I'd just walk out in the rain like I didn't give a shit, like I didn't even know it was raining. Like I'd pull out my phone, much to the detriment of my phone, just be like, oh, rain? too mysterious to feel rain. I really don't know why I ever thought walking out in the rain looking like some kind of dumb asshole would be cool or mysterious, because it doesn't fit either category. But that was another thing I'd partake in almost every time it rained. The only other big event that I can really think of, one that I still think about and it keeps me up at night and really haunts my boners to this day, is when I took an art therapy course towards the second semester of my freshman year. I don't remember exactly what it was. It wasn't art therapy, but it was something similar. It was just an art class, basically, where you express yourself. And I thought it would be amazingly mysterious and really get girls' panties super fucking wet, just sodden panties being tossed at me. Is every assignment I tried to make it as dark and bland as possible. So one of the assignments being, what do you think of your friends? You were supposed to do one about 12 friends. You make a drawing to represent each friend. And for mine, I did the same thing for all of them. It was a black box. I don't know why I don't know what at all was my thought process with that, but I just did 12 black boxes to represent all of my friends. And when I was supposed to present it, I gave them each a name, and I did name 12 friends. I'm kind of more acquaintances. I didn't really have any like super close friends or anything, but I did name 12 people that I knew and who also knew of my existence. And that just made me seem like I belonged in an insane asylum looking back on it. But at the time I was like, oh, girls love the troubled artist, the mysterious troubled artist. This is beautiful. There's going to be tears in their eyes. I already know it. I'm going to get an A on this project. Spoiler alert, I didn't get an A because she thought I just blew it off and goofed on it. So I got a D because I at least turned something in. But even still, I drew 12 black boxes. That's some shit that you see in a horror movie, like when the weird kid's scribbling shit on paper in a black crayon, and then you find out that the kid's actually a demon. That's that kind of shit that I presented to the class, and there's no doubt in my mind those students walked away deeply disturbed and afraid of me from that moment on. So, that's how I spent the entire first year of my college experience, emulating the anime mysterious guy. It wasn't until I moved out of my dorm and in with a new group of guys who put the kibosh on that shit and taught me how to be social, because they did not want to be living with some fucking weirdo that's trying to be an anime mysterious guy. So that's kind of that's how my first year of college went. The lesson to take away from this is don't emulate what you see on anime, because it's just not gonna fucking work unless you have some like superpowers that you might, like some really fucking cool superpowers. You might be able to get away with being weirdly mysterious, but I didn't. The only superpower I had was being below average male height. But if you have some cool superpowered shit, maybe you can emulate anime to some extent and still be cool, but I couldn't. But I wouldn't recommend it to most people, the non-superpowered people out there. To the people that aren't X-Men, don't try and be an anime mysterious guy. Don't be weird. That's it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. The footage you're seeing is from Boys of Valor. It's just them kicking back on a couch and talking. But like the back of the box says, it's animated fun with a message. And I'm delivering a message now. Another talk about my life, I guess. This will be probably the last time I talk about my life, at least within the next year or so, because I don't like to make a lot of videos talking about myself personally. But I thought this was necessary, so a month ago I made that video about how I've hit rock bottom and I'm at the lowest point in my life, but I'm trying to be optimistic because my girlfriend broke up with me and I just couldn't find a job, still can't find a job. But since then, her and I have been trying to work on things. Like she started talking to me again, and then we started to work on things and everything was really good. And she was talking about moving in and marriage and stuff, which was, it was really sweet, and it felt like things were back to the way they once were. But today I found out she's been fucking another guy while we've been trying to work things out to be together again. And it really, really hurts. But I guess the reason I'm making this video is, one, because talking about my problems makes me feel a little bit better about them. And two, I just kind of want to share with all of you what I want to accomplish in my life. And a long time ago I made that video about how I have the naive goal of ending corruption, which everyone knows, including me, that probably will not happen. But I like to shoot for the stars, but that's not all I want to do. I want everyone to know my name. I want my name to be remembered. I want to be remembered. I want to be remembered as someone who made a positive impact on the entire world, and I want everyone on the planet to know who I am. I don't care if they know me by Critical or by my real name, Charlie. It doesn't matter to me. I just really want to be a part of something big that helps the world, that fixes it, to just make it better. And I really, really want that. And saying these things about myself is super uncomfortable. Like, this isn't something I tell anyone, really. So maybe it's because I'm drunk, but I just really kind of want to open up right now about, like, kind of who I am as a person. I have these huge goals that just seem impossible to be met, but with all the support all of you give me and all the emails you send me, it just means so much, and it really makes me feel like I can actually do the things that I want to do with my life. And that just means the world to me. So thank you all so much. And now, the other couple things I wanted to talk about in this video is how I live my life. Because, I'm talking a lot about myself right now. I might as well just say things I've never said before, So I live my life in a way where I want every single day to be memorable. I want to, like, in 5 years, I want to look back and be like, oh yeah, I remember exactly what I did on September 20th at 5:06 a.m. I probably wouldn't get the time, but I want to be able to be like, oh yeah, I remember September 20th of 2015. Like, I just want every day to be memorable. And that's what I shoot for. Obviously, I don't always succeed at remembering every day. Like, shit, I don't remember what I did yesterday, for instance, or at least not entirely. But that's what I want. And another thing that I do for my life is I never, go through a day without trying something new, I guess, or trying to improve something, like juggling. Bitch, give me some fucking balls and I will juggle the shit out of them, even though I'm pretty bad at it. But I still practice. And dancing, I dance like a fucking madman, even though I'm not that great at it. But I will do that SpongeBob footwork shit. I can't exactly do any body waves, at least not very convincingly, because my elbows fucking flail around like a scarecrow, thus meaning they're very stiff. Is what I'm trying to say. So I'm not very good at that move, that maneuver, that witchcraft, that voodoo. But I still try and learn it because I want to be able to do, like, a lot of cool things, go out to a club. Everyone, just form a circle around me. I'm doing head spins. I'm going in. Oh, shit. Yeah. Just going, being able to do a lot of things. I know this video is getting kind of long, so I'm going to wrap it up, but I want anyone watching that might be at a low point, feel beaten down and defeated, like things aren't going to get any better for them. I want you to know that I'm right there with you at that low point. But believe me, things really will get better. As hard as it is, even for me right now, you gotta stay positive and just hope for the best and surround yourself with people who care and just do new things, meet new people, and things really will get better. And sometimes even the worst situations can lead to something extremely positive that you might not have achieved if you hadn't gone through that pain. So at least that's how I think. So I just kind of wanted to open up a little bit. I mean, I've been doing YouTube for like 7 years now, and nobody knows shit about me. I mean, fuck, I just dropped my first name, which is something I never thought I would do, but that's all I'll do. I'll never do face cams. No fucking face cams. And no last name either. But yeah, that's it. See ya.
I think the most common questions human beings ask one another are, the way I'm phrasing this already sounds like some kind of alien who's studying our species, but I think the most common questions people ever get asked are, what are your favorite or least favorite somethings? Or what's the best or worst blank? Example, what's your favorite food? What's your least favorite movie? What's the worst date you've been on? What's the best note you can hit when singing? For me, it's this. That kind of thing. It's a super common question everybody asks someone new that they're meeting for the first time, but it's a question that I feel 99% of people don't have an answer to, because it's pretty difficult to choose one answer to those questions, because it's not something you really think about. But I am not 99% of people. Sheep. I am 99% gamer. So I've always tried to come up with an answer to every conceivable question that goes in this format, and last night on stream, chat asked me, what is the worst pain I've ever experienced in my life? And I didn't even have to think hard about it because I already knew. The worst pain I've ever experienced in my life was a urethral swab at like a standard STD checkup at my urologist. An STD checkup I didn't need, mind you. I wasn't down there sporting anything alarming, but I got it just because he asked. And being a hypochondriac, anytime I'm asked to do like testing or whatever, I just give it a big ol' thumbs up and say, let's run it. And what a mistake that was. He informed me that it was going to be a urethral swab for this procedure, and this being my first time doing an STD check, I thought it was standard protocol, and in my head I pictured that it'd just be like a really tiny doohickey that he'd stick into the tip of my wiener hole and pull it out, and that'd be that. But my worst nightmares couldn't have prepared me for the gizmo he brought out. It wasn't small. This man armed himself with a medieval pike with a cotton ball on the end. And I knew right away this was going to turn into something so much worse than I could have possibly envisioned. I talked about it on stream as well as another similar experience, so I'll go ahead and play those clips. But it really is horrible, so I want to front load this by letting you know, never do a urethral swab under any circumstances. My voice is cracking out of fear just reminiscing on this. I swear to God, he brought out like a fucking train spike to shove down there. Like, he basically got out like a wooden spike, like he was trying to drive it through the heart of a vampire through my cock. It was brutal. And I think it did cause like serious damage. What's the worst injury you've ever had? Thanks, Resubsagi. You're gonna think I'm memeing, but I'm being super serious. I made a whole video on this. I got a urethral swab. And it is probably still to date one of the worst pains I've ever felt. I went to a urologist for just like a general checkup thing. And for some reason he decided to administer a urethral swab. And I had never felt such excruciating agony. Didn't you say you had a wet dream right after the urethral swab too? It's been so long now, I can't remember if I had a wet dream. I think I did. Because I vaguely do remember coming and it being really bad from it. But I can't remember if I, like, jerked or if I had a wet dream. It's been too long now. But the thing is, like, he put it in and then he, like, swishes it around. Just, like, tearing it up to cause maximum damage. And then I was just bleeding for days. I had to call in a prescription for some kind of, like, penile injury thing. Why didn't you request a female doctor, or did you not care? From my urologist? What am I that's the creepiest thing ever. Excuse me. Can you please fetch a woman for this? I'd like to show her my package during this examination. Of course I wouldn't fucking do that. No. And I hope you don't do that. Excuse me, can you get a nurse to come swab my penis with her mouth? Yeah, that's... I don't... Have you never been to a urologist? It's not like porn, man. You're there for a purpose. Did you ask your doctor why he was spelunking in your junk? No, I went home. In pain. I never went back. After he urethral swabbed me, I went to another urologist the next time I needed to go somewhere for it. Anywhere but there. Thanks, Risa Boss. I even looked it up, and this was 7 years ago, mind you, and even at the time, they're like, urethral swabs are obsolete, nobody does these anymore, if anyone suggests it, you can just decline, no one should be suggesting it, like, it's so outdated. And yet, this guy annihilated me with it. It was so bad. I don't remember if I said this in the story I made on it 7 years ago. It was so bad that I was afraid of peeing. So what I did is I went to Publix, fucking bloody trousered because my wiener wouldn't stop bleeding, and I bought an entire box of salted pumpkin seeds because it was the highest salt content thing I could find, and I just hammered pumpkin seeds all night so that way I wouldn't pee, because when I did, it was horrible. Horrible. Bro, you got griefed. No, for sure, though. Like, again, even 7 years ago, that was obsolete. Sounding is not for me. Yeah, I learned that day that is not my kink. What's wild is, I even made a video on this. What did I call it? I think I called it urethral swab 2.0. What's wild is, only like a year and a half after my initial urethral swab, I ended up going to a different urologist, and they recommended me getting a cystoscopy. I think they were looking for like a kidney stone or something, and a cystoscopy is basically shoving like a long wire with a camera at the end through your urethra to get like a better look at your bladder. So, while I still had like the trauma from this still being like moderately fresh, I then went in there to the cystoscopy, not really knowing that's what it was at the time. And then he's got this like giant apparatus with this cord, and I'm like, oh no, it's happening again. And he just right in my wiener. But it had a steering wheel. So he even had the monitor set up so I could like watch it. And I was like, I'm not gonna really tune into this program that much, I'm gonna be honest with you, Doc. But he had like the steering wheel to like control it while I was inside. And he's just driving my my cock as he's looking around internally. And that didn't hurt nearly as bad or bleed nearly as bad as just this urethral swab. And they wasn't even close. This was still so much fucking worse. Bro, what did he even use? It sounds like you make it sound like he was diving around with a sandpaper wrapped fondue fork. It wasn't even like what he used wasn't soft. He used like a hard plastic thing with like a bit of cotton on the end. And then just fucking jamming it all around like he was trying to kill me with it. He was sim racing inside your penis. Yeah, no, man was straight up fucking multi-track drifting in there. It was a really cool device. Let me see if I can find it. Because it actually was like a steering wheel from the cord. So I was like watching him like, do some of this. It was wild. I definitely can't pull any of this up on stream. But yeah, it was one of these right here. I guess it's not so much a steering wheel per se. Because it doesn't have handles on both sides. Well, no, it does. He had the gamer version. That's true. He was probably on the Logitech cystoscopy tube cord. You had a whole episode of Magic School Bus. Yeah. Moral of the story, though, don't get a urethral swab. Wow, I struggle with that word a lot. The cystoscopy wasn't too bad. That was discomfort for a little while. This was misery for days. I don't think many of you are like scratching at your neck ready to set up a urethral swab appointment, but just in case you were. You should have asked for your turn in the wheel. I remember at the time, I don't remember who said it, but they said I should ask for the footage to make a video out of it. And I was like, that's kind of a fire idea. Let me take you inside my bladder. Did you leave a bad review for your old urologist? No. I've never left a bad review for anything in my life except for one time when I was in middle school. I left a bad review for an Xbox 360 game I got, and I was so mad I posted on the GameSpot or on the GameStop website. Left it a bad review. What game? What was it called? It was called like Agent Monster Mayhem or something. It was not a popular game at all. I remember the box art had like a lot of like characters on it. I think it was a party game for the 360. It was early into the 360 too. It was very early.
For the on-screen.
Oh, it was this.
Ah, perfection. Move by tilting the left stick. Turn.
Yeah, I hated this game. This is the only thing I've ever left a bad review on in my life. Do you think your review is still online and could you find it? Let's see. I'd know it if I saw it. But I don't think GameStop does reviews on their site anymore. I remember I said... I used profanity, so maybe they deleted it, because I remember I said, like, the game sucked shit. How is it so bad? I don't know, I just remember hating it. I couldn't even remember the game's name. I don't know what made it so bad, but I really thought it was trash. Hey, you, what's that stink? It smells like brave boy in here. That must mean that there's a courageous man in this room. And I don't mean to alarm you, but he's sitting right in front of you. You notice anything different about me? Be honest. I know you do. I faced one of my biggest fears this week. On Saturday, I got on an airplane. A real airplane. Not like a flight simulator or anything like that. I'm talking a legitimate bird in the sky flying machine. God bless the Wright brothers. And I took it to Texas. And I had so much fun on that flight that I decided to take a flight back home today, on Monday. I know that doesn't sound impressive to pretty much any of you, but to me, this was a huge deal. You know how people have like phobias of spiders and no one gives them shit for it? Well, I get shit all the time for being afraid of flying, and you know what? I said, fish paste with this. Dirty barnacles. I'm getting on a plane. I've had a fear of flying for as long as I can remember. I think prior to this flight, I'd been on about 10 planes total. The last time was in 2016 to California. And I've always hated it. It's always been terrifying to me. Yes, I already know there's people on the keyboard right now, fucking steam and smoke coming off their fingers, furiously typing about how safe they are and all the statistics. And I know that. I get it. It's a phobia for a reason. It doesn't have to be rational. Everyone has some kind of fear that they can't really rationalize super well. And for me, it's flying. I just find the whole idea of a plane terrifying because if something goes wrong, the stakes are so high. Plus, you're also trapped in this giant metal tube in the sky for hours, so if you have an emergency, like you break your arm, start choking on your bubblegum, you can't, like, get medical attention. Well, aside from, like, the Heimlich maneuver, but, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, if you have a medical emergency, they can't exactly just pull over to the nearest air hospital. You know, it's not BioShock Infinite. We don't have, like, just floating buildings that you can pull into or anything. So you're just trapped on there until you touch down on the ground whenever the flight is done. So it's just the whole idea of flying has been scary to me for as long as I can remember. But this weekend was a very special weekend. There was a massive event that I didn't want to miss. I needed to be there. It was the RLCS World Championship, the Rocket League World Championship, a $2 million tournament where our esports org, Moist Esports, was competing. We had locked in top 8, and we were starting on Sunday to try and take home the grand prize and the big trophy, the big clams. And I wanted to be there in person to support the squad. I would do pretty much anything to support Moist Esports. I am so passionate about it. I absolutely fucking love it. So I knew I had to be there for our team. Rise, Joyo, Vatira, and Noah make up the Moist Esports Rocket League team, and I think they're the best in the world. Unfortunately, they didn't win the World Championship this weekend, but I still couldn't be more proud of them. Next season, for sure, they'll be hoisting the trophy. There is no one more deserving than them, and no one wants it more than them. And being there was super special, so I'm glad I decided to face my fears and actually get on a plane for the first time in 6 years. Not only was it really great to be there for the team, but also just meeting the community was amazing. I met so many fucking awesome people at the event. It was beautiful. The fans chanting "Let's get wet" was unforgettable. Them chanting "Rise, Joyo, Vatira," absolutely iconic and memories I will always cherish. The Psyonix team, Psyonix is the developers behind Rocket League, put on the best esports event I could have imagined. It was a 14,000 seat arena, massive jumbotron, even got to stream from there for the watch party, so you're welcome to check out that VOD. I'll post it on YouTube at some point too. It was just such an incredible experience, and it was absolutely worth the panic attack that I experienced on the first flight. So the flight wasn't smooth for me. The first flight to Fort Worth was absolutely miserable. I brought like 18 different drugs, like legal ones. I'm not talking like shooting up heroin in the back or anything. I brought like Dramamine, Afrin to like open up my ears and everything. Just tons of different fucking things. I was damn near ready to start bringing in shungite, get like real spiritual with energy crystals, because I was just panicking. And unfortunately, on that journey there, within the first 15 minutes, I had a full-blown panic attack. I thought my throat was closing up. I had shot like 6 squirts of Afrin into my nostrils, so I thought I was just gonna like OD in the back of the plane. The flight attendants come by with the cart of snacks and just find my corpse, wondering what the fuck happened, like I just got attacked by a nasal decongestant. I flew with friends, of course, and they did a great job of helping keep me calm and get through the panic attack. So that was very helpful. Ended up watching a movie and simmering down a bit. But yeah, the journey there was not pretty. It was not pleasant. It was pretty traumatizing. I didn't think I was going to make it. And it was entirely in my own head too. Like, it had nothing to do with the actual plane or anything. It was me overthinking it and just, again, falling to fear. But got through it, made it to Fort Worth, and had a wonderful time. And thankfully, the flight back was a lot calmer. No panic attack or anything. Just buckled down, watched a bit of a movie, even took a nap. And that was all she wrote. We landed. Everything was nice and smooth, so that one was fine, but the first one was absolutely rough. I think the question on everyone's mind now is, will I fly again? And I'm super happy to say, fuck no. No, nope. I don't plan on flying very often. For the next Rocket League World Championship, maybe I'll hop back on the plane, get back in the saddle, and get out there. But I think I'll probably just stick to like ground transportation. Even though the second flight was a lot calmer than the first one, I still wasn't happy or comfortable. I was still very scared out of my fucking mind and nervous. And the entire week leading up to this was nothing but stress and anxiety. I think across the 72 hours prior to Saturday, I slept maybe 6 hours total. Maybe. And that's being generous. So it has been fucking miserable. So I don't really plan on becoming a frequent flyer, but at least I faced my fears this week, and I know I can do it for like big events, that really, get my engine revved and get me wanting to get out there as quickly as possible. I know now that I can at least face them. So I think this was a fucking great week all around. I'm super proud of Moist Esports Rocket League team, and I can't wait to see more from them. I think the future is very, very bright. And I just wanted to talk about this a bit, and that's it. So yeah.
If you've been around the channel for a long time, you might remember that I used to make one video a year where I'd address all of the most common questions that I'd get for that year. It was a big event, people looked at it like a second Christmas if Santa Claus was a greasy, gamer-gunked little goblin. And I don't do that anymore these days. I've buried that tradition because I stream every day on Twitch, so I'm always answering the most common questions anyway. And since it's Twitch chat, I'm always answering the same 3 questions over and over again. It's like in fucking 50 First Dates with 10-Second Tom. But just like last year, I thought it might be fun to do it on YouTube as well, because obviously not everyone's going to the streams. It's their loss, they're missing out on a few extra inches on their penis, but what am I going to do? I'm not their dad, I can't force them. So why not just answer those common questions in a YouTube video so that way everyone's caught up on the lore. We'll start with the one that's been getting asked a lot recently, which is about the kitty. Yeah, I recently got a cat, and not because I'm a bandwagon follower. I know a lot of other YouTubers also got cats. This was actually a cat that was left behind outside of a PetSmart in a box that Tiana and I just decided to help nurse back to health, and eventually just decided the cat's too cute to not keep. And a lot of people have been wondering if we finally decided on a name. The answer is no. And that's because we still don't even know the gender of the cat, which has been making it pretty hard to come up with a really badass name that would strike fear into the hearts of other animals. As I mentioned before, the cat was unfortunately born with a birth defect in its ass. I forgot the name of it, but fundamentally, like, the colon doesn't really connect to the anus, or it's extremely narrow, and it's a very serious problem, but we did get the surgery and the cat's been doing better, but because of that, it's been really hard for any vets to properly gender the cat. I didn't know this, and maybe because I'm a big fucking stupid idiot, but cats don't have, like, visible testicles when they're that age. I just assumed all cats were hanging dong, but I guess that's not the case. The proper procedure is to go into the ass to figure out the gender of the cat, which, because of the problem the cat was born with, has made it really difficult, so we still don't know the gender, so still haven't really decided on a name. This next question is one that I've been asked every year, a million times a year, since I became a little more open with all of you with my face and a little bit about me. It's, why are you so short? A real brain-bustin' goofy one. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just cursed. I got unlucky. Osmosis Jones stunted my growth when I was 14. I don't know what you want from me. I don't know why I'm short. It's not like I enjoy being short. I'd prefer to be taller. I think that'd be great. But it's something I have absolutely no control over. Someone gathered all 8 Dragon Balls and made a wish that I'd be 5'6", and god damn it, that's where I've stayed since I was like 16. It is what it is. Me going outside and angrily shaking my fist at the clouds isn't going to do anything to help me get taller. I don't know why so many people ask so many questions about me being short. Yeah, I suppose I'm just a circus freak at 5'6". I don't know. But I've answered this every single year
for like 6 years now. And I can't wait to do it again next year. While we're on the topic of repeat questions, this is one that I also always get asked is, why am I so negative? I just disagree. I'm not negative, pussy. You're the Debbie Downer, not me. I'm not negative about things. I just am not like a completely brain-rotted zombie consumer who just accepts everything with a big smile on my face and like says it's perfect. The things I like have flaws. So even my like favorite things, like The Mummy, my favorite movie, I know is not the best movie ever made. There's plenty of things wrong with The Mummy, which I can point out and still appreciate the movie as my favorite. Like, I just subscribe to the belief that nothing's perfect, and you can always talk about the shortcomings or flaws and things that you might like. You don't have to just write off, any problems with something you enjoy because you enjoy it. You can still talk about them while also still enjoying it. I just don't think I'm negative. I really don't. I'm not looking for the bad in things. I just talk about the good and the bad in things as much as possible. Unless, of course, it's an extreme case like Fantastic Beasts: Secrets of Dumbledore, the newest one, then it's all bad and there's nothing good. Despite my best efforts to locate even just a single iota of decency from that movie, there's nothing. Not even the Lord could forgive that cinema sin. That goddamn movie is a stain on Hollywood in general. That movie is fucking atrocious. The best thing that can be said about the new Fantastic Beast movie is that it ends. So, besides that, I'm just not negative. Yeah, maybe I can admit that in the heat of passion I may rant about things I don't like the Halo show, another extreme example. But even when I'm playing in the pig pen and rolling around in the septic tank that is the Halo TV show, I also do find a couple of things to compliment, such as a few action scenes. So again, I disagree. I just don't think that I'm negative or always looking for the bad in things. Next question's a little rapid fire round here because it's a quick one. What's in the Pokemon frame behind me, and what are in these two frames? In the Pokemon frame, it's all of the first edition base set Shadowless, so all 16 holos there, including Charizard. I got all of them damaged, so they were super cheap, which was great, but I think they look wonderful in the frames, and I think grading cards is a scam, so I don't care about their condition. And then in these two Yu-Gi-Oh! Frames over here, these are all the Ghost Rares first edition, and these are all the Starlight Rares first edition. Next question's another one of these in the bar bathroom quickies. It's, will Godslap ever have an anime? So as you know, we posted the Godslap animation, which is basically just the first 15 pages that we had animated by Sikowski Studios, the same studios behind Skynet. And we did it as just a promo piece and proof of concept, and a lot of people have wondered, will there be like an actual full animation for it? And the answer is, we hope so. As you might recall, we did mention that we had a pitch with Netflix at some point, which is still on the table, and I guess we'll see how that goes. We'll probably also take it elsewhere. And let's be honest, Netflix is desperate for something that's not dog shit. And I promise you, Godslap is the furthest thing from dog shit. So if you're watching this, Mr. John Netflix, perhaps Godslap could be your savior. I know the stock prices aren't doing amazing, but they could be with Godslap, perhaps. But back to the core question, we want it to be a fully animated series that runs adjacent to the comic books. However, we can't do that ourselves. We don't have that kind of budget, so we're hoping that we can partner with a streaming service in order to do that. The next question is about Moist Esports. It's, what is Moist Esports' grand plans? Like, what are we trying to accomplish with the org? And I think a lot of people are still under the naive impression that Moist Esports is just a joke throwaway project, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Moist Esports is something that I and the entire team are taking extremely seriously. We want it to become an actual legitimate Tier 1 org. And I honestly think we're getting pretty close. We're knocking on the door. We are the danger. In fact, just today, our Rocket League team won both their series and guaranteed themselves a spot in the London Major at the end of the month. We have one of the best Rocket League teams in the world. We're also guaranteed a spot in the Rocket League World Championship coming up in August. So we have one of the best squads in Rocket League. We have some of the best fighting game players, best Smash players, best Guilty Gear, best Brawlhalla, and we recently got a Splitgate team who's also one of the best. So we've got a whole fucking lineup of superstars here, and yes, we do want to expand into other games like CSGO, Valorant, Dota, League, all of those big staples, the games we enjoy watching and would love to be in, but right now it's a little too expensive for us, but we do have those plans down the road. It's something we want to do. We're extremely hungry, and the only thing that can satiate our appetite is giant fucking dubskis, huge world championship wins. And this leads directly into the next frequently asked question, which is, Can I join Moist Esports? Absolutely fucking not, you swine. Moist Esports will find you. We're like Nick Fury. We recruit in the shadows, and only the best in the world. But I do always really appreciate people that get excited about Moist Esports and show interest in like wanting to compete for us. It really is meaningful. This next question is one I'm also pretty sure I answered at some point, but I can't remember if I ever did it in a YouTube video, so I'm just going to do it again to be safe. Why is Moist part of like my name on everything? And it all started in college. I got a Wii U. Yes, I was one of those fucking suckers that was scammed into buying a Wii U. And I bought it for my friends and I to play at our dorm. And I had to come up with a cool name for our little me avatar. And Nintendo has extremely strict profanity filters, so I couldn't make anything too, like, outrageous. And I eventually came up with Big Moist, because I thought it sounded silly and stupid, which was the vibe I was going for with the name. And I ended up just really liking the name Big Moist. So then I ended up making my personal Snapchat account Big Moist. And so my friends would use that name when talking about like the Wii U and me sometimes. And then I just ended up just really liking the word moist for everything. So that's how that spawned what it currently is today. This next one's actually kind of deep, and it involves a time in early college that I've talked about a lot where I pretended to be a mysterious anime character and it failed me socially. I became such a weirdo that people were afraid of, and I'm asked, how did I finally get out of that? How did I, achieve self-awareness and leave that disgusting arc in my anime behind? How did I get over it? And the answer is I surrounded myself with actually socially adept people. So in my early college days, I commuted to college. I used to just go from my house, my parents' house, to college. And I didn't spend a whole lot of time around a lot of people because they were rightfully fearful of me because I adapted such a weird image where I wouldn't talk to people and I'd scare them. I'd put the fear of God in them. But coming around into like late sophomore year, I decided I was going to live on campus because I thought it would be good for me to be constantly surrounded by other people so I could absorb their social information like a fucking sponge. And it worked. I got lucky enough to room with random roommates that all happened to be like actual party-going, popular people, and I was able to learn from them. Fucking taking notes in the bathroom like a dweeb, coming up with how partying works, and it ended up breaking me out of this anime zone that I had trapped myself in. So I was able to escape it, not under my own power, but because I made the decision to learn from other people and surround myself with people that were better at socializing than I was. And they were actual angels. They were nice enough to take me to parties with them as like their little Padawan, and I was able to suckle from their bosom and learn from them. I am forever in their debt for being nice to me and actually taking me to parties and to meet people and stuff. Because without them, I would probably still act that way in public, like that loser I was in the first year and a half of college. Let's pick up the pace here, increase the BPM. Will I ever fight in a YouTuber boxing match like Creator Clash 2? No. I don't feel confident fighting anyone over the age of 12. I don't want to get hit. I'm afraid of getting hit, but I'm confident that I could beat anyone 12 and under because I think I could just have a flawless victory where I would be able to brutalize them without them actually being able to land any hits on me. Next up, why am I afraid of flying? Well, it's because if something goes wrong and the plane crashes, everyone dies, and that doesn't sound turbo cool to me. It sounds pretty awful. And I understand the statistics. It's pretty rare for something like that to happen, but it doesn't change the way I feel about it. I'm still afraid of it. Another easy layup here, why am I not afraid of horror games? And it's because I've played so many of them, I just never really get unnerved anymore. I never get startled by jump scares, except for very rarely. But that doesn't mean I don't enjoy them. I still find horror games to be silly and fun sometimes, but yes, I don't get scared by them because pretty much every modern horror game that gets released is a carbon copy of every horror game before it. Almost all of them these days are walking simulators where you're collecting different pieces of lore or different keys or different pieces of a puzzle in order to escape something while being chased by something. It's all the same formula that I've seen a million times, so by now I'm just pretty numb to it. It just doesn't scare me, and it never really has, except for when I was younger. I'm sure there's quite a few questions that I missed, but these are the ones that were top of mind for me, so I imagine these were the most common ones. But if there's anything I didn't get to, I'm sure I'll answer it on stream tonight anyway. So anyway, yeah, just wanted to do one of these again because I think it's always at least fun to just go over questions that people have. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I've been on the internet for a long time. I've been cruising the wacky World Wide Web and surfing the cyberspace since the early 90s. Even when Charlie was just a baby boy suckling on mama's titties, I was peeking over her shoulder to get a look at the computer monitor in the background. I've seen many different phases of the internet. I'm sure a lot of you remember dial-up, that abominable piece of shit. It made this unholy screeching sound that sounded like somebody was strangling Pac-Man in the back of a moving dump truck, and it was slower than fuck. If you wanted to load a 2-pixel image, it'd take all day. And God forbid someone tries to use the bathroom in your household. Like if your dad goes into the bathroom somewhere in the house to take a piss, your internet's crashing for the entirety of that bathroom visit with dial-up. It was terrible. But I look back fondly on that era and the memories associated with it. There was a sense of mysticism when it came to the internet and this mysterious cyber world. Especially with friend groups. You know, you'd be talking to your friends about Halo 2 and one of them would bring up, hey, I read online that if you shoot this specific sign with enough rockets from the rocket launcher, it spawns a golden warthog. Oh, you read that on the internet? Well, it probably isn't wrong then. I mean, shit, I was 8 years old and getting scammed. I was being used like a fleshlight by scam services. There used to be a bunch of banners where it's like, click here to win a dirt bike. I'd be like, what the fuck? All I have to do is click here and win a dirt bike? I'm in. So then I'd click it, I'd start filling out surveys and like putting all kinds of sensitive information into it. And next thing you know, my parents' fax machine has been hacked and I don't have a dirt bike. Now, why am I talking about this? Well, because sometimes when it's late at night, I just get these nostalgia boners thinking back on the internet content I used to consume, watching old stick figure animations from Stick Figure Death Theater, that old website, old animated music videos, and I'll just go on this nostalgia journey where I'm just fucking blasted back into my chair like I'm traveling through time watching this old content. And that's what I was doing tonight, and I figured, I might as well share some of it. See if I could inspire some nostalgia boners in some of you out there that might remember it. Now, the first one I'd like to share with you is called Mission to the Moon. This is from a band called Lunar Active. It's an animated music video, and it's criminally underrated. It never took off the way that I thought it should have. It was made around the time Ultimate Showdown was made, and of course, everybody's fucking seen that. It's a classic masterpiece. But I think Mission to the Moon should have been in the same conversation. This song flew under the radar on a website called StickPage, that I think it was StickPage, and this thing just bangs. So I'm just going to share with you an excerpt from it and just talk about it. This thing just absolutely slaps. I'm not going to spoil the ending for you since the song is a story about a man who was tasked with taking humanity to the moon where aliens built a paradise for us because they knew that the Earth was about to explode. So I don't want to give away any of the lore here, but I just wanted to play at least a little bit for you because this whole thing is just so fucking good. And just watching it for even a second, it immediately takes you back to an era where Flash animations were king online. Flash is dead now, but back in the day, that was the most popular content online that I can remember. I still remember going to Newgrounds and watching Flash animated porn. I remember desperately watching tutorials trying to figure out how to make Flash animations of my own, but I just never had the talent or the drive to follow through with it. But it was a great time, and this music video immediately just takes you right back into the fucking pilot seat of that era. Now please allow me to sit you down by the fireplace again and tell you old war stories from back in the day. The next piece of content I'd like to show you is a stick figure animation, and I know this genre isn't dead. Stick figure animations still exist and are still pretty popular, but even modern stick figure animations can't compete with the masterpiece that is the Castle series from Oscar Johansson. These were very popular on Stick Figure Death Theater, which is a website that I think's been dead for like 15 fucking years by now. The only people that know that name anymore, it's triggering like a Winter Soldier episode in them right now. But it was very big there, and that's where I found it and just got glued to it. It is extremely impressive animation, worthy of Academy Awards. It's as if Christopher Nolan got butt-fucked by Michael Bay and decided to make a stick figure series. It's really, really good shit. So I'll show you a clip. This is from Castle 3, Part C. Keep in mind, the upload on this video is 2015, but I think the original release of Castle 3 was in 2008 or 2007. Somewhere in that ballpark, I'm pretty sure. Maybe even 2009. It was still over a fucking decade ago, not 2015. That's just when Oscar decided to post it on YouTube.
He took 2 of our men. He said something. Shut up! Look, it has begun. Hold it! What are you gonna do? Kill me?
Enough to blast our way out of here.
Not only is the action super stylized and super well done, but also the music and audio design is top notch. I fucking love the soundtrack to the Castle series. Makes you want to pump your fist and shit your pants. It also has a really interesting story with a really interesting group of characters. It's the whole package. The Castle series is an absolute joy. Now, there was going to be a Castle 4, which was going to be the conclusion to the storyline and just wrap up the whole franchise, but as of 2018, Oscar has moved on from the project and put it on hold indefinitely, stating that he just doesn't have the drive for it at the moment to put everything into it that he'd want to, which is understandable, but still is a bit of a shame that we won't get to see the ending to Castle series. But still, the series stands the test of time. It's been over a fucking decade, and it is still top-notch, one of the best, if not the best, stick figure franchise that I think has ever been animated. It's so fucking good. Next up, Flash games. Addicting games, Mini Clip, the two classics, the two titans of entertainment during the old middle school years, and nothing was more fun or more popular than the helicopter game, the original Flappy Bird. Looking back on it now, it doesn't look like much, but I put more hours into this naughty girl than I did Skyrim. I have so many hours clocked on this game, and I was the best there was when it came to the helicopter game. Truly a classic. Now, of course, during this time, RuneScape was also popular, as well as City of Heroes. Those were two games that I sunk a ton of time into. Both of these games still exist, RuneScape in an official fashion, and City of Heroes through private servers. I've streamed both quite a bit, so it's not as nostalgic to go back and watch videos of the games there, because I can still play them, and they're still just as good today as they were back then. But the helicopter game, I couldn't even find it when I was looking for it online. All I was getting was helicopter simulators. I'm sure it still exists out there, and I didn't look that hard because I probably wouldn't enjoy it anymore. But shit, I just wanted to at least reminisce on this game here. I'm a little upset with this video, though, that didn't have Hypercam 2 on the top, unregistered Hypercam. That would have really completed it nicely. But yeah, anyway, I don't want this to be too long, just showing old content and talking about it. So I just wanted to show a few things because I was really feeling nostalgic tonight. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. When I was a young teenager, I had a really weird relationship, and I don't mean with like a creepy uncle or anything like that. I had a weird relationship with masturbation. Now, this will come as a massive surprise to many of you Redditors out there, but when I was a young man, I was extremely religious. I got baptized twice just to make sure the Lord took notice in case he missed the first one. I wanted to make sure he took notice and saw that I got baptized. And this led to a lot of fear, especially when it came to my penis. I was fucking afraid of my wiener. But like all young men, those hormones are pumping and you just gotta slap that skin flute around to show it who the boss is. And when I did masturbate, it was a fucking nightmare. I'd sometimes cry after it because I felt like this sacrilegious act condemned me straight to hell as some kind of unforgivable sin where the devil knew I masturbated and made a special room in hell for me. It was rough. If you listen to the official podcast, I've kind of talked about this a little bit in the past, but I used to ask my parents permission to masturbate and then ask them like a million times if I was still going to heaven if I did. It was bad. It was bad. And the reason why I'm saying this today is because I felt like sharing a story that I just remembered because I was going through some old boner jams. I was looking at old music, and I came across Bullet for My Valentine. Bullet for My Valentine is a metal band, and they used to be my favorite band during this time period, during all this here that I was just talking about, setting the stage. And Bullet for My Valentine made it impossible for me to jerk off. I don't mean like the band themselves. Like the band members didn't come to my house and slap my dick out of my hand every time I was about to jerk off. But I owned one of their posters that I hung on my wall in my room. It was the only poster I ever owned, and the only reason I bought it is because I saw in like old 90s and 2000s movies, the cool kids always had like a ton of fucking band posters and shit, like Misfits and Green Day with the beating heart, and I was like, shit. You know, they're kind of cool. I'll try that too. So I went to FYE. I don't know how many of you even remember FYE. That's like the Blockbuster of music. FYE was a place that sold CDs and some DVDs. You could buy one CD and a pack of gum for like $90. That shit was a straight up fucking scam. But I went to FYE and I picked out a Bullet for My Valentine poster. And it wasn't a very cool poster. It wasn't like album cover art or anything like that. It was just a picture of the band members all staring at the camera. So when I hung that on my wall, it looked like those pictures in old cartoons where the eyes would follow you around like some Scooby-Doo shit. It was a kind of fucking weird poster, and it was the only thing on my wall, so I had this white fucking wall. It'd be like this. If I hung that poster right next to the Redline one and the Redline one wasn't there. It was just a completely empty wall with this one poster. It looked like some kind of religious thing where I'd like light candles in front of Bullet for My Valentine and pray, hoping to summon their spirit into my house or something. It was fucking goofy. But I thought it would help make me look cooler, so I'd take like some pictures in front of it and post it on MySpace, like, hey, I got a band poster and shit. They're a pretty popular band, people liked them, and to be fair, their music still absolutely slaps. I was listening to The Poison today, and that album still has some absolute bangers on it. So I was like, okay, this was a good idea, this is cool, people think I'm a little cooler now because my room's got Bullet for My Valentine poster in it. But when I wanted to masturbate, I realized a massive problem. I hung the poster in the middle of the wall directly behind me. And my room was very small, so I could reach out and touch it like here. And I had the poster right behind me. Like it was my shadow. And the poster was looking over my shoulder. It was directly behind me. It was like Bullet for My Valentine was always staring at whatever the fuck I was doing on the computer at this time. And I didn't realize how intrusive that would be when it comes to masturbation. Like, you know when the screen goes black on your phone or computer when you're watching porn and then you see your own greasy reflection there? Well, I had that, plus all 4 members of Bullet for My Valentine watching it with me. It was like some shit out of a horror movie where when somebody wipes off the mirror, there's another reflection in it. So it's not like I jerked off very often back then because I was so afraid of it. I wouldn't jerk off for like 5 or 6 months. I'd carry around like 6 months worth of nut, and it made me absolutely mentally ill. I had OCD, like actual obsessive compulsive disorder, not that shit they talk about on Twitter where someone cleaned their disgusting room because I had like fucking 15 Travis Scott meals lying around and shit all over the place, so they cleaned it and then said they were OCD because they wanted it clean or whatever. No, you just wanted to clean a dog shit messy room. I get it. It's not OCD though. I had a whole lot of shit going on during this time, and this Bullet for My Valentine poster was about to make it a lot worse. Because every time I did try and jerk off, and that poster existed there for like 2 years, every time I tried to jerk off, I fucking couldn't. I couldn't focus because I knew Bullet for My Valentine was right next to me, watching it and watching me. It fucking felt so uncomfortable. I remember I put tape over their eyes one time. Every band member's eyes, I put a little piece of duct tape. Do you know how fucking insane that looks? I probably would have looked like an actual serial killer if someone came into that room and saw that. Like, Charlie, why is there duct tape over their eyes? That's like some Zodiac killer shit. I had to stop listening to Bullet for My Valentine's music because every time I heard it, I'd think of jerking off, which is probably not what they were going for when they were making their music, trying to inspire some 16-year-old boy to just constantly think about touching his dick. It's so fucking terrible, all just because I bought a poster to look cool. And I should have just bought like an album poster, but that was the only thing FYE had was like this selfie of all 4 of them holding their instruments or whatever. It was terrible until one day I finally reached the boiling point and I just ripped it off the wall. I just ripped that shit right off the wall and I never looked back. Just so that way I had freedom to masturbate in my masturbatorium again. And I tell you, that relief when I finally did bust that age-old nut without Bullet for My Valentine haunting the room was euphoric. It was like a curse had been lifted and it was safe again to masturbate in the room. It was all just because I bought a fucking band poster to look cool. But to be fair, Bullet for My Valentine's music, still good. Still good music, yeah. I just wanted to share this because I was listening to the album again and it brought up all those repressed memories that I guess I just stored in the back of my mind. Now I want to make it clear I did still masturbate during this time. I wasn't a coward. I wasn't a pussy that was about to abandon masturbation just because I was a little uncomfortable with a band watching me do it. I still did manage to bust some out from time to time, but it made it a lot more difficult. So yeah, Bullet for My Valentine ruined the fun of masturbation for me for a little while. That's it. See ya. Last week I took you on a journey through the artistic genius of Charles White, the modern-day Da Vinci. I showed you some of my greatest pieces from my time as an art major in college. Of course, my crowning jewel, my magnum opus, being this portrait of my father that I created. When I first saw this, when I rediscovered this artifact here, this treasure, I actually didn't know it was my dad at first. I thought it was one of the models from the class I drew it in, which was figure drawing, where you had people come in. And I thought the model just happened to look like Jared Fogle from the Subway commercials. But the reason I knew this was my dad is because I recognized the chair he's sitting in, and I was like, wait, that's my fucking dad I drew, huh? And then, of course, all the similarities just started hitting me. It's a very abstract interpretation of my father, but to the keen eye, the trained eye, you'll immediately recognize it, I would say. Now, is this the single worst piece of art in history? Absolutely not. Is it the best piece of art in history? Yes. Yes, it is. I really love everything I was able to capture here. If I was to go back and redo this, the one thing I'd do is I'd get rid of the camel toe. My dad, he doesn't have like a visible camel toe or anything like that, but I hit him with some moose knuckles here, and he didn't deserve that. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just there were some folds in the pants I was noticing, I think, and I just accidentally reverted to like hentai techniques. So a bit of a miscalculation there. I also might want to have put some legs on the chair, because right now it looks like it's a floating chair, like he's fucking MODOK. But everything else is right on the money, I would say. I really like what I was able to do with his torso here. It kind of makes him look like a thwomp from Super Mario 64, just like a giant fucking block. He's not like this wide or anything, but I was playing with dimensions, of course. As an artist of my caliber, it's nice to distort reality a bit and play around with proportions, which is, of course, I was experimenting here with great success. I need to definitely get that framed and maybe find some candles to put around it to make it look like some kind of satanic ritual where like that's the deity we're worshiping or something. But it definitely needs to be like in an art museum or something, I would say. But anyway, this isn't about the actual art pieces. I wanted to tell another story from my days as an art major, because I hinted at a few tales from back then in the last video, and I figured I'd share one right away. This is one that I've only touched on briefly, like in the podcast and in the past. And I never bothered to finish the story because it's extremely embarrassing and I actually feel pretty shameful for it. But I figured it's 2021, baby. Shame's a thing of the past. So let's fucking get in here, raw and no rubber, and I'll just tell you it like it is. So I took a figure drawing course, which is where I drew that piece as well as many others, where it's basically drawing people and things that you see in person. And one component of this course was drawing nude models, the idea being that you capture the human anatomy like it is, and you just go in there and put that pencil to the paper and you let it all hang out there. No secrets among the art students, prolapse rectum and all from the model, it's going on the canvas. And it's that shit that you used to see in old movies where, you know, the protagonist would go into an art class and everyone's drawing a naked guy whose dick is flopping around. It was that, but I took the course in real life. I didn't know it at the time, so when I went in and saw a naked man posing in front of everyone, I was pretty shocked and caught off guard. I thought I had walked into like a Reality Kings porn shoot or something, but it turns out that was just a component of the semester, and it was pretty fucking weird and uncomfortable. It was a 3-hour session twice a week for this course, and the nude model we had was this guy who would strike a pose that we'd do our best to capture, and he would just listen to music after striking the pose, so he wasn't even putting his heart and soul into it. He'd just throw on the boner jams and transcend to the avatar state and leave this corporeal dimension, leaving us struggling art students behind in the fucking fallout barren wasteland of art, doing our best to capture his weird superhero pose. The position he chose was like the combination of Crimson Chin meets Goatsy. It was something kind of like this. So he came and he had hands on his hip, leaning forward like this, but he had a little stool in front of him so he could put his leg up, and he leaned forward a little bit, just so that way you could see a little bit of his butthole if you were unfortunately positioned behind him, which of course I was not directly behind him, so I didn't have like the full butthole spread action, but I had like tip of like outer rim of anus plus some wrinkles, because I was still on like the back side, I didn't have front, so I saw like from my position, since his leg was up, I had a little bit of like cock head dangling in front, like kind of like a sunset behind his ass cheeks, and then like asshole rim plus wrinkles. It was like a Banksy painting, like if he drew the beach and then like put some ass cheeks in front of it with the dick behind it, you know what I mean? It was a very uncomfortable situation to be in, and especially just to sit there and with like my little pencil measuring his asshole circumference, trying to make sure all my dimensions are right, because the professor was grading on like dimensional accuracy for like the figure drawing portions. Obviously these pieces here, she just wanted to gauge where we were at for the most part, but when it came to actually drawing what she had in front of us, she would pretty much evaluate us based on how close we were to capturing the dimensions. So everyone was like really going deep into capturing each segment. The technique she taught us was to look at everything like letters in the alphabet, like for example, a asshole would be kind of like a C from my position, because I wouldn't have the full circle, so it wouldn't be an O, it'd be just a C. So then I'd have to measure out the C on the paper, and not to get into like the rubric and the grading criteria, but just to explain that I had to sit there for 3 hours thoroughly analyzing the wrinkles and dimensions of a man's asshole, ass cheeks, and like cockhead, and it was just really uncomfortable for the most part. So after, I only did this for one course. After this, I went home, because I went to college not too far away from where my parents lived. I went home and I was like, look, you guys need to come up with an excuse, because I cannot sit in this course for the next 3 weeks drawing dick and asshole for a collective 6 hours a week. I just can't do it. So we eventually came up with the idea that we would use religion as my excuse. So I didn't want to like just not go to the course, because I didn't want to fail the course, because it was like a 3-week course. And by missing all of that, I would absolutely fail. So it would have been just a huge waste of money. So we used religion as like the scapegoat. So I had my parents send her an email, like acting all outraged, like, how could you have our son Charles drawing butthole in your course? This directly goes against our beliefs in the Lord and his teachings in the Ten Commandments in the Bible. This is absolutely unacceptable. Charles will not be attending the course, and we expect he will still get full credit, because we wouldn't have allowed him to take the course if it was disclosed beforehand that nude model drawing was a requirement. It sounded like something a fucking Scientologist would have written, except far more polite. They weren't like mean about it or anything. It was just using religion and the inability to see butthole and cock as an excuse to not go to the course for 3 weeks. And they sent it, and then she sent me an email and then talked to me saying, look, she understands. She apologized to me, but she didn't need to do. And she still gave me credit and told me just to sit out the 3 weeks and come back towards the end. So, I got out of drawing that by using religion, the ultimate excuse. It was a genius plan, to be honest, and I feel really bad about it. And the reason I've never told this is because I really am super embarrassed. I should have just toughed it out and drawn more dick and asshole, but 6 hours a week thoroughly measuring a guy's dick and balls and stuff, it just wasn't exactly what I had signed up for as an art student. It never even crossed my mind that would be one of the art curriculum, like part of the art curriculum. So I just kind of panicked. I was like, look, I just don't want to keep doing this. I really don't. I'm not trying to get into like furry porn art or anything. I just wanted to make some cartoons, not these kind of cartoons. I just wanted to get out. I felt trapped, and of course the only out was playing the religion card, and luckily my parents were on board to send that email, and I still got credit. I still passed the course, and yeah, that was that. So I still feel bad about it, like lying to her, because she was a super sweet professor and just a really nice person all around, but I just really didn't want to keep going to that course and doing that for 3 weeks. But if I do now have the tools to draw asshole if I'm ever in a situation that calls for it. Like, let's say I'm in a situation where a bomb is going to detonate and the only way to defuse it is by drawing the villain's butthole, I would be able to capture his brown balloon knot down to the millimeter and save the day. So it wasn't a huge waste of time or anything, but, you know, I never finished the course, so maybe I wouldn't even be able to fully figure out how to capture a butthole, but I feel like one course was probably plenty. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. Porn, the great uniter. The one force that ties strangers to strangers in a way they don't even realize. The one thing every human being has in common, the love of porn, the art of porn, the ethereal beauty of the craft. Now, as the title of the video suggests, I used to watch the same porn video for the better part of 2 years, perhaps a little longer than 2 years, but I'm going to say 2 years just to err on the side of caution. I've made it no secret that I refuse to get a haircut at the moment, and that I also used to have very bad OCD. Not your generic watered-down bullshit meaningless version of OCD where you move your car keys from the counter to the drawer because you don't like them on the counter. That's not fucking OCD, you goddamn bigot. Don't you hijack what OCD actually means. I had literal OCD, and one of my rituals was watching the exact same lesbian porn video for the better part of 2 years. And I want to tell you what happened as a result of doing that. Now, let's go ahead and start. The video was called Nice Pair of Lesbians. Let's take a moment of silence to remember that beautiful video from redtube.com. It is no longer on redtube.com. Okay, thank you for participating. The video still exists. I know, I get emails all the time like, hey, I found that lesbian porn that you used to jerk off to, you know, that used to haunt your fucking boners. Here it is. Yes, I know it's still on the internet, but in like 240 and 360p. On RedTube, it used to be 480. 480p or higher does not exist anywhere on the internet anymore. Trust me, I have looked. But that's besides the point. That's just to give you the context of what the video is. Maybe someone else out there used to also have OCD and jerk off to this video for 2 years straight. And if so, you're not alone, my brother, or my sister. You and I now share a cosmic bond, a bond stronger than the bond between a mother and her child. I love you. Now, it wasn't just watching this lesbian porno. I had an entire routine for it, like a choreographed dance routine for jerking off to this video. And I know I've talked about a little of this on the podcast before, but I still get emails asking me to talk more about that porno that I jerked off to for 2 years. So I figured I'd talk more about it. I also get emails asking me what's my Twitch account, and I'm glad you asked. It's twitch.tv/moistcritical. Go drop a follow, subscribe. Love to see you over there. I stream daily. Twitch.tv/moistcritical. Fuck yeah. But anyway, so this routine that I came up with, well, not that I came up with, that I kind of fucking cursed myself with and burdened myself with at the time. I would make certain facial expressions during certain points in the video. I would say certain things to the actresses in the video, and make no mistake, you goddamn delusional incels, the porn actresses are just that, they're actresses. They have a script of certain moves they're going to do. It's not like they're just fingering themselves and ass blasting their assholes with their fists for your enjoyment alone. It is a job, and they are actresses. Get it through your fucking skull. But anyway, I would say things to them like, oh, you're so hot, that's so sexy, I'm touching my dick to you, as if they could hear me, and as if I was communicating to them directly as like the director of this video. It was a really weird routine, it really was. To kind of give you a brief oversight of all of it, I'm not going to walk you through every step that I would do here. In fact, I don't even remember all of them anymore. But before I would watch the video, I would queue it up and let it all buffer and load, because this was a long time ago. I'm fucking using RedTube, so obviously it's a long time ago. And while it was buffering and loading, I would turn around from the video, so that way I couldn't see them, and they couldn't see me, obviously. And I would look at my penis until it was completely flaccid, entirely soft. So that way I was coming in there with like a clean canvas, and they were going to 100% get me from 0 to hero. So once I was certain that my dick was super soft, I would then sit down and get ready for the action. As it would start, I would say hello to the girls, and I'd compliment them on their beauty. The video started with a girl fingering herself, and I would compliment her on how great she was doing, and then the other girl joined in, and then I'd say hi to her, like, oh, hey, you just stopping by? Shit like that. It was really fucking weird. And honestly, I hope the NSA was watching during those times, because I would love to see those documents. I'd love to see that film. I think that shit would make for a really incredible case study on OCD, because that shit was goofy as fuck. and I would love to remember exactly all the shit that I would say. I don't necessarily want to see underage me jerking himself off into the webcam or anything. I could skip that part, but I at least want to see what I was saying to the girls during the video. But that's kind of how it went. Facial expressions, words and things I would say to the girls. It was always the same. I had to make sure I said the same things to the girls. I had to make sure I made the same facial expressions. I even made sure to keep track of licking my lips. I had certain time marks where I felt I needed to lick my lips at those times, otherwise I was disrespecting them. It was very weird. Now, I did this for, like I said, the better part of 2 years, and honestly probably a little bit more, but we'll say 2 years, and I didn't deviate from that video. I didn't venture out. That was my home. I lived in Nice Pair of Lesbians on RedTube, and they took my home away. It's not there anymore. I'd like to remind you all that it's not fucking there. It's a goddamn crime. It's a fucking sin what they've done removing that. But now, to tie it back to the title of the video, I watched the lesbian porn for 2 years. Here's what happened. What happened is I recognized how weird it was, and I started to really combat my OCD, and I started cheating on the porno by watching other videos. I did. I'll come out and say it. I fucking cheated on that porn video and watched other ones. And that's what happened. I stopped being so fucking weird through a lot of effort to try and combat my OCD rituals. I've talked about that in the past, so I'm not going to get into how I did that or the steps I took. But that's the result of watching porn for 2 years. You feel like a fucking degenerate loser, and then eventually you stop, hopefully, if you try hard enough. But anyway, that's the story for today. Thank you all. See ya. Hi everyone. A question I get asked a lot is if I script any of my shit, and I don't write scripts for anything. It takes away some of the fun in my opinion. It doesn't feel as natural when shit's scripted out, so I don't really partake in it. However, occasionally when I think of a story I want to tell, and I tell some Shakespearean tales, so there's, first act, second act, climax, and ejaculation point. So there's a lot of I want to express in a story. So sometimes I'll write down little cliff notes or spark notes on my phone, just as a little reminder to jog my memory of what things I wanted to talk about with the story. And Tiana stumbled across one of my notes. The thing is, she read some of the notes, and I thought it'd be kind of fun to look at a little behind the scenes. So here's the notes I wrote for the story I told a couple days back about how I almost turned Christmas into Shitsmas. Go ahead, Tiana, take it away. Read the notes. Show them a little bit of the creative magic.
Well, he wrote in quotation marks a line for me to say, tell me about your big shit that almost ruined Christmas.
That's a line that starts every good Christmas tale. Took a page out of Robert Frost's playbook on that one.
And then it goes, a Christmas tale Dr. Seuss wouldn't tell you. Not religious wubba-lubba-dub-dub to enlightenment.
That's a very important point I needed to make.
That he shit out all of his Christmas spirit. Didn't mean to disrespect House of Lord, but for just a moment I let the devil into my colon. Santa exercised my asshole. I was Santa, and my only present was shit. The toilet will remember that one. Jesus, babe.
I don't think you understood that line. See, the toilet will remember that one as a Telltale Games reference. Oftentimes in those awful games, it would say, X will remember that. So I kind of
Oh, like when we played, Walking Dead.
Yeah. So instead of like a character remembering some trivial decision you made, it was the toilet remembering me putting fat shits in it.
Grinch shit on Christmas. Grease and whatever found in dumpster slapped between bread, but I was so hungry I'd have eaten an asshole off of a farmer. Her dad pumping ass to church, drifting around corners. Wasn't a church, it was a battlefield.
That one is actually a play off of Alan Wake's ending. You see, when Alan Wake, it's a video game, and when it concluded, he said, it's not a lake, it's an ocean. So it only makes sense. You're not an enlightened being.
Oh, sorry, I have to play the game first.
Yeah. It's a fat, beautiful reference, though.
No poop, Christmas miracle. I'm assuming that was the grand finale, the end.
Yeah.
The be-all, the end-all be-all.
That one's closing the chapter on that story. So there's a little behind-the-scenes look of how that story came to light. I don't do that for every story, but if there's a story I think of and I don't plan on telling it for a little while, I'll write down little notes to remind me of some of the things I wanted to talk about.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's that special time of year again where we peel back the curtain, I take off the condom, and I answer your most asked questions of the year through Twitch chat, through email, and YouTube comments. I just kind of make a mental list of the most asked questions. So let's start with the first one. Do you still play Recorder? You tell me. How tall am I? I'm 5'6", the optimal male height. It's what God envisioned for our species. Anything above 5'6", it just seems silly to me. Why would you want to be taller than the golden height? It's the height. I fucking hate being short. Here's one that I absolutely hate, but I have to acknowledge because it truly is probably one of the top 3 most asked questions of the year. What is your favorite meme? Fucking hate meme and meme culture. I think it's all just super god awful and lazy. I just don't even understand the point of memes anymore. They're not even entertaining. They don't even get like an exhale from the nostril anymore. They just seem fucking silly. Odd flex, but okay. And god fucking meme. I hate that shit, but I have to acknowledge it because I answer the most asked questions every year. So what is your favorite meme? The only meme that I appreciate in any capacity is the oppressed gamer meme. I've answered this multiple times and even made a video answering it again, and yet I'm still getting emails about it, so I'm going to answer it yet again. Where do you stream now, since you haven't streamed on YouTube in a while? I stream on Twitch now. But wait, I thought you fucking hated Twitch. Yeah, I had a lot of problems with Twitch, the majority of which they've been actively improving on. Meanwhile, YouTube is devolving and fucking its own ass in all possible aspects. So I do all my streaming on Twitch now. See, even Tetra's tired of this fucking question. Listen to that. So yes, I stream on Twitch now. No, I don't hate it anymore. It's a lot better than YouTube streaming. Again, I will post a link to my Twitch in the description of this video. Next big question I always get asked, and this one I get asked all the fucking time, and again, this is one that I've answered before. What is your favorite type of porn? Lesbian porn. I'm a man of exquisite taste. What can I say? Lesbian porn offers by far some of the best in the business. It's hard to dispute that fact. Yeah, you can have like your weird kinky fetishes where there's something with like rubber squeaky toys being shoved in the buttholes and whatever, but on the whole, and I'm not talking on the asshole, on like the general statement, lesbian porn, in my opinion, is the best that gets made. Next big question, is there going to be more wetwear, new wetwear selections? Yes, there is. And there is right now, actually. There's hoodies and shit. There's a lot of new wetwear available, so if you do want to get wetwear, I'll put a link to that in the description as well if you want to check that out. Do you edit your own videos? For the most part, I edit all of my own shit, which is why it all looks like 2008 era shit, because I'm a really bad editor. I don't have a special effects degree. I'm not in contact with Marvel Studios effects team or anything, so it's pretty bare bones, just syncing, trimming, and then putting it together. It's about it. However, the podcast gets edited by Jackson, and the Moist Meter also gets edited by Jackson, which is why the two of those have a bit more production value and don't look like some middle schooler's portfolio or first time with Windows Movie Maker. I forgot to mention this one when talking about Twitch. This is one that I'm asked probably more than anything else. This, I would say, is the most frequent question of the year for me. Will you be playing and or streaming huge name game coming out soon? Yes, I will most likely be playing and or streaming the huge game that you have just asked me about. I've got G Fuel in the veins. What can I say? I'm a hardcore, elite, top-tier gamer, barbarian, assassin, guru. I play the majority of new games that come out. I always have. I stream a lot of them too. Maybe not all of them, but I do, for the most part, play the majority of the new games. So yes, I will probably be checking that out. What advice would I give to a college kid? I don't know why I'm always turned to for advice when dealing with college matters and the social aspect of college, especially after I already made the video talking about how I spent an entire year of my college life, my freshman year, pretending to be an anime mysterious guy who was one step shy of having his nipples pierced and wearing assless chaps to appear different and unique. I don't know why people would turn to me for the social aspect of advice in college, but regardless, the advice I would always give someone is don't be weird. Don't be weird. Now, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not telling you not to be yourself or to just be like some carbon copy cloned of every other fucking douchebag in college. I'm saying
don't come on too strong and fire on all fucking cylinders. Go in there full mast, full erection, blood pouring to your throbbing member, you know, gloating about your favorite hentai to someone you're just meeting for the first time. Ease your way into someone's life, find commonalities, common ground, small talk, and then, you know, go from there. Just, I guess it's less of don't be weird and more of don't be so overbearing. Well, I guess just don't be weird. I still think that's the best fucking advice. Don't be weird when you're first starting to meet people or trying to carve out your own identity in a new space. This is one I don't really understand, but I'm always asked. Are you ever going to do more of the Reel series, Reel videos? And I don't get that because it's not like I ever stopped. I just don't call them the Reel and then product name. They're just infomercial dubs. The only reason I ever called it the Reel series is because I was too fucking lazy to individually name those videos. But now I name them. Nothing has changed. I still make those. I just don't call them the Reel because it's a stupid fucking name, really. Why are you afraid of flying? As most of you know, I'm afraid of flying. Why am I afraid of flying? Well, it's fucking scary to me. The thought that if something does go wrong and it can't really be fixed in the air by the pilots or anything, I'm super fucked. There's not a whole lot I can do in that scenario to help myself. My seat can be used as a flotation device? Oh, fantastic. That's splendid. I'll make sure to cry into that as the plane fucking explodes. Oh, an oxygen mask, huh? Oh, great. I can stay conscious a little while longer as the plane fucking nosedives so that I can continue to see it coming. Fantastic. There's just not it's the lack of control should something go wrong and the lack of anything else to prevent it. Like I'm helpless in that scenario. I can't like hop onto the wing of the plane and then like take like a fucking master key to it and start turning gears or a wrench to it and start fixing shit. I'm fucked. It's over at that point, and I hate that thought. Just having it be entirely in someone else's hands and should it go wrong, being completely powerless to try and fix it. And it also being 100% fatal should it go wrong. It's fucking scary. Flying is scary. You're insane if you fly. You're a fucking mad lad if you fly. I respect you. I respect that a lot. I can't do it. It's fucking scary. I've done it like 10 or so times and it's fucking terrifying every time. Another big question that I get asked every year, why is my YouTube channel Penguinz, what I call myself, Critical or Charlie? The channel's 12 years old-ish. I made it when I was very young. I didn't put a whole lot of thought into it, so I just called it Penguinz because I like penguins. I still like penguins. And then it was Critical because that was my Xbox Live gamer tag. I changed my Xbox Live gamer tag to that, and I like the sound of it, so I went by that as well. And then Charlie's my actual name. So I got a lot of fucking aliases out here. I'll answer one more big one. Why did you give blank this score on the moist meter? It's truly the best thing humanity's ever made. How could you possibly think it was anything under 100%? The moist meter fucking sucks. You fucking suck. Fuck you. Well, I gave it that score because I thought that's the score it deserved. That's typically the story behind it. There's no like hidden meaning behind it. I just kind of try to grade it objectively speaking, or I guess you can never really be fully objective with things. You're always going to have your own personal biases in there, I suppose, but I do my best to keep it objective. And I thought that's the score it deserved. I'm sorry to have spit on your beloved property, but one thing I've learned, when you start reviewing something, you open yourself up to such hostility from the fanboys of that area. For example, the best one I can pull from immediately is Rockstar. People blindly follow Rockstar games and will always support them no matter what type of anti-consumer business practices they employ, and even if the games really aren't as good as they made out to be. Red Dead Redemption, I gave an 80% to because I feel like that's what the game 100% deserves with its shortcomings and its incredible innovation in the field. I think it's a very good game, a game that I would highly recommend to the majority of people. But because I don't grade things the way the other journalists do, where everything gets a 90 or 100 these days to appease the super angry and super fickle gamer culture, people target me like, oh, this fucking guy just wants to be a contrarian. Oh, he has such shit taste. He's obviously just doing this for views, even though like the score's not publicized in the title, so no one would really know unless they had already clicked on it to see the score. But regardless, it's a shit argument. The point I'm making is, in today's day and age, you're not allowed to criticize something, and it's just sad because even if you have valid criticisms, it doesn't matter because people that are a fan of who the studio or the property itself take it as a personal insult and will never see those complaints as anything other than just edgy or contrarian for the sake of being contrarian, which is sad. And journalists really they enable this type of behavior by just giving these scores away. You'll be hard-pressed to find scores in 2018 for games that are below an 80. Nearly everything is an 80 to 100 in 2018. And I'll tell you right now, every game that's come out this year is not in that ballpark, not even close. So, I guess to answer the question, why did you give it this score? It fucking deserved it, in my opinion, for sure. Well, that was this year's yearly answering questions video. I hope I answered the question that you've probably asked at some point. I hope I covered most of them. That's it. See ya. Last year I made a video detailing the horrors of urethral swab and how painful they are. Today I upped the ante with a cystoscopy. Now if the urethral swab was a fingering of the urethra, the cystoscopy was a fisting, nay, an entire arm. The arm of a 7'5" basketball player with a 10-foot wingspan going down my urethra. Now, why I got the cystoscopy is because I've been having recurrent penile problems and they thought it was necessary. I also thought it was necessary. Luckily, everything turned out normal. And I just would like to talk about the experience here, the urethral swab 2.0. Since I talked about urethral swabs, I thought it was only fair that I'd go the whole 9 yards here and talk about the next iteration of the urethral swab, the next evolution. If the urethral swab was Windows XP, this is Windows 10. So let's go ahead and talk about it. So over the last year, I've kind of become a urethral virtuoso. I know pretty much everything about urethras, what can go in, what can't. I'm kind of a urethral sommelier, if you will, in terms of adventures in the urethra. Now this one was by far my most incredible escapade in the urethral realm so far. Now, before I begin, I know some people actually put things in their urethra for pleasure. It's called sounding. I've looked into it and I can't believe my eyes. I don't know how these creatures can exist. That's neither here nor there. Let's go ahead and start. So, I started by lying down. They pulled out my wiener and they injected a numbing agent into it. And I felt every fucking second of it. It fucking hurt. It felt like my virginity was being injected back into me. It was like a Kamehameha wave of broken glass going through my urethra. And my poor penis ate all of it. Just drank the whole fucking thing bottoms up. The next step was the doctor came in and showed me the flexible scope. And it was intimidating to say the least. It looked like something you'd be strangled with in a Hitman game. And that was going down my urethra. It was massive. It was absolutely fucking massive. They had a nice big flat screen monitor set up, some nice home theater viewing so that way you can get your urethral and bladder spectating pleasure in, and I was welcome to watch on the screen, which of course I did. I wasn't going to miss this opportunity to see what's going on under the hood down there. So he starts inserting the scope in there, and my cock's gobbling it up like Pac-Man chasing a high score, and I'm watching firsthand because I had front row seats and I was going to pass up on these tickets here. After it gets inserted, I turn my attention to the Jumbotron there to check it out on the screen. And man, that was surreal. That was just downright perturbing, really. It looked like the Death Stranding trailer. I half expected to see a baby in there sucking its thumb. Instead of going into the mouth of Norman Reedus, it went into the mouth of my Norman Petus. It was quite the thrill ride, but it was, a little gross too, seeing all that in there. But it was interesting, very interesting. I could feel every movement in there. When he finally got into the bladder, I could feel him moving the camera around, and it really felt like he was playing the crane game inside of me. It was like quite the wild ride. He'd be turning around, and I was like, oh, fuck, now he's playing Gran Turismo in there. And as surprising as this may be to some of you, it did not feel good at all. And the lube they were using was running down onto my nutsack, and I thought I was peeing all over everyone, and I thought I was some type of fucking middle school science project with the volcano and the vinegar, and it was just leaking all over the place. Thought I was peeing everywhere. So then I was embarrassed, but I was still watching the screen because I wasn't that embarrassed. I wanted to see everything going on in there. And then in one swift motion, he pulls it all out like he had just hooked a fish on the line, and then that was the end of that. Hurt real good. But I will say the urethral swab, 10 times worse. A lot worse. The urethral swab is still the king of pain in terms of urethra stuff, but I thought it was at least worth detailing the next step of a urethral swab. Now, there is a rigid scope for Cisco's. That's a whole new ball game. That's playing Cisco's on hard mode right there. That is, from what I understand, like trying to insert a large oak tree through a crazy straw. There's a lot worse things that can happen with the rigid scope, and it's apparently a lot worse, and it makes a lot more sense that it would hurt worse because, it's a fucking, it's a hunk of steel basically going into your urethra. At least the flexible scope was flexible. But yeah, so between the urethral swab and the urethral swab 2.0, the OG urethral swab was far more painful, but it was worth at least detailing this experience just for the sake of, keeping the urethral adventures, getting them out there, telling the urethral tales that you can tell your children before bedtime, so that way they too fear the urethral swabbing boogeyman and such, as well they should. So yeah, this was my latest escapade in the urethral adventures, and yeah. I should also mention post-op Cisco how it feels. It feels like I'm just constantly leaking lava. It burns and my undergarments are wet, so I'm definitely leaking, that's for sure. And it doesn't feel good. It feels like I've got some hot charcoal bricks down there. It's like I'm smuggling drugs for the drug cartel, except the drugs are nothing but hot fucking mulch in there. So that's how it feels now. Hopefully it'll go away soon. And yeah, that's it. So yeah.